Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up, better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come.
When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We won't take it all for granted. We're gonna live in the moment and have a good time. It's all we ever wanted. So why don't we just live it up, live it up. We're never gonna give it up, give it up. No, the clock won't stop for anyone, so let's just live it up. When the world seems big and I am feeling low, I'll think of all the good things in my life and dream of all the places we will go. No matter where we end up, we're gonna have a good time. When I promise forever, so together we're gonna shake off the doubts and have a good time. We'll have a good time. We'll have a good time. We're gonna live it up. We're gonna live
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Dream League Season 24. It's the kickoff event now for the ESL Pro Tour this 24-25 season, which will cap off once again with the Esports World Cup over in Riyadh. That's well ahead of us for now, Winter and Seek and Strength. Thank you guys for joining us. We are about to jump into our second day of the group stage here, Winter. I like the pink shirt. You're looking very cozy, very comfortable today, aren't you? How you feeling?
Thank you, sir. I'm feeling good. Had my dinner, ready to rock. Ready to roll for some exciting games.
That's very good to hear. Very good to hear. But before we get started with our games today, it might be a good idea to just get another overlook at the tournament, at our results, at the teams playing here, right? Just so that we remind ourselves. We did have a half day yesterday. We're done with that. We're here back a little bit earlier, even with that time zone adjustment over in Europe. Still back a little bit earlier than we were yesterday. Still with our 16 teams here, of course, in group stage number 1. If you're unfamiliar with that format, we'll very quickly just give you an overview, right? 2 group stages here, Winter, and well, I think it's nice. Honestly, plenty of Dota. I do wish we had a little bit more BO3s, but worry not. Those will start on November 1st after Halloween with our second group stage. So, you know, pretty early, right? Not a whole lot really that we've missed as of this point. And of course, all of this, right, is still leading into the EWC event. Everyone playing for these EPT points. Which increase, right, per season. So obviously there are penalties whenever you make changes, which is why the points later on, I believe, just like to encourage teams for not making too many changes. Isn't that right, Winter?
Yeah. Stability, you know. You want to play with the same dudes the whole year. Unless, you know. Unless all of a sudden you hear Pablo's available and then you go yoink, you pull him into your team, am I right? We'll see how that goes though, of course. And well, already kicking off things here in Dream League Season 24, we'll go ahead and take a look now and focus back on our tournament, our point distribution here overall. New to this year is just going to be group stage placement points. So these are bonus points awarded to teams that finish first, second, and third here in group stage 1, and for the first place finishers in group stage 2, on top of your overall placement points to kind of beef up and reward more consistency. All that is lovely, but you know what is even more lovely, Winter? It's money. Prize pool.
Heck yeah, money. There's that prize pool money. Remains unchanged from last season here for these online Dream League tournaments. Oh boy, that's a lot of information. What really matters here? What do we really have going on today? Don't worry very much. We'll explain it for you here as we take a look, I believe, towards our schedule, maybe our results or standings. But we can go ahead. Yeah, we'll first take a look at our schedule. Here's Earth Day 2. We've got Nouns versus Parry Vision kicking things off here for ourselves. Winter, we casted a little bit of Parry Vision yesterday, and they looked phenomenal, didn't they?
Yeah, they look a lot better than the previous tournament last week in Serbia. So looking a lot better yesterday with the coach being with the team, arranging or planning the drafts for them.
Yep. And then later on, of course, Palantisia, Waska, we'll see more Avalos and Nouns as we bounce between groups A and B, and then we wrap up here with Azure versus Team Waska as well. Speaking of Group A and B, let's quickly take a look at our standings, just so we can get kind of familiar where everything stands here at the moment, no pun intended. Parry Vision tied for first alongside Liquid. Now, it is still really early here, Winter, but any surprises here in Group A or Group B? I mean, basically, you'd have to look at the matchups. But any shockers for you here, my friend?
The way Liquid beat Gaming yesterday. Don't know if you watched the games, but they were pretty convincing. Very straightforward games. Gaming just didn't really look like they were themselves, you know. I mean, people are going to say that, because they have a roster change, but whatnot. But you still have the 4 of the same players from the previous season. And they have to find a solution quickly.
We'll see how things develop for them. I saw Williams tweet after saying, you got to give them a bit of time, let them cook. They've made some changes. We'll see how things get going there. I was also particularly keen to see Nigma do very well in their series. I believe over Betboom, wasn't it? They drew 1-1, and I saw a lot of people saying they should have won both games. I didn't really get to see the replays for myself, but a lot of potential strong contenders here over in Group A, and we are going to be able to take a look at two of them here for our first matchup, Winter, as we put Perryvision and Nouns Esports underneath the magnifying glass as they go toe to toe. Now, we talked a little bit about Perryvision yesterday, so let's spend a little bit more time talking about Nouns, if you will, Winter. The gatekeepers of NA, if you will. No changes. After TI, it's still going to be that same exact lineup with the coach change. I believe they had Milan on as a coach for TI, and I'm not sure if they have a coach on at the moment.
Yeah, they have someone now. He's called...
Oh, Double A.
Yeah, Double A, yeah.
There he is. Yeah, he's here on Wikipedia. Okay, he is listed as the manager, but I think this is, he could be the coach as well. Okay, very good. Yeah, he used to play Tier 2 Dota. If I'm not mistaken, he's got a brother as well who used to play in NA Div 2. I hope I'm not mistaken here. I might be, though. But, taking a look at one player in particular here, right, as we kind of continue to talk about Nouns in our spotlight. I don't know, Winter, who's the highlight player for you? Who do you want to speak about?
Probably Copy. I think he has been the star player of the team, like since TI.
Mm-hmm.
I think they rely on him a lot to win the games. He's like the shining star, when I watch their games most of the time.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's been an impressive mid laner. I do like how he changed his name. Previously had a Kopi Ra, right? Now just Copy, which I think is very, very nice here. Replaced Stormer. So they kind of swapped out German for German here in the mid lane and ended up looking pretty good, right? This was a change that allowed Nouns to kind of go toe-to-toe versus Shopify Rebellion and basically become the new bosses, the new gatekeepers. And now it was still, I believe a 7th to 8th place finish for the team at TI last year, which is not awful by any means, right? But they've yet to really make a big splash on the scene, despite getting through to most tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a lot of things to work on, I think especially in terms of their play in the mid game, I think laning phase is probably the part where they do very well most of the games, but when it comes to the mid game, how they're going to play the map, how they're going to rotate around, play around which player, I still feel like they have a lot of issues there bouncing around their side lanes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very true. I mean, you touched on a few things here. We had the chance to sit down with them and I believe go over a little bit of a spotlight video overall for the Nouns lads.
Nouns, the final hope of North American Dota, despite only having one North American player. The players on the roster are Yuma, Copy, Gunner, Laylis, and Fly as the captain. With players from 5 different countries, they form a truly international team, as successful North American teams tend to be. They've had some very promising results together, but also some very disappointing results, with the results ranging from 18th place at Riyadh Masters to 5th place in Elite League and PGL Wallachia. Their qualification to Dream League was one of the only times they've managed to beat Shopify in a qualifier. And it begs the question, are Nouns now the new top dog of the region?
Congratulations, they will be the NA representatives at Dream League Season 24.
If these guys can continue to stick together and improve, they have potential to be not only a top team in their region, but internationally as well. Under the wings of Fly, Nouns can definitely be a dark horse of any tournament. Maybe Dream League Season 24 will be the event they've been waiting for?
Could be the event that they're waiting for there under the leadership of Fly. That's the recap from BSJ on Nouns. And I don't disagree. The only thing I kind of disagree with is, honestly, who is the boss of the region? And for me, it's clearly Nouns at this point. With Shopify having made roster changes, right? And kind of falling out of the spotlight here, I think quite naturally Nouns shook the tree and forced that change and now find themselves as the NA default representatives.
Yeah, Shopify, they're they're kind of a shadow of their former self already. They made a couple of changes. They lost RTZ, and I mean the team just needs to. I feel like take some time and rediscover their groove. Just find a player that they can play around with.
Sure. Taking a quick look now towards Perivision. Now, if you tuned into our coverage yesterday, we already yapped quite a bit about these lads, but they looked darn impressive, didn't they? And we're looking forward to see them more again. Again, a strong 2-0 rebuttal against their RES finals opponent, Avalus, last night. Winter, we were among the first games to finish. That second game especially quite convincing. Very much in form and really drafting to play some fast Dota.
Yeah, very impressed by the speed of the game. They were really, really aggressive. They played around, disrupted a hero that not many teams are picking. They do well in the lanes, they snowball. They don't really play the conventional slower or scaling carries as much. They just want to outspeed you and just kick you off the map. It's very interesting to see that.
Yeah, sometimes quite literally with no one on the mid lane, Earth Spirit. We'll see what they are going to draft as we get underway with our very first game of the day. Welcome back, everyone, to Dream League Dota. There's no one himself. Getting ready to go here. By the looks of things, Winter, we saw most of Perivision, if not all of them, on land with each other, minus Coach Astini, who is still going to be able to assist in the draft. Speaking of Coach Astini, fellow Brazilian there, Lelis, who he used to coach on Nouns a few years ago, also looking like Nouns are together playing in Europe. So we should be even, right? I feel like as far as like what we have here going for each other, both teams in very similar positions.
Yeah, I think Perivision, obviously, I think you're gonna consider them the favorite just by looking at their recent games, the way they are playing as a team. They look much, much better compared to Nouns. And Nouns, they're gonna have to find a way to lift their game, They're gonna have to try to, I think, deal with no one, They have to try to give Copy like a good matchup. Maybe try to give him the last pick and try to play around him, control the runes, and make sure that he wins his lane and try to snowball from there. Because I feel like Perivision, they rely a lot on no one to make moves because their off-laner DM, he's more greedy, right? He likes to sit in the lane and farm a lot more. And usually no one has to be the one that rotates around to make plays, So if you can actually stop that from happening, or at least, take away the runes, pressure him in the lane and slow things down, and you can maybe be able to punish and pressure them in the early game.
Yeah, check this out. Nouns Esports, they had a second pick. Perivision won the toss with first pick. And I don't know if Invoker is the new normal first ban. Maybe this is a 9-class specialty, but this Marcy Invoker, both, pardon me, in the first banning stage, has allowed the Enchantress through, which I almost always see banned these days, Winter.
Yeah, some teams, they give Edge and they pick a Primal as a counter, or they pick a Nyx, something that can kill the creep. Okay, Tusk, they're taking Tusk. Tusk is not exactly, I would say, a counter towards the Edge in the lane. I mean, it's okay. I think Nouns really value this hero. They pick this hero up a lot. They really like to play it on their 4 or 5. But I guess they prefer it on Lelis most of the time.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm not too sure about this trade. I kind of would prefer to be on the Edge side of the exchange.
Really? Is that so?
Yeah, I think Tusk right
what
now,
do you think
after
about
the
like?
nerfs, he's
Go
not
ahead,
as strong in the lane anymore. I mean, you're picking him. Sure, you can maybe put him on 4 or 5, but the hero doesn't have the same value as before in the previous patch. Right now, I mean, he's okay. Like he's a dagger hero. I think position 4 with tag team, you buy dagger, you initiate. I think that's fine. But the value is not the same as before.
Sure, that makes sense. That tracks. I was just wondering because we're starting to see a little bit more tag team. We saw it actually yesterday. I didn't really regard that too much. It was into the Disruptor especially, which I think was just, makes the drinking buddies a bit more difficult to
tag
actually
team
pull off.
could be good with the Dawnbreaker. I think Dawnbreaker is also a pretty good solution towards the Enchantress in the early game because you can burst her. Same like the Primal, But Primal doesn't really take advantage of the tag team as much as the Dawn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's what I was just thinking, right? I feel like we're very used to seeing the default Tusk facet be that drinking buddies, but maybe now with the changes, perhaps we see a little bit more tag team. I don't know if that really makes
some
or
players
still
go for drinking buddies, but I think it's really dependent on your lane matchup. like which one do you go for? Like if you're pos 5, right, and you have a range carry, then maybe you still stick to the drinking buddies. But if you're going 4 and you're going to be roaming around trying to kill heroes, I think the tag team makes a lot more sense, at least for me, you know. But overall, I think tag team seems to be the more preferred facet in the last week, you know, the last whole week when I'm watching this hero. I think most players tend to prefer to go back to the tag team now.
Sure. A little bit of attention being paid by Perivision to this offlane. This is the second time they've actually banned Visage in the tournament. So maybe it's just a particular thing with their carry hero pool. It's very strong against the 5 Eng.
I mean, the lane is very strong.
That's true, yeah, that's true.
And Eng, you don't really have the, you know, biggest hero HP pool in the early game. You can get burst by the Soul Assumption. So I think that's probably part of the thought process there, making sure that you don't give away like specific hero combinations. I think yesterday I spoke a little bit about hero combinations. Like there are certain pairings that you don't really want to give away to your opponents together. I think Visage Tusk, or speaking about Clockwork SF yesterday. I think those are the heroes that you have to be very careful, you know, when you give them away together. You must have something up your sleeve to be able to deal with them. Otherwise, those heroes, when they are together, it's either they are very strong in a team fight or they are very strong in the lane, and there's not much you can do about it.
Right. Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about mid laners as well. Just taking a look at what Copy picked yesterday, it was a bit of both. He went for some Ember and I think a Monkey King mid. Won the game on... What game did he win? Won the game on the Monkey mid, by the looks of things here, and then lost the first Ember game. I don't know. We'll see what they want to go for this time around.
Yeah, he's going to probably be thinking about trying to pick a hero that can counter his lane matchup. But I think against no one's already one of the harder ones to outright win your lane. You know, he's really good at playing those disadvantageous matchups. He can figure a way to survive and get his levels and rotate around the map. And now they go for the Doom. You can eat the Eng creep, sure, you know, but you don't really utilize the Tusk in the lane as much. I think it probably tells me that maybe this Tusk is gonna be a position 5 by the Doom pick here. And they go for the Monkey Bat. Okay, Bat also another very, very heavy laning phase support. Is like another bodyguard similar to the Enchantress. It kind of secures your core's lane.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's a big 9 class hero as well, isn't it? Didn't he make a name for himself on this bat?
Yeah, he's really, really good at the hero. And with the Monkey King as well, this is like a pick that, I mean, I guess right now you can go both ways because you see the Doom, right? So you can also put the Monkey in the Doom's lane. So they're definitely putting a lot of emphasis on winning the lanes on the Perivision side. I think the idea here is because Astini has coach announced before, right? So he knows that this team is really good in the lane and they only know how to play the lane, or this is their strength, right? Mid game, late game is not their strength, right? So they're trying to just draft for the early game so they can do well in the early phase, and the game should be fairly straightforward after that. You know, that probably is the idea here.
It's a really good point, right? Yesterday, Astini, he kind of knew. He called the Stormstormer Exort build, right? And he had known that from prior experience having coached Stormstormer. Of course, spoke very highly of him as a player, as a person, and I'm sure he will do so again if they end up utilizing his past experience to take down Nouns here. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I suspect that you're completely correct in your assessment there, Winter. I like that you point that out, and it makes a lot of sense for like these kinds of heroes that we're showing as well. Perivision, so far they've shown us a lot of early aggression. They still have room to maneuver here as it's their 18th pick after seeing this the SF and the Pugna.
Okay, so I'm just wondering if the lane is gonna be Pugna, Doom, and the Tusk with the SF, because I think that would be more ideal for them. But we'll see. Alright, so right now with the SF, so what do you pick as Perivision right now? Because you probably will be thinking about picking your offlaner because they are so focused on winning the lanes, right? So it's probably gonna be a SF plus Tuskar, and you're gonna try to come up with a lane winning matchup, something that can kill in the lane. Yeah, Bat plus. What is good here? I mean, there's no Enigma, there's no Beast, there's no Visage.
Okay. I was going to go with a Mars, but I think this is going to be the mid laner then, or at least some flex for parry
I was
vision.
actually kind of thinking of like something like a Centaur because you're playing against Doom as well. So the Stampede will be nice with the Doom, and Centaur against SF in the lane it's gonna be very straightforward for you. You stun him, you have the Bat Rider with Flame Break, you're gonna kill him.
Right. I see that, but it'll be the Earth Spirit instead for no one, so just prioritize
This is a good hero
pick.
against Pugna. Very, very good hero. I mean, we were talking about Pugna a little bit, before the game started, and we were just like saying, like Pablo was just telling us that maybe people are just not used to playing against this hero, and then once time passes by, people realize, oh, we just need to pick so hero, against Pugna. Like that Earth Spirit with the roll and the silence, very, very effective at finding and killing the Pugna. So it's definitely a very good answer to that.
Nouns Esports turn to ban.
So they ban out
I like the
Earth
Earth Spirit pick as well. I know one played excellent on it in his game yesterday. I think what's a little bit nervous or
It was with the
could be
Darkseer as well.
nerve-wracking.
Iron Shell plus
true.
Earth Spirit.
But it was into an Exort Invoker, right? Who had basically no counterplay potential other than just a Sunstrike, right? And that was something that really made this hero look good. But this time you have a 24th pick mid incoming for Nouns, right? So looking at your bans, you've taken out this Storm. They've banned your Darkseer as well as a Magnus, a few more teamfight combo heroes for this Earth Spirit to play around. I'm wondering if maybe this is not going to look as good as it did yesterday versus Avalis.
Yeah, probably. I think that's fair to say. I mean, Darkseer definitely works better with the Earth Spirit, and then against an Exalt Invoker definitely made it a lot easier. And here, I think the remaining offlaners that seem to make the most sense is like we already mentioned the Centaur and the Mars. I think those are two of the most stable ones. They can work with the Bat Rider, you can kill in the lane, useful in the game. I mean, the Mars, you can kind of stop the Pugna from saving the teammate in the arena, so that's pretty useful for that. The Centaur will be useful against running away from the Doom. So they're both gonna provide you with different tools in the game. I mean, most of the heroes that he's played recently are all banned. They're really targeting DM.
5 seconds remaining.
And you prefer the Mars more because of the kill?
I like the Mars.
Potential?
I like the kill potential. I like the repositioning. I don't love it into a Tusk, but with the facet, you can blind, which makes the saves very difficult, right? And basically does remove that drinking buddies potentially. I like it into the ranged SF as well, right? To block those auto attacks. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, this is a very, very different one. The lane is like you won't be able to dominate so quickly. I mean, it takes time. You need your level 6, but it's very good at like taking over an area on the game. Because right now I feel like you have Monkey and Earth Spirit cores. Both of these two cores, they like to jump around, move around the map, so they need a point to connect to, right? And Brood Mother is like an anchor on the map. She sits in an area. She will take control of that place, and she will farm and wait for your teammates to rotate towards you. So I think it kind of rounds their whole draft together, and you buy the aura items, which is always going to be nice for your team. And they're going to finish up with a Copy Pango.
Okay, that's another classic for Copy, and a hero that can rotate and sometimes infrequently does more in fights than an Earth Spirit, right? With that Thunder Roll facet.
It's pretty good at clearing the spiders. I think they also wanted a hero that can deal with the spiderlings. But this mid matchup is going to be so crucial. Like this Pango against Earth Spirit is like a 50-50 matchup, so it's going to come down to the supports, right? Who's going to be able to fight for the runes? And you're looking at one side, you have Pugna and Tusk. The other side, on Parry Vision, you have the Bat Rider and Enchantress. I feel like it's already very obvious that you're going to favor the Bat and the Ench when it comes to the rune fights, Like they're going to be a lot stronger when it comes to that. And I feel like that could like be a very, very pivotal point in the game when they get the runes. Earth Spirit's going to rotate around faster, and he's going to do a lot more than the Nouns Pango there, So the rune fights are going to be the things that you want to look out for. The Wisdom runes, the Power runes, and once you see that being, protected by one side, I think it's going to determine the next couple of minutes what's going to happen, The Pango and the Earth Spirit, who can do more.
Let's zoom in, if we will, a little bit on those rune fights. We always talk about the 3-on-3 that has our supports come into play, right? So what, Bat Rider, Ench versus a Tusk and a...
Pugna.
How could I already forget? Pugna, yes, thank you. What are you favoring here? Because honestly, I would say Earth Spirit and Pango quite similar kind of mid laners, you know? in
Yeah,
terms of
but
repositioning.
you don't have a stun, right, on Pango. Earth Spirit has a stun. Having a stun is always going to be very valuable when it comes to the rune fight. Sure, you have your Rolling Thunder when you get level 6, but I think pre-level 6, and usually you would favor the Earth Spirit, you know, being more effective in the rune fights early on.
Sure. Well, Winter, we saw a lot of Parry Vision early aggression last time with this Ench Bat and a Broodmother. It looks again to me, Winter, that they want to try and take over this game with a classic Monkey King safe lane from Crystallis, a little bit of a throwback back to what, the Creep Wave days, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see how it gets going here as we do jump into game number 1 of the series of day 2 of Dream League Season 24. It's Nouns Esports, the EU representative, sorry, make that the NA representative rather, taking on Parry Vision, the EU Western, that is, representative. Nouns on a 1-1 scoreline here after day 1, while Parry Vision were successful in their rematch of the RES series finale 2-0 to kick off their Dream League. A little bit of banter in the all chat. Dukala saying Yuma not level 30 hero. So, you know, the team's a bit friendly. People tipping 9 class here already. And I think everyone is in good moods to start the day.
It's going to be a late smoke. They're going to try to... Okay, not going to find much here in the mid lane. But maybe they're going to actually just smoke to place a ward, I guess, in the Twin Gate. Because you have Doom, right? You want to have the ward to see the camps behind. Is he actually going to do that? Okay, it doesn't really see the camp. Just sees the Twin Gate.
Mm-hmm.
I think I told you this before, right? When you have Doom and when you're placing this ward, you want to place it in vision of the small camp so the Doom can see what creeps are spawning there and decide whether it's worth his time to track over there.
Yes, and this can be especially valuable playing against an Enchantress, right? In case you need to contest or try and kill a creep early on. Absolutely. Winter, what I wanted to talk to you about is our facet choices, particularly on just a couple of heroes, which are more interesting. Mid is, as you expect, you have Thunder Roll, and then you've got, of course, the Resonance for the Earth Spirits. But it's more of our top lane facets for Nouns that I think are interesting in particular. You've got Gunnar, who's gone for the Devil's Bargain, so we'll see if he wants to resell anything, maybe drums or something. I don't know what that'll be. A Midas sold into BKB, rebuying the Midas is what we've seen, right? And then Lelis here has gone into the tag team. What's also interesting is Crystallis has gone for Simeon Stride, still is the carry monkey. So we should expect to see him very active, I assume.
Yeah, usually you see players with the Doom now just selling the drums to refresh the charges. I think that's what I've seen the most. And Arma, he has been like selling his, because he's buying SNY. I don't think anyone else is buying SNY. So he's like selling it to change it to Kaya Yasha for the faster cast speed in the late game, so it's easier for you to get the Doom off. When heroes are buying Lincolns, they have Lotus, you know, you need to cast your spell a little bit quicker. That's going to be useful. I'm pretty sure he's the only one that's doing it. I don't really recall seeing anyone else doing it.
Oh.
Yeah, but top lane now,
good.
Lelis, he already dragged the wave, so this lane is like double melee, so you have to pull the wave away and make sure that the Doom gets his levels, and he wants to avoid the Monkey King. It's just what you need to do to survive.
Yeah, mid lane, no one in copy. Going fairly close here early on. I think this will get a little bit easier with more levels in Shield Crash, a little bit easier as well for no one who has a small level advantage here just early on, and is going to do well to push it here, as you can see, able to kick that Remnant on into Copy, who just got his bottle delivered. Okay, and avoids the rolling boulder to make sure he gets those refills.
Yeah, I imagine minute 4 onwards, you might see like the supports coming over to snatch the runes. It's going to be, like I said, very, very crucial. And right now, they're just like busy securing the side lanes for their cause. And the Broodmother at the moment, I mean, he's just able to drag the creep wave back nearer to his tower. So he's gonna be able to farm there. Like not much is gonna happen until the Brute has level 6. We're probably gonna see the bat like just trying to give as much XP to DM as possible and maybe stack some jungle camp so he can actually go back and farm and get his levels later. And here comes the 3-minute Lotus rune. The Lotus, not the rune, but the Lotus pool. It's very, very hard, you know, to fight against the bat in the Lotus pool. So you get 2 heroes. Oh wait, they still lose the click battle. He didn't even, you know, use flame break. You know, that's how confident he was. Like normally you would see players, okay, they're about to arrive to the pool. He's just gonna flame break, push them away before he takes the Lotus. You know, he didn't even feel like he was that confident.
Right. I think that's always something that's really good to see overall.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice also to see that he's like just giving as much solo XP to the Brute right now. He's just moving around, just making sure that he gives them vision. He gives the Brute vision of the whereabouts of the partner, the SF, making sure he can farm safely. And I think he's just gonna, you know, go back and stack and just take runes later, you know, and let Brute do her own thing in this lane.
I've got to say, I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen a first blood yet in any of these lanes. Everyone's been playing fairly restrained as we now see some rotations for the 4-minute water rune.
This is the important part of the game starting now. So Ducalis is going to take the top water rune and no one's going to secure his bot rune. So Copy is going to be... He won't have any bottle, you know, bottle charges for now unless someone comes and refills.
Dude, no one. He did this yesterday as well when he was level 5, pretty early. Yeah, thought about rotating down bottom, but I'm pretty sure that ward picked him up, that Radiant Have. You're right there in the river, top left of your screen. So as soon as they didn't see him return for the...
Yeah, this is actually a very nice ward. I think when you're playing into mid Earth Spirit or mid Primal Beast, this is a very good observer ward. Because usually there'll be Dragon Creep waves or running around to pick up the bounty runes, and you got to see if he's coming to gank your carry.
Right? It's a little bit like having river wards versus like a Spirit Breaker or something, right? You just got to have that information to react. Absolutely here. Whoa, deep under tower they go. Careful here. Fly with that nether ward down does make things a little tricky here for them to fight into. Fly doing pretty good work here, honestly, because he's getting some good damage onto this tower with these nether blast. 9 class, gotta be careful he doesn't accidentally end his own life off the damage of the ward. He's fine for now.
I mean, the Brute is still getting, you know, a very good amount of CS. Despite, you know, getting poked and prodded by the partner a lot. I think he's still really happy about his progression. He has his boots going to his drums next. And 9 class is just gonna... It's nighttime, right? It's gonna be the time where you try to set up some wards. Make sure you get ready for the stacks and the 6-minute power rune.
Right, right. Top lane, are they going through that gate? They might just be. Indeed they are. It's a 2-hero rotation through the gate. Yuma trying his best for this kill onto 9 class, but was not ready for Chrysalis to return. Now Lelis looking at least for some revenge. Can't even see the spider anymore as DM goes over the cliff. That's going to be the enchanted creep as well, keeping Fly out of the fight. Pretty good micro. And look who's joining from the river. That's no one off screen. Still up to level 6, but he might not even need it here. They fortified the wave. Wagons connecting on the tower. 5 dire heroes down bottom. No one just here for the experience, really. But that is going to be 3 kills potentially the tower. I think so. Copy's coming. He's level 6. He's got the power rune. Uncontested haste into the bottle here. He has been scouted though.
This is such a good move by Perivision, just abusing the SF in the early stages. Because SF is so weak, and if you have a partner with the SF, no stun, so it's hard to defend him.
No way. Yeah, and there is no way for DM to get out of here. Trying his best, but Copy had predicted that one. Mind games on mind games. Down he goes. TP for top lane. I think that's no one. He's going to try and kick Gunnar under tower here, perhaps. Just actually kicking things off with the Magnetize, really. Now, Chrysalis, he's only level 4 here, but Boundless Strike is still good enough for all the control they need. A second Boulder Smash, and no one. I feel pretty activated here already. That's both mid laners finding some good luck here early on.
Yeah, good moves there by no one. This is as a result of him getting the early water runes and the Pango not getting the earlier ones. But now the Pango's going to get the haste rune. He's already used it, so that's already passed. And now Wisdom rune's going to be 1 apiece.
Yep, indeed. Nothing too crazy here.
I mean, you want to have
Chrysalis.
like...
Go ahead.
You want to place like deep wards right now to further punish the SF. Because the Monkey King is really looking to rotate through the Twin Gate again, and he wants to do it with Vision under the SF. I think that's going to be the next thing that you will be looking to do again. When the Brute gets 6, you take over the bottom area. You want some vision over the SF so the Monkey King can connect to the Brute and kill the SF.
Yep, I see you. The Brood can take over the food street, right? Make sure she's well fed. Man, they almost got this tower here already.
All the time, you know, Richie? Gotta be
Insatiably. Insatiably, as they say. This tower is just going to get denied, I think. Yeah, indeed. Doesn't feel too good.
8-minute rune.
What's going on here? Lelis got caught on a warding mission here, I believe. He does scout those stacks going, but first, attention over to the power runes. 8-minute one spawning in. Copy commits the roll. No one does bottle up this arcane rune all the same. This is going to be perma-stun pretty much here on the ES. I don't think they kill him, though. They just don't have the damage, and here comes now Ducalis in with the heals, and all right. Okay, and meanwhile, under tower, 9class just gets a solo kill? What in the world?
Yeah, just bad rider things, you know, like 4 or 5 sticky napalm stacks, top lane.
Top lane, Doom onto the Monkey King. Yep, there's the kill. Good enough. Lelos assisting there with the ice shards, looking for the TP away, and even with the arcane rune, no, actually, he's got him. No, wait, that was Shard Golem.
Yep, that was not a neutral street.
Boulder.
That was Enchantress. It was her Golem. You do not TP in front of that Golem. I mean, it was a nice attempt, you know. The Earth Spirit missed the roll, he dodged it with a snowball, but unfortunately, actually, with the Arcane Rune, he was actually about to get another rolling boulder, so no matter what, Tusk was gonna die there. But yeah, but overall, all in all, it's a good couple of minutes for Parisian. They got the bottom tower, even though it was denied, and they got a solo kill on the Bat Rider, which puts him very, very close to his level 6, and he's halfway to his Blink, which is a very, very pivotal item on this hero. If you can get it at a good time, get a good pick off, it's going to give you a lot of control in the game.
They might even look for a kill mid. Copy, burning through the shield. They'll kick after him now. Ducalis here with the enchant. They've got the Warpine Raider. Look at all of these slows. It's just so painful stopping the Rolling Thunder from getting off. They need a little bit more damage. One more right click will do it. Copy bouncing back on over. 9class is just so tanky. That was a Requiem from Fog as DM's joining the fight from the mid lane. Magnetize got dropped. I think no one missed everyone here. DM still alive thanks to the wand charges. And of course, he can get over those shards now just with the web movement. DM away and freed into the river. That'll leave 9class behind as Gunnar swipes him down. DM will lose his courier here as well. That had the soul ring on it.
10-minute.
It's 10-minute rune. I think that's spawned down bottom. It's a shield rune currently being secured. I'm not sure who pink is. I think that's the Ench. Yeah, that's the Ench.
So it has been Haste, Shield, and Arcane.
Arcane, yep. So we're missing DD. This is our favorite game, isn't it? DD, Invis, Regen, Illusion.
It's not the most useful ones.
Actually, I disagree. I think Parivision would love to get the Illusion Rune. They would have loved to get this Illusion Rune with maybe the 12-minute wagon or something. Or the 12-minute, sorry. Maybe the 14-minute Illusion Rune so they can push. Just have the Illusions tank tower. Because, you know, you want to open up your map, right? You've got this Ench creep. You're going to have that wagon. You're going to have these DM Spiderlings. I don't like the idea of that. Or am I wrong, Winter? Like, what's your read on this game now that lanes have certainly broken down?
I think we're gonna have a couple of minutes of peace and farming, getting into your first items, your daggers, your blade mails on the Earth Spirit and Bat Rider. Whereas for nouns, they're a little bit slow, you know, with their overall lineup. I mean, Pango already has Diffusal, so they're gonna be counting on Copy to kind of stall this aggression that's coming from Paravision soon. They're trying to get the top tower, which is probably gonna be secured by Doom and the Pugner. Pugner's gonna just casually steal the last hit because you're Pugner.
Yeah. But who's happy with the outcome of this lane so far? Hold on, Copy doesn't get down into the river. He's got to be careful. 9class can always start. I don't think he's got really got the cast speed on that spell. Gets nice kicked away. Heads up play there from no one. I liked that.
Yeah, that was a very, very good save, you know. Bat Rider was gonna, if he dies, he's gonna lose a lot of gold because he's trying to get his Blink Dagger.
That's right. That's right. But Winter, I mean, look, it's 3-7. It's a 1k lead. Paravision, they've got top and bottom tower, while Nouns only have this top tower.
I think you're happier with your Paravision because you're able to get the mid tier one. I think that one's important. 12-minute runes. Illusion, your favorite rune?
The Illusion, my favorite rune in the game. Copy, it's going to be bottled up for him now as the wow, the Wukong's command coming through, and Copy, the ice shards kind of blocked him. I don't know if he was getting out anyway, to be honest. Certainly isn't now, as that Magnetize doing work. Crystallis with a double kill joining the fight with with that
He finds
primal
SF.
spring, and DM, he's even now found the SF. Ducalis trying to get in range here. Yuma channeling up that Requiem, at least will force them away. But a tough fight to swallow here for Nouns, who get away with the Rune Winter, but at a heavy cost, as Parivision pushing a 4K lead after that fight.
Yeah, once again, the speed of the game, that Parivision has been able to showcase. They've been like just connecting with numbers all the time. The carry is coming in, Crystallis with his Monkey King just connecting to every single fight. They're bringing in the numbers, they're pressuring, they're taking out towers, playing around with the Earth Spirit Magnetize. I mean, now they're gonna have to be very, very careful not to give away any more kills. They have to try to buy some time with the Pango maybe going in the smoke, getting a pick off, and try to get SF to more time to farm on his what do you call it? Street stalls on the side of the
the food
Oh, the
street,
food stalls.
street.
The food.
Yeah, the food stalls. They call it the food street. That's what Paul's telling. The Chinese players call it food street, which I think makes sense. Copy is he's gonna eat a big swashbuckle on
Bad.
that blade.
He's keeping right in front of everyone. That's bold.
They deny the tower as well. I got the Doom off to the trees. Down bottom, you can actually see DM working in the food street as we speak. They need to get the health inspector down there to boot out the spider. For now, though, they're on to the bat. 9 class onto the high ground. Actually stops Wells from getting on up. No one thinking about joining in, and actually will. That's lasso used for not much gained, unfortunately, as Copy. He's going to utilize this Rolling Thunder. Sees this Enchantress now as she will get down into the low ground. Ducalis still alive, and look at all of those wisps keeping them alive. All of a sudden, the turn is incoming now. Copy trapped inside this Wukong's command. There's going to be the Snowball save. Oh, and no one. He rolls out, so Snowball will chase him, but trouble for Gunner now as he makes it back over to the wave, but will not make it much further. DM spits on him and kills him. No one takes down Fly, and they encircle and take down the Tusk. Clubbing that seal to death. The lone survivor once again is Yuma. Crystallis thinking about giving chase here, and will at least be able to farm this wave right in front of him. But this is another big team fight win, up by 10 kills now, just 14 minutes in, a lead of 6K. This is looking very similar to yesterday's games here for Parivision.
I mean, if they're not getting the Doom on the Earth Spirit, I don't see how they're winning the team fights here. Like the Earth Spirit plus the Bear Rider are just like killing everybody with their spells right now. I mean, if you can't get the Doom on no one, I just don't see how they're going to be able to win the team fights right now.
Yeah, now I see that.
I mean, he has a dagger, so it should enable him to get a good Doom off in the next fight. They have to do something with the next fight.
Did this Doom sell anything? Did he make use of Devil's Bargain? I always try and catch this, but it's always really hard to actually find. What have you sold, Gunner? Have you sold anything? Oh, not unsure. Gunner did get a kill on a 9 class. I don't think he sold anything, right? I think he just went straight into it.
I'm not sure. I wasn't really paying attention. I'm just looking at the Doom. I mean the drum charges. If you see people using up all the drum charges and then you sell and you buy a new one.
Yep, that's right. That works. Could you imagine? It's like a, go to a music store. Wait a second. Someone used this drum.
It must be some drummer from North America, Someone, staying in Bukit Jalil.
Hey! Don't dox me. What is this? I don't play the drums. I play the violin. It's about as far as the drums as you can get.
Yep, okay. Back to the game. It's nighttime now, so definitely a time for you to take advantage if you're the Brute. You want to take over the map, maybe look to get Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, that top... Sorry, we were talking over it, but that bottom tier 2 tower went down about as much as a whimper here from Nouns, and it seems as if they will also acquiesce the top tier 1 as well. Spiderlings being sent out for scouting here. Pretty good micro out from DM, but Nouns, they'll close the door, and they will take down the Spider.
Yeah,
that was the Dota equivalent of getting the daily newspaper and squatting the crap out of a Spider. That was very good. Everyone was there.
Everyone was there for the bounty, the 800, 900 gold bounty. That's a big kill there. It's going to give them some time to farm. I mean, SF is going to need to get towards his BKB at some point. I mean, he's still not going to buy BKB yet. He's going for the greedy build, Master of Madness into Hurricane Pipe. Not sure if I like it so much. I mean, it does make you farm really, really fast, but your team is going to have to hold everything together until you get that BKB,
Yeah, they really got to hold the line.
Alright, he's dead. You can blame me, Richie. That was my fault. I jinxed him.
Yep. Nope. Yeah, he died. You absolutely casters cursed him. That was a magnetized utilized as well, and that means this tier 1 tower, it is as good as gone.
Radiant's top
I mean, yeah, this is a problem, right? You're going for all this greedy build, and okay, he changed his mind. He's like, after the death, instantly kills the BKB.
Yep.
He knows he can't do it anymore. They have to fight at some point.
It doesn't feel good when you have this hyper carry, right? And he's just kind of getting owned. I mean, who are they to go on as there's no one having a little bit of fun?
The Doom stole his dagger to buy a BKB. Like, caught that point.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Good catch. There's that devil's bargain.
Whether it is a good bargain, we'll have to see.
Radiant's middle tower is
And they're gonna want to hit the double BKBs. I mean, the SF BKB is still gonna take a while. But Gunner is ready to fight. But without the dagger, it's gonna be not so straightforward for him to get the Doom onto no one.
Storm charge is out. Vision set up in the middle lane here for Pari Vision. Gunner, no Blink Dagger anymore to find these Dooms, but does have the BKB to not get silenced, stunned up, or otherwise harassed. So he's a good lasso target now, isn't he, this Doom?
Yeah, if you're the Bat Rider, you're definitely looking at either lassoing the Doom or the Pango. In the team fights, these two heroes are going to contribute the most, and you leave the backliners like the Pugna and SF for the Earth Spirit to deal with.
Talk to me a little bit about how you see this Pango role in the fight now developing, because he's had some tough fights, hasn't he? He's kind of made some very aggressive jumps and gotten caught, basically, and killed.
Yeah, and he's also not really doing that much damage, you know. So he's gonna be looking to complete his academics so he can actually do more. And right now, Dire team are running against them.
Oh my goodness.
No one's here.
No one. He's going to actually kick Gunner back into Ducalis. BKB activated for no one, rather, as Drum Charge is utilized now on both sides. BKB activated by Gunner. It's going to be Fly who's caught out on the side. DM chasing him down. Nibbles on his heels. Takes him down with all the spite items. Here goes the turn. They cut it out the BKB duration. Yuma a bit far, but still got a decent fear duration. They need a little bit more damage. More lockdown on a no one with the amp damage. Room the 4-step out from Ducalis. He's safe and sound. DM's rejoin the fight, and Crystallis, he's getting online as well. Lelis, he's taken down. Copy finds the kill onto 9 class as no one is still kiting out these heroes. That's going to be a death requiem now from Yuma as Crystallis caught him inside the Wukong's command. Copy, he's being ran down as well as the Boundless Strike sets up no one for the double kill, and they clean up Copy with that same kick. That is a beautiful fight here for Pari Vision. 7-20 Winter. This game, I don't want to say it's over, but after a fight like this, you just got to be feeling so good if you're this Dire side.
Yeah, they're just able to just overwhelm them, you know, with the Magnetize and the auras, you know, the Brood with the Boots of Bearing and the Pipe. And the SF without a BKB, you just can't do much, you know, in the team fight. It's just unfortunate. Like, you just have to find time to farm the BKB. Like, without BKB, you're not standing and doing anything, you know, against like Earth Spirit, against Bat Rider, against the Monkey King. You're just not going to be able to do much.
I kind of just say I love that Earth Spirit is a mid hero right now in this meta, because back when no one was playing during the glory days, Earth Spirit was not a mid hero. He was a support, and I didn't get to see these kinds of plays. He is inspiring on this Earth Spirit. This is the kind of Earth Spirit plays where I see this game and I go, wow, I want to play Earth Spirit, and then I miss all my rolls and get reported and get a little sad. But watching, oh, I mean, look at this. Look at this initiation into the silence. It's just perfect. It's just absolutely perfect. It looks so good. Wow.
You can call this an Earth Spirit clinic.
Seriously.
Like what you need to do, like from laning phase, mid-game, team fights, you know, what you need to do. And he's been like finding the right openings, you know, in the team fights, every single one for his team.
Finding the right stuns. He has been getting everything down. And this is going to be first Barracks, maybe even more with that stun, kicking him back into Crystallis. And with all these skellies, he's minced meat, that poor Pangolin. That is mid Barracks, maybe even more?
I mean, there's not much they can do, you know. The SF is just like trying so hard to finish his BKB. He's still a recipe away.
Right. Yeah, he's not really even that close, is he? Needs 3k total. He's got only 1,500 in the bank. That's going to be another glyph used. The last one, they didn't kill the Hill Troll Summoner. If he gets off more Skellies, okay, he didn't get off any more Skellies. I mean, the push is already fast enough, especially with those boots now, those boots of bearing. There they go, man. That is 2 lanes. Oh, lane and a half. Okay, lane and a half. Restraint from Pari Vision, man. I gotta say, they have looked really solid throughout this tournament into game number 3 now, where they stand 7-23, 15k up over Nouns after a 22-minute ordeal. Already a lane and a half of Barracks. This one's looking real good for them.
Yeah, I mean, from the lanes, everything kind of snowballed. Like, remember, like after the laning phase, the Monkey King gated and went bot. They killed the SF like twice. I think everything just started to go downhill for Nouns there, and they haven't really been able to find anything to hug on in the game. I mean, the Dagger
and Winter
and BKB Doom hasn't really been able to find a mark in the team fights. They have to just somehow find a way to land the Doom on the Earth Spirit. And hopefully the Pangoliers role is going to be able to disrupt the fights good enough for the SF with BKB soon to kill everyone.
1,000 gold on this BKB, thereabouts 800 more exactly. But Winter, talk to me a little bit about that early twin gate rotation that we saw Perryvision's top lane make. It felt a bit early, right? Because it was like with the 5-minute wagon, if I'm not mistaken.
It wasn't even at the catapult wave, so I felt like maybe Nouns didn't really see it coming, and they kind of got overwhelmed. Gunner wasn't able to respond because Perryvision brought 5 heroes there. And after that move, they killed the mid tower as well with 5 heroes again, so they were very, very swift in taking control of the map with like just bringing the numbers towards the location that they want to fight in.
Definitely. And I mean, it looks good, but it's just objective-based gameplay, isn't it? Right? Like Perryvision, they bring the heroes. Yes, they wanted to kill that SF down bottom, but I think that's secondarily to taking down that tower and removing that farm, that safe farm.
Yeah,
and look,
this is also why when I was talking about like with SF, you want to have like a clock as a bodyguard, because with Pagna, sure, Pagna is really strong right now, but Pagna doesn't really provide the SF the same type of security like a melee hero like a clock. That's why the SF died very easily to the twin gate gangs, because the partner okay, you see them coming, then what you're gonna do as a partner?
Yeah,
you can't.
Yeah, put down your nether ward and run with all your move speed.
I mean, level 6, sure, you can give him some HP, but before that, you just don't really offer that much,
Yeah, and I wanted to just bring up another hero we're starting to see a lot more with SF these days. It's actually Ogre. I've seen pop up on Dota Pro Tracker.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, just another one. But you just want like a tanky boy in front with some disruption, right? For the SF.
Yeah, ideally a hero with a stun, because SF you kind of want the stun to save yourself or to kill the enemy target.
All right, here we go. This is going to be smoke on smoke action. BKB, the big ticket item now for Nouns, and it just has to come into play. There's such good patience here from Perryvision. They're not willing to risk anything. Winter, they're up 15k. They've just gotten another DM on. Sorry, they've gotten DM's BKB, so they're going to send the Lings forward. Look at this Ling spread, this Marine Micro, just going forward, scouting whatever they can. From the side, look at 9 class, also looking for his jump on in. Copy, he's going to eat the stun first as Gunner with the Requiem on top. That's 9 class down. He did jump in a bit too early, but I believe that's 2 BKBs active over on the side of Nouns. He's got buyback.
Doom is
this
down.
outpost is controlled by Nouns with the Doom. Yeah, you're right. It's already been used on to no one. Now that it's expiring, they're going to jump back on in. There's no resources whatsoever. There's no BKB. There's no Requiem. And there's no SF in this fight. Fly, he is going to go as well. And I hear a lasso in the mid lane, and I see a very dead Doom. Gunner, he will be the second kill in the fight to Crystallis, and this one's over.
Yeah, there's just no way you can Doom a support. I feel like that's just like a huge oversight. The Doom is only reserved for the Earth Spirit, I feel.
Is that... Sorry, I apologize. Is that not who they doomed? I thought they doomed no one. Was I wrong?
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Pretty sure he doomed. Okay, maybe I'm crazy.
Is under attack.
My eyes might deceive me, Winter. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure we might see a replay of that just to confirm. But I agree with you. The Doom wasn't good enough. Nouns, they ended up being a little bit too defensively positioned there to make use of that aggressive cliff ward that they have. Teamfight built really hard from there. Perryvision just walked away, and they couldn't chase. They just couldn't chase. This is going to be Megas, at the very least, if not just the game. I don't know what tools, if any, Nouns have to really defend this. They might have to just throw bodies and see what happens. In goes Copy. That's an amplified... Oh, that's just a rune in general, actually. BKB active from no one. Rolls on in. Oh, look at Crystallis. He's just so big now. Yuma is dying to Ducalis. Yuma is dying to Ducalis. Down he goes. Kill will go to Yuma there. Or sorry, it goes to no one with the Magnus. But that's it. The GG is called. This game is over. Perryvision 3-0 in 3 straight games. They are looking unstoppable so far in DreamLeague Season 24.
Yeah, perfect play from the lanes to the twin gate rotations and then collapsing on the mid tower. In the first 10-15 minutes, I think they did as much as they could. They were able to slow down the BKB timings on the SF, on the Doom. and made sure they took control of the map. But I think the Earth Spirit kind of picked up every single rune except for one rune. I think the Pango probably only got one rune in the beginning.
You got the haste
rune at minute 6, and after that the Earth Spirit took control of the map by collecting all the runes, making rotations, and just killing all the cores across the map. That's kudos to the Earth Spirit and the support duo, on Team Paravision, just making sure that the Earth Spirit had resources and the vision to do it.
And it just looks so convincing each and every time, doesn't it? And here on our scoreboard, I don't know, you got to give credit to Nouns. I saw they recalled everyone as soon as that BKB was up for Yuma. They make the play. That is their best opportunity to really make some sort of impact in the game. But really, Winter, it was just too far gone from there, wasn't it? I mean, such a difficult game. Holy moly, what a performance from no one.
I feel like after that, they just couldn't really, sure, they had a rough lane, but after the lane phase, I still felt like they had chances to kind of bring 5 heroes like what Paravision did, to fight in an area. Like they were just not really on the same page when they were playing the map. The Pango, I think the Pango and the Doom didn't really connect like a very good move together when Gunner had his ulti up. I felt like after losing the lane, they could still make something happen. You get the Doom on the Earth Spirit, and then you get a good roll. I can see them winning those fights, but it just kind of didn't really happen. And Nouns kept getting pressured by Paravision, and SF didn't have enough room on the map, to farm his items, and they were pressured and pressured and pressured until they were stuck in a corner, and that was it,
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I agree. I mean, it felt like a downward spiral, unfortunately, for Nouns as soon as there was that bottom 5-minute fight, basically. A 5-man rotation. I think their Monkey King was level 4. And it just looked so good. That fight, no one ended it in style. Again, I hate to sound like a broken record, because for the second cast for us in a row, Winter, I've just been praising Paravision nonstop, but I don't know what else to say. They just look great.
And they had such a really good timing on the diffuser, on the Pango, on copy, around 11 minutes. So I just felt like they didn't really do much really. They had the tools and the items in the early game after the laning phase, but they just couldn't connect on their moves. I don't even think that they lost everything because they got owned in the lane. SF and Pagna got destroyed. It wasn't even just that, felt like the game was still okay. They had tools to come back into the game, but they just didn't really utilize it, and they didn't really play as a team as well as Paravision did.
Yeah, I think that's certainly very fair, to be honest. I don't know. I don't really think this came down to draft either. I think it was really a game, not really strictly won in those first 8 minutes, but a set up for victory, and then they eventually will clinch it here to take game number 1 of our first series of day 2, folks, for Dream League Season 24. I believe we're going to get ready here for a short break very soon, but do stick around, folks, because when we come back, we have Paravision versus Nouns Esports, Game 2. We'll see you soon.
Super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Two-drone adventure man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
Hello guys, my friend is AFKing. He went to the toilet and he's back.
Holy moly. I'm so sorry. Welcome back. I apologize for that. I've never been late once for a... Holy moly. Welcome back, everyone. Season 24, Dream League Season 24. Here we are, folks. Game number 2 between Perry Vision.
You took a couple of lessons from me, right? Being late. Every time you ask me to go for lunch, I'm like, oh, Malaysia time. 30 minutes late.
Yeah. Sorry, the producer said 6 minutes, and I thought it was 6 Malaysian minutes. I think we just need to clarify on that, you know. But yeah, whoops. Here we are, folks, back and ready right before draft number 2 starts. Apologies for that, but we are getting ready to go here for game number 2. Winter, quite the game 1 we had. It seems like more of the same for Perryvision, isn't it? They just continue to look pretty darn good.
Speed Dota clinic, you know. If you want to learn how to play Dota fast, tune into the game, you know, and watch Perryvision. Or open up those replays, you know, look at how they played the game. It's a very, very good tutorial on how to play Dota fast.
I agree. Have they changed your mind about this? Because traditionally, you've always been the kind of guy to really like the safe, you know, pick a carry, play a little bit around your carry. Well, sorry, play around your carry in terms of play around your mid and your 3 versus 3 to make space for the carry, who then comes in and, you know, wins the game for you. But Perryvision have been showing us that fast Dota can win. Is this, do you think, just team different, or is this just maybe something that's actually really strong in the meta here?
I mean, sure, you're right about me liking like the insurance, you know, like what Perryvision has is it's quite risky, you know. If the early like first 10 minutes it doesn't really go so well for you, then you can kind of find your team running into problems in terms of scaling, because usually that's not the best way to play Dota, you know, without enough scaling. I mean, the previous game they had a Monkey King carry, which is not the most common carry, you know. They just wanted to win the lane and snowball, like we mentioned a little bit briefly, because Nouns is a team that's really known to start the game well. Their weaker parts of the game is the mid and the later portions of the game. So if you're able to kind of put a full stop in the early game, like stop them from doing their thing, and then it kind of puts them in a very weird spot, right? You see, I think especially it's very obvious that the Gunner, Doom and the Pango from Copy, they kind of didn't really connect to each other well after the early game, because they find it difficult to understand what's happening. The game is moving so quickly, so they weren't able to string together like at least one move. You know, I think they needed at least one move to work with the roll and the Doom to at least make some space for Yuma to farm, you know, because he actually wanted to go for the greediest build to farm. We saw the Mask of Madness Dragonlance into the pipe before he went BKB, but then he realized, oh my god, I have no space to farm, you know, I'm gonna need to buy a BKB, you know, after he died, I think for the 3rd time or the 4th time, and he changed his mind. Yeah. That's not optimal for SF, you know.
I agree. So like, I guess my question for you is like, when you look at draft for game 2, what's your quick fix? Do you just hyper focus more on lanes more?
I think there's no easy quick fix here, because it's more of an execution problem. I don't think they should have like had so many problems in the early game. I think the lane went badly, sure, fine, you know. Enemy drafted Bat Rider and Enchantress. They're gonna have an advantage in the lanes, but you kind of have to play towards your strength, you know, of your lineup. Your lineup is very strong in the team fights. You have the Pugna War, you have the Tusk, you have the Rolling Thunder, and you have Doom. You know, you need to utilize those spells and get some advantage when it comes to the team fight. But they lost the lane, and then when it came to the team fight, they were also not really executing well. So they're losing the lane, they're losing the team fight, they're losing their towers, and then you lose Roshan. You know, like that. It's not about the draft, you know. It's about how you're playing the game.
Okay. So we'll see how it goes this time around, right? I believe now we've swapped sides, swapped priority. Perryvision with last pick, Nouns now with first pick. So we're gonna get to see 4 bans from Perryvision before we get 3 out from Nouns, and then the pick. No Ench ban so far, no Invoker ban. What else was surprising? No 9 class bans, actually, from Nouns Esports. They did focus on, what was it? The Marcy, right, in the first phase last game.
They were also really targeting DM, the man on the screen here. I think he had like, what, 6 heroes banned in the previous game, if I'm not mistaken. They banned his Enigma, they banned his Visage, and they banned another couple of his offlane heroes.
Let me check on that for you. That's a really good question. They banned his Mag, Darkseer, Beast,
so it's what,
and
5?
Enigma. Yeah, 5. 5. 4 even. But it's okay, we'll round up. We'll call it 5.
Thank you, sir.
I got you.
Very nice of you to round it up. Do you actually round up our bills, you know, when we go out? And you pay for the bill, and then you ask me to return you my portion, and do you round mine up?
Of course not, Winter. I truncate for you, you know? Just chop off, and I say, no, just this much. Yeah, come on.
Okay, so now they're going to go for the end. So they're trying to also do this mini adjustment. Get better laning heroes. Try to not lose the game too hard from the beginning, but Parry Vision just immediately goes back for their Monkey King. Like Crystalis, you know, is his best hero. If you give him the hero, he just wants to play the hero. It's not something everyone can just look and copy for themselves, you know. No pun intended.
Yep. But still, they picked the monkey into this, and isn't that a bit of a self-counter, self-own almost?
I think he just wants to play the hero, you know, because if you think about his best hero, Monkey King is for sure up there, and Monkey King is maybe early game is not so good because he can dispel the Jingu with the Enchantress, but I think after that, Monkey King doesn't really care about the Ench so much.
Sure.
I think the usefulness of the hero just begins right after the lane. You get your levels right, then you're gonna be jumping around. I think that's the primary idea here. Because if you look at the carry pool right now, which hero can kind of match the Monkey King's rotation early? You know, there's very few. I think outside of Monkey King, you're probably just thinking about maybe an Elk, you know. But Elk also kind of needs some time to get his items. And then if you talk about Luna can only do it if you have your ulti. If you don't have ulti, you're not like a Monkey King. Monkey King doesn't need to wait for his ulti. Even if he doesn't have the ulti, you being around the map, jumping around, either using gate or connecting with a stun, it does so much for your team.
Sure. I agree. And I mean, it looked really good in the hands of Crystalis last game. It's still a flex, as we said, right?
Yeah.
Can be for the mid, can be for the carry. Could it still be a support, in your opinion? If it can, I think 9 class can certainly play it. But
probably. I'm sure he... I mean, it's not that good anymore, but... Yeah,
right.
If you feel like the Monkey King carry is not that great anymore, but I guess with the bat, that's probably not going to be the case so much anymore. Bat Rider is good.
Talk to me...
good against the Ench.
Yeah,
the bodyguard.
And that's what I was going to ask to you about, because you've previously said a lot of the times you like to see the primal as a response to the Ench, specifically, I guess, a core. Is there something wrong, or is there something weird about picking the bat into this? Do you think? Is it bad?
Not really.
Okay.
Bat Rider has high magic damage. I think against Ench you want heroes with high magic to just burst the hero, burst the Enchantress down without using right clicks. I think Bat Rider is very similar to the primal.
Very fair. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but it was just, you always...
Don't worry.
Whenever you see an Ench
you
one, you
have
like to see the
important question, you know. I will gladly answer your important question. Every time we're out for lunch or dinner, you're in the middle of chomping down your nasi lemak, and I'm asking you, hey, how was your day? You know, so you still answer me, you know, even though you're in the middle of chomping down your nasi lemak.
It's true, and you know me, I'm not very good at eating, so eventually my food gets cold. I've got another important question for you. Have you noticed the man that was sitting in between Fly and Lelis? I'm not sure if we could jump over to that camera here, potentially. That man himself.
Korea.
Yeah, that's March, isn't it?
Yeah. So apparently we've received information that he's trialing up for the team now.
Very cool. I didn't see that on the Wikipedia or the Twitter, but I might have missed that on the Twitter. But very cool to see that.
Nouns decide to go back for the Doom. They pick Doom into the Monkey King, so they don't really think that it's that big of a problem if you can manipulate the creep wave. That's what happened in the previous game where Lelis was pulling the wave with Tusk. But this time he's not going to be Tusk. He's going to be Dark Widow. So the lane is a lot stronger. You have a melee and range hero. And whereas for Parry Vision, again, you know, CM is a very fast-paced hero. With the nerfs to the Arcane Boots, I think CM is kind of like an alternative answer to solving your mana problems. CM, Monkey King, very, very strong lane. It's a kill lane. Very important to know that whenever you're drafting CM, you want to be in a lane that kills. You don't want to be a bodyguard in a lane. You don't want to be CM with like a Terrorblade or Spectre. You know, you're not a good bodyguard. But if you're with Monkey King, you're with Alchemist, you're with Razor, you can kill the enemy offlaner, then the lane becomes very strong and you feel really good playing CM. And looking at the other heroes as well, Pango and Bat Rider, very, very fast-paced heroes that can utilize the CM aura very well. You just always have mana to fight, and it's always nice to be able to do that when you have CM. And now Nouns, they go for the Elk themselves. So they're
speeding things up.
Even more gold, creating gold out of nowhere. Doom and Elk.
True.
Obviously, Bounty Hunter and Visage can do that.
And Ench, right? Doesn't she get the bounty now on Enchanting Creep?
Yeah, I mean, but technically that isn't extra. You know, you're not creating gold out of nowhere, you know, because you're still...
Yeah, but you're also not killing the... Okay, whatever. That's a little bit of a technicality here, mister, but I'll have to give it to you, okay?
Fine.
You'll get that one. But this Pango as well, right? What I wanted to say for Parry Vision could still be technically flexed, can it? Between mid and off lane, and with 24th pick, I do think that's something Nouns will have to keep into
But the thing is, like,
consideration.
Elk and Doom is again, like slow, so they need a mid hero that's fast, or at least can beat the Pango in the lane good enough. I mean, the thing is, the Pango could be a flex, could be an off lane. I think that's the the advantage of drafting everything the way Paravision have right now. The Pango is a flex pick, so even if you're thinking of Nouns, right, you have a slow core, two slow cores, Doom and Elk. So you want a mid laner to like kind of bash up the. If your idea is okay, we create time by destroying the enemy mid lane. You draft a Huskar here, and then all they need to do is just move the Pango to the off lane. Then you don't have that anymore. So you don't really have a straightforward pick here. If you're announced, you just have to kind of pick a hero that can create space, rotate around. Maybe a spirit hero, a void spirit.
Yeah.
I think it's
He's
still
the only one
available.
left. Ember
is still available. Yeah, those two are great. But if you do that right, Paravision can just pick Huskar and win the lane, or move the monkey mid. I think that's also a good option.
Yeah.
You move the monkey mid if it's a void spirit. Or Ember.
Good
I think
point.
Ember is worse in that matchup. Void Spirit can do a little bit better than the Ember. So it's very tricky here. It's very, very, very tricky.
Yeah, I agree, because I also want something that at least can kill, because you have decent push already just with the Eng early. Open up your map, make a little bit of space, and allow your cores to farm, right? That's I think, with the hero I want to see here from Nouns. I don't know exactly what that is, though. I completely agree with you. I'm not really much of a mid-head myself, so...
I think they need like a really good neutral hero, which is kind of hard to find here. Like when you go the Ember, the Void. I mean, the Puck is not the best here. I think because you can just consider putting the Monkey King mid. Now Monkey King destroys Puck in the lane.
Yeah.
And put Pango off lane, pick another carry if that's what you want. But maybe Crystallis is saying no. I only want to play Monkey King. You find yourself another hero.
That could be. He's opened up a lot from those days, though. So I wouldn't kind of just assume that of him now. I'm looking through mids here myself, and I'm really kind of struggling. I'm really struggling here.
And they could also just pick another offlaner and put
it's
Pango
Puck.
mid.
It's Puck. Did I miss this? It just came through. This is
You
trouble.
like it.
I think this is troublesome. I don't know what else they could have gone for, to your point. But this is troublesome. And look how much time Estini has given himself to think about the perfect pick. No one's like, what hero will it be? Which one will I destroy
the
copy
Pango?
on?
Do I want to take the monkey or do I want to play another? Okay, so they're moving the monkey mid, like I suspected. Put the monkey against the monkey. The monkey against the Puck.
Whoa!
Okay, so they have Medusa right now. A very, very good hero against the Doom. Because you don't care about the anti-heal. You totally don't care about it. It's pretty good again with the CM. I'm wondering if you actually go for the other facet on CM, the Blue Heart Flame, because you have Medusa on your team. No, he's going Frozen Expanse.
I was curious. I think the only thing I don't like about Paravision's lineup is I'm unsure about how I feel about offlane Pangolier right now. I think as a mid, we've seen him kind of come into his own with a fast defusal.
You buy
into
Vessel,
the ag.
Richie. It's against an elk.
Right.
You go off lane, you farm, and you get a Vessel, you kill the elk,
Okay.
Straightforward.
I think that's won me over a little bit.
A little bit.
Is this
just a little.
just a little bit, just a little bit. Is it another fast kind of lineup here for Paravision? Are they looking to play tempo as well with a Dusa?
With the other four heroes, I think it's fast. Dusa is like,
Okay.
she might not even need to do much, just farm ancients and the jungle camps, because the Monkey King is going to win his lane against the Puck. And Pango's kind of going to be at least, I think at least 50-50 against the Elk. I think Elk is probably going to get a little bit more, maybe 55 for the Elk and 45 for the Pango. But as soon as you get the levels, and because the Monkey King is going to be jumping around, he's going to have a very good start. It's a good matchup, and he's going to run around and kill everything. And I don't see how you can actually stop him with like Enchanters can't really do much to stop him. A Dark Willow, you kind of need your levels. When you get more levels, you have Curse Crown and you have everything else, you have your ulti, then sure you can stop the monkey. But early game, I think the first 6-7 minutes, the Monkey King has free reign in the game. So if he can get a good lane and then steal the Wisdom Rune, that would be like the most ideal start, for the Monkey King.
Sure. Sorry, I'm just noticing something here, by the way. The only interesting facet I've seen, I'm trying to go through 9 classes Dota buff here, is we see Arsonist on
what?
this Bat Rider. Yeah,
Huh?
and you don't see that every day, do you? You used to see this back when it came out only on mids. I remember it was like, who was doing it? There was a few mid laners that were doing it, and it wasn't Thompson. It wasn't the one who you'd think it would be.
Okay,
I think it was Mallory.
I think
30 seconds.
the logic here is because your offlaner doesn't kill towers, because you have a Pango offlane, right? So he doesn't
Sure.
kill the buildings quickly, so you have to do it yourself.
Right. Well, we got another Devil's bargain game out from the Doom. Of course, Seed Money Alk. The only other interesting one really is Curveball on Copy, which I think is just the better one to have, especially when you're into a Monkey King. Oh, well, this is awkward. We might see that Curveball get used here. Now the Root. Oh, no. Winter. Well, 9 class, once again, he steals first blood, but what's most important is that they got it, and it's against the very hero. This is
This is
Oh,
bad
no.
news, man. It's really, really bad.
Okay. Well, we really need to
gonna
see
kill
Nouns
the Pango?
lock in. Oh, okay. Well, that's something. That's good. They've locked in. They've taken down the Pango. There we go. Very good. But, I mean, this is still very bad for Copy.
Yeah,
in the
not a
middle.
very good trade overall, but what can you do, you know? Sometimes it happens. The mid lane is going to be a
indeed.
very, very interesting lane, you know, like how the puck is going to survive this lane, you know? This is a very tough matchup.
Yeah, seriously. Wraith. It'll be Wraith band galore pretty quickly here for no one. I do think that Curveball is, interestingly, the correct choice here, though, right? Being able to be a little bit
I'm
more
not sure
selective.
though, because I don't really know if that's what you're supposed to do against the Monkey King. I guess it helps you. Are you supposed to use it in a lane and what? Drag the camps? And stack and farm? Is that why?
Could be. I also think it's just to get further away faster, right? Because the range is longer with the same duration
okay.
on
That
Illusory
makes
Orb.
sense.
You can play a little bit with Cliffs, right? I think it's just better whenever you need to be a little bit more defensive. That tends to see when I see these pucks go for it here. And you can see no one taking a bit of a beating underneath this tower, right? That's a little bit... Copy's getting a little fancy with it, I gotta say. But hey, it's looking good so far. But of course, a difficult lane for Puck all the same. Even without that first blood, it's just a hard lane.
Yeah, like the Monkey King can always dodge your Illusionary Orb with the Mischief. He gets the stack on you. You're not the hero with the best armor on Puck.
Nope.
So you
Quite
can't really
famously
trade.
so.
That's not much you can do, you know, apart from just trying to just get your own levels, draw the creep aggro, and just make sure you get your farm, you know. There's not much you can do to pressure the Monkey. And on the top lane, so we have the Doom with the Dark Willow. He's doing alright at the moment. I mean, Medusa can't really pressure the Doom in the lane. So Doom is gonna, I guess he's gonna get quite a fair amount compared to the previous game.
Wow, that's so much damage casually. This Maiden is doing a whole lot. Winter, I forgot to ask you about your favorite question. Did he take Bite first? Or, well, obviously he took the root, right?
No, I didn't see.
Well, he did, right? Because he rooted the Puck for first blood.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, whenever you need to get first blood, you just get whatever spell that's gonna help you to do it.
Yeah.
Always worth it.
Fly. He's gonna be taking this damage. I'm sure he's got it. Yeah, he's got a full stick ready to go. And of course, these Nature's Attendants. I don't think you can kill an Ench. Like, I don't think Bat alone does enough damage at level 2 to get through the overprotective Wisp.
No, you're gonna need Firefly to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not directly like a lane counter per se, you know, against the Ench. It's just you're strong enough hero at the level 1 and level 2, and you have high move speed, good stats, you know, to beat the body.
Uh-oh,
But
Yuma.
you're gonna kill Yuma.
Oh,
That's probably not worth it for him to
die.
take the Lotus.
I
That was a bit
I
too
think he will
aggressive.
regret his decision there as well.
Yeah.
Like,
Just underestimating the power of the nukes, you know, from the Pango and the Bat Rider. Level 2, they are extremely potent at killing off heroes.
yep. Copy's stolen the bounty room, by the way, up in the top jungle. Just pointing out that one. Of course, he can do so. He still pushes out the wave pretty quickly.
Yeah, I
And,
guess
is making-
you kind of play it like Earth Spirit and Primal, right? In this type of matchups where you just use the curveball and you run around and pick up runes and try to avoid the lane. Definitely helps you in that regard.
It's kind of funny, right? I feel like they're playing it like they're playing against a Coddle, you know? Like you're playing versus Coddle. What do you want to do? Not really play the lane. You just kind of push the lane back, go do something else, right? And maybe this facet is what lets you do it. Obviously, you know, Coddle is a horse and this guy's a monkey, so they're not the same hero, among other differences.
They're indeed not the same, you know, Richie.
Mind classy.
One does not simply confuse a horse and a monkey.
That is very true. I believe that's the quote.
Dire's turret has been killed.
I love Yuma just getting in there, doing as much damage as he can. He's gonna be fine here, right? That flame break is really on the mark with the blood grenade as well. Fly doing what he can here from range. And I think with the stick charges, they are more than okay. We did see DM already with that spirit, not spirit vessel. That would be crazy. Just the urn. As again, I don't think they. Am I wrong? Maybe they kill Fly. They kill Fly. 10 stick charges though.
Oh boy, they are definitely messing up a lot. I mean, he missed the Centaur Stomp and they were like, they died in the Lotus pool. And this is not going well and they're dying again now at the top lane. This lane, I did not expect the Doom to be dying here in this lane.
No, not like this. Okay. They missed a spell. Certainly that means Yuma gets away, right? No, he's gonna die to tower, or under tower. Winter.
Yes.
This might be the most one-sided game we've had yet. Which is crazy, because I feel like every single game, we've casted now 4 straight Party Vision games, and I've said that for the last 3 ones. What is this? They just keep powering up.
Outplaying them in the lane, you know, just playing a lot better. I don't even think that their heroes are just better, that much better, you know, they're just playing better. Now 6-minute rune, power rune. Hopefully Copy can get himself a rune here.
Yeah, he needs something. They need like a DD rune and to kill onto no one to open up their game. But he doesn't have level 6. I don't think he's got coil. Rune, it'll spawn bottom. Okay, that's nice.
At least he gets the bottle back.
And now he's got coil, so he's ready to go on that ultimate. You actually, who is that?
They need 3 heroes to kill the monkey if they want to kill him.
Yeah, Ench has been scouted mid, so Yuma, he's in trouble here. And look, they block him in the trees.
They don't even need monkey.
No one's like, oh, okay, I'll just run back to mid, I guess. All right, that's a pretty good whirlwind. Ducalis. He's going to be totally fine. He's totally fine. He dies to neutrals. Gunner, he's going to make it out of here, I reckon. I don't think the monkey can make it back to lane in time. That being said, Crystal has got some reach on this Medusa, doesn't he?
Dire's middle tower.
Wave middle is going to be fortified. I see them trying to do as much damage as they can there. They've got the Warpine Raider out into play. Okay, I mean, you know, not really that great.
They forced the monkey to go back to mid lane to defend the tower, and he can't go and steal the user rune.
True. Yeah, true. Fly just doing what he can.
This is a really, really bad start again, you know. They kind of have to try to be a little bit more patient and wait for the levels. I think Puck is the only one that can actually make moves with them.
Well, and she can certainly connect to the top lane, right? I mean, Gunner's got Doom ready to go. Obviously, this Medusa, I mean, maybe is a Doom target.
He got his Stone Gaze, so he's fine.
Not when she screams like that, though. Down bottom, though, is DM with the first roll of the game. He's going to find Copy here and just kind of roll around a little bit too much. Coil does end up catching him, but he's still actually perfectly healthy, and all of a sudden, he's joined the fray. He's going to look for the kill onto Fly, gets that Jingu Mastery before the stun out from Yuma can connect. 9 class chasing him down, and down he goes.
Again.
Yeah, Crystal's gated.
Even on a Medusa, you know.
Honestly, that's what I'm saying. It's objective-based gameplay. And for one, I have to commend Paravision for continuing to kind of play to their plan, right, presumably. Oh, there's that sticky napalm making the difference. Yeah, very, very good point, Pablo. That very clearly got the tower eventually. But I have to question if the Medusa is the right hero to do this kind of a move on, you know? Like, is there something better that this Medusa ought to be doing? She didn't have Stone Gaze when she rotated on down.
Yeah, but I still like that he did it. Like, if you can help your team win, like, the skirmish, like, even with a nuke, you know, just a casual nuke. Yeah?
Look, I hear you. And I'm simply just asking questions, you know? I don't know. For now, I think either way, it's not going to hurt Paravision one way or the other. They've opened up their map even more. They've got aggressive wards down behind this tier 1 tower, kind of on that staircase, heading into Radiant Jungle. We've got another ward watching over the top river spawn. And they've got the Cliff Ward down bottom as well.
Yeah, and guess
he's
what?
Yuma farming.
The vessel is online soon. 100 gold.
Are scanning.
Wow, Yuma doesn't even have level 6. He might not get level 6 before they have Vessel. Okay, yeah, that's a little dramatic. He gets underneath the tower. Actually does activate it here, and he will live as a result. Okay. Yeah, he's going to be just fine. No one in the meantime. He's going to be in for some trouble. This is a big whiff now from Pyrovision as they they hurricane him back with that consumed ability. It'll take 4 heroes, but that's a kill and a big one onto the mid-monkey.
Yeah, nice to see Gunner responding. You know, the last game when they got pressured, the first couple of moves, he didn't actually commit his TP to save his teammates or to at least try and join the fight this time. Definitely trying to help his team more. Bot lane, 9 class gonna get the bounce back on Yuma again. No ulti this time.
Yeah. This time, he's just fine again though.
Yeah, no roll. Means no way of killing him. They have the vessel now on the career.
Right. I think the only downside here for Nouns off of getting that kill was their waves, or that fight didn't end up anywhere where they could actually get a kill. Careful here. Fly once again in some trouble. Doesn't have the untouchable yet, so even with that big old stick activated, actually he's just fine. Doom? Okay.
Radiant's top tower is
Okay.
under attack.
CM is like, whatever, man.
We take those. He's gonna tie, of course. Not much he could do there. Copy. He might just get chased down here. Oh, and is scouted and killed from above. No one strikes him down from the trees. And a tip from Ducalis.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, fair enough.
You can kill
Dude, do you
me.
think this is going to be like a game 2 yesterday where Crystallis never left the lane until they got the barracks in his lane? He's been top lane. Well, okay, he's gated bottom, so...
technically already moved bot, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, you're such a technical boy today, aren't you? Winter's got his engineering hat on right now.
Yeah, I don't want to tell people the wrong information, you know. Don't want to mislead people.
Fair. Well, we'll see. I mean, he has been very comfortable in this game. He's not the richest overall, of course. That actually goes to DM, who has been able to farm a lot of this bot side of the map. Got that tower very early, of course, as well.
I mean, this is always the case when you have like a strong laning support, you know, on your side. You know, your early game's gonna go well as the core for DM, you know, this time, and then you have your teammates rotating to you when you have the catapult wave. And this is what happens, you know, your offlaner, it becomes like a secondary core, a secondary carry, and he's going to be able to pay your team back.
Dire's middle
Oh,
tower
and the tower's even going to fall mid lane for Nouns. No one going for, I presume, a Gleipnir build here by the looks of things with that Daedalus first item nearly completed. My question is, Winter, now that lanes have broken down, you know, Pyrovision, are they happy once again with the way that this game has gone? They've lost this tower here. But, you know, in control of this game more or less. Did they need a little bit more? Obviously, you still see some Nouns
they
heroes
kind of
up
want
there.
a little bit more. I think it's not enough, you know, because if you look at the Radiance lineup with the Doom and the Elk, they were able to farm a lot, you know, the last couple of minutes, and I think they're happy. You expect the Monkey to be able to pressure more, and right now he's just 1-1 and 2, right? Despite having like such a good start to the game. So I think overall Nouns did a good job after the lanes to kind of limit the Monkey King's presence on the map by pushing his tower, forcing him, you know, a couple of minutes ago when they forced the Monkey King back to the lane to defend the tower. That's not what you want to do as a Monkey King.
Yeah, very true. Those early rotations just didn't really work out right for the Monkey.
He's the Elk and he wants to kind of move to the side lanes to set up kills, you know. I think when you have Monkey King as your mid laner, it's very important to have your vision on the side of the map, you know, like your observer wards, so that the Monkey King can know when to go to the side lanes to gank. So this is something that I try to do
this
when I
out
have
though.
Monkey.
Oh, it's a smoke from mid lane. Silence. They need vision for the Doom and they won't get it. They will not be able to reach. And that's actually where that Jocelyn Rift would have made a difference, to be honest with you. Because he probably would have gotten pulled back in, out of the trees and into the Doom. Instead, it's a smoke that is not going to go the way of Nouns. They're going to try again. Doom still ready to go. They are just now without that coil. As you can see, Party Vision, they're going to smoke out of the jungle, maybe play around the Medusa.
Oh, Lelis, it's going to run into them.
Yeah, he is. Got Crystallis as well. Not sure if he should lead them in, as there's going to be the initiation. Lelis, he's going to eat this. Oh, very nice stun actually out from Fly. Connects on a 3, but no follow-up available. Unfortunately, Gunnar, yeah, he just can't really find the Doom he's looking for here. He can turn around and think about it now on a no one, who is chasing in pretty deep. Brambles have
really
expired now.
They don't know if they want to go in. They're gonna
There's
pay the
that
price.
Vestal and DM. He TPs or maybe getting gated from the top lane. That is going to be then the kill onto Gunnar. He ticks down to the Vestal. Fly makes it up onto the high ground. Oh no, and they've seen this little stack of ancients
And
here. This
they're
could
gonna
be
lose the
problematic.
Wisdom Rune as well.
Yeah,
No one
they will.
lose it. I think they were expecting maybe the Elk to TP in, and Elk didn't TP, so the Doom kind of like, okay, we don't
I
have
think
enough
it's because
heroes. Then
he's so close to Radiance. That's why.
yeah.
Copy. Amplify damage rune. Oh my god, but he's melting. He is melting. Winter, he is melting. He's just gonna die. He's gonna die to that Vestal. What will it cost him in return? DM at the very least. He's gonna go down. Ducalis secures the kill on the Copy, but Lelis gets the kill onto Crystallis. Ducalis ought to die here to boot, and there is a Yuma 9 joining these fights. As you said earlier, Winter, they were perhaps missing his presence earlier. Now he's going to show up, find a double kill, and maybe get the kill, sorry, the money he needs for that Radiance.
Yeah,
That was
this
the
is
Radiance
like
reveal
what
fight.
they wanted to do in the first fight, the first initiation, with the Doom wanting to go in and kind of, but the Elk was like, I think 300 gold short of his Radiance, so he didn't decide to show up. And his teammates kind of didn't really get the memo, but this time he did show up, so they're going to be able to use him and win the team fight. That's a good combination with the coil into Terrorize, so killing the
Fly got
Medusa.
the creep as well. That Hill Troll Summoner, 2 legions of Skellies. That'll melt that tier 1 top lane as well. So now it's opening up the map a little bit for themselves as they take down the Dusa. Who has
Elk is also
finally
kinda pretty
decided...
good.
Go ahead.
The Elk is kind of pretty good against the Dusa later with your corrosive weaponry.
That's a good point, actually.
Keep right-clicking her in the team fight, and then you stun her, you reduce her status resist, so it's a long disable on her.
I was just going to say that Medusa's finally seen other parts of the map other than just the top lane. Ducalis, still a Doom, by the way. Ducalis is just going to go ahead and freezing field here.
He
Doesn't
just
really
use
want
it
to
to-
do anything.
Did he try to kill the Willow or something? Yeah.
Not really sure. Either way, he's going to walk out of this
Lasso.
one just fine for now. In the meantime, Lasso, not into the stun, actually. Just barely off the mark. And the Doom now onto the Monkey King, who's going to try and fight through this one. But without any lifesteal, he is an easy prey. Fly up on the top lane. Up onto the cliff, rather. He plants the Observer Wood, gets the Vision of 9 class, who is now cliffed. As Firefly has ended, DM is doing his best
Oh, no,
pinball
he's
impression
stuck.
here, as this one has gone lopsided for Parry Vision. That's done perfectly timed, as DM will fall to make 3 dead for Parry Vision. Nouns bouncing back. Game number 2.
Yeah, with a couple of nice moves here, like really utilizing the Elk with his Radiance Dagger timing, winning the fight. And obviously the Pango kind of messed up there, but I think the fight was already kind of over. They were already unable to take the fight there, and it was good Doom onto no one initially. If you get the Doom on the Monkey King, I think that's gonna be very difficult for Parry Vision to take the fights now. They have to try to find time to farm and slowly go for pickoffs with the bat with his dagger and try to play the map more. They are already gonna struggle to fight head on into this Elk plus Doom.
Replay of that fight. And as you say, it's these early activated heroes, right? Thanks to that gold injection, as you said, making gold from nothing. That is kind of what alchemy is, really, when you look at it. And it's been working out here for Nouns in game number 2. As for the first time this series, Winter, they have a significant lead, 5k up here in terms of net worth. Sure, not up in kills. They trail by 3, 9-12, but the last few fights have been going their way, and it's now time to try and make things, how would you say, keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, whereas
What's
for
your-
Parry Vision, they are waiting for the pipe to kind of deal with the Radiance damage, and meanwhile, Copy finds another kill with Lattice onto the CM. So
Can you talk to me a little bit about this Medusa diffusal stuff? I don't really understand it.
Lasso first?
Another kill there on a fly.
It's just a very nice item on Medusa, because you eventually build into the Disperser, which is nice. It gives you another Dispel and movement speed, because Medusa is a very slow hero. You don't really want to get kited in the team fights.
Is this just like kind of a game where the Manta doesn't have a lot of value?
It's just the
Or is it
stats,
just-
no, he has Meta. And the Diffuser is like, it gives you agility and intelligence, right? So it gives you HP and damage.
I see.
Because you're Medusa.
Okay, that makes sense. It's also pretty good this game, right? Because you can still, obviously you can't dispel the Doom, but you do get that move speed buff even if you're doomed. Stun now, onto the Doombringer, as the Fear actually is going to help Ducalis run even further away. Gunner He's going to get right-clicked a little bit while the counter initiation is going to be just onto this Bat Rider, but he's tanky. They just get through the pipe area. They doom him now. Gunner with BKB active is very fast here, but no one, I reckon, especially with that shard, he'll catch up to him just fine. Eventually, Yuma will be able to run down 9 class with the Radiance burn damage. But that was the pipe doing so much work for Power Vision.
That was also not the Doom target, like for sure. You know, he can't afford to Doom the Bat Rider with no lasso. He needs to, yeah, like the last fight, Doom the Monkey King. Even if the monkey has his Wukongs out, I think he still needs to Doom him so that he can't use his stun and get lifesteal, you know, from his Jingle Mastery. I think anytime you need to Doom like the Bat or the CM, the fight is going to be very difficult for a team. Now Elk is going to have his BKB, so Yuma is going to be really, really strong in the next fight. He wants to be able to get a
ton of damage
into Roche.
How is Lelis this tanky? What, dude, Freezing Field? Is this thing broken? Do we need to return it to the Crystal Maiden store? That didn't do any damage.
He's not on the optimal angle.
Yeah,
you know, you
I
need
guess
to be like
yeah.
the target that gets hit by the explosion the most is the 1 o'clock target.
Oh, really? I didn't. Oh, right, because they start in the top right corner.
Yes,
right?
correct.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Basically, you want them at any sort of 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock, but you're right, 1 o'clock's the best. Yeah, that's the best one.
These are things you enjoy talking about the most, the small little details.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm a big nerd. Dota 2 is like the game for nerds. We're the guys who are like, dude, you shouldn't have killed that creep first. You should have killed this creep first.
And no one
Who cares? I hear Lasso. It's on the fly, the stun, the root now. They may just get through fly here. Chrysalis with the stone gaze, making life difficult for Yuma, who did BKB for this. We saw DM roll off screen as he's going to look to try and catch anyone else. He finds himself stuck again in the corner, unfortunately, but it's no one who will close the door onto fly. DM eventually gets that kill. It's just 2 supports down. They finally get that tier 1 tower.
Yeah, but
Vision,
again, you know,
coming into their own a bit.
They are posturing so aggressively on
Me
Nouns.
too.
They don't have Doom up. They needed another 20 seconds, you know. So they kind of have to chill and wait for it to come back up before they can actually do something aggressive, you know. But just again, you know, not on the same page and just paying the price once more, you know, on the Nouns side.
Well,
I mean, you still have like an elk, right? Like the lead that you have, you need to continuously build on it because eventually you're gonna get outskilled, you know, by this Medusa.
Sure. I think something that's really been tough as well for Nouns is any time that Party Vision has been able to move, they've been able to get good objectives off of it. This last time, it was the 21-minute Wisdom and the Tier 1 Tower. At 14 minutes, the last time they got a good fight, it was a stack of Ancients and the 14-minute Wisdom Rune and the Tier 1 top. It's been looking... You know what I mean? Like every time Parry Vision made a move, they get a few kills, they get an objective, and they take something from Nouns. Every time Nouns have gotten something, it's been good kills, good item reveals, but the most they got was that tier 1 top lane, right?
Yeah, now they're gonna have to try to reevaluate the situation, whether they have to wait for another item or they're still strong enough to fight, because the pipe on DM is gonna block out a lot of the damage from Puck and Elk, right? So your Doom is the only one that's gonna be dealing any substantial amount of damage, and you have to consider whether you need to Doom the Pango now because of the pipe instead of dooming the Monkey King. This is your next consideration in a team fight, where I feel like it's kind of a good idea now if you actually use the Doom on the Pango instead.
If he can reach him before he rolls, right? That'll be the move. What's this Yasha for? Oh, SNY. Okay, fair enough. Just status resist.
Yeah, and you kind of also want to utilize the fact that you get bonus damage when you're right-clicking. And
Support
Yuma
in the trees. Yeah, he's just running them down, but he doesn't have detection for Ducala, so he's going to get rooted. Does not want to pop his BKB here. And he will be able to retain that charge for the time being, but that's the ulti used. At the very least, Nouns, they'll be able to set up around this cliff. Fly gets the D ward. Party Vision just waiting out that chemical rage. In the meantime, you got Monkey King farming down bottom continuously. What's he closing on to? Just a BKB.
He still needs the recipe. He's very close. This is a huge power up for no one.
Ooh, that was a little scary moment. He nukes the wave, TP's away. They don't have anything to break the tree here.
No culling blade.
Oh yeah, no. Wait, can you? Oh, you can. You can destroy trees with Iron Talon. Holy.
Oh yeah, he actually had Iron Talon. I didn't notice that.
Hey, don't you forget that item's back in the game now?
I get that item just for the stats, you know. When I'm a support, I get it for the armor. I always
So you
forget
can
to
yoink
use it on the ancients.
Ancients from your... Yeah, it's very strong.
It's a nice item for scaling. You know, keeps you farming, like killing the ancients and DM.
Wait,
he's out there on the
he's
hunt.
just like up here. I think he's gonna be fine. I've used
not.
pretty much everything now. No, he's not. Never mind. There's too much damage. Okay. I've never been more wrong in my life, I think.
I'm
But
sure you
mid
have.
lane, there was a lasso into a BKB Doomed who did not use Doom. Seems like maybe a Terrorize came in to save him by the looks of the diamond to the top of the
It's
screen.
time for him to use the bargain and refresh the drum charges.
Right.
I reckon this would be a good time for it.
It's true. Yeah, I agree. He's going to wait on it for now, as Nouns will smoke again. I thought that was actually a creep.
No
that he was
BKB on Gunner though, and Monkey King has BKB.
turn into a Hellbear Smasher. And that actually kind of juked me. I was like, what is a Hellbear Smasher doing here? And he didn't have the Radiance on, so he still was able to jump away. Dota's a silly game sometimes, isn't it? They're chasing this monkey man, and they just can't get on top of
They
him.
found him.
Finally,
Yes,
they
BKB
will.
though.
They're really running him down. They have doomed him this time, though. Crystal is ready to join this fight as well with that Stone Gaze active. Ducalis as well with the freezing field. The puck does manage to phase shift in time. There's going to be the Terrorize as well. Ducalis runs head first into Yuma,
the
who's
lasso
at
on
least
out.
going to be disabled here for a bit. The lasso, good enough at least to save the Medusa, who's looking to turn now. It's no one who gets that kill onto no one. So no one gets the kill on no one. He gets the kill on a copy. Make that as Crystallis takes down Gunner up to the high ground. Goes fly. No one will jump him up there as there's a little bit of a 1v1. Crystallis finishes off Lelis elsewhere, and it is a team fight victory here for the side of Pari. It's just a crazy fight. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can kind of see why I suggested that maybe he has to doom the Pango, you know, like dooming the Monkey King didn't work out now in this fight. He gets his BKB off and then he survives and he just tanks everything. The Elk had to use his BKB to charge in, but he couldn't really find the Dusa. He was kind of trying to get his corrosive weaponry stacks on the Dusa before landing the stun so he can actually lock him down for a longer period, but just couldn't stick onto a target there.
That's right. And heads up play there by DM as well, I have to say. He waits until the Doom is connected until he pipe barriers to make sure that the barrier actually is not dispelled right away, right? Small things. I think either way, Monkey was going to be fine, ultimately, with the BKB active, but hey, you never know. And that is going to lead straight into Roche, isn't it?
Who is going to get the Aegis?
Monkey.
I feel like Medusa doesn't really need it though.
I agree.
Oh, am I wrong?
I agree. I think Monkey should
No,
take it.
he's
But
taking it.
okay, well, that's fine.
I feel like Medusa can't really die in the team fight.
It's us supports, you know, that will go, maybe someone else can use this. Maybe the Maiden? No, definitely not. Guys, come on. I have my level 20 talent. I have the attack speed. Please. I'll do stuff in the fight.
I wish you actually have a legit reason to fight for the Aegis, the right to bear the Aegis, you know. But unfortunately for folks like us, you know, you play position 5, there's never going to be a case for that. Position 4, you can kind of make some arguments, you know, if you're Hoodwing with a billion items or Moeta with a billion items. You can kind of claim that you're the carry, you know, my carry is not doing anything, so I deserve the Aegis. I'm sure you've had that discussion with your team, you know, at least once.
It sounds like you've had this discussion with your team a few times, Winter. This is what I'm hearing. I don't know about you. Was there ever like a carry or a coach who was like, Winter, you can never take Aegis? And you're like, come on, Mushi, just one time.
Yeah,
I promise.
that's why you see people breaking the Aegis. So the argument ends there, you know.
That's right. KYXY was real fast on that one, wasn't he?
I'm not gonna quote names, you know, but yeah, I'm not gonna tell me like someone here.
Let bygones be bygones. In the meantime, it's all these young kids who've got, you know, memory as sharp as attack that'll bring up the names. Either way, Winter, big moments here as Parivision. They go hunting, they go smoking up, and get into the enemy triangle, but won't find much else. As Nouns, they will group up instead for a push to the tier 2 tower. What do we?
Yeah,
big
they don't want
items
to
here,
fight.
right?
They don't want to fight into the Aegis now. They have to try to play the map, wait it out.
Yeah, I mean they're about to hit this AC timing as well for the Alchemist. I
But
think
Parivision wants
that's
to go high
huge.
ground. I'm pretty sure they just want to go high ground now. There's a creep wave in the middle lane now. Doom didn't really cut the second wave. He was scared because he didn't see 9 class.
Radiant's middle tower has
I'm really curious what 9 classes tower damage this game is. Like, is this still significant after that first tier 1 tower? Because he is just laying down this, pardon me, napalm onto these towers. So I'm just wondering if is it still adding up? Like in that tower push, did he really make a difference? I don't know. Okay, they've got a ward on top of the Mighty Mines, and that might catch 9 class off guard, and this would be tragic. He's holding on to a gem. TP's incoming. No one from the side, at least making sure he buys enough time so that the gem is not going to be fed over. Gunner, BKB, TPing away now. Does get the Doom onto the Monkey King, who was killing him anyway. So will he fly now in a bit of a bad place? He will be caught. That is an Eye of Scotty on Crystallis, huh?
Yeah, again, that's like not an ideal trade, right? They used Doom, and then they had the TP out. They only killed a Bear Rider. And now Perivision has, again, you know, after 20 seconds, Bear Rider response, they have full reign on the map to do whatever they want, you know, and Nouns have to dodge and run away. Like, I just feel like every time I watch their games, I just keep seeing this happening again and again, you know. They're not really winning the team fights by executing their spells on important targets enough, you know, throughout the game, you know. They keep, like, making small little mistakes throughout the game, and eventually one of those mistakes is going to cost them the team fight and the game. I just feel like if you're gonna get a Doom on the Monkey or the Pango, you have to really commit with the call, and everyone has to go in, and even the Elk, you know, and just finish off the team fight, you know. You can't just be dooming and running away, you know. Oh, guys, we're not fighting. I guess I already used my Doom, so I'm gonna BKB TP.
Yeah, no, look, I hear you, right? Especially around that area, you've got a ward on top of the Mighty Mines, you've got kind of the jump on them.
They don't have the trust, don't have enough trust among each other, you know. When someone goes in, even though it looks like a bad idea, you still go in, you know. It's like when we go out to dinner, right? And you give me some suggestion to dinner, and I don't really like it, but I still go to the dinner with you because I trust you.
Right. You're saying that's what you should do, right? Because you always say, "Hi,
that's what I do. That's what I do. Come on, bro.
Okay.
Apart from showing up late, but I still come to dinner, you know.
That's to be expected, isn't it? They are just gonna force the issue here. 45 seconds left on Aegis here for Crystallis, so it's a great Doom. Time. No Doom. Yeah, very true. And they will be forcing things. Still got TPs, but of course, not much they can do about it.
Buybacks to defend here. How many buybacks do they have?
Chemical Rage is already active from what I've heard. Yuma jumps in. They're going to let Fly do as much damage as he can now with the Sproink, but Crystal is
ready.
Straight to work now. 20 seconds on that Aegis here, Winter. That's going to be the thing to watch. Fly, just eager to try and at least get rid of the wagon. Another Sproink now. Going to get forced back now by that Flame Grey. You got no one waiting in the trees. I think Chemical Rage is probably off cooldown now by now, or is no longer active. Yep, but that is the melee Brax. And they're happy with that.
They got what they came for, Richie. That delicious nasi lemak. One
is that what you call the barracks? One nasi lemak?
Or would you like to call it the plate of nachos?
Oh, goodness. Look, I'm not the one. You said nasi lemak, okay? I don't know, dude. Oh, yeah, that's so silly.
Alright, they still want to fight here on the high ground. They have 2 pretty good observer wards here on Perivision's side, even though Medusa's Aegis time up, but they still feel like with the high ground and double observer ward advantage here, they can still take a fight.
Big items coming through there. I think you saw the AC got completed for the Alchemist and Basher simultaneously for the Monkey.
Yeah, I think they have to try and go out and just smoke and try to like find a good fight, you know. Is Puck waiting for an item? Okay, he's waiting for his... Is he actually just going to buy out his Octarine Core here?
Octarine level 20 talent maybe?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Sure. But you're going to have now...
But it's really awkward, right? Everyone is like waiting for something, you know. The 4 of Copy's teammates, they can't really do much on the map, you know, if the Puck doesn't really join. So they don't really have a clear direction or a clear plan right now. And Copy, they found him, 9 class. Can he get him?
Oh, yeah, in the Mighty Mines. The Blink Dagger from DM. They put him into the little wishing well down here. Good ankle breaker there. Unfortunately, still caught by 9 class. Gets another another phase shift off, but is still going to die to no one as soon as he comes out.
This is why I don't really like plays like this.
Hold on, Yuma.
When everyone needs to wait for you.
He's fine. That was actually kind of a scary moment there. Ducalis was waiting in the trees. Hit him with the frostbite, and it is going to scare him off. But that'll be Roche. Oh, well, of course, Roche is not up. That'd be crazy. We just lost Aegis.
Yeah, I was saying that I feel like even though he was about to finish his big item and he was about to get level 20, but because of the state of the map, they were trapped in the base. So I just felt like that he needs to just TP back to base and actually smoke, because his team wanted to smoke and go out with the AC on the Elk, right? It's not just about your timing on your hero, it's also your teammates' timings, right? And he needed to play for the Elk there, I felt, after the Elk finished the AC. It's too greedy to wait for the Octarine call as well, and your teammates are like waiting in the base and they can't really accomplish anything. And 9 class did the smart thing.
Damage rune in the river.
Fine, he found the puck on the side. Yep, amplify damage rune. Dusa is gonna slither her way over to pick it up.
Radiant's top tower.
Slowly but surely, Crystallis upgraded into Daedalus.
She's not slow. She has Dispersal. She's fast.
It's true. She slithers very quickly now. It's like an alligator when they pounce.
I suppose so. I thought they are ambush predators. They don't really pounce on people. They just
do.
They just wait.
They pounce. What do you think? They just wait with their mouth open and people walk into them?
Okay.
Eventually they got to make a move. Oh, and so does Nouns. They're going to go in. They're going to go straight for the Medusa. But DM is here to counter-initiate. They didn't get the Doom off, and also the Stone Gaze did get Ooh. It's buying them so much time. And Gunnar, he's just going to die.
Oh, no.
DM, he runs him down. DM with the tip now onto Gunnar as Yuma. His BKB expired. So will his life. Lelis can do nothing from the side. And now Perivision, they will filter into the base to claim the spoils of war. Gunnar looking for Fly. He's going to hold him down with the Gleipnir, getting pushed back and this way and that way now, but eventually killed off. That is 4 dead. Winter, only 1 buyback available. It's just the Dooms. I mean, he still has Doom, thankfully. But the reaction time, they just got the Stone Gaze off, and DM to counter initiate. What do you do?
He got stunned initially by either it was the Boundless or the Rolling Thunder, so he just needed to pop his BKB and go in. You know, he got so greedy, he didn't pop his BKB. Wanted to blink him to get a Doom off, you know, without BKB.
Yep. And it was the Boundless that got him. And now, this is Megas. You don't have a Fortify. You don't have an Alk for 30 seconds. Yeah, a few other heroes respawning, but this is now quite the uphill battle.
They have to figure out how to defend against Mega Creeps. And what can they do? They're going to be stuck in the base, but...
GG. They're just going to call it.
Okay,
they decide there's nothing they can do. They'll throw in the towel. That will be game number 2 in the bag for Perivision. Nouns fall to 1 and 3, but it's 4 straight now for the Western European team. No one, he looks happy. Crystallis, he's like, I'd be happier if I got to play Monkey King, but whatever, it is what it is. Perivision in good spirits, I think, overall. Now 4-0 as they kick off their Dream League Season 24 run. In Group Stage 1, in Group A, they're looking like the team to beat alongside Team Liquid. Taking a look at our scoreboard here, Winter. I mean, again, just another clean game. I have to say, though, better from Nouns this time, right? Like, they had an early game. They had a window, and they were playing in it.
But you could see, like, all the problems, right? All the fundamental problems they've been having the last couple of months, where they are just not really playing around their timings, you know. They're not really utilizing each other as well as, like, you look at how Perivision plays on the map, like how Crystallis, he's ready to play for the Monkey King, he's ready to play for the Pango. Sure, the Medusa, you were talking about, okay, Medusa is not the best hero to twin gate and come and help your team in the early game, you know, but he still does it, you know, because the Pango is so strong in the early game. That's what you need to do when your teammate is strong. You play around your teammate's timing. It's not just about you, you know, it's about other people as well. And I think that's something Nouns could, you know, go through the replay and look and try to emulate what Perivision did with their lineup and as a team.
Yep. Absolutely. A strong game here for Perivision. Nouns looking a little bit more put together, but they still had a little bit more to go here. There's that last fight that nearly goes their way, but again, Gunnar just couldn't get the spells off where they needed to. And it's a Perivision up 4-0 as they start their Dream League Season 24 run. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to grab a quick interview with one of their players. back, everyone, to Dream League Season 24. It's PariVision on a 4-0 run as they find their second 2-0 this time over Nouns Esports to really start off their group stage, honestly, on the right foot, right? Sure, we're still pretty early on here, aren't we, Winter? It's 2 games out of the 7 that you will be playing, and we'll see them a little bit later on today even, and to see how far this streak will stretch. But so far, so good for them, Winter. Are they even maybe convincing you that fast Dota could be in?
Well, still, again, I would say that there's not enough data yet. There's a couple of games, they didn't really play a lot of teams yet. I mean, so far, it's definitely looking good. I mean, I still feel like the game has definitely slowed down because of the patch, and just overall, I think with the auras getting nerfed, I think usually when that happens, it's a bit more difficult to play fast.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. What would you say then? It's back to this kind of classic focus on lane where things have looked so good for them?
Lane into catch, I think. That's what you see them doing. They have good lanes, and then they have heroes that buy dagger, like Bear Rider, they'll pick off heroes in the early game and mid game and late game, because you're playing the map, you can't really force high ground as much because of the lack of the auras. Auras are not as good anymore. So when you're playing the map, you're looking for pickoffs, right? That's when the heroes that buy dagger or even Rod of Aethos and Gleipnir supports, like Mueta and Hoodwink, they can catch heroes and create opportunities for you to go high ground.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, and it's looked really good. That support duo, in fact, is really interesting and really key from PariVision. And in fact, we get one of them on the line with us now. Is joining us for our interview, I believe, is Ducalis, position 5 player from PariVision. Congratulations, Ducalis. Good to see you. Congrats on the 2-0.
Thank you, guys. Hello.
Hello, bro. Like I said, congratulations. Really strong start, especially after the RES series. I wanted to take a step back and just ask you first overall, like, how does the new team feel, right? You were previously on Quest for a while. How does being on PariVision and playing with the boys feel now?
I would say I'm kinda happy because after Riyadh, we didn't qualify to TI, and I was thinking with who I want to play, and I wanted to play with 9 class really hard, and I ended up playing here with him, and other boys are also nice, so yeah, I'm kind of happy.
Yeah, we talked to your coach yesterday, Estini. He spilled the beans just a little bit. And if I'm not mistaken, Ducalis, he said that you also recommended 9 class and Crystallis, right? What is it about these players and yourself that you think makes a strong combination?
I think 9 class is very strong micro player, and he understands what to do exactly on his heroes. He knows all the small things, and he's really good on lane, and I just really like him from new post 4 generation, yeah. And about Crystallis, I think he's very underrated player, which is for example, right now we saw Duracio and Skitter shining last year on the scene, and in my opinion, Crystallis is same player. He creates a lot of space on draft by his heroes, and also same in game. And he is very calm and chill. He's more Europe mindset. So yeah, that's why I like him.
Very cool. Winter, any questions here for Ducalis?
Speaking on the mindsets, what do you think is an important mindset for a new team? You just made a team, so what do you think is important for everyone to think of moving forward? How do you improve as a team? What type of mindset do you need to have?
I think it's very important to get on one page in not that much time we have to understand each other better, and to understand we are playing these games to improve. It's because we're only starting the season, and it's very important to be just calm and to learn from every game. And for example, we was losing this tournament before DreamLeague, and we learned well from these games, about game, about draft, and yeah, I think it's the most important stuff.
And would you say for your team, right, because you guys are new, do you think it's more important that you talk more than scream more, Because some teams, they would say that, maybe it's more important to play more Dota.
I would say we playing a lot of Dota like everyone. We're playing a lot of pubs. We're talking about heroes. And I think it's 50-50. You need to talk a lot and scream a lot, but we couldn't scream much because of Dacia. it was like Dacia started, everyone was playing Dacia, and there was not a lot of like good scrims, yeah. But I think we did well by playing other tournaments, so it was like kind of scrims for us. But emo, I think scrims are very important to understand like your play style, what heroes you like, what heroes you don't like. Yeah.
Very cool.
Great answer.
Yeah. While I'm just Winter, if I can close this off by asking, while the team is still finding its footing, learning to play together. First of all, you guys look amazing so far in these games. I have to compliment you. But I wanted to ask, based on your perspective, like, because I see 4 younger guys, a DM a little bit older, right? But with a very senior player, no one, right, in the mid lane. So naturally, I assume he is kind of the in-game leader, or he is more calling, kind of things in game. Is that true, or is it a little bit more of everyone, or what is your feeling on that?
I would say like I like to talk a lot. DM likes to talk, and no one talks. So we trying to talk as 3 in game, like we giving calls, like runes, all the stuff. And 9 class is very calm. He's just playing. But when he's calling, he's saying like right stuff, some like good call. And Kristalis is also just usually connecting to us, but he can also give ideas. But I would say like mostly plays going from 3 of us, like me, DM, and no one.
Yeah, very cool. That's interesting. You say that 9 class is the most chill, because sometimes when he plays like Marcy, he looks like the craziest player, right? Very aggressive.
He's usually just silently jumping, killing people, and we're fine with it.
Always stealing first blood too, right?
Yeah.
Very good to hear, man. We'll let you guys go. You've got another game to prepare for later on today, but congratulations again. 2 flawless series, 4 and 0 Ducalis. Congrats, man, and good luck further.
Yeah, thank you guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Really cool answers from him. I liked your question a lot on like scrims or getting to know each other and talking that way. And, I don't know, what did you make of it? Because I know you, from your coaching experience, that's probably an interesting question for you, especially.
Well, I think it depends on the players, and it depends on the state of the team, where you are at. Because sometimes I feel like playing a lot more scrims doesn't really help you as much. If you have a lot of underlying problems, you need to talk things out more instead of just blindly, okay, we need to play. Yeah, sure, we need to play, but we also need to get certain problems solved, before we go back to playing again, because those problems are kind of hindering the progress of the team when we play the scrim, So I would say that sometimes it's just better to talk more rather than just focus on playing scrims, and talking will solve certain problems which will make the scrims more efficient.
Agreed. Yeah. Well, that's done and dusted for our first series of the day. Of course, we have many more, but first, let's go ahead and check in with how the rest of Group A is faring as we take a very quick look at our standings or our results here, as we have, of course, 4 streams running simultaneous. It seems like so far Perryvision very much the team to beat. Liquid, they've just taken their first loss of the tournament. They are locked in battle, I believe, with either Avalus or Nigma. I can't quite see who. I don't have it in front of me here, but that's definitely very interesting. I've got to say, it's not Nigma, so it's got to be Avalus. So they found their first win here. So very close and contested group, Winter. This is really cool, actually.
Yeah, it's always nice to see teams. Anyone can win against anyone. It's always good to see during the group stages. I mean, right now the meta is still like developing a lot. Everything is changing. Like every day, every week, you see new heroes popping up. Right now you have the Pugna, which is a question mark, whether the hero is going to be the next big thing. We'll just have to wait and see. But it's always nice to just watch and see how the story unfolds for the teams, which heroes are going to come up, which heroes are going to go down in stock. And we'll see teams having very different theories on what is good and what is bad, and people trying to prove their opponents wrong,
Yeah, and teams coming together, especially after our TI shuffle period. It's a really cool, very exciting period to be watching Dota. We thank you guys for tuning in. Of course, we have many other streams still ongoing and a few games still ongoing. We highly encourage you guys to check out all of our channels, but we're not nearly done with our Dota action here today, folks. That's right. A little bit of a break, but in just about 30 minutes, we have our next series coming up, folks. I believe that is going to be Palantasia versus Team Waska, Winter. Yeah, that should be a little bit of a poggers match. Our South American representatives taking on some new blood. We'll see how that gets going after a bit of a break.
We having here the golden ticket to the DHL super drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Two-drone adventure man. Are you ready?
I'm shaking.
Good. That's absolutely correct.
Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. On a rooftop in electric Times Square, with the wind in my face and a scrunchie in my hair. Fold out my rolling D50. Gonna bring back the vibe, moonwalk back to 85. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. This is my 80s fluorescent pink dream. Yeah, you know I got my A-team, Hennessy pop loop drum machine. Better believe, still want my MTV. Better believe. Oh, yeah. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull pedal to the metal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Hey, yo, ready? You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s recode. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, dark brown with Marty McFly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, pull metal to the pedal, flashback to the beat. Step into my time machine. Through the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. our stars covered in gold. Covered in gold. Walking on a highway of dreams. We will shine, only believe. Only believe. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Taking down liquor and juice. Come alive, nothing to lose. Starting something, but comes rushing, rushing. And the feeling's right to set the tone. Wanna light the spark and let it go. Yeah, just let it go. Wanna let it out, wanna shake it out. Gotta let it out, wanna shake it out. Yeah. Late after midnight, light it up in the moonlight. Ain't no stopping us now, no stopping. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. Whoa, burning desire. We go higher and higher, and we never come down. Ooh, we just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire. We just wanna be the fire.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, to Dream League Season 24, back in Group B, Winter, for the first time for us anyway, but for the second time this tournament as we begin the second matches of day number 2 of Group Stage number 1 for Dream League Season number 24, Winter. It's a lot of numbers to get straight in your head. How do you do it when you're so old? Just kidding.
When I'm so old, age is just a number, just like MMR. I'm old in number, but young at heart. You know, that's all that
true.
matters.
And the reaction speed as well, right? Isn't that right?
I mean, didn't you see who am I going out? You know, with who am I going out with for my lunch and dinners? Like people who are in their 20s. You know.
That's right. That's right. Well, Winter, you might be young at heart, but for a gamer, you're pretty old because one of these players, I don't even know if you've ever played the game that he's named after. Of course, I am referring to Fortnite Man on Team Palianizia, who is going to be going up toe-to-toe in this next series versus Team Waska. I'm sorry I'm laughing so hard. I've just remembered their qualifiers run, which is just absolutely bonkers when they 2-0'd OG, and OG got eliminated by Fortnite Man. What a time to be alive.
Well, I do recognize one person, Crystallize.
True, fair enough.
Old
Right?
Navi player.
Yeah,
But
not to be
apart from that-
confused with Crystallis, right?
No, not that one. Crystallize. I mean, they are definitely a very interesting team to watch. You know, I was able to watch like a couple of their games. They have a very nice way of drafting and a very interesting way of playing as a team. And they didn't start off the DreamLeague group stages very well. They lost to Talon 2-0 yesterday. So they have to try to get some points today. Hopefully. For everyone's sake, so we can continue to watch Fortnite Man. Keep the dream going.
Fortnite man to EWC for Dota 2. You know, that's really what we need to get here, isn't it?
Yeah, I just can't wait for the winners interview. So what do you think of Dota? What does what does it have that Fortnite doesn't have?
That's true. We got a lot. You know, I'll tell you what Fortnite has that we don't. We don't have any chug jugs in Dota, and that's really what we're lacking. You don't even know what a chug jug is, which is just, it's even better.
That's why
you've never dropped Tilted Towers and run to Tomato Town, have you?
No. Well, I know Tilted Thursday. Have you heard of the event Tilted Thursday?
I have. That's a chess event, though, isn't it?
Oh my god, you actually know. Holy.
Yes, of course. Of course. I was all up in that chess drama. When Magnus Carlsen accused a man of cheating by hiding vibration devices inside of him, which is just the absolute most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Winter, we don't have any of that, but we do have Fortnite, man.
Playing Fortnite, imagine he's in the game and he has a secondary monitor and playing Fortnite. Imagine that. At
the same time, dude, he's so powerful. He's like the Pokemon that we have not unlocked. That's how powerful this guy is. It's a team named after bread, which has names such as QWFY, with a man as mysterious as Fortnite Man. He is the hero that Dota truly needs.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, no, there he is. There he is. He's been revealed. Oh my goodness. This image is too powerful for my eyes. I feel I'm not unworthy to bask upon the greatness that is Fortnite Man.
Get used to it, Richie. You're going to be seeing a lot of Fortnite Man showing some moves there. Some moves that he learned from Fortnite. Bringing it to Dota.
Formerly Monty players here primarily, where they qualified through the Open. So this is a team that came through the Open qualifiers, by the way, guys, to then beat OG. That was OG, I believe, still was Seb on it. Before I think they redid their roster, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, man.
Yep, they have X-Nova now.
Yeah, they are looking good. I'm excited. Honestly, I'm really excited. I didn't get to catch a lot of those games. I just kept hearing Reddit blow up about this Fortnite Man guy. But it should be really exciting. But Winter, we got to put some respect on their opponents, right? Because their opponents here, Team Waska, now they might not have names as fantastic or as popular as Fortnite Man, but this is going to be a Peruvian team who have been going to a lot of tournaments recently. In fact, they're already adjusted to this European time, because not only were they were in what was the one that just happened? Wallachia, weren't they? They played at Wallachia.
And they have the legendary Matthew, career sniper, career hunter, bounty hunter. This is a bounty hunter patch after all, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. They got Matthew. They also have Kotaro, Dark Mago as well, Sacred, and Yadomi. So this is like a lot of big names, honestly, for a South American stack. Sacred especially, I feel like, had a very bright and short period of time where internationally he was kind of popping off. I want to say for Kotaro, he's a slightly older name here, actually. In fact, I think in this photo, he goes... he used to go by Minos MNZ, which is where you may have heard of him as well. But used to play back on a lot of old teams, right? Infamous, Unknown, Elite Wolves, you know. So Gorilla Sprite, Thunder Predator, Lava Esports, basically every single team that's not Brazilian, pardon me, he has been playing on. So a very old, very experienced name, trying to bring them here to further into this Dream League season run. They, as you said, Winter, have not been doing too great, better than Palanitia, who at least have not found a win yet. But Team Waska, they drew to Team Spirit. So, you know, not a bad opening for them, all things considered.
Yeah, not bad at all. Team Spirit definitely looked pretty good at the Dacha event. So we'll see, you know. Yeah, both teams are going to need to get some points on the board, especially Palantasia. Fortnite Man needs to score.
It is Polyanitsia, and we have a first draft in front of us here as well. Let's go ahead and jump right on in, why don't we? Just to see how things get going for game number 1 here of our series. First pick for Polyanitsia, so you got to assume that they won the toss. I'm sure we'll be fed that information here shortly as Team Waska. We'll have last pick on the Radiant side.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm excited. It's been a while since I've gotten to cast an SA team. I won't lie to you, Winter. And Dark Mago, this is a man I am very familiar with. He is a player, especially when he gets his heroes, who will just stop at nothing, including, I want to say, a lot of the times, against the advice of his own team, to just make jumps and make plays. And sometimes it's amazing. He looks unstoppable.
Batrider player, I remember. Batrider and Mars.
Batrider, Mars, Invoker, Kunkka, Tinker. He's expanded in the past few years. He used to have an absolute hero puddle. I am talking like a hero puddle that would make Admiral Bulldog and TI 3 days look like an absolute, he could random any hero. This guy used to be literally 2 or 3 heroes, and that's it. But he's really been working on his hero pool, and I'm excited to see where that leads him now, Winter, as we get into our very first draft.
Are you saying, Richie, gone are the days that we can say we can only be afraid of the player who has practiced a hero 1,000 times compared to a player that has 1,000 different heroes?
I'm not sure, but what's interesting is that Waska had selection, they won the toss, and they chose second pick, which is, I don't know. I feel like that's rare, isn't it?
Yeah, usually you would prefer first pick, because there's a lot of imbalanced heroes available, and I kind of like the overall first pick. The overall first phase last ban into the overall first pick, and then the 18th pick as well. I kind of like it more compared to having the overall 24th pick, the last pick, because teams are just really good at understanding what they need to ban after the first and second phase. And usually when you get to the 24th pick, there are not exactly many gotcha picks there available, right? Okay, I have this pick that I just pick it at 24 and I'm going to win the game with it. It's just very hard, because everyone's just very good at drafting at the moment.
For sure. I'll tell you what, I think what's really interesting is Waska, they've gotten 4 bans, and really the Omni is the only one that stands out to me as being slightly unusual. It lets you do the Shadow Demon, who I want to say is among the more banned heroes, first picked.
That's very strange for sure, like the Omni Knight. And even I would say the Dark Widow is also strange to be a first phase ban, I feel like the hero is like, she's an okay hero, but first phase ban, I don't think I would put her there,
That's true. We did
trading
9 class.
Trading a Pango for Shadow Demon is not exactly something I would do as well.
Interesting. Okay, let me see here. Most banned heroes: Naga, Invoker, Shadow Demon. There he is, third. He's been let in only twice, actually. But mostly it's Naga who
hero
reigns.
just does so much with very little gold, like the Shard, the Facet, the Promulgate. I mean, you are kind of like the anti-BKB, anti-carry hero with the Purge and the Disruption to save, Everything about this hero just screams annoying. It's so difficult to deal with. You have a save, you can deal a lot of damage with your Shadow Poison. You're absolutely great at stacking camps in the early game.
That's true. Yeah, you can push with an illusion strat, right?
I mean, the hero just does a lot of things in the game, almost everything. I want to say almost everything.
Right. He's basically like 2 heroes. He's like Tide and TA put together. It's ridiculous. What do you even do? No, I mean, look,
we
obviously
did see a Tide yesterday, okay?
We did.
Calm down.
Look, no, I mean, I agree, but at the same time, this is a hero that I think it takes a very steady hand to master, right? Because you do everything, you can bet your bottom dollar that there is going to be a lot of priority on taking you out and finding you in these fights. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but that's good. When you're playing support, you always feel like, everyone's ignoring me because I'm a support, So for once, you have the power in the game, like clockwork. You can actually decide the fate or the outcome of the team fight, Isn't that great, Instead of like, okay, everyone's just going to ignore you because you're useless in a team fight. No, you don't like that. Okay, I can tell you don't like that. You prefer to be ignored. You don't want to be focused in a team fight so you can play the game.
Yeah, that's true, but he's also one of those heroes. He's like a Dazzle Oracle, right? Where sometimes if you're left untouched, you really just destroy a fight. Shadow, he just never gets that option.
Yeah,
right?
I mean that's why everyone's gonna target you, especially like a hero like Pango. Pango can kind of find you in the team fight with the Thunderbolt. Even without the Thunderbolt, with his other facet, the double jump, he can still find you. So I mean, it's gonna be about your positioning. I think one thing that really differentiates a good Shadow Demon player and a normal Shadow Demon player is where you stand in the team fights, how you position yourself. So it's very difficult for your opponents to find you, and at the same time you're in range to save your teammates with disruption.
And that can be a problem, that range specifically, right? Especially when you play with a hero like a Storm. That's a hero that is very frequently out of range when he's making jumps
I mean,
anyway.
with Storm it's very different dynamic because you want to put your Disseminate on the Storm before he jumps in, right? So when the enemy focuses on the Storm, then there's a lot of AoE damage, and you also kind of make him tankier with the Promulgate facet. So I think the dynamic is different with Storm. And usually you see SD pick with I think Bristol and Elk because they are very tanky heroes. They can go in and you can kind of abuse your Disseminate, and you can also have a lot of time to prepare a disruption, right? Because your teammate is very tanky, so you get a lot of time to decide when to use your disruption. But on the other hand, he's going to be playing into the Elk here. They're going to pick Elk and Enchantress. Very strong lane. Can steal the illusion of the SD with the Enchantress. So a kind of soft counter to the disrupt illusions. But overall, I think if the SD is position 4, he's going to struggle to fight against Enchantress when she has a creep, because you don't really kill the creep, you know. Pantasia, they're gonna have to find a way, because you see the carry and safe lane hero, so you wanna pick your off laner here, I think, right away.
And that, you know what hero that is, Winter, or what player? Fortnite man, absolutely. What will he be picking here?
If you want to win the lane, I guess with Shadow Demon, I kind of still like Bristol. I like Bristol into Enchantress because you can kill her without right-clicking her. I mean, Timber is kind of similar to that. You can kill the Ench without right-clicking, just with your spells. And Whirling Death against Elk and Tusk is very, very nice.
Okay.
He's kind of like Bristol in a way because the Shadow Demon can put the Disseminate on the Timber before he goes in, you know. But
That's
I
a good point.
still prefer Bristol over Timber, you know. I think Bristol is more of the better meta hero at the moment. Like the Timber has value here because of the Elk being a strength hero. I think that's about it.
Look, man, all I say is that don't you put any disrespect on Fortnite man Timbersaw.
Yes,
okay, man?
I know. I don't want to eat my words, you know. I'll be forced to play a 1v1 Fortnite game against him.
We'll see how things get going for him here. I honestly, I would pay to see Winter try and play a 1v1 Fortnite game versus Fortnite man. That would certainly be something. Final phase of bans. Polynesia, they are banning off laners. Team Waska taking out safe laners from the pool, of which we've only gotten, 3 safe laners banned out? And the Alchemist, so effectively 4 heroes that you're not being able to choose from.
5 seconds.
Feels like, I gotta say, Winter, I don't know if there are that many amazing carries these days. Am I crazy to say that? I feel like a lot of the OP heroes are like offlaners, mids, supports.
Supports are more, I think you have the most OP heroes on support. Supports are mid right now.
Yeah.
Darks here, so what, Medusa? Terrorblade kind of hero?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Those range heroes come to mind immediately, right? Trying to think if it's anything else.
Probably Dusla is like the most stable one here.
10 seconds
Yeah.
remaining. Radiant team pick.
Actually, no.
Oh.
There is Morphling. I forgot about this hero. Morphling is like kind of also a really, really good meta hero right now. Because the game is a lot slower compared to the aura meta. I think Morphling struggles when the enemy pushes your high ground too early. And right now it's kind of in a sweet spot where Morphling has enough time to come online and you can also join your team. You don't really need to farm too much, but you need to farm for a specific timing. And the game has slowed down enough to allow Morphling to get to that stage. That's why you see the Morph picks creeping up here and there. It's not an easy hero to execute by any means, but this hero is very scary in the right hands.
Yeah, I see you. I see that.
And now,
We'll see how things going.
Waska, where is this Pango going? Mid or off lane? Do you try to pick a counter to the morphing? I mean, the Doom's already banned. That's like the biggest counter to morphing in the game.
Choose your hero.
So they're just gonna go for the Beast, which is gonna allow them to hit like some really sharp timing with the Radiance SNY on L with the dagger, and then your Beastmaster is gonna have. I guess this is probably an Aghanims game. I guess you want to farm your ancients and scale, you know. Get a pipe,
I can see
axe,
that.
pipe. That's the timing.
I don't know though. Don't you think there's a pretty crazy timing for Helm 2 and Radiance and maybe Blink B?
But the thing is, when you get a Helm, you're like playing around with the 14-15 minute mark, where the Elk will only have a Radiance, right? And it's usually not enough for the Elk to fight. I think his timing is more like Radiance plus another item. Usually either the BKB or you get the dagger. Or you get your SNY. I think SNY is really popular nowadays on the Alchemist. Amps his heal, makes him very durable, very fast in the team fights. I kind of prefer SNY most of the time on Elk right now over the BKB Rush or the Manta sometimes. I think Manta would have its value if you need the Dispel for something like a Trian ulti or something along those lines that you really need to get yourself out of. And obviously the Manta helps you farm right with Radiance, but I think the value of SNY gives you in a straight up 5v5 combat has so much value. It's so strong, you're so tanky, you're very hard to bring down, and you can chase and stick to targets because of the move speed.
Yeah, I mean, the hero utilizes it very well, right? The SNY and all the stats that you gain from it. So I certainly see that. But you're right, that would not align really with the timings of that Helm of the Overlord Beast build. We shall see, pardon me, how things are going to be going, what builds will be seen, what kind of man will Fortnite man be as we get underway with game number 1 between Palinitia and Team Waska.
Are you going to be doing that the whole game? Oh my god, Fortnite man, he's here, you know, you're gonna be going all over Fortnite, man, you know.
Look, I might be ready to say it's a bird, it's a play, and it's Fortnite, man, okay?
Okay, it's always nice if you give me, you know, the heads up, you know, so I'm prepared for it, you know. I don't like to be surprised.
No, well, tell that to OG, man. They weren't ready for Fortnite, man. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness me. I have to say also, if this was like, you know, 2021 even, which is not that long ago, but it's long enough for Dark Maga to have improved, this would never have been a Pangolier flex. So you got to give credit to this guy for actually, you know, changing off his heroes. And this is an interesting ward. Is this just to be able to contest the Alchemist farming and early stacks of that ward next to the outpost?
Yeah, I mean, Elk sometimes likes to stack the 2 camps, you know, beside the tower and farm it, you know, so this is gonna give them vision on it. They wanna just punish him, kill him.
The battle begins.
Is it in the camp? I can't tell. Is it blocking? It's like right on the line, right?
I'll check later. Hold on, the Clockwork. He'll get out of that one. He is just fine. I think it is blocking that one. Yeah, that one's blocking for sure. And that's been scouted as well, so we'll see how quickly Waska are to deward that and making sure that they can get things going. Oh, this is a little sneaky. Fortnite man blocking the wave. That should end up under tower. They're going to look to get aggressive here even early on. Whirling Death level 1. That's a ton of damage. Excuse me? Pike, he's almost dead here. One more right click. They're going to dive tower, and with thanks to the body blocks on the wave, they can actually afford to do so for a while until things calm down a bit. That was almost a gamer move from Fortnite Man Winter, and that's just what you got to expect out from him, you know?
The old Elk would have died, Richie, without the extra gold and items.
Very true. That's the difference one stick makes.
Yeah, I mean, the lane is going to be... I'm sure the lane will slowly be stable for him when the Enchantress has the heal, but they're going to go on the Elk again. No heal on Edge.
Oh, he's dead?
There goes your Elk.
Fortnite man draws first blood.
And this lane is going really, really well because of the small little things he did before the lane actually even started. You know, blocking the camps, poking the Elk down. They don't have a salve, so the Elk went to the lane without full HP, like less than around half HP, and he's always in kill threat. You know, from one disruption and into the whirling death.
I have to apologize earlier, by the way. Earlier I said Waska were playing with Minos. He is full-time on the roster, but right now they're playing with Pyke, of course, who did just die for first blood. And Winter, they also did not unblock the camp, so there's 2 camps blocked down bottom. We just saw the Inch unblock the one, but that medium camp underneath the tower is still blocked. So they don't have access to camps to fix this problem or get some farm going again, but of course, still plenty of time in this game as, I mean, speaking of blocking
they have mana burn
camps.
creep. This is perfect for the lane.
Oh, in the edge, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna annoy the SD and even the Timber, yeah.
Huh? Top lane, though. Cracker, he will fall. Crystallize has got to be a bit careful here. Really wants to skill on a Matthew. Waveforms on through the Hawk. Unbelievable that Hawk actually caught him there. That's a little unfortunate for him.
Yeah, but it wasn't too bad. You know, he cancelled the south. Matthew is like gonna be low in the lane for some time. I mean, not the worst case. He's gonna get the wave under his tower, so he's gonna be able to farm.
Blightstone Tusk as well. That's an interesting item. Yeah, thanks for pointing that one out. That's cool. I don't feel like you rarely see supports go for Blightstone at all these days.
I mean, I think it's just because of the ball. You know, he wants to amplify the ball's damage in this lane.
Oh, Crystallize, he goes in aggressively. Lotus has just spawned in. There's that Hawk in again on the Crystallize. That pesky, pesky Hawk. That Hawk makes me laugh. You ever see there's this Malaysian YouTuber who does Dota videos, and he played with a Coddle that kept just chakra magic in him, and he had like 6 or 7 Hawks up.
No, do enlighten me. Show me the video.
I gotta send you the video, dude. That cracked me up. Every time I see Beastmasters now with Hawks, it just looks too funny. All right, Moonlight, he shows off the ward, but he also does not miss uphill, so he'll take down Dark Mago's courier. That's pretty decent.
Yep, both of them are
all of items.
Both of them are pretty low on resource now, but
I think Crackers, yeah. Dead again. Careful, Crystallize. Again, once again, it's got a waveform in, but he's still fighting versus this Hawk. Oh no, and his courier. Ooh, that had the gloves of haste on it down bottom. QBFY dying here to the damage. I don't think he outruns this ghost either. Thankfully, it looks like the tower, it's got enough damage here to allow him to live. He was holding on to the Fairy Fire, and I think maybe 2 stick charges, so he was just fine.
Yeah, he has a south as well, so he'll be okay in this lane. And Fortnite Man is still he still has the lane in front of his tower though, so he's in a very, very comfortable position. He's gonna have his soaring delivered to him, so he's gonna have mana to constantly harass the Elk with the Whirling Death.
Yeah, it's been not a very fun time here for Pyke to be dealing with this Whirling Death, has it?
Yeah,
Fortnite Man really applying the pressure.
It's very, very annoying for him. He's definitely getting pressured, you know, in terms of CS. I mean, the Elk is like a couple of creeps behind the Timber at the moment. And Yadomi just trying to block the camps. He knows that SD is like stacking, so he just goes over and body blocks the camp. And now he's trying to steal the medium camp.
Just being as annoying as possible.
Good awareness.
He's got that Wild Wing out. Although I think the Tornado is gonna... right. Winter, I did click up top lane to check on our Beastmaster. Hold that thought, actually. Fortnite Man. A little bit of damage there on a Pyke, but nothing lethal here. But I did click on top lane, speaking of builds, and with this Helm of the Iron Will, and actually the Diadem already heading the way towards Sacred, this is going to be the Helm Rush. We talked about this briefly. I thought this was a good idea. That was my read. You disagreed. You didn't think that the Alchemist was going to be ready, or it was going to be a good enough of a power timing. Where do you lie now on this kind of position? Have you changed your mind?
Not really though. I think that it's better to get the axe against this game still. You know, if you go the Helm and if you don't really utilize the timing, then you're gonna feel really bad, right?
Moonlight, he does not have level 6. He's not really even that close. Thankfully, oh my god, what the heck? That guy passed his driver's license. He did not buy his license, Winter. He got through those cogs, no problem. Well played, Dark Mago. It won't change a thing though. Moonlight, he still will fall.
I mean, that's how you tell you have been living in Malaysia for a long time, you know. You know about buying driver's license.
Yeah, dude, look, he just got right on it. Ooh, just got right through there. Very, very nicely done there by Dark Mago. And again, I think the most impressive thing for me is if you asked Dark Mago to make that play 3 years ago, he would have said, no, dude, you should have first picked me Kunkka. There's no way I'm making that play. He's really expanded his hero pool, and you love to see it. You really love to see it.
Yeah, times have changed so much, you know. You can't really just play a couple of heroes and expect to win. And now Wisdom Runes, Cracker trying to steal it with power. One of the better heroes to do it.
Unlucky there, Matthew. He's going to get in there. Fortnite Man dies down bottom, though, as you had QBFY going back to secure the rune. Matthew nearly drops as a result. Dark Mago, he's thinking he's going up. Matthew's like, no, bro. He went down, and without a Rolling Thunder, really, they weren't going to be able to stop him. So that's a wasted TP from the mid Pango. It's a little bit unfortunate there.
Sacred has his level 6 now with the helm, so he's gonna be very, very strong and looking to take the tower now.
Is there another Hadouken ready on this creep? Where's he at? He just needs one more. Should be fine though, really. I think there was 11 wand charges. Yeah, this guy's crazy. He's got so much regen. really making him believe like he was gonna die, but all along he had so much regen. Mid lane, I see 2 supports. This is Moonlight zipping into the river. Does not get the Bottled Illusion rune, though. And that's Moonlight then kind of coming worse off for wear. Lower on the mana. And this is just the tower going down, man. The Wild Wing Ripper doing its thing. Okay. So clearly, Winter, the helm is going to look better earlier, right? Because you're not just building stat items. You actually have a creep. You're going to push towers, right? Where do you think Waska will run into problems with this helm build compared to, you know, the drums of Slum?
And they'll only run into problems if they can't really push forward with the helm and the creep, you know. If you're pressing your opponents, you're taking their towers, you're pressuring the enemy carry, I think then the helm has a lot of value there. But sometimes the game kind of will take an unexpected turn, you know, and then you can't really continue the pressure, and that's when you feel like you rather have the air games, you know. But so far, I think Sacred is having a really good game. He kills the tier 1 top, now he's moving mid.
Yeah,
with the helm, he's very strong. Timber is the only hero that can kind of stand in front, though. He needs to be here.
Speaking of, he's going to go on in. They did disrupt early here. It feels like the Roar is going to be on the Timber Saw. There's 5 heroes now with Crystallize joining from the top lane, but Dark Mago, and he goes now with that Thunder, Rolling Thunder. He's cutting up everyone in this fight. Orphlane's out of mana here. Fortnite Man trying to escape, but cut down. Dark Mago doing all the damage. Absolutely destroying them. Cracker can't catch Dark Mago either inside of the cogs. Joining the fight is Pyke. It's a full 5v5. 9.5 minutes in. Moonlight out of mana. He will perish. Cracker, he's not going to go up those stairs. And this is a 7-1 lead. 6k up for Team Waska. Fortnite Man, he falls, and this fight is looking hard.
You're never going to see... Okay, maybe never is a very strong one, but you're not going to see a better Rolling Thunder the whole week, you know.
Honestly, it's kind of ridiculous from Dark Mago.
That was like, how much damage did he do? He dealt like almost 3,000 damage. 3,000 freaking damage.
Yeah, you're not underselling that. 2,981 damage to be specific. And I kind of feel bad, Polynesia. They just got ran over. I mean,
rolled over, Richie. Rolled over.
Very true. Very true. That's like watching a really bad car crash. You just can't help but look away. Sacred. Oh my god, that was a big magic wand, though. He's going to stay alive for now? No. The ice shards, unfortunately, push him onto the wrong side, and Moonlight had enough mana where he was probably going to still catch up anyway. Careful, though, as you do have now Waska heroes looking for revenge. Moonlight up to the high ground here. Cracker slowed to a crawl and finished off as Dark Mago running on in. Let's see what he can find now. He's got plenty of room to maneuver. Good control, good lockdown, and Crystallized. He's going to die as well. There's that amp damage rune. He's going to do so much damage now on that second Rolling Thunder. This has been a phenomenal game so far for the Pangolier.
Yeah, the helm of the Beastmaster definitely paying off, putting a lot of pressure on the Dire side, just taking their towers and constantly forcing them to react, and they kind of crumble under the pressure, you know, making some mistakes here and there, feeding away kills. And the Timber, you know, in the middle of the fight, tipping down, getting rolled and getting killed, that's like a really, really big deal, you know, for his game. And now they kind of in a very, very bad spot, you know, 8k go behind at 10, 11 minutes. This is a very big hole to dig yourself out of.
Yes, it is. Especially when you have an Alchemist who is going to really be able to apply a ton of pressure, right? What do you have to stand in between them? Well, it's Fortnite, man, right? He's at least one hero on this team that has not had too poor of a start. Now, he did die in that rotation middle, which really, really hurt his game, but he has damage, right? Like, there is a way out of this, and it's on the back of the cape of Fortnite Man.
It's a long way for Fortnite Man.
It's true, Winter, but you know, he's strong enough to stop a meteor crashing into town. He can leap over the tallest tower in Tilted Towers with a single bound. These are Fortnite references with Superman.
I see where you're going. You were supposed to say, I think I see a plane or a bird.
Well, we'll see. We'll see you can get there. Listen, we need to build him up, you know. We need to build him up.
I mean,
I think
he has a Kaya Onira now, so it's gonna take some time.
So you know how like Superman, he's like a normal person, and he only is super because our sun like gives him powers, right? As in like our sun in the solar system, right? Compared to his sun back home doesn't give him powers, you know? Do you think for like Fortnite Man, it's like the opposite, where like the sun saps his power, so the more he stays inside, he gets more and more powerful? Oh my god, Sacred already has Helm too? That's a violent death there for the Clockwork.
Classic gamer thing, you know? Afraid of sunlight.
Agreed. You know, you wake up, it's already 2 p.m. Have breakfast. What? You know,
you wake up. It depends where you wake up, you know? Some places you wake up 2 p.m., sky is still dark.
I suppose that's true, Winter. You got me there. Not very many places, though. Mid lane, Moonlight is fighting a level 8 Enchantress and just honestly can't even kill the Bambi.
Yeah, this is a very dark place right now for Plantasia.
It's pronounced Polynesia.
Polynesia, sorry. Polynesia.
Polynesia.
Alright, Polynesia. And Wisdom Rune, 14 minutes.
Okay, well, at least the Shadow Demon's going to go to the other side of the map. It looks like he's getting ready to steal this one. But yeah, 12-2 at the second Wisdom Rune, a 10k lead for Waska. You got about a 10k net worth Alchemist who has a full Radiance. He's got Blink coming to him, I believe. And then we're going to see a very standard build of BKB. Honestly, up this much, I wouldn't mind if he went for something a little crazy like the Basher, you know? But I think going for that very standard cookie cutter build, yeah.
Basher?
Yeah, Bat or Abyssal, just straight Abyssal, you know? Just get it done.
I thought I've told you enough about how to play Alchemist. And if you come into my game and you buy Basher after your Radiance and Dagger.
Uh-oh, Moonlight trying to farm.
Look, do you think he needs a Basher? Do you think he needs a Basher? Look at that.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he just needs the AC, huh?
Skip
the BKB for now.
No, actually, the most efficient damage item on Elf. Do you know what's the most efficient damage item on Elf right now?
Let me give it a think. Let me give it a genuine think. Is it a Diffusal Blade?
No, one more chance.
A Desolator?
No, it's an Armlet. Gold damage ratio.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can tell I really don't play core, huh? No, I was never gonna guess that. I was gonna go Nullifier.
I don't play Elk, you know. I'm not saying I play Elk. Bro. There's no Armlet is crazy strong when you get it early. It's the most cost-efficient damage item if you're a strength hero.
Yeah, oh yeah, because it gives you that bonus. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Double Pavis now. Coming out. One for the clock, one for the edge. So they're really going to try mid here. A hook shot. Okay, they're connecting pretty well. Dark Mago, he's going to be taken down. Like I said, Fortnite Man, he's got the damage. Very good. Team Waska, though, eager for revenge. It seems like they will be left only with the Clockwork, the Disruption as well, buying Polynesia enough time to make sure the rest of the heroes get on out. That's a very good trade. That's a very good trade.
One step at a time, you know. Have to find a way to claw themselves back into the game. They need a couple
1,000
more
gold
of those.
kill.
Yeah, they need a couple more of those. Maybe 10 more.
Sure. 12, I guess, if you want to get back to even. But hey, You know, for a team that had 2 kills up until that moment, that's a big opportunity for them.
Yeah, a 50%
Fortnite man.
increase, you know, Richie.
He's getting chased down, though. Did stun himself, I hear, on that Alk. But as Pablo, look at this. It's like a horror movie for Pablo. He's, guys, there's no TP. How is he going to get out? See that mouse shaking? That's Observer for Scream. That's the silent scream for them, basically. But he'll be able to make it out just fine for now. He's sending his courier on a quote-unquote secret mission. Not sure if it's going to get scouted by that ward. I don't think so. So I think he's going to run. Oh, well, this is awkward. Dude, he almost killed him, though. Unfortunately. Oh, actually, he's... Oh, wow, what a blink. All right, well, he's not making it out here anymore by the looks of things. Wow, perfect roll again from Dark Mago. Makes it look easy.
Cracker lining up the hook.
Yeah, who's it on, though? Okay, onto the Beastmaster. He's completely isolated, totally alone. Can they take him down? The damage from Moonlight and with Crystallize will do him in. As Matthew's Snowball is too late to change much of anything at all, but Pike still joining from the fight. The Ice Shard's off the mark, so they don't get too much damage here on a Crystallize. Moonlight being held at bay as they are looking to try and escape. Crystallize stunned up again, trapped inside the cogs. The Pavise buys him a bit of time, but not nearly enough. Dark Mago's got the damage alongside that Ancient Black Dragon to get killed in return. Sacred killed that Shadow Demon just with the dragon, by the way. This is it's a tough game. I'm not gonna lie to you, Winter. I would never lie to you.
That's not true. I'm thinking about whether I should rat you out every time you lie to me.
you should not. You should not.
You tell me that the dinner starts 1 hour earlier because you know I'm gonna be late all the time.
Look, that's just smart, okay? That's just accounting for traffic. And then if it rains, you know, you gotta build in a buffer.
No,
time.
come on.
Okay.
Stop lying. You're only doing it because you assume I'm gonna be late every time.
Listen, okay, humans, we are nothing if not pattern recognizing machines, so you can't blame me for that. Down goes Roche, so they do it so quickly between that minus armor. Yeah, tag team. Just checking. Lucky Shot still reduces armor. Just checking. You never know. Pangolier rolls the dice and lets fate decide the outcome, and it's the same outcome every time. My man's rolling the best dice of all time. Hey, do you know what Pango's innate is off the top of your head?
I mean, I know what it does, you know. I always hover it over my hero. You know, when I don't see Pango, I just keep looking at my debuff, you know, when I have when I have the icon on me, so I know he's nearby.
I didn't realize it was an aura. Fortune favors the bold.
1400 range, I think it's... No, 1200.
Yeah, the standard. So random item and ability chances affect Pangolier less.
It's very good during the Gleipnir meta, you know, everyone's buying the Maelstrom and you don't really proc as much.
Oh, yeah, that's true. What else is there any impact in this kind of a game here? I don't think there's any randomness in this game, is there?
I think no. I'm not sure. I don't think there's any on top of my head.
I don't think so either. Crystallize, calling the boys over to start up the Tormentor. A couple of supports here to tank through it. Ooh, they gotta commit. They gotta commit at this point. And we got it. All right. Oh, not a second too soon either. Crystallize, he will get into his own base. They're diving past the defender's gate. It's good enough for the kill onto at least the Shadow Demon. They got through there. Now Fortnite Man, he's being dove underneath his tier 3 tower. They don't even have a tier 2 yet, by the way. All of a sudden, Team Waska finding themselves a bit deep will be forced to fall back. Finish off that tier 2 tower.
Snowballing into the enemy base at minute 20.
Yeah, Fortnite Man has Ags though. It's a lot of damage there on that shield, so they've got to be a little careful there. They have damage. I think the struggle will be to
They just need
kill.
to enchant him to dispel it.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
He has to be careful, you know. If Enchantress is around, then he can't really play so aggressive with it.
You don't need a. No, I guess you're right. Yeah. Well, that's not so good.
And they have to continue to play the map and try to find for those pickoffs, you know. One pickoff at a time, and hopefully Morphing will have enough time to
Radiant's top
carry the
tower
game, you
is
know.
under attack.
It's still a very long way back,
Tower has
but it's definitely possible, you know, in high ground. You have a pretty good high ground defense. Shadow Demon, you have Timber, Storm can cut crit wave, so you can definitely have a lot of potential in dragging the game. I wonder why they gave the Aegis to the Pango. I felt like you need to give it to the Elk so he can hit the tower.
Yeah, seems that way, right? I think you're...
Why is Pango taking the Aegis when he's not like sieging, you know? Because they are in a position
Because it's
right
Dark
now where...
Mago, bro. Because you need to give him Aegis, because in games like this, sometimes he'll blink up to high ground after the smoke breaks where they have no vision.
Clever
we
way to
need
solve the
the-
problem, you know, Richie. Such a clever way.
Yeah, well, you know, it's these are operational risks that you have to mitigate when you have Dark Mago on your team, and I mean that with no disrespect. Because again,
just
having a player
just
like this
how
is
you
valuable.
tell me the dinner is 1 hour earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
The
Operational risk. Got to overcome, adapt, improvise, overcome. They're just pushing, by the way. All right, Glyph will come through. Will we see? No, we don't actually have a counter Glyph available for Waska. But the creeps, they all die, and I believe Morphling cut a wave down bottom. They've cut the wave mid, and top's pushed to the tier 2, so backdoor will kick in here eventually. We'll be fast enough to save the barracks. Oh my goodness. Yeah, see, that's why you need Aegis on this guy. That's a crazy jump from Dark Mago.
Dire's bottom barracks has
Why can't you just
Hello?
say he only did that because he had Aegis, you know? If you gave the Aegis to the Elk, the Pango would be very, very obedient in the game, you know? He would just do what he needs to be doing.
See, you don't know Dark Mago like I do. That's the thing. That's the thing.
You're saying the man doesn't really follow the rules, right?
No, he doesn't. Don't you remember the Thunder team? Was it Thunder? No, it was Team No Ping during the Kiev Major. Remember that one? The Anna Major, not the old Kiev Major. That was a different No Ping. I believe they were also there, weren't they? Where they should have actually beaten Quincy Crew back then. And Dark Mago was a big reason why they should have beat him. I mean that in a good way and a bad way. As in, he did a lot of work to get them up in that game, and then unfortunately mistakes were made. He's just a very
the good news, and he's the bad news as well.
That's true, and bad news for Fortnite Man as they are opening a can of kick-ass up on him. He is safe and sound for now, though, honestly. That Orchid didn't even really change much as Fortnite Man trying to stay on top of these cogs. The control and the damage from Dark Mago is just not there. Fortnite Man's still alive. The question is, what can the rest of Palinizia do? Because everyone on the side of Team Waska is extremely healthy. It's high ground defended, though, isn't it? In fact, they're going to smoke up.
Yep,
I used everything.
So. No roll, no raw, so it's time to fight. Timber is gonna refill, TP out. They need to find a hook shot, I think, on a big target. Beastmaster or the Elk.
Yeah, Alk would be lovely here to find. That could turn things around. Crystallize. His smoke will break first. I think they scouted him. Oh my goodness. The Shadow Demon, he just goes in. They see Yadomi. That's at least the kill, but Pike, he's thinking about counter-initiating. He throws the stun that saves Yadomi. They're going to keep diving him. They're going to try and ignore Pike. That was so much damage
he's dying.
out of Fortnite Man's shield. And the Alk alive for now. Running for his life. BKB active. Crystallized left behind, but the Cogs making things difficult for Team Waska as they continue to chase. All of a sudden, Pike, he's on top of and dead. Fortnite Man, he takes him down. He gets the double kill. Aurora now, that's only going to be for the Clockwork as Fortnite Man and Crystallized continuing to try and fight. But the hero priority is pretty good from Waska. They take down both supports that will leave Fortnite Man and Crystallized pretty vulnerable. So they are just going to have to bail out of this fight. But two big kills.
Pretty decent for them. They got the Elk. That's a very, very high value kill.
Yeah,
Rosh is about to spawn in 1 minute. May spawn in 1 minute. So this is going to be the next important objective in the game. They just need another couple of good fights like this. Kill the Elk. And then you're good to go, you know. I didn't see how the Elk actually took so much damage.
That much damage?
Yeah, he just
went
in and he took so much damage.
Yeah, it was Fortnite Man was waiting in the wings. He's got Blink, right? So he was waiting on the reactive armor timing, and then he jumped in and Whirling Death and did about 800 damage. I checked the death summary. He did 800 damage, and that scared the heck out of Alk. Luckily, he had BKB because there was the silence on him, or the Orchid from Moonlight. Otherwise, he was going to die even faster, and then he just ran for the hills. That's kind of how that went lopsided. And honestly, I mean, great cogs. It was like just in the perfect place to stop the rest of Waska from counter-initiating. They had to smoke to catch up. That's how far away this Alk ran, and how far, basically, that he kind of got kited out. It looked good. I agree. It was a good fight.
Yeah, they have to be more careful about this ad games on the Timber, you know, like how they're gonna play around it. They need either the Ench to dispel it, or they have to just kite it, you know, when he has it.
Yeah, it's something to be aware of.
Building a nullifier yet, right? Nobody's building one.
If there would be, it would probably be the Alchemist, right? I guess maybe the Ench.
Ench building nullifier? Hello?
I mean, look, it wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world. That's all I'll say.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, clearly you haven't seen any late game Gaming Gladiators series, have you?
I've seen some rapiers.
Some Celery Enchantress. Some Abomination just doing 1,000 damage. Boots of Bearing first into the Lotus. Pretty standard stuff for Yadomi.
Have you ever actually seen like the block of cheese anytime recently? No, right?
In a pro game?
I think in the pro game it has happened like once or twice.
I have never seen it.
But no one
I've never
has,
seen it.
Been able to replicate it.
I've never seen it. I'm not even gonna lie, Winter. That's a big item, by the way. That's like the Vice for Sacred. That's a really big item. I've never seen it, and to be honest with you, I barely ever see it in my games of Dota as well. Have you? I mean, have you seen it? You play a lot more real games of high-level pubs.
And no, it's very difficult to build into it. It takes too long.
I also don't know if it's that good. It sounds amazing. A 500 shield sounds amazing.
It's not even that good. The shield is not like big enough to justify it. Would it be too OP if you get a bigger shield? You don't make it easy to obtain, but you make it bigger. You make the benefit stronger.
I don't know. I feel like you're just asking for trouble, though, you know? Like, do you really want that to be like a difference maker in some crazy late game scenario? Block of cheese? Just...
I mean, why not?
I feel like that's something you'd want to err on the side of caution. Ooh, Courier
running in.
Yeah, that Courier, it died just before it could deliver its item. Oh, that's Fortnite Man also dropping. That's the bigger catch. That was, however, the Daedalus for this Morphling on the Courier. So that's still a big Courier snipe. Yeah, you can see he's got Crystallis there.
Yeah, just wait for his level 20. When you get the talent, plus your Daedalus with the waveform, yeah, it's gonna hurt.
It's a lot of burst. I gotta say, I think watching Palinitia play, I'm impressed by the individual skill. Like, genuinely, right? Like, they made some really nice plays, like down bottom on that first wave, right? I think Crystallize has been a strong player for a long time, right? He's by far the oldest member on this team in terms of experience, at least. But it's just putting it together here. And now, you know, when things go wrong for you early on, 20k net worth lead 30 minutes in, I mean, how do you stop this? The answer is you really can't. It's the mid lane of Barracks going down. Waska, they don't even have Aegis. They just knew that they could push. Morphling, he's hitting up the food street. Roche is next on the menu.
Yeah, he just needs to get his level 20 with the Daedalus. That's his timing.
He's close. He's close. But he's not going to be able to contest for this Roche. Not a chance. I think now Palinitia, realizing that, are going to have to just farm their way out onto the top side of the map. Hey, you know what? That's the second time I've seen the Mighty Mines warded. Are we starting to ward that again? Is that ward spot becoming popular up there?
Maybe when you're winning, you should try to put wards, you know, around the food stalls, you know, that's what you call it.
Yeah.
Because the enemy has to try to find farm in the corners of the map, and this is where you will see them.
I would normally like putting it a little bit closer to the tower, you know, like by the stairs.
I actually like putting it right on top of this camp here, the camp next to the tier 3 tower. I think it's easy to catch people around here.
The corner one.
Yeah, the corner one.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
The top right corner.
Yep. Cool.
I think it's a pretty high percentage ward that can spawn
Yeah.
kill.
Because we saw Pari, right? They went for that ward as well last game, I recall. And it worked out for them, right? They got kills off of it. Gets dewarded immediately, but I like the ward overall. Okay, Tormentor
Again, you know,
to
it's
Yodomi.
a very small detail, but when you're ahead, you have to be doing all the small little things correctly as well
Absolutely.
to keep your lead. You know, all this adds up. It matters.
All right, it's time. We need Palanitia to put it together here. Otherwise, this game is just simply going to end. They are out of time. 32 minutes of farm. What is it in the inventory here, Crystallize? Okay, Daedalus in time, but not quite up to level 20. And that might be problematic here for him. He's pretty close. If they could kill a hero, I'm sure he'd get it, but he won't have that initial burst, and he is still fighting into a roar, a couple silences, an alchemist with an Aegis, and that Scythe of Ice as well on Sacred. He is a control machine. That's why Moonlight, he's going to make the jump in onto him first. The counter initiation is perfect from Dark Mago. Oh no, Crystallize, not like this. The save comes out in time from the Shadow Demon, and that is clutch. That distracted them long enough as well for the roar not to be lethal onto the Storm, but now both supports have died for this. Crystallize, we have to get something going here. He gets bashed up, morphs into the Pango, doing whatever he can. As Palanitia, they buy back on the Shadow Demon. This is it. This is the last stage of Barracks. They did lose this Chemical Rage now, but they're just leaving the Ancient Black Dragon here to do the work. As there's the counter initiation, the Scythe of Ice now, as Crystallize once again caught by the stun. He needs to do some more damage, and finally he's still only level 19 though. No XP from the Aegis kill, and now trouble's afoot. Storm, he's gone down. There's going to be the Mega secured. Fortnite Man on the side trying to take down Bambi. He will not be able to do so, but Moonlight buys back, picks off the kill there. That's level 20 now for Crystallize, but Waska, they've gotten what they came for. They're not even going to buy back on this Enchantress. They've lost Asia, sure, but they've got you pinned now. Megas will be coming in now for Team Waska. The high ground siege is successful.
Yeah, they're gonna be stuck in the base for the remainder of the game. You know. I mean, the L can take his own sweet time, buy a couple of Aghanims for his teammates. Who is the most deserving of the Aghanims? I guess you buy it for Beast. Or the Tusk.
I like
and end the game.
Kick. Yeah, I like Kick.
End the game.
I'm always a fan of Kick. It's either that or...
Yep.
They got rid of Little Friends, right?
He gave it to the
Don't
Tusk.
tell me. Hook shot out. That's going to be back to safety.
Oh, Kick.
No, they actually still have
Nice,
Little
kick
Friends.
in the
There it
back.
is. There's the kick on the Crystallize. Yeah, perfect. Crystallize. He is dead. He's got buyback, though. Moonlight, BKB active, trying to fight through this one, but he is losing that fight to this level 20 Alchemist. Fortnite Man Enchanted. He can go nowhere. Has no trees in the base, really, to be playing with. There's the buyback now from the Morphling. Really signaling the all-in from Palanitia, but they've just used everything. That was BKB on the Storm. They just can't find much.
Yeah, all they need to do from Waska is just to wait for the Raw again and repeat the combo. Kick into Hex into Raw.
Yeah, it looks really good. Yeah, I think Drums of Slum isn't really changing much about this game now. That kick, though, certainly a bit of a game changer for Matthew. And definitely the kind of player that can very much utilize this sort of an upgrade. Instead, Beastmaster goes into the Refresher. That's going to be double Roar, double Hex. Not bad at all. Okay. Hogs come through. Fortnite Man, he gets jumped. Does get the Ags off. That actually almost killed Matthew, so he's going to be now on the back foot, but they reflected the snowball. That drags Clockwork so far out of the base. There's Roar number 1. Will we even need a second one? Hook shot saves the life of Crystallize. He's able to fight through this one, but now again the Rolling Thunder. It stuns 4. It stuns Storm a second time. They just can't do much. Somewhere the Morphling is still alive. Off screen, he's still fighting out this one, trying to take down the Beastmaster. He's gotten at least through the Alchemist, and he's still alive. Crystallize finally killed off, and that's going to be a dieback for him. However, the rest of the team still holding as Fortnite Man putting in work, putting in damage. Matthew's got to kick him away so he doesn't explode. Krekker with the Ghost Scepter still alive here as well, as now it's only Yodomi left on the enemy high ground. Can they take down the Bambi? 15 HP there for the Clockwork before Dark Mago swipes him down. 3 dead now for Palanitia. Fortnite Man defending for his life. He's lost all of his towers. All of his friends are dead except for the Storm Spirit. Flamethrowers out trying to defend the throne. As they're buying back here on Waska.
They're trying to end the game. Elk's gonna be alive, so they wanna just try to finish the game here.
Yeah, that's
Even dropping
true.
the banner.
Yep. Just trying to let the wagons get in a little bit more. Sacred with the tip onto Yodomi. It's very low on mana.
Nice
He's ferrying
banner,
out
bro.
clarities. I mean, look, they still have the carts. There's 4 carts on this ancient. Fortnite man, save us. You're our only hope. And well, he's doing a pretty good job actually. But Alchemist is about to rejoin the fight. Waska, they don't want to put anyone on the Ancient. They're a bit scared. Moonlight, he jumps in. And Fortnite Man trying to blow up someone. And there's the damage. Good enough for the kill of the Dark Mago. He's going to buy back instantly. They're all TPing back to the outpost, but those are going to be really long TPs. Fortnite Man, he actually has no trees to Timber Chain back to in the base, but he's bought a lot of time now. 20 seconds until the Morphling is back. But Pike, he returning to the fray, takes down the Timber Saw, and without their hero, Fortnite Man, Polynezia, no, they stand no chance. A very valiant hold here, but Waska in the end overpowering the Ukrainian team and taking the victory in game number 1.
Yeah, it was like never really in doubt, you know. They were ahead in the lanes, they were ahead in the middle game. I mean, Sacred on the Beastmaster definitely played a very important role throughout the early game, the mid game, the late game. Like with the Helm of Dominator, he snowballed, he took towers, and then he got his Overlord, and they continued to do the same thing, just kept pressuring. And Pike on the Elk kind of had, he had a very, very free game, you know, because the Beastmaster, he was just like taking away so much attention from his opponents to pressure the Elk. They can't really do anything to the Elk. And the Beast plus the Pango basically run rampant over the map.
Yeah, I mean, basically is totally right. Yeah, it felt like from that first Rolling Thunder that Dark Mago stunned everyone on the map twice. Game got a little bit out of control from there. I mean, I say this as a surprise because I feel like we don't usually see this on Pango, but he did the most damage that game. More than a Sacred with the early Helm Rush, more than an Alchemist who was just running around burning everything. Wow.
Yeah, they definitely have to try to, I guess, play better. Pango is not a hero that you would really want to ban out. I think the hero is good, but I'm not sure if you want to use a ban to remove the hero. I think overall, you have to look at how they are playing the game, you know, because I mentioned earlier that Timbersaw was like a bit of like a... He was picked in a way where it's good against the Elk in the lane, but in the game it's kind of greedy when you have like the Timber, Storm, Morphing cost. I think in the early game the Storm he got bullied a lot, he didn't get runes. The Pango was the one taking control of the game with the first roll. They did a couple of moves during the first few runes. I think the Pango, he was able to get level 6, if I'm not mistaken. He got level 6 ahead of the Storm, killed him first, and the Storm kind of was playing catch up, you know, right from the start. And on top of that, he wasn't really getting much of the runes, you know, so the game became really, really hard to play. And you have the Beastmaster with the Helm of Dom taking your tier 1 and then moving to the mid and taking your mid tier 1 as well. It just completely suffocated them, you know. They were forced to farm across the side of the maps, and I think after that Waska just did the right thing, you know. They placed good observer wards, they scouted every time the Timber or the Morphing, they were trying to farm across the sides of the map, and they were killed.
Yeah, and just ultimately, Winter, all that to say, not a very close game, unfortunately. Very one-sided, and ended up being just too difficult right there for the side of Polynezia. You got to give them credit. I do think that they clearly identified the conditions they needed to start those fights, and occasionally we're catching Waska off guard, right? They were fighting tooth and nail there to put kills together, but just that kind of lead that you explained there that they built towards the start for Waska didn't really leave a lot of more room for maneuvering, and eventually when you're getting megas at 30 minutes with a 30k net worth lead, game is just not going to be really in a winnable place for them. That is going to be it for game number 1, folks. Of course, we still have 2 games in this BO2 series. It is time to see then if we can get our first win of the tournament for Polynezia as they head into a 0-3 deficit at this point, or if Team Waska will continue to impress with another fast draft. We're going to be going to a quick break, but when we return, some more Dream League action. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to Dream League Season 24. We are about to get underway with Palenicia versus Team Waska, game number 2. We are in a pretty fun series here, Winter. It's a bit more fun for one team than the other, however, right? As unfortunately for Palenicia, just not a very close game 1. Kind of fell apart from the laning stage and very hard to recover from there.
They got ran over by the Beastmaster. That was what happened, Richie. I need a better answer for the Beastmaster. Or at least a better way to deal with the Beastmaster. But it all started with like the runes and the Pango like rolling out of control, balling out of control, Dark Morgul. He just got too much out of the early game. Like his supports were doing a really good job at helping him secure the runes, and they were getting kills off the Pango's rotation. I think that has to be a major improvement that they need to change. They need to stop this from happening again. The runes. Die for the runes if you are playing support. Your life is not worth saving if you can't take if you're giving away the rune. You have to sacrifice yourself to take the rune.
And the early fights especially, right, have to really kind of end up going your way. And you can't be losing those many heroes against a lineup like that.
Think about it this way. If the enemy mid laner gets the rune, and maybe you're there but you're scared of dying for it, the enemy mid laner takes the rune, and somebody's going to die on your team anyway, So why not it just be you, That's how I would think about it.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. And sometimes, a tactical death can always be useful. You TP back, refill bottle.
Yeah, precisely. Especially
not always
during
necessarily
the 6-minute power rune, you die for that rune, then you come back, you refill bottle, then you go take the wisdom rune. Everything lines up.
Everything works out, and that's what we love to see. Winter, let's focus on some of the good that we saw in that game. First, let's start with maybe more of the obvious, right? And that's of course Team Waska. What do you think really stood out for them besides overall the Beastmaster kind of running over the game a little bit? Like, what do you think really came together for them that was just beyond rune fights and early? Like, what do you think they continued executing on that allowed them to really make that game as convincing as it was?
I think just very good cohesion. Everyone's like understanding who is strong, and then they're playing around that hero. If the elk is strong, they are like trying to be around that hero a lot. Even if you're farming, you have to farm near the hero that wants to make a move. I think that's something that doesn't get discussed a lot. I think when you're playing on a level like this, everyone needs to understand who is strong and who is not strong, and you have to always try to abuse the strongest hero on the map. If the Beastmaster is strong, you have to follow him. But sometimes, on the contrary, the strongest heroes have to try to make it easy for the team as well. You need to follow your teammates as well. You can't expect everyone to be just lining up behind you all the time. Sometimes you have to be flexible. You have to move to them. So these are the small little things that you need to pay attention to. I think in the first game, Waska did a pretty good job of that. Like whenever they are playing around the elk, whenever they're playing around the Beastmaster, I think they were very, very clear that they understood they were stronger than their opponents, and they were just trying to abuse those timings.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense, and especially when you're that far up in a game, certainly is going to allow you to continue that lead going. Winter, I've given you a little bit of time to think about it now. I think this is going to be the more difficult answer in a game that was as one-sided as it was. What were some things you think Palenicia really, really succeeded at? Like what looked good there? Hold on, sorry, I just have to sit in my lobby slot here. There we go. Now I'm ready to go. But what do you think they really executed on? What looks strong? What do you think they should kind of focus on doing more of in game number 2? I always ask you, how do you fix things? And you say, it's always kind of hard. You can't really fix things. But what do you think they should do more of?
Wait, I don't say that. Come on, bro.
I always say, what do you do? How do we fix this in draft 2? And they go, Dota's a very nuanced game. You can't really fix things like that just so easily.
Wow, bro. If you ask me about the draft, I'll give you an opinion. What I think I should be picking instead.
Okay. Well, I'm asking you opinion on the draft.
What do you? Sometimes I'll talk about budget. They have too many greedy heroes.
Fair.
I think this game, you can maybe make that argument, but I still felt like overall, the more I think about it, I think the draft could work if the Storm had been given a better start to the game. Because the Storm is your critical hero. You look at the 3 cores: Morphling, Timber, and Storm. The Morphling and the Timber, they are both gonna sit in their area. They're gonna sit on their chair, right? They don't want to move. Storm has to be the one moving around. He has to play the musical chair, but he doesn't get the runes. He got killed, blah, blah, blah. He had a bad early game, you know, so how is he going to be moving the chairs, you know? He can't, you know, so the whole draft just falls apart.
Yeah, and that's a bit tough. I mean, we'll see maybe a little bit more flexibility then in the movement of the chairs is what you're looking for. We'll see if we get a little bit more musical chairs, if we get a repeat of Game 1, if we see Fortnite Man have his pop-off moment as Winter. Our Game 2 draft is now just getting started. We'll have that up for you guys very shortly and just now, actually, as we can see our draft getting updated just very early on in the picks and ban phase. Again, the Dark Mago Mars ban, you gotta respect it in that first phase, as well as a Pangolier and a Tiny ban. 3 Dark Mago heroes, Winter. We have to be letting through something massive.
What Imba hero is available now?
Well, there's a Shadow Demon for one.
Shadow Demon. I mean Muerta, but I don't know if Muerta, if she's still like considered an Imba hero. She was picked a lot during Dacha, but now
sure,
not so much. You know, sometimes you see her getting picked in the second phase or getting banned in the second phase. I mean, Cloud.
Maybe we can see the most banned heroes. I think would help us talk about this stat a little bit.
We saw like a frequent first pick hero before, but now
that's right.
He kind of
here we are. So Naga's still banned. Invoker, Enchantress, Monkey. Okay, and this is across all games here at Dream League Season 24, by the way. Once again, Polynesia, they've decided for second pick here. They've had second pick both games. Waska, this time with first pick on Radiant. And that's the big one, right? The Sand King. Winter, I'm not going to lie to you. I've seen this hero banned in almost every single game to the point where I'm not really sure what made him strong in the first place. I just know we need to ban him. You know what I mean?
Bloodstone. Does it tickle any of your memories?
Makes me feel sandy for some reason. That has something to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, right now, the Sand Kings, a lot of the Sand King players are taking the other facet, the Invis, with the bigger AoE on the Sandstorm, you know, after they nerfed the Dust Devil.
Yeah.
I mean, the Bloodstone.
Yeah, Dust Devil was ridiculous.
The build kind of just makes the hero very relevant. Yeah, you're very hard to kill, you have a bigger AoE. I mean, it just helps you like farm Ancients. I think this is one of the things where when you look at Tundra, especially with 33, he really prioritizes having a hero that can clear Ancients so that you can utilize the whole map, right? Because he plays offlane like a carry or he's like an anchor. He will sit in his side of the map and he will never leave that side, you know, so he wants to take advantage of all the camps around that area. And not every single offlane hero can do that, you know, so he likes to play a specific kind. Either he can farm the Ancients or he kicks the enemy out of the lane, you know, something like a Brood, you know, or a Visage, you know. Double second gold creating heroes, yeah, Doom and Alchemist. I think we saw Doom, this. I like Doom against the Sand King for the Bloodstone reason, because you can stop him healing. Right. Sorry, I was just gonna say that. But opening 2 cores right away? Not sure. Maybe the Doom can be a support. Maybe.
Interesting. Yeah, that's really fascinating that you say that. I was just going to point out, of course, this is the gold creation draft that Perry just took down right in their series. They were playing into this and actually kind of struggled for some time before Nouns couldn't really put together the team fights, and eventually they were overrun. But we saw this have a clear timing, right? We've seen it succeed, so even if it feels a little greedy, it might get off to the start that they need.
It might not be greedy if the Doom is like a support.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. Doom plus a range hero in the lane. I think I mostly see it with Visage. I don't know if it works with other range heroes, like your offlaner must be a range, I think, for this to work. Maybe a Razor, Viper kind of hero. That Prophet. For that to be good on position for. But otherwise, I think your job this game is going to be pretty straightforward. Sand King has Birdstone, he pops it, you doom him. Or you just doom him before he gets anything off.
That Rider's going to come through.
The double repositioning heroes.
That might be about Dark Mago hero. I don't want to say, I don't want to breathe it into existence too early, but he's quite the bat player. Let me check his Dota 2 Pro Tracker and see if he's been playing with it.
Arsonist, right? You get Arsonist on the mid.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh my goodness, 67 matches in 8 days? My man is
on
game.
That,
No. Oh my God, could you imagine?
I'm like, what? The guy played 67 Bat Rider.
No, he has not played let me just do my due diligence here. He hasn't played any Bat Rider, actually, at all in the past 8 days. Mostly Storm, Pango, Tiny, Ember, and Void. A lot of Storm, especially. So if this is his hero, it would be a slight deviation from what he's been playing. But of course, I would be remiss if I didn't say it. This is one of his best heroes. Kunkka, Ember, Invoker, Tiny. These are the heroes he made his name on. He cut his teeth on, and then he developed into a more, normal mid laner.
He's probably not so happy about the Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, Ember Spirit patch right now.
He's a bit of an Ember player, I believe. He was always an Ember player, but he's had to learn the Storm, and I gotta say, he's got above 50% win rate with 22 matches of Storm, so he's been grinding. I have to say, I hate to do it to him, his Pango, still perfecting. 14 matches, 28% win rate. So definitely a pop-off game for him last time. I'm sure it felt really good. He's like, I knew it was always my team in all of those pubs that I lost. It wasn't me. I killed that game.
How can it ever be your own fault, Richie? It's always somebody else's fault.
That's what I'm saying, right? You gotta protect your own, to protect yourself. All right.
Maybe your own skin, right? That's what we call it.
Of course. No one else is gonna be nice to you, especially not in Dota. You can be nice to yourself, and you should.
I'm nice to you, bro.
I'm just talking about
dinner dates.
When I say you, I don't mean you, Winter Chanlit Bin. I'm talking about you as in the royal you, as in everyone else watching, right? You know who's not nice? Is Razor. He steals your damage, he whips you, zaps your ass. Not a nice guy.
He's very good against the Doom. You click all your buttons so you don't care that he dooms you. He's very good against the Leshrac as well, if Leshrac is a call. But I think the Leshrac is going to be a support here. Most likely.
Okay, so Doom, Lesh support, Lion mid.
Huh?
You said Doom was a support, didn't you?
Probably not
10 seconds
now.
remaining.
Okay.
I think it will be Doom off lane with position for Lesh.
5
Okay.
seconds remaining.
Or Lion position for Doom off lane, Lesh mid. I don't know. Do as you please, Do as you please, as long as you give us an entertaining game.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I'm pretty
basically
sure.
Go anyway.
Am I crazy? I saw some really weird Alchemist lineups when I was looking at, I believe it was Palanitia's games. This led me to believe that they were dabbling with Alchemist in different positions. So let me try and find these games real quick.
Or are you just talking about the ultimate Alchemist draft? You get 4 heroes that have Imba Aghanims, and you just buy Aghanims for all your teammates.
Yeah, maybe, because I see a few games, for example, like they played versus Talon yesterday, and they had a Luna and a Primal and a Sand King with an Alk, right? So that means this Alk was a support. Yeah, it was a support. It was a 5 actually, because they picked it with a Willow. So this is a flex for Palanizia. I'm glad I looked this up. I was like, I remember seeing like Alk with a lot of other carries. So maybe that's a big reason why Waska picked it last game, because they know that this is a bit of a flex. We've banned Huskar, by the way, so obviously I'm thinking Ember. Ember, basically. Who else? Who else gets absolutely demolished by Huskar? No one as bad as Ember, right?
Any melee hero, I think. Yeah, I guess Ember kind of suffers a lot more compared to some Primal, because Primal you can drag the wave to the jungle and just clear it with your trample.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of games of Alk support. I'm not gonna lie to you. I see like, oh, Zeus. Okay.
So more lightning on top of the Razor.
So where's this Sand King going then? Let's think like Palanizia here. What is your lane?
Sand King's off lane. Razor is carry. Zeus is mid.
Zeus is mid. Okay. It's just the storm. They snap pick the storm. Look at Matthew. Matthew's like, hi, I told you. He's like, te dije. I told you he's gonna pick Storm here. Okay. So it's a crystallized hard carry Alk, and it is a support Lesh. Winter, how did you know?
How did I know?
How did
I
you
didn't
know?
I just took a guess. Like you would call it an educated guess.
I see.
I mean,
You're just
technically they
basically
could put their
you're saying
heroes
skill
on
diff
any hero.
between me and you. Okay, very nice, very nice.
Technically, they could put their heroes on any hero. L could be support, Doom could be support, Lash could be mid, Lion could be support, you know, or you could put Lion mid if you want. That's what you suggested.
Yeah, get the fist talent.
I didn't
Okay.
even pour cold water on your idea, you know, of the Lion support, Lion mid, you know.
I don't see any Zeus games as of late for Dark Mago though, so that's a bit of an interesting one.
But why is it good here? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know. And then why did they ban the Huskar? I would have thought Zeus would have been pretty
Yeah, Zeus
good
would
into Huskar. Like,
don't really
you just
care
push the
about-
wave.
You can farm the wave anyway. I don't know.
Polynesia is a team that picks Huskar. They're Huskar players, right? So I see it a lot in their recent games. Not a lot, but more than like, you know, one in the past 20 is a lot of Huskar. So, yeah, I don't know. This Zeus pick feels weird. I've seen a lot of Zeus in. I was casting the MSA Gaming Arena event, and there is a Thai team that was picking it a lot as support. So for me to see it mid is very different. Very different. Could Waska have gotten baited here? They possibly have thought, no, it's a Lesh mid, let's pick some Zeus?
Baited into picking Zeus?
I don't know. I just don't understand this.
Because Zeus is like, I would say that one of the benefits of picking Zeus on 23 is you don't really have many very bad matchups, you know. So he's a pretty decent blind pick where you're going to be able to draw your lane in most cases. Kind of like a keeper of the light.
Well,
Because
right.
you don't see
I mean,
a
that makes
matchup, right?
sense.
So you just pick something that no matter what won't lose your lane. I think that's
Matthew-
probably the idea.
Sorry, I hate to cut you off, Winter. I apologize. Matthew also has taken Arsonist. Guess it makes sense. His team's terrible at pushing. Holy, I've never seen a team worse at pushing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if your Bat Rider has to push the tower, it means that your teammates are going to be just watching you hit it if the Bat Rider has to do it. Sand King does the
pretty
kill
much.
towers. Razor is not... I mean, Razor's okay, I guess. Not like the worst. But Zeus is definitely not a tower hitter.
And finally, the only other facet of note, I would say, is going to be Doom. Keep an eye on Fortnite, man. He's going to be
He wants
converting
first
this
blood.
gold into V-Bucks and selling them and recycling, and we'll see what that turns into as we do see a camp blocked. Nice moves here, but Polynesia aren't going to be able to find much. They unlight the Watcher, and we'll split runes to a piece to start game 2 here of our series.
Okay, let's see what is he going to do on this lane as Lash. He went for the Misanthropy, so you can't really trade against the Lash. So you have to kind of avoid him at all times. You don't really want to go into like the camp, because usually when you're playing the lane, the support, sometimes you tend to run into the jungle to stop the enemy from pulling or body blocking camps and whatnot. But against the Lash with this facet, you can't really do that to him. I look at it, he's going to take so much damage.
Ooh.
Okay, oh my god, he took Stoke. Okay, I guess that was the right play, you know, otherwise he would have been... I think he would have been close to dying there with the Edict and the Infernal Blade.
Yeah.
Alright.
We'll see Domi's going to block the camp from behind, so no camps down bottom as we get our first, well, maybe second link out from Pike. Fortnite, man. He'll be walked back and nearly a full level 1 link anyway. Additional 30 damage. Zeus is taking quite a licking in this mid lane as well, honestly. I did see Dark Mago deny the first range creep, so a bit of a miss there, unfortunately, for Moonlight, but overall the damage is impressive out from this storm early on. Oof, just an unfun lane here for Dark Mago. Yeah, he's just eating damage, being zoned by remnants.
He's still
Really
getting
interesting.
some decent last hits. I mean, top lane, Elk is... I guess he's going to be fine as well against the Sand King, but when Sand King gets more levels, then the Elk is going to have to be more careful in this lane.
Oh, Lash. Nice ice shards here from Yadomi. allow Pyke to collect on the kill here for the Leshrac. First blood into the hands of Team Waska. Off to a great start here, I have to say, Winter. Crystallize, they've got this ward down. Oh, they missed the Earthspike. I'm not sure if it was a miss, really. It seems like they've been really committing Earthspikes to secure range creeps. Fair enough. I have to ask you as well, Winter, you seen a lot of Zeuses in your pubs? In general? Yeah, me neither.
Position 4 sometimes, you know, you get someone that has to play support, but a core player, and he just pretends to play support by playing Zeus.
Yeah, I've seen even more Skywrath mages position 4s, or not mids. I've never seen a Sky mid, but
you build Rod of Athos. I think position 4 right now the meta is you either buy Rod of Athos or you buy Dagger. Sometimes maybe you can buy Yules.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the Lion being 10 HP shy of securing the kill onto the range creep, so he mana drained the range creep to death. It's a bad way to go. Bad way to go.
Get the range creep, you know. You don't want to get level 3, you know, slower than your opponent die because of it.
I have to say, from what I've seen top, I think all 3 of those lines last hits are onto range creeps, which is pretty big, right? Because Crystallize cannot get too close, less TB in position. Sorry, less TB forced out of position, I should say, by this Flame Breaker.
It's going to be hard, you know, as a melee hero. Can't really go close, so it is what it is. You have to just, again, Lion gets the range creep. It's going to get bounced back by Matthew, but he's going to be fine. But they have the camp, so the Sand King is going to be very happy here.
Right. I guess Alk just wants to get out of this lane with levels, right?
The Glyphing, they want to kill him.
Crazy. Love seeing this stuff. Yeah, Leshrac yet again. He will get off one last Lightning Storm, but Fortnite Man once again left all alone down bottom, man. Fortnite Man. I'm just a lonely little Fortnite Man looking for my duo to hot drop Tilted Towers, but this Leshrac, my Leshrac keeps dying, man. My support Leshrac. He went, bro, watch this, and picked support Lesh. Have you seen it support Lesh?
Not in a while. He used to be quite popular.
Yeah.
12 months ago.
I remember. Really, even that recently.
Yeah. It was part of the sniper position for meta. But then it got phased out. Because people are opting to pick Mirana and Sniper Pos for over the
Mahago. Oh, he threw a blood grenade. A little bit shy on mana. A lot of regen here for Moonlight. Yeah, that was 9 wand charges, a bottle sip. He still has Fairy Fire, as does Dark Mago, so no one's really in any threat up here. I should say here in the mid lane.
And he's gonna be level 6 soon, halfway there. As soon as that happens, he's gonna kill the side lane.
This Zeus, right?
Yeah. You're bound to die, you know, when the Zeus gets level 6. I mean, range drop sometimes. It's not enough to save you.
Sure. Talk to me a little bit about how you think Storm's going to be able to play this game, because last game you said that Storm needed to kind of rotate around to the side lanes. You said heroes that would be planted there.
More of the supports needing to play around the Storm, you know, to secure the runes for him and allow him to gank the side lanes, you know.
Fortnite Man getting stopped here. Careful. There's an extra hero up top. Matthew getting scouted now on the Observer Ward. A big stack as well. They really need to get something here. And through the gate comes the Lesh. He's going to eat that stun. A lot of damage out from the Edict. At least assist for the kill onto Matthew. But Yadomi's still here. And Pyke's come through the gate as well at level 4. A nice 3-man stun. A little Ravage, mini Ravage from our Lion. Buying a lot of time from Crystallize. Did they snowball him? They snowballed him. What in the world? Fortnite Man, he's going to TP on through as there's going to be a Burrow Strike. I don't really think this Sand King wants to be here any longer as it's gone so long. Leshrac has respawned. We do have a Zeus ulti. They're going to feed him some tangos. He's got 8 stick charges as well. Oh, Crystallize still alive and walking away the damage. Although Matthew was maybe shocked that he ran back to still die. Cracker getting right-clicked down on the side. I think maybe he was trying to sneak around and eventually get that Wisdom Rune. And what does this end up being? A dead Lion, a dead Lesh, a dead Alchemist for a Tusk? For a Bat.
Not worth it, for sure.
No, not worth. Moonlight gets level 6. He gets a little bit more recovered and stabilized in this mid lane, but obviously with both mid laners staying mid, it's the global Zeus who has the most impact up top.
Yeah, Recent Runes gonna be one apiece here. So nothing fancy happening. No one's gonna attempt to steal.
Careful here, Matthew. They know you're around.
He's just trying to be very annoying. He knows the elk has to go jungle now. He wants to block his camp, steal his XP, do whatever he can to annoy him. You know, just pretend to be a bounty hunter or Riki and gets punished because he's not a bounty hunter and Riki, and he's not in this. You know, so the enemy can see him.
Yeah. I think, does Bat have night vision though, or better night vision than other heroes?
No, bats can't see at night, bro.
Well, bats can't see at all, right?
Oh
But
no,
obviously-
actually no. Bats can't see in the daytime. Sorry.
Well, they can't see at night either. They fly around via echolocation, you know?
Dire's middle tower
I think they're just nocturnal in general.
They just have very poor eyesight
Yeah.
because they don't need that.
Let me check here. That is funny. That is a very Matthew thing to do. Him just like literally standing there.
Pretending to be bounty Riki.
Yeah, okay, good damage here as Dark Mago gets the wand charges off. He's so tanky. A last little zip from Moonlight. It costs him all the mana he has. That sets him up for a stun now from Sacred. But the Leshrac is coming in to aid here. Cracker finds another stun as Crystallize connecting here. Crystallize is pretty low though himself. They will chase up the high ground here.
Shards.
Sacred, very good shards though. Very good shards. We'll stop that in its tracks. But that felt deep from Polynezia, and with the Strength Treads activated, Pike is going to be able to tank through this first Doom. Fortnite's still hunting, but won't be able to find his mark, his quarry.
Dire's barrier has been killed.
Mid lane, Lion.
Ooh, good control. The smallest split earth I've ever seen, but good enough for the kill here onto Dark Mago, and now they go diving for more. That was a snowball finger of death dodge, ladies and gentlemen. You can indeed do that. However, it won't change the outcome of that engagement. Yodomi still dies, does set up the Lion for death in return quite easily. Moonlight deciding he needs to bail out of this fight. No Burrow Strike in time, so he'll get away. But this Lesh, not enough mana for a TP away. Oh. Sneaky position in here. He's going to have to wait here for just a little while longer, and I think he'll be able to live.
Well, they're certainly doing a much better job playing around their Storm, playing around Moonlight here this game. Enabling him, but Fortnite man, unfortunately, he's left alone and he's going to die. No Doom,
he is.
Nothing to save himself. And they haven't really been using the gates, to try and gank this Razor. I think when the Doom tried to go for the kill on the Razor, that would have been nice if the Elk actually gated and just came down, to throw a stun to secure the kill. I think the majority of the teams don't really identify small little details like this, and when you look at like teams like Tundra, the stronger teams, Falcons, they kind of always like send their carries through the gate, to make plays.
Yeah.
It's the smaller play. You secure the kill and then you gate and you go back to your lane and farm.
150 mana, right? And it's way faster than a TP. Get into the action if you can kind of coordinate pushing a wave, you talk about this maybe 30 seconds in advance. Hey guys, they didn't pull or they pulled. I'm going to push this next wave. Get ready to go, right? Maybe the mid laner gets a good rune. I agree. But Winter, what we have here before ourselves is very much a closer game, I should say, here in game number 2, right? Less than a 1k lead, 8-7, both teams smoking and getting after each other here, but it's a reaction from Waska as Polynezia, they go searching behind the tier 1 tower, won't find anything. Scan from Waska does see heroes here on the high ground as Moonlight, he's going to get pushed down into the lasso of Matthew. Zeus ulti as well. He does get a zip off. He's going to need to do so defensively, and they've caught at least the Tusk deep behind enemy lines. There's an Arcane Rune active here for Moonlight, so this could be a very promising fight indeed, as the Doom is going to be onto the Zeus. Unfortunately, it seems like Polynezia overextending here a little bit. That is until at least Sacred goes in a bit too far. They've got detection, they've got damage, and they've got a kill onto the Sand King. That's a 3 times kill streak ended, but Pike just barely having the reach. He's on a triple kill now. Nothing to stop the TP away for the Lion, however. A 3-for-3 trade. Okay. Not really. That's, I hate it. This almost seems even. I guess better for Waska, right? Because the Zeus lives.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have Elk, right? The Elk then died, so he got extra gold, and he's back to farming. So I think
You're right.
he's kind of okay with this too.
Overall, a good fight for Moonlight, right? Who had a pretty
It's
quiet
very
game number
strange
one.
that the Storm probably wasn't looking on his screen because the Bat Rider literally walked up to him, with no dagger and lassoed him.
Yeah. That was
That was how
well, he
the
got
fight
flame breaked.
started.
He got flame breaked a little bit, but yes, overall, hard agree there. You've got a Razor connecting onto the Lion, but most importantly, it's a snowball up to the high ground there. Very nice defensive zip is going to put Yadomi and Dark Mago out of position. That's a second death here in pretty rapid succession now for Dark Mago. This is going to be another death here for the Razor, but they've actually caught. Sorry, I meant a death for the Leshrac, but it's actually a death on the Razor, who finds himself dead in the river. Moonlight light on mana here, has no choice but to turn and try and fight. Can't really do much against Sacred. He's already pretty online with his own Blink Dagger on that Sand King, but a big kill onto that Razor. That was like 600 gold. Oof.
Doom is going to be up soon again if they can actually make a play around this Doom. That would be also amazing if they can kill the Razor again if he TP's down here. Or they could actually choose to defend the top tower. Right now Matthew is trying to use Sticky Napalm to kill the tower slowly.
Yeah, that's the best tower push they have. They got pretty good wave clear, but when Bat Rider is your designated tower pusher, you're in a little bit of trouble. And that was a big kill, 685 gold for Moonlight there.
I mean,
It's a 1,000 kill bounty.
He solo killed the tower. Like he soloed the tower from like 80% HP.
Look, dude, you get it done eventually. It adds up. 35% damage of napalm to buildings is not half bad. Oh goodness, that arsonist.
I felt like he was cosplaying a Pugna, hiding in the trees, killing the tower.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much, right? What, they killed Razor again?
Yeah, they doomed him.
They doomed him. They doomed him now to the mid lane. Moonlight, he is gonna get popped though. Few ultis there committed, but a trade that is still going to continue to keep the Storm a little bit on the struggle zone, Not really had the most comfortable of games. And now we begin the world's slowest siege. Bring up the Bat Rider.
Slow?
This
That's
is like
not slow.
It's
Look
not
at that.
fast.
Dude, look at that tower.
Okay. Look, it takes some time to ramp up, all right? He needs to get up to 8 stacks.
What?
He's lucky that towers cannot use magic wand, otherwise they'd never kill those things.
Tower is a magic one.
Dire.
I just feel that we are so blessed that you are not doing the update.
Balancing the game. Dude, you know what? Sometimes I've got good ideas, okay? Towers using abilities or skills would be probably not one of those, but you never know. You never know. All right, so what's this Lesh gonna do? He's gonna blink stun? That's the idea.
No,
blink stun and he just edict in the middle of fight.
Go in, try to assassinate some hero.
It's just very funny. I mean,
I foresee him just dying, to the spells.
Yeah, dying. They got a lot of like spillover magic damage as well here, don't you? Right? Just like some Sandstorm, Epicenter, Plasma Field,
and then the Lesh is dead.
Yeah, here's like Firefly all over the ground as well. Like,
yeah, he doesn't even have
tough game to be a Lesh.
HP item on the neutral slot. He went for the move speed and mana item, Faded Brooch. So he's very squishy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Dude, I mean, I gotta say though, they've kept this game close. 1K lead. Yes, it is an Elk. Yes, it is a Doom, but decent fights. And this is a game where Palanisia Winter, I think they've got a path forward through this one. There are some Razor timings upcoming though, aren't they? Those are something to be mindful of.
Yeah, but it's like a single core draft, Sand King and Zeus, they're not exactly the best heroes late game. In terms of, I guess Sand King can be considered good late game when you get the Aghanims, you do right click damage.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just laughing at the absurdity of this Bat Rider siege engine, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
Look at it go. 10 napalm, just 10 napalm stacks on the tower.
It is actually just making me want to play it with the Arsonist passive. It looks so fun.
Go. See how
Not with you, because you're gonna ruin my day. Sure, you're gonna do something in the game to sabotage me when I'm trying to get the tower.
No, I would never. I would never. Me? Little old me? I would never. Crystallized, pardon me. He's getting online, though. BKB and 1,000 gold. His team did just smoke. Didn't really find much, but we're just hoping to try and clear their triangle where Waska are posturing quite aggressively. They find a stun here. This is only a support Lesh, so it's just a support kill in the mid lane.
It's still a pretty big kill, 600 gold.
I agree.
Substantial amount.
I agree, and it could be a tier 2 tower if your tower siege was not Batrider as well. Just imagine. Zeus ulti for vision. They see Fortnite men, but really what they don't know is Fortnite men. He sees them. You know, it's like when you gaze into the abyss, the abyss also gazes into you. It's like that with Fortnite men as well.
No idea where you're going with this.
That's Nietzsche. You never heard? When you fight monsters, you must be careful that one does not become monsters. For when you gaze into the abyss gazes into you. You ever heard this before?
Apparently not.
Huh, interesting.
Radiant are scanning.
Anyway,
Sounded like Enigma doing one of his monologues. Gaze into the abyss.
yeah. I mean, I think he probably quotes a lot of what are these guys called? They're not psychologists. By the way, this is the second time we've seen Fortnite man kind of caught out with without a TP scroll. It's got to be a little careful with that one here. Okay, Matthew commits on the lasso here. The Edict's doing pretty good damage and buys Moonlight enough time to bottle up that amplified damage rune. I presume they're not unhappy with that outcome. But immediately Waska are going to look to go top lane. Sacred defends the tower. Someone just drew so much on the map. They want to play around top. That much is clear, at least from Waska.
It was the Razor.
Yeah.
And they need to try to utilize the pipe on the Doom. You know, Doom already just completed the pipe. He has pipe drums. He has the speed aura. So he's very, very strong right now. They have to try to play around him a lot more, you know. I mean, even the Elk is kind of pretty strong right now with the BKB, but he wants to hit the 3 item timing, the BKB, Radiance, and Dagger.
Yeah. He's pretty close as well. He probably just needs a few more minutes. It'd be lovely if he had just a touch more farm so that he can hit that timing with this amplified damage rune. You still have level 1 Finger of Death. You have a Doom. That's a mighty scary team fight to be, you know, trying to go into, isn't it? Waska, I think they gotta be smart about this next engagement.
I think the Storm with the shot is also going to be a huge thing in the team fights, you know. I think this hero is picked a lot right now because of the power of the shot, you know. People start to realize how strong it is. You get it.
This overload?
Yeah, the second, or I guess after your Kaya, or sometimes as your third item. And it just gives you so much damage.
I always like Glimmer first. Matthew's one of these guys that will... I think he always really likes the Glimmer capes, but he makes very good use of them. Like, he will Glimmer aggressively to go up high ground and whatnot. Yodomi with a Blink. So there are some items coming online. And Sacred about to get, I think, the team's first Aura item. That's a Pipe of Insight here. A couple more camps, and we'll have this Alk Blink... Sorry, we'll have this Alk Blink, yes, Radiant... BKB timing as they are going to look for a fight without the Alchemist. They actually find a stun though. Okay, not good enough. Yeah, the Pipe of Insight doesn't buy enough time to control. It's good enough for the kill onto Moonlight. What is going to happen here? Sacred, he just picks up the shield rune, and that's going to allow him to ulti. No, he gets stunned for a second here, but Crystallize, he's being sapped of his damage, trying to fight through the doomed Razor before the Razor turns back onto him, before the Leshrac just jumps in and murders him anyway. Another Walrus Punch, second of the fight, good enough for the kill onto Crystallize, as now it is the Lion left alone in the jungle. Well, he dies. 2 cores taken out here on the side of Waska, but ultimately the fight's just better for them anyway.
I mean, the highlight has to be QBFY jumping in at the end to kill the Razor. Edict jump in and just finish the kill off. I mean, they just took too much, you know, too long to finish him off. They threw so many spells, and I don't even know if the Razor is the best Doom target. I feel like if I'm the Doom, I kind of want to Doom either the Zeus or the Sand King instead.
Yeah.
I mean, the Razor already got all his spells off, you know. He got his out of the Storm. He got his BKB off. He doesn't care, you know, if you Doom him.
It's a real Zeus kill. We have ourselves a game here, Matthew. And shenanigans again with the Glimmer Cape. So he avoids the dust and gets back to safety. Oh, dude, Fortnite Man's holding onto the speed aura, by the way. He's got that, the Kobold Foreman aura. So he's a fast man. He's fast.
With the drums plus your level 15 talent, when you're going to get the most speed as well.
On the Scorched Earth, that's right.
Yeah. Or you can just follow armor, get an SNY. I don't know if it's actually gonna be a thing, you know, SNY on Doom. I mean, it definitely looks like it's pretty strong.
Why
But
not?
you kind of want to abuse the fact that you get that 15% bonus damage, the right click, when you're higher level than the target. So the SNY
Right.
allows you to get some right clicks in here and there.
And you should always be higher level,
I didn't
right?
even know that it actually counts magic damage as well until they patched it out this recent one. Because when you read the spell, you don't really expect it to consider the magic damage as the bonus damage as well.
Yeah. I mean, there are also instances where Doom would just break sometimes. Not the ability. I'm not talking about the break mechanic. I'm talking about Scorched Earth stops working in the middle of your game. So, you know, it's a little bit of give and take with this Doom hero, but see how that ends up here. An Orchid now for Zeus, as Polynesia have just taken their Tormentor. I believe so shall Waska.
Well, the Orchid, I don't know how much can he do with it. Storm's gonna have BKB soon.
Right.
Already has BKB.
Mhm.
What is he gonna do? He's trying to kill the supports.
Yeah,
I
Orchid
guess
the
he can
Lesh.
Orchid the Doom. I don't know. Seems strange. I think he just wants to maybe try to force the enemy team to use their BKBs early. And then when their BKB runs out, he destroys them with their spells. With his spells.
Blink Dagger Bat now for Matthew.
Yeah, I like that he changed his mind. He was gonna buy some aura item. Like, no, please, you know, buy dagger on that.
This is quite the catch as well. Crystallize, farming some ancients. Scan's gonna hit here. They see someone over in the trees, and it's quite the catch for them. No chance for Crystallize here with 4 heroes jumping him. The burst, it's just immaculate. Waska, look at a tier 2 tower. This is a big opening. Probably like the first time in a while we've seen just like a clean... that's not really true. We did just see Dark Mago die in the river, but besides that, it's probably the first time we've seen just like a clean carry pick off. That might lead into an objective. Matthew, hit the tower. We need you to napalm the tower. Okay, Blink on back. They're kind of baiting Sacred here. He's got Pipe of Insight, Barrier, Fortnite Man as well to jump on in. Finger of Death, and the whole 9 yards, really. It's good enough for the kill, though. Yadomi doesn't get the perfect ice shards here to block in Fortnite Man, as Pike TPing back to the mid-tier 1 tower, looking for this kill onto the Lion. They got more than enough magic damage to kill him into the TP, but it's Fortnite Man on the run. Fortnite Man being chased down by Matthew, and Fortnite Man who bites the dust, as Matthew had him locked down with all those sticky napalm charges.
Yeah, that's a good exchange, you know, losing the Sand King, where you get the Doom, you get the Lion. You're pretty happy with that. Mirosh is going to be the next important one. I think it's gonna move top now. So they have to kind of try to set up for it. So I guess Waska is already in position at top. I can probably just go for it once the Sand King is alive.
There he goes.
He's going to be alive in another 15 seconds, so that should give them some ample time.
I think they should give like Roshan a nice little door he opens to get into his nighttime pit, you know? They can give him like
he's already using the gate, you know, the gate is like a door, right?
Yeah, but like his nighttime pit needs to be like where he sleeps, right? So they can give him like a little pillow, you know, he can have his chow chow or whatever, right? And then in the daytime one he has like a little cubicle or something like that. What do you think?
I think that is absolutely a brilliant idea.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good ward set up here for Waska as they prepare to fight over the Roshan. Palinizia, they're going to get jumped first. Sand King didn't really get the ulti off here. He's in trouble. Pulled in by the snowball. Doom again onto this Razor, Winter. I don't know about that one. Walrus Punch burning the BKB duration now off of Crystallize, but in the middle of everything overall, it is still going to be that Sand King. He dies. This is a buyback now on the Lestrak, doing a lot of damage here, actually. As of all things, it's Crystallize throwing the unstable concoction to get the kill onto Matthew. He's worth a pretty penny as well. up. They're going to keep jumping forward. There's a tier 1 tower up here. So Matthew, he's going to get the chance to get back into this fight pretty quickly. Another snowball here, saving the Zeus for now, as that's going to be the kill onto Fortnite Man. A dieback now for the Lestrak. Fortnite Man, he can buy back. Is it time? Do they need Fortnite Man? It seems like they're going to have to bail out of this fight here, honestly. Crystallize, he gets a blink away simultaneously as the Lion does. Matthew hunting, looking for someone. Don't think he ended up seeing where that TP went. So the Lion and the Elk escape. Couple buybacks all the way around, huh?
Should be going Roche now, right away.
I agree. They don't really Roche that well, do they?
Tag team.
Sticky Napalm does not work on Roche, though. I guess it does, actually.
You mean it doesn't work on Roche? Okay, Arsonist doesn't work on Roche. You don't get 35% bonus damage.
Well, that 2-2 tower, slowly but surely, it'll go down. Kind of just a crazy fight, man. I have to say, though, I completely... Well, now that he's got Satanic, maybe it changes the calculations here. But I also don't know if I would keep dooming this,
yeah, that's true. I was about to say it. Like, why is he, like, dooming the Razor every single fight? I think he just needs to doom the Sand King or the Zeus, stop them from casting their spells. Especially the Sand King, because the Sand King has the pipe, I think he would be definitely a very good target to doom.
We're about to see this right-clicker Zeus come back, by the way. There's a Dragon Lance on the Zeus with the Shard ready to go. It's been a while since I've seen that.
Did they buff it? Or it's the same, right?
I think it's the same.
Yeah.
I think it just fell out of favor, really. It's really slow. It's so slow. As soon as the Firefly ends, eventually they get the job done. A big old stinger from Sacred. Putting the big man down. That is going to be Roshan Aegis on a Razor. I mean, it certainly is a very traditional base. I don't want to say 4 protect one, but they've got one carry, don't they, here on Waska? And right now that carry is about to murder a support. He's so speedy now as well, this Razor. It's so hard to outrun him.
I mean, now you definitely don't doom him with the Aegis. I mean, I'll be very surprised.
Right,
Still
yeah.
dooms him in the next fight.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Not with the Aegis, certainly.
Because the plan should be to ignore him. You try to kite him. You need to kill the backliners first. The Zeus is like a very big target if you can get to him. I feel like the Elk should be trying to, or even the Storm, both of them should be trying to get to Zeus first. And then the Doom goes for the other target. If the Storm goes for Zeus, then the Doom goes for the Sand King, vice versa. And then you try to leave the Razor for last. I think it's going to end very badly every single time if they touch the Razor first. With or without it.
Yeah. It's like trying to, mess with your electricity without turning off the breakers, right? You gotta do a little bit of maintenance work before you just start cutting into cables.
Safety first, Richie.
Absolutely. You don't mess with electricity. That stuff's magic.
Magic.
Pretty much.
Electricity is magic.
Pretty much. Pike, he'll get right up to that high ground, though. Just start sieging away with the Solar Crest. They did cut... No, they didn't cut wave down bottom, actually. They just TP'd the Alchemist on back. Alright. Smoke on smoke now.
Fight, Richie. They want to go in.
They really do. They don't... This is kind of big. It's in its last few seconds, but if they can get a nice backstab here, they're just going to zip on in. They have vision. Yodomi. Okay, but the Zeus with a quick little bolt, they did actually find him for once. The Pipe of Insight Barrier is not good enough to keep the Tusk alive, but they have that outpost, so the spy back. He'll be back in the fight very quickly, but this time, the Doom, it's onto the Zeus. They take down Matthew. They're going to tear apart this Zeus. So far, so good. Moonlight on a triple, really making this one work, but Fortnite Man, he's in trouble. He needs a little bit of help, and he won't find any. Crystallize is going to stun himself right next to the Tormentor. A 2 for 2, a buyback there out from Yodomi.
Yeah, 2 for 3.
Makes it a 2 for 3. Even
that
better.
Was the fight that they have to go for. Doom the Zeus and take the fight from there. Now they have to figure out how to stop the Razor now. They have to figure out.
Right. Especially with the cart.
Alright. Good stuff.
Yodomi. Uh-oh.
Drain his mana. Drain.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
look at
yes, there are-
oh my, dude, that lion's crazy. My goodness, am I watching so Spartan? So is Moonlight. My man's just gonna get in there. He's gonna eat a stun. Here comes his Lesh. He actually zips away. I don't believe it. He actually zips away, and he might just live here. Finger of Death onto the Tusk. They get the dieback as well onto Yadomi. Sacred's down for the count. All of a sudden, Fortnite man. It's Pyke versus the entire creep wave versus the world. He's gonna respawn on this Aegis. There's tier 1 towers in play here, and you have at least Dark Mago and Matthew returning to the fight. BKB buying a little bit of time now for Pyke, who decides he just has to TP away. No cancel here, and actually the bait of all lifetime, basically bait of the game from Moonlight. That's incredible.
The bait of the century, you know? That was like a classic.
Oh, Matthew.
Going in, making the enemy think twice about TPing away, and then they try to kill you, and your team kills all of them.
Honestly, the bait. I didn't believe it. I thought it was a feed.
Gleamer. Yeah, I thought
Got
it was
saved.
a feed as well, but he got saved by the Gleamer, and I mean, in the end, it worked out, you know, so who are we to question the decision?
Absolutely. Someone made the call, and honestly, Waska, a little bit undisciplined, did not keep their eye on those respawn timers. Ended up being a little bit too close to the fire, and it burned him. We are right back to even here as far as net worth, Winter. Really what it comes down to are our next volley of items. What's going to be the game changer? There's finally that AC for Alchemist being completed. He's been building that for a while, but did go for this SNY.
Okay, Fortnite man just bought a Midas.
Classic.
Oh,
He's got Devil's Bargain. He can sell it.
He sells his drums to buy a Midas. I think he's queuing a Shiva's. I don't know. Feels like maybe Refresher. I guess he doesn't have the mana pool yet, so he needs the Shiva. Yeah.
I saw a Scythe device initially on the Lash. I think he's changed. He's going to go for the Kaya and Sanj now. I think that will be... No, Zeus is not going to go Kaya and Sanj. Or Kaya and Yasha, I guess, or Yasha and... Oh, hold on. Fortnite Man in trouble. Matthew, last one back through the BKB. 5 heroes here, and all that is one dead Fortnite Man. 1,000 gold kill here for Pyke.
Yeah, you were saying the Lash is going Kaya and Yasha, right?
No, I thought...
Falstaff is a very valuable item this game against Razor, against Tusk. Like, he doesn't...
Yeah, that's a good point.
He doesn't give a damn, man. It's all about me securing the kills, doing damage. Screw my cores, you know.
We're going to get a pretty late BK... Oh, go ahead.
If I don't do it myself, my cores are not going to carry me.
Right. Well, what I was going to say is we're going to get a couple of late BKBs out of these other cores, so I don't know how impactful that item's going to feel. Because you're going to have a 9-second BKB on Zeus here momentarily. He's going to finish farming it with this camp. And Sacred, like, it's not that close,
but...
but...
Lash going to kill, actually, in a team fight?
That's what I'm saying.
You can probably...
That's what I'm saying.
Bat. I think Bat is the easiest target.
For sure, because even Tusk is not going to be easy. He's going to snowball, he's going to punch you, he's going to run away. Like, it's not really all that great.
Yeah. Imagine if he had a Falstaff, right? He would have been able to do so much more.
Matthew scouted someone that took his Watcher. Glimmer Cape on Glimmer Cape action, puts down the ward, doesn't see anyone with it. But now the Zeus ulti for Vision. Scan is hot. Lets Palantesia know that someone is hunting for them, and it's Matthew, who's not going to be able to find anyone here. A little tense moment. I like that. Both teams really playing around each other. Instead, Polynesia, they're going to smoke in the base because they know that someone was top. So they actually know that they have the numbers here. We're a minute away from Roshan potentially respawning, so this is actually a pretty nice move. If they can catch a pick off here, it sets them up very nicely for Roche. But they're heading to this top side of the map. They won't find anyone there. Instead, it's Yadomi, who shows on the wave mid. He's snowballed and shards already. Moonlight zipped in after him. A little bit too late, though. The blink was fast. Lesh, he needs to get something in now because the Lasso on back onto the Storm. Storm, he's getting zapped. Gets the zip away on the BKB, but he's on no HP. The fight continues behind him, where Sacred is cut down by Crystallize. Dark Mago just doing the damage with the protection of the BKB. Completely murders the Leshrac. Fortnite Man has fallen. Fortnite Man has bought back. Crystallize is going to go down. A 3-man stun out from the Lion as he's going to look to disengage. But the fight fell apart so fast as soon as Moonlight had no HP.
He doomed the Razor again, and guess what? They lost the fight again.
True. They have to doom the Zeus, I think.
Or the Sand King. Okay, the Zeus because the Sand King died. Yeah, the Zeus. They won the last fight because they got the Doom on Zeus.
Take his mana. Moonlight.
Take everything.
Being a bit of a mad lad here. Lasso's up in 5 seconds here, by the way. Walrus punch onto the back line. Zudomi, he's baiting. Force Staff away, but this is a Fortnite man buyback. This is the Fortnite man buyback. Oh, Palinizia, they've lost Fortnite man. That triggers the ultimate buyback now from Crystallize. You don't kill my Fortnite man and live to see the other day. Cracker still alive. He's actually dying to the shards. Died to ice shard damage there, basically, as Dark Mago snipes it. He doesn't have buyback either. Lesh is back in 3 seconds. Another crazy jump in from Moonlight, and now this one, it's one too many. Say Waska. They kill him off. He doesn't have buyback. That's 2 cores dead, Winter, for a minute. This might be a very slow sieging team, Winter, but they will make very quick work of these buildings all the same. Uh-oh, that's Leshrac getting caught. No way out and Crystallize. He just has to call it this game. It is all over. Waska, they get the 2-0 as they defeat Palinizia here in game number 2 of DreamLeague Season 24.
Yep, GG, well played. Waska in the end managed to close it out, and they kind of piggyback behind the very, very fat Razor. Like he was just in front doing all the dirty work, tanking dooms, killing heroes, and they just had no answer. I'm afraid, for the Razor, just too strong.
Yep, sorry, just looking to try and set up our interview here now with Waska, as we will get the chance to speak with them here in just a little bit, guys. Of course, we're going to need some time to set that one up, but a pretty clean 2-0 series. Honestly, this game, number 2, Winter especially, a lot closer than I think Team Waska had initially thought. I think they almost let that one get away from them, didn't they?
Yeah, but I still felt like they were kind of in control most of the time. The only fight they lost was the fight where Dark Mago got Doom. They got they smoked. They tried to go from behind. They got the Doom off. I think they picked off the Tusk first. They killed him. I think it was it this fight? Yeah, it was this fight. He bought to the high ground, gave vision. They initiated. They got the Doom on the Zeus, and it was a good fight. That's how they should be starting the fight. All the other fights, when they doomed the Razor, every single time they lost every single fight.
Yeah, seriously, it ended up being not ideal, really, especially on this one. Ended up being pretty crazy overall. But at the end of the day, Winter, the team fights, they work out overall for Waska, who are able to defeat Fortnite Ban and Palinizia here in a 2-0 fashion. They increase their scoreline. Palinizia still have yet to find a win. We're going to go to a quick break, folks. When we come back, an interview with the winning member of Waska. See you soon.
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here.
Welcome back, everyone, to Dream League Season 24. We just saw a 2-0 victory now for Team Waska, the team out from the SA qualifiers, as they take down Palantesia in a 2-0 fashion. Winter, pretty convincing. I think there were glimmers of hope, especially for Palantesia in game number 2. But overall, a pretty dominant performance by Team Waska, the second team, by the way, to qualify through SA. I just wanted to go ahead and correct myself there.
Yeah, they have a pretty good start to the group stages. 1-1 against Spirit, now 2-0. So they're in a good spot. They played well. I think overall they have like a very clear identity about drafting around Dark Mago, playing around him, giving him a lot of support in the early game, and he's going to carry his team through that portion of the game. And then after that, they create enough space for their carry to farm, and he's going to come in and finish the game off. So very, very straightforward Dota there.
Yeah, absolutely. I would ask production to show us our updated standings, but I think we're actually the only game to have finished. So standings still look as they do in Group B, basically as they did at the start of the day. So not really too much to see here. I guess we can take a look. What do we have? Yeah, we can take a look. I guess it's good to see. So Talon have been winning. Waska 3-1. Falcons and up there as well. Oh, there's 2 Team Waskas on here, by the way. But yeah, that's how good they're doing. They Manta styled, and now there's 2 Team Waskas. But we'll see how they continue to do, as I think they have still a lot of tough opponents ahead. Isn't that right?
Yeah, still have to play a lot more games and have to keep learning, keep improving, and keep moving forward,
Yeah, certainly. I wonder especially if they're hoping to get to group stage 2 and play versus Enigma Galaxy, especially Matthew, having played with that team for a while, might be an interesting, journey, right, for him.
Yeah, it's always nice to, meet your old friends again, your old teammates, their habits, I got you here. You always do this. I hated it. Now you know why I hated it, because it's a bad move and I kill you here.
Sometimes it works out that way, and sometimes you're on the receiving end of that, right? But like you said, it always does make at least for a very interesting storyline for us on the outside of all those dynamics, and getting to see how everyone really feels about it and whatnot. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm also curious because it's like what they split the SA teams, right? Heroics over in Group A. No, they're both in Group B actually. So apparently at some point there will also be an SA face-off. I'm wondering if they're looking forward to that, having gotten knocked down into the lower bracket during the qualifiers by who? There's Team Kuyas Esports. Waska lost to a team called Wind Traders, I see. I see. Oh, this had Woodot on it. Okay, so it's a pretty good stack actually, with Headneck as well. But yeah, just waiting to still get our interview set up, folks. Just making sure everything is ready to go, of course. This being, of course, South American team, we have our translator ready with us just to make sure we can get high quality answers. And my Spanish is a bit no bueno these days, too much. And so we're going to have to just take a little bit of extra time to get that set up. Yeah, but Winter, this is former Boom Esports, right? Mainly, right? It's former Boom Esports. We can give a little bit of background information, I suppose, for those that say this is a team without a logo in the tournament. What's going on here? It's not exactly like a random stack. They've been playing together for at least almost a year, right? When Boom was still supporting them before the roster was released. They
only had 2 changes recently, so it's Parker and the coach. So the rest have been together for quite some time.
Yeah, I think Boom, after the international qualifiers, probably cut them loose there. Got through the opens, and they finished 3rd place. So they were just 1 game short, basically, of qualifying to TI with that old team that you mentioned. So it's certainly no weak team at all, right? And should not be underestimated, especially with how strong some SC teams have been doing as of late, especially Heroic, right? Who have been winning tournaments, right? They won Wallachia. So we'll see how the region continues to develop and all that good stuff here.
I just feel like when I watch their games, they kind of need a lot more in terms of like improvement on the macro game, like how they're playing around each other, and sometimes the draft can be very one-dimensional because Dark Mago has to play Dota in a certain way. So I think that those are the kind of things they need to try to work on. But like you said, it's already an improvement that he's playing Pangolier now, something that he doesn't really want to touch, before. So it's a step in the right direction,
Yeah, I guess that's a really interesting thing to ask about as well, right? Because again, he really used to be, you need to pick his hero first, otherwise his heroes would be banned by the second phase. And that's in the old system now. So I'm glad that he really made those changes. And again, he's got some pretty lethal heroes. I don't think we're going to see any Tinker at all this tournament, but he's a Tinker player, actually. He's pretty darn good at it too, which is kind of annoying because it's like, Dark Mago, learn another hero. And he goes, like Tinker? And you go, no, another real mid hero. And he goes, like Tinker.
Yeah, this is it's not a fun patch if you don't play all the spirit heroes. And if you play Invoker, sure, it can be fun for you. But right now, things definitely shifted away towards more, I guess, standard. Would you consider like the spirit heroes like standard mid heroes that you kind of know what you're getting from those heroes? They're going to rotate, get some levels, they're going to play for the side lane, but at the same time, they can also scale into the late game if the game drags out. They're like
I see what you're
all-rounded
saying.
heroes. Whereas
I see what you're
all the
saying.
Heroes that he's been playing in the past, like this Bat Rider mid, Mars mid, Tinker mid, those are very polarizing. They are very strong in specific times of the game, but outside of that very specific timing, the hero just doesn't do as much as the other standard heroes.
Right. Yeah, I mean, in that sense, I think I certainly agree with you, right? A lot of the Spirit heroes continue to scale, a lot of stat gain on them traditionally, right? Especially Earth Spirit, Void Spirit as well for a while was overwhelming with how much stats and damage he dealt. I think I tend to agree with you. I think for me, it's really interesting to see the development of the mid meta over the years. Whereas now, whenever you see a TA or an SF, it's like, of course, it's not going to go mid, which is just like crazy, right? Because these used to be the quintessential heroes. So it's like the heroes that had more carry potential naturally found their way towards that safe lane more and more. Even in like the last couple of patches where we had like a TA mid, she basically was another carry. Like she was farming, she was going Dragonlance, Blink, Deso, like it was basically a carry. But yeah, I think it is kind of nice to see that development. I think we're also in a period where it is important to have more of that innovation in the mid lane and seeing more and more heroes kind of come in. As of course, sometimes it has also been maybe just a little bit stale, kind of seeing a lot of the same heroes. I'm just very glad we don't see like Kunkka or DK and DP in every single mid matchup like we used to in the Snooze Fest years. That wasn't too fun.
No, the thing is, Dota is kind of in a very different place now. Players are very, very good. The meta shifting is also another issue. So it makes it very difficult to just pick whatever you want, like you have to optimize your game, you have to play the game in a certain way or else you lose. So it kind of makes it very difficult to have a lot of variety. I mean, I think the variety right now we are having is pretty good, but you can't expect like, I want to see like 20 heroes mid, like it's just not going to happen at this level.
Yeah, I guess that's true. We do still see a bit of it elsewhere, but we can see how it goes here. Just want to confirm here, we're going to continue feeling just for a little while longer, but we are hoping to still bring you that interview. We'll go ahead and see and wait for a little bit more confirmation from our production team who are working vigorously to try and get everything sorted to make sure we can have a very solid interview ready for you guys. Just give me a moment here, Winter. What's something, I don't know. When's the last time? Remember when we did SIDPC? That was some time.
2 years ago? Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago. We were having a lot of fun.
A lot of midnight casts. Oh,
yeah.
Look at that. It's the past calling us, Winter. It is an SA player. It is Team Matthew of Team Waska, who is muted. Matthew, can you unmute, please, in the Discord?
Hello, guys.
¿Qué tal, Matthew? Mucho gusto verte otra vez. El gotito, mi gotito.
Me había olvidado que tú hablas español.
Matthew, I can't hear you. Puedes,
Desmuteate.
Hola.
Yeah. ¿Qué tal, Matthew? Good to see you, brother. How are you?
Todo bien, tranquilo. Me había olvidado que tú hablas español.
Sí, nada más un poquito. We'll go ahead and start the interview. Of course, we have our wonderful translator here to make sure that we can actually get back and forth. Winter, what we were going to ask first here for Matthew, it was we wanted to ask about what the transition, I guess, from Boom
I was
Esports.
gonna say, okay, first and foremost, congratulations on you guys are doing well in this series, 2-0. And I wanted to ask you, so you've been to North America and you've been to Europe recently to play with Enigma, and now you're back to South America. So what are the difference that or the different challenges that you find playing in teams from different regions? What do you have to do differently in the teams?
Bueno, Matthew, ante todo felicitarte porque te está yendo bien en el torneo, y luego te quería preguntar por qué has estado en diferentes regiones y cuál ha sido tu experiencia y cuál es la diferencia de jugar en las diferentes regiones y qué es lo que tomas de esa experiencia.
En primer lugar, muchas gracias por las felicitaciones. Creo que la diferencia más que todo son los estilos de juego. Yo cuando estaba en Enigma, a pesar de que no me fue tan bien, sentí que aprendí muchos conceptos de Dota. Creo que más que todo algo que admiré de ese equipo fue su forma de trabajar, a pesar de que sin importar que nos vaya bien o mal. Y nada, creo que la manera en la cual ven Dota, la manera en la cual trabajan Dota es muy diferente a Sudamérica. Lamentablemente no se dieron los resultados, pero creo que la gran diferencia es más que todo el esfuerzo y creo que la dedicación que le ponen, ¿no? Creo que en Sudamérica sí, hoy en día creo que la gran mayoría de jugadores han madurado, pero todavía no estamos a ese nivel de trabajo, creo yo. Pero creo que el estilo de juego me siento mucho más cómodo jugando en Sudamérica y me siento más confortable.
Okay, he says that on his experience in Enigma, he learned a lot about Dota styles and about how to look at Dota itself. It's a very different mindset and a very different culture of how they work, and that's something he really admires and he really took from it. The amount of effort that it's put on Dota, it's different, and maybe in South America we haven't really matured enough to reach that level, but he does feel more comfortable playing in a South American lineup.
Okay, good to know.
Dark Mago, Matthew, I wanted to ask you about Dark Mago, of course. Back in COVID era, I remember 2020, 2021, he only played Bat Rider, Kunkka, Invoker, like 3 heroes, right? Now already today, we see him first pick Pangolier, and he had an amazing team fight, right? He's developed a lot more, right? What is it like to play with him back then and now even, to these days, seeing him develop like this?
Te preguntan por Dark Mago, de que antes solamente jugaba Bat Rider, Kunkka y Invoker, y que ahora se le ve first pickear Pango y que ha evolucionado como jugador. ¿Cómo se siente cómo se sentía jugar con él antes y cómo sientes que es jugar con él ahora?
O sea, en realidad creo que su punto débil antes era su pool de héroes, pero creo que se balanceaba mucho porque los héroes que él juega es como que siento que es muy experto en sus héroes y hace mucha diferencia y eso crea un balance. Porque si bien es cierto, tener un pool de héroes como que reducido es como que es una desventaja, pero cuando eres experto en los héroes y haces que te los baneen, te abre el draft así tanto como te lo cierra. Así que creo que era un balance que realmente era cómodo al fin y al cabo. Solo teníamos que encontrar la pieza correcta como para poder utilizarlo bien. Y hoy en día es como que lo ha perfeccionado eso, ha ampliado su pool de héroes, hoy en día está jugando más héroes, creo que ha añadido como por ahí unos 3-4 que son Pango, Timber. ¿Qué más juegas? Invoker también juega hoy en día, aparte de lo que ya jugaba, ¿no? Pero creo que hoy en día siente más comodidad, creo que su evolución ha sido buena para el equipo.
Okay, he says that back in the day, Dark Mago, maybe his weak side was on the amount of hero he could play. His pool was really low, but that also struck a balance because even if you don't have a big hero pool, if you are really good, if you're an expert on the heroes you play, then you force enemy teams to ban them, so that opens up the draft. So it was only a matter of finding the piece of the puzzle that would work when you had that limited amount of heroes. And then right now he has improved on that. He has added like 3 or 4 more heroes, including Timber, Pango, and such. And he's really happy with the evolution of his teammate in that regard.
Very cool. Very last question. We'll let you go here, Matthew. Thank you for taking the time. But back in the day, I remember when you guys were at the team house and now you're traveling a lot, you had a mascota, una cucaracha that you found, right? Do you have any new mascots, any new pets in the team house from your time on the road here, from your time traveling?
Pregunta de que hace unos años se acuerda de que cuando estabas en la Game House tenía una mascota que era una cucaracha. Y te pregunta si es que ahora tienen algún otro tipo de mascota en el equipo.
No, eso era en Thunder, que siempre bromeamos así, ¿no? Porque siempre aparecían cucarachas en la casa. Pero no siempre, ¿no? Pero sí, por ahí como que veíamos y teníamos una broma de eso, ¿no? Y nada, como que creo que eso se lo conté y nos reíamos. Pero hoy en día todo tranquilo. Estamos en bootcamps en las cuales está todo limpio.
Okay, so he said no, that was back in the Thunder days. It was just an inside joke that every time they were there in the house, there was a cockroach nearby, so they had just an inside joke about it. He says he had mentioned maybe that on an interview before that's what you asked, but right now they're playing on conditions that are more clean, so there are no more cockroaches or no more mascots.
Yeah, good to hear. Thanks for that. I remember seeing it was on stream, on Matthew's stream. He was making fun of someone. But yeah, that's it. I think we'll let him go. He's got another game to prepare for. Just congratulations again, Matthew, on the win, and good luck further in the tournament.
Felicidades una vez más, Matthew. Muchas gracias por la entrevista y suerte en los siguientes partidas.
Thank you guys. Bye bye.
See you, Matthew.
Bye-bye.
Gracias. Adios.
Yeah.
Good lad. Yeah, South American teams, I swear, they always have like the best stories. They just... I don't know. It's always great hanging out with them. I remember down the Lima Major days, I got to see a lot of the different sides of teams and visit some team houses, and it's just really cool to see. And so it's nice to catch up with them. It's been a while. But we do need to finish up here, Winter. Unfortunately, we have a next game here already coming up. We are switching casters. It'll be Math Magician and Hanskin taking you through the second half of the day, kicking off with Nouns Esports versus Avalis. We'll be back soon with that.
We have here the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Two-drone adventure man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
Dream League Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dream League Season 24. It's still the group stages, it's still hype, and it's still Math and Hanskin here taking over for this third series of the day. Hanskin, you pretty excited for this matchup?
Yeah, for sure. I think Avulus versus Nouns, it should be a good match. I do want to highlight, though, I went over like their strategies and stuff. Looking back at the recent results, obviously Avulus, they won their last LAN. Just a couple of days ago, but looking at Nouns, they have not been doing so hot lately. I believe it's like 2 map wins out of the last 18 or something. I wonder if that's gonna play a part. Normally, I would say these teams are pretty evenly matched. Otherwise,
yeah. No, it's 2 completely different things, right? Because we have this momentum coming in from Avulus. They're slightly new. They've just gotten into a few different tournaments. I think even in Wallachia, they didn't really perform as well as they wanted to. But then, like, as you said, with Relog, winning the LAN tournament, it's got to feel so good for this team. Unfortunately, still starting 1-3 right now. Something they're going to want to try to turn around, because we know this team is definitely capable of some things. I feel like I'm cheating on Stormstormer a little bit, because the last time I actually casted Dream League, I believe was with Stormstormer.
Oh, right. I see.
I asked him at the end of it, I was like, is this going to be something you're going to continue doing? And he said, no, I want to play. I want to find another team here, see if somebody picks me up. And it looks like he is pretty happy with where he's at right now. Of course, want to see a little bit more out of the group stage. I wonder what they're going to do in this matchup to maybe get something better. Oh, we're actually going to see just how hype we can get with these guys. We got a video for you guys on Avulus.
Avulus is a brand new team with a seemingly entirely random mix of European players with varying degrees of experience. The roster is comprised of Smiling Knight, Stormstormer, Zibe, Eki, and Seneko. Everyone on the team has been around for several years, but almost none of them have been at the absolute top levels as of yet. Seneko is definitely the most experienced, with several years spent on Na'Vi with moderate success. Formed just before the PGL Wallachia qualifiers, they not only managed to qualify, but also achieved a top 8 finish over teams such as IG, Mouse, and Nigma Galaxy. Not amazing, but very promising for the stat. In the Dream League Western Europe qualifier, they also managed to go through the upper bracket the entire way, including beating the other qualified team.
And it looks like Avulus have done it. The GG is called, and Avulus will be your first qualified team for Dream League Season 24.
With a start as promising as this, Avulus has the potential to go far, assuming they don't hit a brick wall when running into the more experienced and established teams.
The full team assembles here. Wish something.
Wish for something. I wish that we win the league.
Let's see if they storm through the tournament and stay smiling here at Dream League Season 24.
There we go. I mean, that's a pretty good video as well. We talked about yesterday about how hyped that qualifier was actually for Western Europe, because we did have Valencia that went through, and they did fall 1-2 to Avalos in this upper bracket. So we saw that side of the coin yesterday. Now we're in for the other one, the one that kind of just trounced the entire qualifier. This team definitely has a lot of promise to it, but again, they are coming up against Nouns, a little bit more established, has this roster for a long time, but as you said, that establishment has had some issues as of late.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a bit of fatigue on Nouns end. You know, it's been a tough season. Maybe not getting the results they want. On top of that, it's just been tournaments back to back all the time, right? Maybe not so much time to rest. For Avalos, it's completely opposite. Like we see it in the video. CB looks super happy, especially with the ball. Right? But it's just been positive so far. Like you don't have these expectations that the names of Fly carry, you know. I mean, you got Suneko and stuff out there, but it's not the same expectations. You know what I mean? I think just every qualification, every sort of results internationally on a stage like this is just going to be positive at this point. So probably quite different mindsets coming into this game for both teams.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of interesting looking at their previous games as well. They won one Extreme Gaming, which I would say is sometimes in people's like favorites for these tournaments. And then on the other side, they 0-2 to Paravision, which you would think, maybe that's kind of weird, but it was actually their former coach, Astini, coaching that Paravision roster that they fell 0-2 to. So maybe a little bit of insider information on that one.
Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, wasn't it Astini who tried to get Gunnar for this season?
I think it was, yeah. There's a little bit of like talk about the movement, but inevitably Gunnar did end up staying here with Nouns. And their roster really hasn't seen many changes since they picked up Copy. It's been pretty much same as outside of some coaching changes.
Yeah, exactly. I think they removed Milan right after TI, I want to say. So apart from that, the roster has been really stable. Of course, Copy is the latest addition, but he's been around for a long time. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I actually got to see these guys right after they picked up Copy. I got to cast a show match for these teams. It was a charity tournament, and it was right as Copy got in, and it was like people would be able to donate to have them like do different things, and they donated for Copy playing mid techies to change his hotkeys to like QZMP or something for all of his abilities. And they did really well. Like they were all in for it. They were super fun to have for it. So like this team does have a special place in my heart. But I agree with you. Like they at this point, because of how long they've been together, people want these stacks to stay in. But as you stay longer as a stack, you more and more expect success, because otherwise, you don't know why you're staying together. So I think for these guys, again, there's a lot of pressure coming in. And Avalos, a little bit of an underdog story, even though they are the ones that came through like top dog in the Western EU qualifiers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you put it, the longer you stay together, the more expectations rises. I mean, for sure from the fans, but also from yourself, right? You gotta feel like you always gotta feel like you're moving in a positive direction. And now that you mentioned Copy, wasn't he the guy that replaced Stormstormer actually? Like.
Oh, that's a good question.
So Stormstormer is playing against his ex-team at this point. I'm not sure if that happened before.
No, I think that might be one of the first times we're seeing that.
Yeah, like you said, Stormstormer he was a bit out of the competitive scene for a while. They're casting and doing other things, right? So this could actually be the first time they get to play against each other.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. I guess I didn't think about that one. It was, I think, also right after they moved Gunnar to offlane that they made that addition to Stormstormer as well. So I think, although that part of it is the same, there's, I guess, a kind of different like mesh with the stack. Now, you know, Gunnar obviously a little bit more seasoned in the offlane. The hero pulls a little bit more. So hopefully, you know, I don't know, maybe Stormstormer's going to be able to just pick them all apart just like Astini did.
Yeah, right. That would be funny.
I wonder what kind of information is somebody like, has you played against a former team before? Do you think that sort of information really does hold true as you go into another match against them?
I mean, it can. Sometimes it doesn't matter. It all depends on who the guy is or the X team is. Like some information can be crucial, and some is like not really relevant. Like you can know things like this guy is really good at XYZ, but or you can know that someone is bad at dealing with certain things, but. It's so like obviously I don't know the insides of these teams that well. Steve is my ex-teammate, but apart from that, like I can't tell you like how Fly operates or anything like on a inside the team level.
Yeah, it's definitely like there's a statute of limitation on the information. I imagine if you play them like a week or 1 month after you were on the team, it'll be like, oh, this guy's been playing Razor like all of his pubs, and he tells me in every draft that he wants to play Razor again. So like we can ban that.
Yeah,
out,
exactly. It could be that, or it could be the opposite as well. Like, what if there's a meta hero like I'll just whatever, like an alchemist, and your carry is like, I really don't want to touch this hero. Then that's obviously an amazing advantage to have.
We'll see if anybody does have that advantage, because we're going to get into the draft here. Yeah, it is kind of cool whenever you have that, but eventually, pubs happen, new tournaments happen, and somebody might get a come to Jesus moment about those heroes. So it can all change over time a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
5 seconds remaining.
There he is. Oh my goodness. He could take up the whole camera. He's so buff. All right, so Nouns Esports. I imagine we're going to see, just like yesterday, a lot of support focus, especially as we see these two teams. As you said, pretty big names as it comes for these teams. It's going to be Fly Lelis, a very good support duo that we've seen all across NA in these tournaments that has really contributed to a lot of Nouns success. And on the other side, Seneko, of course, very, very strong in the support role. So I imagine, especially these Pause 5 heroes, you might be taking a lot of them out.
Yeah, no, for sure. I definitely agree. Lately, Soneko, like you mentioned, he's been having a crazy amount of success on the Phoenix especially. So I wonder if that's something they're going to consider. Avulus, they're pretty known for their, I think they play the best when they play their sort of 5-man style, when they play the active carries. They have a lot of stuff. Sibe has an amazing hero pool, and they play a lot of Bristle carry. They play Broodmother carry, Luna. It's sort of 5-man. I don't want to call it death ball, but it's like very team-oriented style of play. Whereas Nouns, I think they're a bit more on the individual side of things. Like they have really strong talent in their lineup, but so they tend to play a bit slower and play more on the skill side of things and try to scale more hard carry, more. Yeah, and then we see the beast right away for Avulus.
There we go. This is a hero I'm actually surprised I didn't see more of yesterday, but you can see it was banned a lot yesterday, not in our games, but still got banned down by a lot of other people. The Naga Siren, of course, still insane. When we talk about how good, how few good melee Pause 5s there are, Naga Siren has to be top of the board just because of that reset potential. And you lock so many specifics down. Like you have this, nice lockdown, nice laning stage, nice teamfight reset. That's a lot of boxes to check with just one Pause 5 hero.
Yeah, for sure. So, interesting response here. Alchemist is quickly moving into the S tier type of carry right now. I feel like this is kind of how the openings go, at least today. It's like Sand Alchemist. The Beastmaster doesn't really get to see the light of day for many teams that know how to play, so I'm curious to see how this matchup goes. I feel like it should be fairly straightforward for the Alchemist dealing with the Beast, but
right.
I know that Sibe is a big fan of the Helmet Dominator, especially. I feel like he prefers it over the Axe compared to a lot of players.
Is it still 50-50 on what people will do? They'll either go for the buff on your attack speed and lifesteal and go for the Axe, or they go for the buff on the summons and, of course, go for the Helm of the Overlord. So do you think that there's still an edge on one or the other, or is it still just player preference?
I think it's too early to say. I feel like a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month or two ago, the Aghanims just seemed super broken, right? And then people kind of leaned away from it. But then a week or two passes, people are playing with the Dominator, the Axe comes back, people realize it's actually not that bad,
Right.
and I feel like now we're at a point where it is kind of 50-50, like you put it.
Yeah, I got so confused with that. I don't know what happened, but in all the matches that I casted for a few other tournaments, I think it was region specific, everybody was going the Ags, and then I just saw one game where a guy went for the Helm Dom on the summons, and I was like, oh, did he accidentally choose the wrong faction or something? And I looked at Dota 2 Pro Tracker, it was literally 50-50 at the time that people were picking each. I just happened to have casted all the games that people were doing Ags beforehand, so it looked really nice. I mean, the split push potential, I think, is something that's different when you go for that summons build. If you're really in for the team fight, then you have to go for the Ags, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Blink Axe build is obviously it does so much more damage, but the downside is you're kind of AFK for the first 12 minutes or so. And the Dominator, what it gives you is it has a really early timing. Most heroes are not able to deal with the Helm of Dom, especially if you get it in a nice timing.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's a matter of how you want to play the game and what your strategy is going to be like. Some people go for the Dominator 1, go into Axe afterwards. Some people go for the Dom 2.
That's
yeah, exactly.
I didn't even know it was possible. But here, dude, I think Nouns, like, as we talk about heroes that we love seeing in these drafts, both Alchemist and the Tusk, very good. You have the melee pause 5 that seems like one of the strongest right now. And this Alchemist, one of Yuma's best carries. And as you're saying, one of the best carries of the patch. I'm surprised that they let it through, especially into a Beastmaster, which I don't think is like the end-all be-all Alchemist counter. I'd say that more Doom is something like that.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's probably one of the reasons why you go for the Alchemist this early, that you know, the likeliness of a Timber at this point is not as high, and the Doom, of course, is not. Yeah. And the Doom is not an option for you, as seeing as you have the Beast already. So, and also, I think you mentioned it, Yuma is really good at these aggressive carries. I think Alchemist, Ursa type of heroes, CK, that's where he really shines. He's really good at playing fast and, you know, chaining one kill into the next, and, you know, he's really a tempo setter when he gets the game. He needs to.
Nouns Esports.
Melee hero with initiation. We love to see it. And looks like for Avalos, I mean, they have a very strong support duo. You actually were saying that this Lion is one of the better pause 4 heroes right now. And then you also have this Shadow Demon that's been, I think, maybe the best support. I'm surprised that somebody actually got to play it, because I feel this hero, even into an Alchemist or a Tusk, the save potential is really nice in this game already.
Yeah, it's super good. I mean, just look at their lineup, the utility they're able to provide. Like, so many stuns, so much lockdown, so much damage. You got, you know, insta lockdown, you got BKB lockdown, you got saves. It's looking good. They have some good scaling lineup coming out here, but now they're answering with good stuff as well. This Visage kind of tells me that the Tusk is going to be 4 for Lilies, and they're looking to get a post 5 now for Fly, whatever that could be. The Phoenix is already out.
There it is. Okay, so it's a boar killer. We've seen it plenty of times. I think it has a fine enough game here. I don't think that Lion Beastmaster is really going to be able to trounce an Alk Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, I mean, the CM is obviously not going to be a bully in this lane, but he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
I think this combo is really good. CM Alk. You frostbite people in the acid spray, set up for his stun, lots of damage.
Yeah.
And also another thing, I think we mentioned it yesterday, like the nerf of the Arcane Boots is actually quite significant in this patch, and I think that adds some merit to Crystal Maiden.
Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Just like other forms of mana regen. Are we going to see some coddles then?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. I didn't. I think
I'm a simple man. You say add mana, I think coddle.
No, I like it. I think some teams did it not so long ago in recent tournaments, with the Storm especially, but haven't seen it too much. I think the Pugna, though, the Pugna is a hero that we're probably not going to see it this game, but that's a hero that is definitely rising right now. Both plus 4 and 5, it's looking super good.
For sure. And right, I love what we're seeing in this Nouns draft at the moment. It feels like they have their lane identity really well. As an Alchemist, you don't really need to be a killer in these lanes. If you're in a lane where like this Beastmaster and Lion aren't killing you, and you have a slight advantage, just like killing the boars. As simple as that, with your Frostbite on the Crystal Maiden and allowing your Alchemist to farm kind of free, like that's it. That is still a very good lane for the Alchemist, and you'll take Yuma's gold on this game any day of the week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, having board killer is always, then you kind of have to play on the axis, and that's not really something that Alk is bothered by generally. He has so many spells to throw out, he just keeps abusing the stick charges in lane. I think one
we
thing
have
that
not seen like an axe laning stage in a long time.
Yeah, right. It feels like it has to be the only option though, right? Into Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Another thing I want to talk about with the Alchemist is that, I mean, we're gonna see it if it happens or not in the pregame, but I think this small camp and the medium camp down, you know, south of the Radiant Tier 1 tower at bottom, it's so good. It's almost like a have to contest, like something you have to contest when you're playing into Alchemist.
See some sentry blocks.
Yeah, I mean, when free plays into Alk, he always goes there. If he's playing some Bristol or Stanking, he tries to contest that every single game. You can do it with sentries, you can do it with, you know, just simply walking over, but it's just so much gold, right? All these small creeps. Amazing for Alk.
Oh yeah, and it's really easy to stack as the Crystal Maiden if she really wants to. I think the only, like, it's so good, but also, as we said, a Beastmaster who might even be going to the Axis build, if they do mosey down and see those camps, if they're stacked, or even if they just want to take it themselves, it's quite easy for them to go ahead and get that gold for themselves instead on Avalos.
For sure.
Last pick here, and they're going right in for the Earth Spirit. It's been a pretty popular hero in the mid lane. The silence is obviously really nice, even versus the Alchemist, maybe making him stun himself a few times here, but the birds are going to magnetize off each other. Is there a lane matchup that you're really scared of right now, if you're the Earth Spirit?
Yeah, I would say the Monkey is probably the most obvious one, although it's banned already in the start. We have seen some teams to go for the Timber, which I think is really, really nice against Earth Spirits.
Oh,
Just
that would be insane here, actually. There's not a whole lot of magic damage at all, and it would have to be like forcing the Earth Spirit to go in for the Urn Vessel, which I guess he already doesn't mind.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the blade mail is nice and stuff, but the problem for Earth Spirit versus Timber is you're gonna have such a bad lane, and then generally, like, once both mid heroes hit level 6, the Timber just does way more damage than the Earth Spirit at that point. Like, the Earth Spirit's nice later in the game, but for the first 15 to 20 minutes, Timber is... he just has a big advantage on you.
I wonder if there's a world where he just tries to shove the Tiny anyways. We have two decently squishy supports here in both the Lion and the Shadow Demon. I know the copy likes playing the hero. It's not the worst matchup into the Earth Spirit as well, but...
yeah, I could see it. If it was Liquid on Radiant, I would... I wouldn't be surprised for it. Like, you get a Drums on the Visage, you get a Solar Tusk, and then throw some minus armor in there. You have a Tiny that's going mayhem.
There's also, I don't think we're going to see a Tinker this game. I'm trying to think of the other things that Copy really likes to play, but I do agree. I think Timber is kind of like the hero. You always want a hero that has some built-in mobility when you're playing against a Shadow Demon anyways.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's also an Ember maybe, but I don't really value it as much in this game. Yeah, I think so too.
Just like it's a little bit difficult. That lane is probably okay, but then you have to go for this weird build that's probably like 4-4-0 because you don't want to do Flame Guard versus the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, right. There's no Pango as well. That would be pretty decent, but obviously Avolus came prepared for this.
No, I like Tiny. I like Timber. I think it's just like the additional go power, right? Oh no, they did the one thing we said to not do. Okay, well, Hanskin, we're really smart people, and when we say don't pick a hero, we mean don't pick a hero. So we want to say why this is a terrible pick and nobody should ever pick this again.
I mean, we're gonna see it, right? No, but I'm just kidding. I mean, I can see why they went for it. It has a decent matchup into the Earth Spirit. It's hard to hit your spells, and Slide is obviously gonna be super annoying for the Lion and the ST, but I'm not too convinced about it. Like,
so how is he going to adjust the build? Because obviously this isn't going to be your standard like run somebody down with Flame Guard kind of game. It is likely going to be physical damage based, right?
Probably, right. We've seen so Lorinov has played this hero quite a bit for Tundra, and he usually skips the Maelstrom. He goes for like Mage Slayer, Shiva, BKB type of style, and then he goes into the Gleipnir later on if he needs it.
Sure.
I wonder if he's gonna try to do something similar here. He's gonna like be the vision guy for the team, enabling everyone else to cast their spells and enable Yuma to get nice initiations. But we're gonna.
Is Corrosion on the board? Because I know that when we used to see like the heydays of the Ember, Orb of Corrosion was like one of the best items you could get early, and it feels to me that we really need an early BKB on this Ember as well.
Yeah, I think so. The BKB is definitely going to be necessary. The Corrosion is an interesting idea. I guess why we don't see it as much anymore is that it doesn't give minus armor. They change it to attack speed.
It's true. Yeah, and you don't really need that on the Ember. You just want to proc.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's not that much to remove healing from, as apart from the Beastmaster Axe, I guess, but...
Not a whole lot. It's definitely like probably a low value Corrosion game. I'm excited to see what he ends up going here. A few tips coming out already. I'm fast. All right. Already winning the game, maybe a little bit here on the Nouns Esports roster. And both these teams 1-3. Certainly neither wants to go down to 1-5. So both these guys are going to be fighting for their lives in this one. Yuma on his Alchemist that we've seen a ton of success for. Hanskin, do you have an edge for either one of these teams in the draft?
I would say it's fairly well-rounded. If I had to give it up, I would say Avolus. I think ease of execution is on their end, but definitely both sides can take it. I wouldn't give it them a big favor here.
I think one thing we glossed over is that there was also a Luna in this game, which feels like unlosable sometimes. We also have the Shadow Demon, so I'd say that their safe lane combo might be best in game right now. I think their off lane is like acceptable. Beastmaster's been getting banned out a lot. The only real questionable picks, if anything, are Lion and Earth Spirit, but you highly value the Lion, and the Earth Spirit feels like it has a great game right now. So I think I kind of have to agree that unless Yuma's popping off here, which is definitely a possibility, this game should probably go to Avolus.
Yeah,
and they get 3 runes. Oh,
they get 3 runes as well. Yep, it's really good. I think, like you put it, I think everyone is also on super comfortable heroes. like
The
Stormstormer.
Grandmaster Luna.
Yeah, the Luna. Smiley Knight, another ex-teammate of mine. I think Luna is one of his best heroes, if not the best.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a very cool move by Gunnar, actually, because you really want to go for these kills with the Visage, right? With the Death Toll.
Yes.
He's actually going to set up for a trial and play here as the +3.
But they blocked the lane so hard. Zibe, it's almost as if he was hard reading this. And he's not even walking up the lane. He's like, I don't think there's anybody up there. Smiley Knight is getting free CS. And he patiently waits. Really good on him. It'll net some CS for the Alchemist, but kind of hurting Gunnar's game, who does really need these levels and kills.
Yeah, a really good communication from the top lane here coming out from Avulus. Yuma going in.
This is a little bit worrisome. We actually saw this matchup yesterday, whereas in Alk into a Lion, you can't hold the stun for too long. Otherwise, you do get Earth Spiked, and then you will stun yourself.
Yeah, for sure. One small thing that I noticed here about this Trilent setup that Nouns had briefly there is that it... Actually, they're going to go on Stable here first.
They're going to try it, but here comes the stun. He did toss out the concoction just in time. That combo is something that really hits on level 2 because you're able to hold the stun, and as the stun throws out, then you throw it on the acid spray, then you probably have a root coming out after from the Crystal Maiden. Like, there is kill potential here, despite it being, you know, a Lion, which typically breaks the combos for kills.
Yeah, for sure. And so back to this Trilent thing that they did. Now that they had the Trilent, it means that Eki wasn't able to block the small camp bottom. So that's a really good start already for the DM lane. Yeah. You know, get an XP advantage. The Dire lane doesn't have any meaningful wave control, so they're able to get a pull already. Hit a level 2. And yeah, just a solid start for Nouns on the bottom lane after that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't realize it was going to be accomplishing so many things at once with that move, even though, you know, it didn't work. I mean, imagine if they did get a kill on Gunnar there. I mean, then everything goes perfectly for them. Definitely a bit of a harder game, but right now he is kind of feeling the CS. That'll happen when you miss almost a wave to start as your offlaner.
Yeah, for sure.
And something that's even more important, I think, the Visage is, you know, we talk about how early his timing is, but even in his lane, his timing is really early. Once these laners get, you know, a full wand, raindrop specifically at 3 minutes, the lane becomes a lot more bearable into the Visage.
Yeah, definitely. That's usually why you want to go for these first spots, get a nice advantage. You know, whenever we saw, you know, I think the best team with Visage recently was Liquid when they had free freestyle on the roster, and they always try to find opportunities to go for like cheeky first bloods, level 1 smokes, like Nouns did here. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't really work out. Once you get a, like you say, you get a 10-15 charge magic wand and then raindrop. Oh, Eki in trouble.
This could be it. This could be first blood. They missed 3 runes on the Alchemist. He would love to get a kill to kind of make up for it. He wants the last hit, and he'll get it. First blood going to Yuma here, taking down Eki and Nouns. They're still feeling pretty good in this laning stage.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, another.
That is a good fortification, but he rolls. I think he dodged the last hit with that slight. If it happened any earlier at all, I think he might have gotten the kill.
Oh, refill. They might go for the kill on Copy here if Stormstorm is able to hit the slow here.
They could. Slow. Does miss. He goes back for the deny, then dodges the roll, but I don't think he's got much left in the tank here. They're going to have to TP in if they really want to save him. He's locked up in the animation. He wants to turn around and maybe get another copy. You absolute madman. But the TP got canceled on somebody else, so now they're TPing in another hero here. That one stops. Okay, finally. There's no more rotations in the mid lane. Does Eki just stay? It's a 2v1.
Damn. Overall, not the worst situation for Stormstormer after all this.
No,
I mean, Copy loses the full wave, had to walk back to base already, and Stormstormer is chilling. He gets the double water rune.
The double water rune is really good. I mean, he was kind of getting hurt. His regen was really low, and it feels like Compy was really turning up to get that next kill, but now he's basically got to do all the work again.
Yeah, exactly, and almost every Ember lane goes like this. If you have enough regen to sustain against a slide spam, you're going to be fine. Like, Ember doesn't really bother you, but yeah, the Blight spam as well.
Yeah, he really is going. So this is what I wanted to see. I think this is the only way that this game could work, is if he's going for this, you know, a large physical damage. Is this Blightstone just for taste, or is there a real world that we get a Desto in this game?
Ooh, good question. I mean, I haven't seen the Desto on Ember at all.
A long time.
Yeah.
We haven't seen Desto from people in a long time. If you're not a PA, you don't really build it.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a game for it, this would be it, probably, but I would still be kind of surprised for it to see him go for it.
The thing is, like, that sort of stuff is pretty good versus strength heroes that don't build any additional armor, but the Beastmaster will. I think eventually this Earth Spirit will as well. Looks like they are gonna maybe poke at Smiling Knight here. They're actually gonna turn in with the Banish. They want to go in on Gunnar. They don't want to shy away from this one. They TP in on Stormstormer with all the stacks already. He's gone on Gunnar. This was a TP on 2 heroes in to make it happen, but hey, you're protecting your carry, and it looks like they did only get the kill. Oh no, they actually just saw him fly again. Maybe
yeah, he doesn't have a TP.
Oh, he's dead.
He's gonna waste a bunch of time for them at least.
Yeah. Oh, he wants to go in for the Roshan deny, but it is well too late.
Dire are scanning.
So there it is, a nice kill, a double in the top lane essentially, but it was a lot of rotations to make it happen. You can see just how quick Gunnar popped on this one.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, the chain effect of bringing 4 heroes top wasn't the biggest deal in the world. Like Stormstormer is still able to go back and get the mid rune, and Sibe is doing surprisingly well in the bottom lane, considering the fact that he has been left alone for like this whole time, especially after you know, basically sacrificing the first wave of the game, right?
Yeah, no, he really did have to give a bit up in this one, but still doing fine. I will say, at least, you know, Fly's getting a lot of CS thanks to all these you know, beasts that he's able to take up. So the boards are really helping out his net worth. Alchemist having a decent amount of time, and how much does it matter if the rest of your team, you know, is having trouble around the Visage, but you know, your Ember, your Alk are having a good enough gold? Is that fine, or is Visage like really just dependent on all this gold?
I mean, I think it's all gonna come down to the Alchemist timings. If he's gonna be able to be strong enough to lead the charge, that's gonna be fine. And look at him now; he's dealing with his stacks.
Oh yeah, these can't
so much gold.
And Stormstormer just barely missed the Alchemist here. Didn't have the Magnetize up anyways. And yeah, it feels like the Visage at this point, the way that you want to play him anyways is going for, like, as you said, drums are a pretty good one. You could even go Vlad's. But like, he's going to be going to items that help out the team. So even if he's not at the net worth he wants to be, he can be drums and a bird, and you're enabling your Alk and Ember anyways.
Yeah, I mean, you can play backline Visage and Lily Central. There's so much action in this game, holy shit.
There is. He unfortunately did walk into a Luna who is just farming with 2 other supports. I don't know if he's upset about that one or if that's just life.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, why are they free here, you know?
Right? I can hear it now. Oh, okay, they're just 3 people farming in their jungle. Well, yeah. Good for them, I guess. That's always the clip that you get as a rotation hero. Ooh, he picked it up. I don't think they can get a kill, though.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, Gunnar is definitely struggling now. Rotating to the 8-minute rune, being level 5 Visage. Barely, you know, hitting 5.5 at this point, which is not great, but in the end, I think it is like you put it. He's gonna be the Oro guy. You can play backliner, you get the drums, probably a pipe this game as well. Wouldn't surprise me. You're playing it to Magnetize and this Beastmaster Axe eventually. You get that, and then the Vlad's on top, and you're gonna be just fine.
Well, and someone who's not just fine. I think not just fine. Yeah, there it is. Compy getting another kill. Going in for the Mage Slayer, as you said. Yeah, I mean, we have like the pipe that's going to be pretty good for them. That'll negate a lot of this magic damage. We also will then have the Mage Slayer. Really, the only physical that's going to come out here is going to be from the Luna, and that'll be kind of far down the line. So I don't know. This could be a pretty good timing for the Nouns team. Do you think that they're the ones that should press this early game advantage, or are they good going late?
I mean, I think it's going to be about the timing. Like, whenever Yuma is ready, I think it's probably going to go for the Radiance into Blink this game, and then they're going to do a smoke, and then, you know, potentially move into Roshan, something like that. Apart from this, they're just going to play around copy, see what they can do until then, and make sure that, you know, Yuma is living life. If he doesn't die, he's looking at a really, really strong timing in this game.
No, I mean,
trouble once more.
Should get another kill here. A little bit of a bloodbath after the early part of the lane stage. We waited almost 3 minutes for our first blood, and now it's just kills on kills. And this one, Gunnar getting a piece of it. That was actually huge because of his death toll. He's now almost up to the net worth of the Beastmaster again, who has not been near as oppressed as Gunnar has been this game.
It's so ridiculous, this passive. No, but now they're doing
it. Got the first blood down there.
Right.
He's so good.
We might have been looking at a completely different game, to be honest.
Yeah.
So now they're right now they're taking control a bit more. Like Copy is level 7. You know, that's always the bane of your existence if you're a support, especially if you don't have the Seeds of Serenity or the Safety Bubble. Like there's not really anything you can do against a Blightstone Ember. So
yeah,
they're doing what they need to do. They're controlling the mid lane. Copy makes one simple rotation top, and that's enough for Avalus to be like, nah, we're gonna give this tower up, and there's your game back on Gunner, just like that.
Yeah, and they're starting to lose this net worth lead. You are playing against an Alchemist, and you have the net worth advantage. That's definitely something. It shows just how much they kind of bullied Gunner there for the early part of the game, but as you said, now things are starting to even out again. We'll have a very quick Radiance here from the Alchemist. In fact, it's just decided to forego all, like, stat items. He's just rocking Phase Soul Ring. No Bracer in the mix that we actually see a lot of Alchemists who go for the seed money usually pick that up. He didn't even care.
Yeah, I think it probably has to do with the nerfs a bit. Like, generally, Bracer is super nice for lane, of course, and then Alchemist is a hero that you can usually afford to go for the bigger items, so having a Bracer is not necessarily gonna slot starve you. So, but in this case, you know, Bracer's nerfed. Didn't really need it for the lane. He had a first blood. Could rush to free.
Right. I think the laning stage definitely helped out, but in the mid lane here, another root here on Stormstormer does still have a roll away if he wants, but the shard's just barely missing. They'll have to settle with just taking a mid tower here on Nouns, but I'm sure they're still very happy.
Yeah, for sure. It's actually quite a nasty combo if you think about it. This Ember Visage. One slide on 2-3 heroes, that's a full charge full consumption right there.
Oh my
so
goodness,
it's just so oppressive. You just sit back and throw shit at them and watch the towers die.
Yeah, and so far Copy still staying here in the mid lane though, gonna get sent on back. There's a lot of damage here. I don't think he's getting through this one. Lilith not anywhere close to a Blink Dagger to save that one. Can they get something in return? I don't think so. Okay, yeah, he's rolling all the way back here. Now onto the high ground. It feels too far, but there's not really anybody else here to punish it. Seneko maybe is the one who actually went too far. The birds are dropping on them. Another soul assumption for Gunner. Picks up another kill. Now they're taking down Seneko. Now they're looking at Stormstormer. He's going to go out, get himself the illusion room. Can he make anything happen with it, Storm? No. Another kill for Gunner. A double kill for him. Can we make it a triple? Because this would certainly get his game back. Zibe forced to walk backwards, not able to get the roar, and it's going to be another kill. This one for Lelis, or sorry, this one for Yuma. And Nouns, they find themselves in the perfect position in this game 1.
Damn, that's so perfect. I mean, it looks really great from Avalus going into it here, right? Getting the nice kickback on the Ember, just taking him down immediately, but this snowball is so clutch by Lilith. Look at this. Forces Stormstormer to overcommit, and really at this point, they have no business going into it anymore. Like, Yuma shows up with his Radiance here, in a moment, and then I think that's just it for Avalus. You can't fight this anymore. Zibe shows up, dies as well. Oh, wait, how did that happen?
Huh?
No.
Why? How? Yuma? My brother? Okay, well that's a double kill. I'm not sure. Yeah, it was such a good fight for them. Were they trying to take ancient stacks or something? Because I feel like most times there's no way that you should actually be dying there.
Yeah.
He was trying to take ancient stacks. Okay.
I see. I mean, that makes sense. They want to slow down the beast, but we'll see. He self-stuns here to finish it off. Okay. Into the disruption, I think.
This is the Radiance too, but then yeah, everybody shows up. He does not have an ulti. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, just so many poison stacks on him, self-stunning like that, maybe a bit cocky. Yeah, I was just gonna praise him, you know, showing up well on the perfect timing with his Radiance, you know, slowing down the Beastmaster as well, but now everything is kind of equalized.
Yeah, no, I mean, that definitely turned things back around. Looks like smoke on smoke action. Everybody's gonna break off of each other and they're gonna back away again. It kind of shows, like, these last few fights show just how good that this Avalus team is at getting pickoffs, but their team fight is still lacking a little bit right now, especially without Magnetize.
Yeah, they're still waiting for that Beastmaster Aghanims, of course. With that, things is going to change quite a bit, but it's not that straightforward. Like, you can't just walk into a fight and man up into everything. You're going to need that blink, you're going to need that BKB to really feel good if you're the Beast.
Well, somehow out of the shadows, after that double kill, Gunner has gone up to 3rd net worth in the game. So now his pipe isn't seeming too far away at all, and actually Copy is the one who's dropped down to lowest net worth amongst all cores. So a little bit of coming back for him just now. Is it actually going to be a BKB next for him, or should he be going a little bit more offensive still?
For Yuma, you mean?
No, for the Ember.
Oh, for the Ember. Right now he's got the Maelstrom queued up.
Interesting. Okay.
That makes sense. That's just a lot of poke, right?
Yeah.
That does mean he's not going to be able to commit in fights, though. He's going to play more of the backline style and that Alk and Visage do the tanking. I think it definitely makes sense. When you have the Visage going for the pipe, it definitely makes sense to balance it out so that your other heroes goes for offensive capabilities.
Yeah. This is a typical mid laner thing. What's the easiest way to avoid the silence? Don't get silenced. Let Gunnar get silenced. And so far he is, and it's starting a decent fight for them maybe. They should lose Gunnar here, but nobody else is really around to clean up. You know he wants this kill on Copy. 2 low HP supports. He's got the Mage Slayer available, but he can't commit for that one. He will die.
So far, Avola's making really good usage of this Earth Spirit, you know. Always finding the gaps, especially in the nighttime. It's so hard to predict where the roll is gonna come from. And yeah, this is gonna enable Stormstormer to get his BKB in a very good timing. He's actually really farmed. And also level 12, of course, which is a really big deal for Earth Spirit.
Yeah, no, he's in a pretty good spot right now. They're still trying to get a few smokes going. This is, I think, the second one that we've seen in rapid succession now from Nouns. They really want to get some sort of map control out, and I know what they desperately want is to find this Luna.
They do, but this is a nighttime smoke. It's not that easy to pull off. Like, Lelis puts down the ward now, but this is super deep.
These moves right under a tier 2 tower are just so hard to do, and down bottom, nice Smiling Knight, he's already got the Manta style. He's not even close to where these guys made the smoke happen. And he's getting really, really close to this BKB as well. We think about how quick the Alchemist is, but this Luna is pretty much in the same spot.
Yeah, right. And this is exactly what you need if you're Avalus. Like, once you have the triple BKB online, I don't think there's much stopping those 3 cores, right? You're gonna have the supports backing them up, and I think for Nouns, you really have to be looking at a topside Roche if you want to get advantages in this game. If you don't, then triple BKB into go bottom Roche for Dire, I'm not sure if they're gonna have enough to stop that.
It's gonna be really potent, and even Eki going as far as to take some stacks down here as well for himself. They're just trying to expand the map as much as they can because they know the Luna is just farming all the way behind them.
Yeah, Eki enjoying the hot tub here, getting his dagger.
It looks like they're not even trying to make that tower happen. They're just trying to find anything here. They've managed to dodge, but somehow still get farm here.
Oh,
the
nice
blink actually does connect, does get silenced for a second. Roll about to come up here, still rooted. They need to stay in front of him here. Punch up as well. Stormstormer stunned through the roll, and it looks like they will get the kill.
Yeah, the ward paying off here. Finding Stormstormer, slowing his BKB down, but it's not really gonna transition into much.
There's a lot of heroes, and we talked about it yesterday, the litmus test for how strong your lineup actually is right now. They're not getting an objective out of that one, despite being killed right next to the tower.
Yeah, exactly, and you know, Dire, they're still getting what they want. Sure, Stormstormer is slowed down right now. He doesn't get his BKB for another minute or 2, but this means now Sibe gets to pick up his Blink Tiger. That means they now have kill potential on pretty much anybody. They also got a Blink on the Lion, so yeah. Luna's
BKB really
is
strong. This makes your team fight actually worthwhile, right?
Yeah, and you can see that Nouns, they're feeling the pressure right now. They're really trying to grasp for something.
Third smoke. Very quick, but this one could be the smoke. If they find Smiling Knight, this is exactly what they need. Punch up. There's still a tier 1 tower here. They're going to try to TP in some heroes. Right now, it's only a Shadow Demon. If he gets the save, maybe more will come, but no. They kill Smiling Knight. It was desperately needed, but this is the first move of many that Nouns need to make to keep the chokehold on this game.
Yeah, nice smoke from Nouns. Potentially going to transition into the tower. They are missing the Alchemist, so unsure how confident they will be.
Feels like the right thing to do is try to get a tower and then go back for Roche, but by that time the Luna could be up again, and I don't know if you're going to have the same oomph in that move.
They're instead going to be setting up top lane with Lilis and Yuma.
Alright, you love when you get the free wards like that.
Alright, so still not much progression in the game in terms of objectives. Obviously, Copy's gonna get his Maelstrom now, but is that really gonna matter once you have the triple BKB on Dire? I know that the Beast is far from it, but Earthspirit has his now. Luna's about to finish it in like 600 gold, so I think Dire is feeling really confident.
The damage is still low. They are going to go to start on Copy, but right now. Looks like Crystal Maiden will be the only one to get gone on, but a nice stun actually in with the Acid Spray. This could be the damage they need. They immediately get a double kill. Now in on the Earth Spear. BKB, I don't care. We got some right clicks in from the Alchemist, and it's an easy triple kill for Nouns.
Yeah, damn. He doesn't even get the roar off on base. Super easy, super nice jump by Yuma, of course, and then it's just easy pickings after that.
An actual triple stun. Lucky it wasn't all three of them actually getting stunned up because the BKB was popped early enough there from the Earth Spirit. But man, a really nice job to start that up, and now they could just take their talents right into the Roche Pit.
That is so unfortunate for Evolus. Now they're probably not going to be in time to contest this, and that means that they're going to be stuck in the dodge mode for a while longer now.
Oh, tag team. You know, we haven't seen this very often, but of course, when you're playing with that Visage, this is the build.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Just adds damage to both of the birds instead of one of them, right?
And for this one, Copy even just standing up strong. Because of that fight, the Maelstrom really paying off. Now he's, you know, a decent amount closer to this BKB. Still's got a little bit of ways to go, but with his Alchemist in front of him with an Aegis, he doesn't have to be the one to show. As he said, he can only just poke, and he's happy with that.
I'm a little bit surprised they didn't choose to give the Aegis to Copy, actually, considering the fact that he did go for the Maelstrom. I mean,
and it is a transformation here on the Alch as well. He's not the greatest Aegis carrier.
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, but I could definitely see the merit of putting it on Ember here instead, just to provide that safety net.
Maybe with the Alchemist, they're looking to try to get some more tower kills because Ember isn't the greatest tower killer.
Yeah, that's true. That's always a way to do it as well.
Looks like there is a Wisdom available, but the rest of Nouns, they're going to allow Smiling Knight to keep on farming. We talked about it yesterday. The biggest timing you can get on Luna right now, it's level 20. Usually you're rolling into that Conda, and then you also have that 20 talent for your beam. So Smiling Knight, but they could see him walking over.
Yeah, it looks like Nouns, they don't want to go for towers. They want to take this fight.
They do, but so far they're only finding Alliance. Smiling Knight could get away from this one, and there's also an Earth Spirit behind them, so if they take it too far, could be a bit weird, but looks like they're just going to TP away. The Alch Stun connects onto Smiling Knight, popping the BKB, just going to TP away from this one. No problem for him, but it does use the first charge of the BKB. Certainly not the way that you want to use it on a Luna.
Yeah, not optimal, but at the same time, you know, you're pulling Nouns around the map. They're not going for objectives, which I feel like they should. Like, with this Aegis Alchemist, you need to be getting tier 2s soon.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a Vanguard on the Visage.
Interesting. So we are starting to fear maybe the physical damage now. Yeah, going for the Crimson Guard.
Interesting. It's into Shadow Demon, though.
Yeah, it is dispellable. Thankfully, I guess only one person can get dispelled, so that's something, but yeah, no, it's strange knowing that like the pipe undispellable, but Crimson Guard, you can't take that one away.
Yeah, you can, and apart from that, there's also so much magic damage on Abulus. Like, pretty much everybody has a ton of magic damage apart from the Lion, so I would probably like it more if he went for the Vlads into the Shard.
Okay. It's a lot more sustained as well for your team.
Yeah, and also for yourself. Like, if you don't get chain stun from 100 to 0, you're gonna be able to survive each time, and yeah, like you say, so much damage, so much lifesteal.
Well, right now, only a 3,000 net worth lead. As an Alchemist lineup, you'd love to have a little bit more, but Smiling Knight is farming up a Storm. As BKB about to be back up again. Still a little bit delayed on his 20 timing, but it didn't matter to him right now. Nouns are the ones with the Aegis, and they just have yet to do anything significant with it. Quick Yuma will show here for himself. He's actually going in for the S and Y, which will be nice for the chain stun. I'm honestly a little surprised that he didn't want the Manta. It feels like there's some, you know, some reason to just want to dispel the silence on the Earth Spirit instead. But hey, with so much lock on the Av on the Lion, yeah, like everything that he's doing, status resist is definitely valuable in this game.
Yeah, it kind of feels like this is the way people are leaning right now when it comes to SNY versus Manta. You know, ever since the Manta nerf, I think people are slowly transitioning into the SNY over it, especially on these strength carriers like the Alki and the DK.
You can see just how they're moving on that. They're literally just like continuing to drag Nouns around. Thanks to the addition of these outposts, all they'll do is push a wave and then drag you to that one, then go to the mid lane, then go to the top lane, and then just outpost and do it again. Like Nouns, they're just trying to chase these guys all over when I really feel like they should just be focusing these objectives.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, once this beast has his BKB online, that's a whole different story. And I feel like, I mean, they're gonna go for the first tier 2 now, but I feel like they had the opportunity to go for at least another one during this.
They should have had at least 2 tier 2s down. Ideally, all 3.
Yeah, because once like that's the way Dota works. Typically, like you get 1 tier 2, you go into the outpost, you get another, and then
this is a bold move.
They just want to force them back.
I think so. So you be careful what you wish.
Going up again.
They may come back to fight this, and they may also win it. So gotta be a little bit suspicious of this one. But so far, the birds, they are doing so much damage, and there's not a fortification pressed yet from Avalis. They're holding strong.
Smiling Knight not taking the bait though, and not choosing to TP back, which is the right decision, I think. Although, like you say, they lose so much of the tower. That could definitely hurt them later on. But typically, when you do this poke play, you don't want to bring your carry back unless you really have to.
Yeah, no, and thankfully the birds, they get something out of this move then. It felt like they really were only getting 1 tier 2, but even some damage on the tier 3 is worth something. Now they're, sucking up the Aegis here on Yuma. They know that it'll be up at 29 since they just saw it expire. And, well, I guess for Alchemist and his team, they're hoping that it's going to be a pretty quick spawn because they do not want to give any more time to this Luna to keep on farming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's about to hit his... He actually has the full Candace sent out. And then once they get to the Satanic as well, that is a scary Luna with all these buffs. You got the SD to back you up with the Solar. Got all the beast attack speed. Yeah, he's going to be scary, man.
They don't have any regen degen. Honestly, now knowing what you're going to be facing up against the Luna and this Beastmaster with the heal, it feels like maybe instead of a Crimson for this armor, maybe you should have gotten a Shiva's. It would still suffice for the armor, and it would also take away some of the healing that you're about to see on this Avalis lineup.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see Ember queuing it up right now, but that's going to take a long time.
Oh, that is going to be so... Okay, so we're starting to mix and match the build then, because this feels like more of the magic damage build that you would go for in the Ember, but I guess maybe in the draft they're just like, this is Copy's item. He's going to be the one to build it.
Yeah. That's typically how it goes. I mean, but there's no way he's going to have it for the second Roshan though, right?
No, don't think so.
Way too far.
Yeah, they lose both the birds as well there. Kind of just using them to kind of scout what's going on. Right now, it feels, you're watching a 3,000 net worth lead on Nouns, but I'm worried, man. We haven't really seen this Aghanim Scepter pop off in a fight, and we also haven't really seen a 5-man with the Luna with this BKB. Now going to be seeing the damage item, plus maybe even the Satanic coming soon. This is going to be a whole different fight coming through for Nouns and Avalis here. I don't think Nouns are prepared quite yet.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the fights are fairly straightforward for Avalis. You have the Purge, you have the Beast Roar, so you can just go lock anybody down of your choosing, even though they get the BKBs off. The only thing you have to worry about is the Tusk, the Blink Save. But for that, you have the Earth Spirit Magnetize flying all over, Poisons, Axis, It's not an easy thing for Lilith to just get a save off in these fights.
Yeah, you almost want to force staff on your Tusk, but that's not very reliable either. Well, I mean, so far, they're at least holding on as Nouns. The Roshan likely to be back bottom, but it's possible there's a quick spawn for it. We'll find out here soon. They're still controlling top side of the map, and honestly, Avalis, they just go for a smoke and barely TPing away there on Copy. Could have gotten caught out a bit, but he's alive.
Well, let's see where they choose to go. They're definitely thinking they're worried about the top Roshan. If they only get Fly, that's actually a really good thing for Nouns.
That's not bad at all. I saw him pop the tag team there on Lelis. I was like, please, do
I
not
was
go in
thinking
there
about
with it. Well, thankfully they only lose one. Ember pauses on them, then immediately unpauses on them. Then Lion disconnects. Then they pause again. What is Saga?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's about.
It was BM pause, Whenever I see the enemy team make a 5-man smoke and they only kill my dumb pause 5, I'm like, get wrecked, idiots.
Looks like Eki is reconnecting, and we're about to go in a second.
Oh. Well, have him back. I mean, so that smoke wasn't as successful as they wanted. Still have a Crystal Maiden off the map for a little bit, so they'll continue to eat away this top part of the map from Nouns, but they're happy with this because now the map is switching on them. I think Nouns desire to be bottom. Now knowing what the Roshan spawn is, you certainly want to be bottom, and I don't think they mind this at all.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Avalis right now, you certainly have to go for the mid tower, or at least go for the gate play and control the bottom area, right? They're gonna choose to poke to tier 2 instead, which, if you're Nouns, you don't really mind this, seeing as the Roshan is about to be bottom, so...
Yeah, only the tier 2. Maybe if there's a way that Smiling Knight can force everybody back, that would be something. Kind of your way to force them out of bottom is just to make sure that they have to go back to their base.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Now, the Orchid picked up here from Yuna. Yuma, kind of strange knowing that we already have BKBs on all 3 cores, but I suppose this could be worth it to try to get a kill on Suneko or Eki.
Yeah, definitely. They don't have any ways to protect themselves against that, so it's just a support killing at him, also great skilling later on.
Oh, Rune. They see that the Earth Spirit picked it up, but they weren't able to stop him. So he is going to be zooming in the next fight if they do find him. And they're just, kind of facing up on the other side of Smiling Knight, protecting the ball. Make sure they get this tower.
Yeah, unfortunately for Avalus, they're not taking the hit at tier 1 earlier. They don't have any options like what path are they going to make with the smoke. They kind of have to walk through the river. They get smoked. They get a haste for it, but they're still going to face the same issue. How are they going to get to bottom in time for this Roshan?
Not sure. Roshan up in 50 seconds, so it is 100% going to be bot. And I don't know. It feels like for Ember, he's getting closer and closer to the Shivas. I guess that's something. But now, Nouns are also smoking away from the Roshan pit. They want to try to get a pick before they get into the Rosh pit. They don't have any vision right now to see what's happening, and this could be a good fight if they get someone killed off early. Could be the Stormer, Earth Spirit. They get on top of him early. A lot of damage before the BKB comes out here. He still gets the Magnetize. Now they're turning around with the Eclipse copy. Still trying to stay on top of the Spirit, but wasn't able to get all the damage done. Now Smiling Knight taking everything he wants from the Ember. He's got to get out of here. They'll still take down Eki, but that was a lot for a pause 4. Let's see if they can continue to encroach on Avalus, because here comes Yuma on the backside, bottom of the BKB. He's held it for a long time, but they'll still have the save. Now on top of the Luna. Luna, is anybody there to save him? He gets the BKB. He has the Manta. Yuma going down. They don't have anything to help out this Alchemist. He falls. Lelis falls. And Avalus seems to have taken a decisive victory in this engagement.
Damn, this Luna is so strong, man. Like you can see, Yuma is fighting him for his whole BKB duration, but Smiling Knight doesn't give a shit. He's just outfighting him, and the thing about this fight for me is it's so unforced, right? Like, Nouns, they're going away from the bottom area, walking into high ground. They get to jump on onto Stormer, the Earth Spirit, but they can't bring him down. He has the haste, he has the Shiva, BKB, and then it just... We were talking about it for so long. Like, they got the Roshan control. Why did they have to go there?
It does feel like what happens if you do win this fight. What are you getting out of this? Because there's no towers around. You only even have one of your towers around here. What was the end game there? And now instead, it's going to be Avalus likely picking up this Roshan. Certainly a Luna lineup with the Ags on the Beastmaster can take this in 30 seconds or less.
Yeah, for sure. There's no way that Nouns is going to be in time to contest this at this point. Yuma doesn't want to buy back for sure. He doesn't have his BKB regardless if he does. So if the Luna wasn't strong already, now you're going to have to deal with an Aegis Luna and a Satanic on top of that.
I almost feel like this should have been a Basher on the Alk, because then if he was just beating into the Luna, it would have been a little bit more promising. But I suppose he's trying to get a head start on this evasion that's going to be coming out. Wait for the Manta to be popped and the BKB, and then you can Bloodthorn for the evasion pierce. But that's, that's 2 things that have to happen.
Yeah.
Kind of hard.
I mean, I can see why he's going for the Bloodstone. Just it's like kind of the best late game damage item, provided you get the debuff off, which is not which is not a simple thing, of course.
Oh, it's not guaranteed. And yeah, thank you, Observer. Demonic Cleanse. Who cares if he presses BKB or Manta and then does it? I mean, Shadow Demon literally can save him for that entire duration of the cleanse. I think it's going to be really hard here. This Luna starting to become king of the hill, and in fact, already top net worth in the game now.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody's scaling really nicely on Avalus. Also, Stormer almost getting level 20 now. BKB Octarine. This Beast, he's going back for the Crimson. Just a bit interesting. That's going to help the Luna out a lot, of course. Obviously, Radiant. They don't have any dispels or anything. I wouldn't mind him going straight for the Refresher, though, instead. Just have another BKB. Because I feel like this game is so much about, like, which cores are stronger, right? The ST, the Lion, and the Tusk and the CM, they're going to be on the sides. Of course, they're useful, but in the end, whoever has more... Good one. Yeah, but it's like if you have another BKB, the refresher, just add more layers and you're gonna be Gucci, right?
Oh yeah. Oh boy.
So much trouble.
Is he high ground? I think he's high ground. Okay, well now Stormstormer is also high ground, so it doesn't really matter that much. He should still die here. And it looks like Nouns, are they going to try to mount a fight after this one? It's quite hard to do. And they're still kind of struggling in the area. Almost.
Yeah, what do you do if you're Nouns now? You're about to lose your tier 2s, or just the last one actually, really fast here.
Very fast. And your objective control, we saw a few games yesterday where we had Sand Kings, we also had maybe an Underlord in the mix. This one, you don't really have somebody, you just sit in front of a tower and clear and hope that they go on you. Now, I mean, for Avalos, you've got a Luna, you got a Beastmaster, and there's nothing in front of this tower. This base can shred to pieces quickly if Nouns don't put together a game plan.
You got the illusions as well. Oh, here we go.
Could be something starting here. A lot of damage already from Copy, but the jump in on top of Eki, the roar, trying to get him away from this one. The damage from Gunner is not enough. It looks like they actually saved from the Finger of Death here. Yuma's still alive, but can they keep getting these kills? This is only the Aegis if they take down the Luna. Yes, you've taken down the Lion, but can you get another life out of Smiling Knight here? Stun going to connect here soon. It connects on everybody in this mix. They just get an instant double kill. Yuma taking down the Earth Spirit and the Luna in rapid succession, and now it's pulling a fight out of nowhere on their high ground.
Yeah, holy shit. I mean, Eki got punished for the poke he went for on the Ember there. You're gonna see it here. He's gonna go for the stun, and then Yuma is ready for it. He's immediately about to jump him here, making sure that they have to waste the cleanse. They're using the roar just to, you know, basically keep each other alive, and then really nice snowball from Lilies on the roar, and then that's it for Evolus pretty much.
Did he take damage from the Finger of Death at all? I think the snowball also saved from it. Like, it was actually casted and there was no damage taken.
Oh yeah, you're probably right. And now, yeah, you see, after all the cooldowns, then...
Oh, it was a bird to start it. It was a bird stun, the double stun them? There's no way. Oh my goodness.
All right. So, tables have turned indeed. Nouns are about to poke the high ground now.
Still not the best net worth lead that you want. You still want to ideally be another item up, but hey, you're on the high ground. Luna and and Shadow Demon, they're gone for a while. I'm sure that Nouns will be very happy with this one. Please push the high ground, please.
Now you got a Hex on Gunner as well. I don't think we mentioned that. That's gonna be scary, especially for the Earth Spirit.
I definitely wanted something like that. I could see a world where it was Hex. I could also see a world where maybe you were just going for like an Axe to scout, but I really like this Hex.
Yeah, I think it makes a ton of sense.
Is the Alchemist still up there? No, okay. He got away. I saw the roll come in. I didn't know if he got away in time, but they take a full mid Rax. Now they have the advantage in the melee rack, or in all the Rax department, and he's got a Nullifier going in for the Strength Wing next. Then he can take away his Phase Boots. What's that last item going to be for the Alchemist? Is it something like an AC? Is it an Abyssal Blade? What do you want?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind the AC actually. They will make a ton of sense with their lineup, right? Everybody utilizes so much from the from that and minus armor and attack.
Oh, but yeah, the Visage is going for it. Thank you, Observer.
All right, okay.
He's so free. He can build whatever he wants.
Could be the Lincolns as well. You know, there's a lot of single target spells there. They got the Hex, the Disruption, the Purge, and the Roar.
Ooh, Smiling Knight, a little bit of no man's land, but I don't know if Nouns are ready to commit to something like this. Fight on your high ground is a lot easier.
So we're gonna see Avos setting up to, you know, potentially force them back into the base here, but after the last engagement, I'm not sure how confident you're gonna be.
Yeah, it's definitely shaking up confidence a bit there, but right now they are just gonna run it up and forcing the fortification out from Nouns. They're not around. They're actually poking down a tier 2 on
They
the
have to come back though. This is gonna happen way too fast.
Yeah, I don't know. In a blink of an eye, you'll lose just a lot more than 2 racks here. But they still have some heroes up. They're kind of split on the map right now. It's up to Avalos to decide. Do they want to go back? Because nobody else can come back here. And yeah, there it is. Stormstormer on top of Gunner. Gunner is just going to sacrifice his body to science because I don't think he's getting away from this one.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, no BKB. He just ends up getting caught. And a really nice, you know, poke there from Avalos, setting this kill up on the Visage, you know, making sure that everybody on Nouns go back, and then easy kill on the Visage. And now they're in Roche control once more.
No, they are, and Roche could spawn in a minute 30. Right now, it's imperative that Nouns, they are cutting these waves, because if you do get to trying to go high ground right now on Avalos, even just 15 or 20 seconds of free hits, I mean, a Luna can definitely shred that tower. And Smiling Knight, he is gunning for this bottom tier 3.
Yeah, he is. And I'm not sure if he had it the last fight on the tier 3 mid, but he has an Ogre Shield Totem. That's going to help him a lot. He's going to be able to press the BKB and just get out if, you know, so it prevent the situation that happened last time.
I'm not even going to scout with these illusions now, making sure nobody gets close. Finally, a wave is going to show up here, and there's also going to be a wave that shows up in the mid lane. Copy will try to take down some of it, but this is going to be a rack to potential. I think it should be a rack for Avalos.
Yeah, this is really fast.
Cool. There it is. As you said, the Ogre Shield Totem coming in. There's no way. They actually didn't get the rack.
Yeah, choosing to prioritize the Roshan here, which I think is wise. You don't want to take any risks. Yeah, I think the Roshan is really what's going to decide this game at this point.
It should be, and we saw just how quick this turned. It was a 7,000 net worth lead before they started pushing the high ground. Now, only 2,000. Avalos getting all the way back, exactly what they need. You know, now seeing the Alk miss like 3 hits on that just illusion. I wonder if MKB.
Yeah, but what is it gonna replace though? I guess it could be the boot, but yeah.
I think he should. Maybe you wanted to start to hand out the Ags and the boots.
So this Roshan, Yuma is actually not gonna have a buyback here. And on the other side, we got buybacks on the Beastmaster and the Luna, so and the Earthspirit as well. So
there's everybody on Dire has buyback. Only the Ember has buyback. They need to get kills if they want to have buyback.
They're gonna find Stibbe here potentially.
You've got to get somebody picked off to start here. They're going to go on top of the Beastmaster first. Zibbe able to pop the BKB, and now it feels a bit dangerous. Lella's even backing away from this one, but Smiling Knight, he
everybody.
is in. He wants to fight, and he's going to take down some of the birds first. The Magnetize is on everybody here on Nouns. You're going to buy back on the Tusk to try to get him in on this one, but he can't get back very easily. Now Yuma in on the Beastmaster. Doesn't have a roar to use, but he gets saved up by Seneko. They've got to commit to Zibbe here, but while they're doing so, they're losing the rest of their team on the other side, and they may not even get Zibbe. They've got the Glimmer KPs protected by the Radiance damage, and they'll get another kill.
Luna's so strong.
Another unforced fight from Nouns, and they lose 4. Yeah, that was even the dieback of the Tusk here. Only the Ember is alive.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it in the jump. Like, they go for this beast kill, but you can see the hesitation from Nouns. They're not ready to commit, expecting that buyback, of course, and they get like a half-assed jump, and after that, it's just so messy, right? You have to use your BKB on the Tusk, you buy back right away, and after that, you know, Smiling Knight and Stibbe, they have no fear. They can just walk in knowing that they have the buybacks ready, and yeah, just came more prepared for Avalos in this one.
Absolutely no fear from them for sure, and now they're just walking up the high ground. They don't even need Roche. It's up. We ain't care. There are some free racks to be taken here, especially with no Tusk up for another 50. They could expect that, like, maybe there's a buyback available from the Alchemist and the Visage, but
yeah, but they know that there's no buyback on the Tusk, so this should be Megas.
Yep. It looks like it will be here. Smiling Knight going to shred these racks. We're seeing the effects of a free Luna game coming to effect now, as he's going in for a refresher next, as if he needs it, but it'll be nice to have everything back again. I gotta be
they
careful,
only have
dude.
10 seconds for the Alk.
They don't have a fortification. I think this should fall, and they're going to lose Megas before they even see the light of day on Alk and Tusk.
Yeah, and the question is now for Nouns, how do you contest the Roche? It's so tough. How are you going to leave the base?
Yeah, I mean, now you kind of want a Manta style on Yuma, because you don't really have a way to shove out waves for free. The birds aren't able to do it now since it's Megas. Maybe the Ember can kind of zoom around the map, but he can't handle 3 waves at once.
Yeah, there's just no way. This is going to be free Roche for Avalos, unless a miracle happens.
No, I don't think he's playing in this one.
That refresher on the Luna as well, and is this the Axe Roshan? Oh, that's the refresher,
sorry. Yeah. Man, why is he buying a refresher than the Smiling Knight? You could just pick up this one.
I mean, now you get double Roar, or you get double BKB Magnetize on the Earth Spirit.
I think double Roar could be quite nice. I guess the only thing is for Stibbe, he doesn't really want to get rid of the mana boots, because I think he might need them to refresh and roar and use all of his other abilities as well, especially with the Hex.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, get rid of the
Crimson. Just suck up the Axe. Oh yeah, I guess you just get rid of the Crimson. I don't think they're really facing a lot of damage from Nouns right now. Perhaps it is the Crimson that is, affecting that, but it really feels like these fights are just getting blown way out of proportion. They're able to disengage as much as they want. As you said, the BKB, really important for them right now. I almost need to see like an Ags from Lela so we can really like isolate one of these heroes before they start making these engagements, but it's going to be way too far away unless Alk is able to get it.
True. I mean, with that dieback, of course, the Lela he's not going to be able to farm it on his own, but it is a game changer of course, when you're playing, up against Megas. Able to get a kick back into the fountain would be a huge deal here.
High ground is great for two things. It's relocation, or it's just a lot of like AoE magic damage from far. Your underlords, your snipers, your Zeus, like they succeed on high grounds because they can push out these waves for free. On the other side, Tiny, Mag, and Tusk with Eggs. They also succeed because you're able to relocate these heroes away from the protection of their team, but we just don't have anything like that for Nouns yet.
Yeah, it's just nothing, and you can see Stormstormer, he's not even here, he's chilling, farming it up, playing with the travels.
Yeah, he can wait for as long as he wants. He does have the DD, so I'm sure he's able to do whatever he wants eventually. But right now, Nouns, I mean, Yuma. Yuma. I don't know. I feel like these are two heroes staring at each other, but like, they don't know. Oh no.
Oh, they got him. The boar found him.
They see him. The boar. It did everything they needed to. He stacks up. He loses almost all his HP. He doesn't have a chance to press a BKB.
No buyback for Yuma as well.
Actually just changed that, and now Stormstorm are going to roll in. Silent Stump on the Ember Spirit, going to continue to take away the last of these heroes. Without Alchemist, you are severely lacking damage, and the absolute EMP from Eki. He held the follow through on that mana drain, and not a whole lot to work with now for Nouns.
MVP boar or what?
MVP boar, man. Actually just like the one scout they needed, sending him into the back lines and found the real carry. Smiling Knight, he's going to be able to just keep on hitting this Ancient, pressing the BKB. He wants this game to end. He does not want to find out what happens if the Alchemist comes back, and while the rest of the team is able to kill anyways, I'm sure that should be it soon, because Avalos, man, they have played their lineup to perfection.
Yeah, and this should be it. Gunner about to go down here. Stormstormer taking the hit in the end, but he has a buyback, of course, with the travels, and yeah, there's no stopping Smiling Knight at this point.
Not at all. I mean, he's got a Grandmaster Luna, one of the best heroes in the game. Some would say the best carry in the game by far, and he delivered. I think for Nouns, your gameplay was pretty good. You came back from a laning stage that really punished Gunner, but even so, I think the draft really just ended up favoring Avalos too much.
Yeah, I think so too, and there's some key things that they did really well in this game. I want to highlight Smiling Knight. Like, he made all the right poke plays he needed to do to, get the Roshan control. Forcing Nouns back constantly, making sure that they get the key Roshans. In the end, they get the fight that they need, and after that, they're just so strong. Like, everybody on their lineup offers so much utility. They got the Lion, the Shadow Demon supporting him, and yeah, if anything for Nouns, you are gonna look back at that smoke you did, going when you had the Roshan bottom control and then going into the triangle. But after all, there's pressure involved. Avalos are constantly poking your base. You don't feel like you have to respawn eventually, so props to them. This game came down to very small margins, and small edits in drafts or items or small decisions is what took this game, and that's what you want from a great Dota game.
Oh yeah. I think in this game too, we saw a lot of really great plays from Nouns and fights that they maybe shouldn't have taken anyways. It really speaks to like how much the draft made a difference in this one. I think a few of the other games we saw was like, yeah, you could have maybe not made this move and it gets a little bit better. Maybe you didn't have to, try to run this, but this game was even for so long. I have to imagine that the draft is really playing the largest part of this loss for Nouns.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like Yuma, he had a great game, but you can see in the mid game, in the late game, he doesn't have the freedom to fight as how he wants. There's so much control, so much kiting, so much save. And then you got this Ember, he's also not really able to deal with his backliners, if you know what I mean. Like, we talked about the Ember versus the SD. If they had another hero, maybe a Storm or Nerf Spirit for themselves, things could be looking different, But in the end, they don't have the tools that they need. So I think the late game is actually tougher than I expected for Nouns.
Oh, it really was. And we can see here, like, the Shadow Demon, again, one of the best supports you can possibly have in the game. He just continued to provide value, you know, reducing 15% of the enemy's HP, where he hits them with his W, and then you also have the save anytime they try to actually commit on a hero. And so we talked about the cleanse, even just something as simple as his cleanse, making it so you can't blood throw in a target for free. I mean, I think this hero isn't allowed to be in Dota right now. I'm surprised it wasn't this game. And Atlas picked it up late in the second phase of the draft, and they made this Luna and SD just like one of the best games you could ever make it for these guys.
You're right, for sure. I mean, you got the Frostbite and the change to poke, and you cleanse it. The Alk has to commit, faces a disruption, and then after that, it's kind of all over for you. Like, you're going to have to play into a Purge and a Roar and then an insanely farmed Luna that's just going to tear you apart. So definitely not an easy thing to solve for Nons in the late game.
No, not at all. I mean, that's something that they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. I will say, though, it's a lot easier to fix, like, hey, we played really well. We played this lineup to the best of our ability, but, like, we need to make some changes with it. I think those sort of changes are the best things to make in between games, rather than like, hey, can you guys just play better? Like, that's a lot harder to cope up in between in the middle of a series. So we'll see what edits Nouns make to the draft. We do believe that this could still be, I mean, after an even game one, certainly anybody can take this game too. We'll see who goes back to the drawing board. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for game number 2.
The morning light, it hits my eyes. Last night we partied like it's 99. You took my hand, we danced all night. That's all I remember, we can blame nobody. Look where we are, so beautiful. This world is ours for the taking now. Not holding back, not giving in. Stay a little longer in the moment now. No regrets now. I'm not feeling sorry for anything I've done. We light it up just to watch them burn it down. And we don't need them anyway. Just take the chance, make dreams come true. Will I ever see a pretty face again? Rendezvous is all I'm hoping for. Maybe we can meet up on a boulevard. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away, yeah. Let's get away,
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Dream League Season 24. We've got ourselves Game 2 of Nouns versus Avalos. A bit of a hard-fought victory for the Avalos side, but for you and I, we were pretty confident in their ability to take the game the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, we felt like their late game was, undisputed in this game, and so it turned out to be that way as well. Once they were able to get the third roach on, I think for Nouns it was just too hard of a nut to crack, pretty much, and... yeah, I mean, Nouns, they played well. Apart from that, I want to say it's a crucial error to go for that smoke that they did, when they had the roach control.
Yeah.
Apart from that, this game was super, super close. I think Nouns could have definitely won it.
Agreed. They definitely had the chance the whole time. If we had to again, step into the coaching shoes a little bit, the keys to success for maybe Nouns to come back in this game too. I know for mine, I think the number one is, keep focusing Smiling Knight. I know that we took out his Bristle. He plays a fantastic Bristle back carry. He's been playing it patch on patch on patch. This is not something he just picked up for the current iteration. So he's definitely good with that one. And then his Luna, Grandmaster Luna. I feel like his game was really, really easy. He was able to farm galore across the whole map on a hero that he's very comfortable with a pause 5 that synergizes so well with him. So keep targeting him, even if that does mean, take away the Shadow Demon so that his lane is a little bit weirder, take away his hero so he's not able to play. I think, focus in on him a little bit.
Yeah,
what
definitely.
About you?
I mean, I agree. He played almost a flawless game. Apart from that, there was the pick off on him when the Nouns did like a 4 or 5 man smoke and they got him the ones. Apart from that, it was pretty much flawless. So
yeah.
We know he can perform. I mean, not to say he doesn't have heroes. If he doesn't get the Luna or the Bristle, we've seen him run the Brood. We've seen him run the Alk as well to great success. I think they're vibing now. There's a lot of things you have to worry about. Like you got the Beast as well now. Do you want to give it after that game? This Shadow Demon, and then if you decide to ban those, you're gonna have to deal with the Eki Bat, which is probably his best hero right now. You got the Naga, Bristle, and shit's tough, man. You gotta pick your poison. I feel like.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely hard, especially when we get into it feels like these heroes have been established for so long. We haven't really seen the next meta shift. Like eventually these heroes are going to be banned out for so long and people aren't playing them. We're going to find something new that is like the new broken flavor of the month for this patch. It seems like Beastmaster might be getting up there. He's starting to eat a lot more bans. I know that this Shadow Fiend, I think we're probably going to see that one start to poke its head through a little bit more since
yeah, definitely.
That one's starting to get the only other carry that's available that people want to play. So really in the pause 5 department though, Shadow Demon, Tusk, those have still been top dogs. I guess the Naga Siren as well.
Yeah, the Naga, the Clock maybe, but this game we didn't get to see it, so that's still an option for Suneko especially. I think for Fly, he doesn't really have the same hero pool. He's really good on Inch. They decided to ban it themselves. Obviously, he can play the Naga and all of these heroes, but...
Yeah, I wonder if the first pick has something to do with it as well. It was first pick for Avalos in game number 1, so maybe in this time, obviously now they don't feel like they have to ban the Enchantress then. Maybe they get a little bit more options for themselves here, but it looks like the draft is going to be available to you guys soon, and we'll see if the Avalos side, they're able to keep the 2-0 going, or if Nouns will even out the series here.
Look at Smile Knight chilling after that Luna performance. Putting his legs on the table.
Yeah, he's got to rest up, man. He was doing PvE for I think 30 minutes there, and then he just like kind of ran out and dumpstered whoever was on the map.
Yeah. All right, Aval is actually deciding to ban the Beast themselves, which is obviously Hero Gunner has been looking really good on.
Yeah, no, he's been I don't know. It seems like everybody's starting to get a lot more comfy in their roles that they've been on, and of course Beastmaster kind of fits that like mid to offlane switch. You think about these, what the mid archetype is and then what the offlane is. Gunnar already played Sacrificial as a mid laner, so that wasn't something he really needed to adopt. He would be like the Monkey King who's just diving across the map, minute like 6, doesn't care about his own farm, just trying to enable kills for the rest of his team. So that part translated well into the offlane, but then like the heroes that like kind of are farm dependent, Beastmaster definitely fits that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think he's at a point now where he can do both to, he can perform at a really good level on...
It's interesting to see, like, because he is definitely a person where I think we saw him. It was like you're not playing the mid role like other mid laners, and it wasn't like we didn't know if it was innovative or it was like maybe you should change roles. Obviously for him, he felt like he kind of settled down in the change roles part of it. And here we go. You said the Enchantress for Nouns, something that Flying plays really well. They felt they had to ban it out versus Atlas, but now with first pick, they able to pick it up and instantly end with the Nyx Assassin here.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's Sap that creep. It's been a classic counter, but it's been recently, I mean, not discovered, but I guess people have started using it more in this tournament. So definitely not the easiest matchup.
It's definitely really, like, it has an easy one-to-one matchup versus the Enchantress, but then also some of the mid laners that we see, a lot of these casters, Puck, Storm Spirit as well. It feels like you don't have to ban those out anymore whenever you have a Nyx on your team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and also another thing, if you're looking at these cameras, like Avalus, they're looking really chill. We mentioned Smiley Knight just sitting with his feet up, but in the Nouns camp, it's looking pretty tense, if you ask me. Like, stress going on, and they don't seem happy, which is understandable, of course. That I think that marks the. So they're on 17 losses and 2 wins in the last 19 maps. So that's pretty rough.
Good lord. Yeah, I mean, you look at like whenever you have these group stages, it's all 8 teams that are in here. You're likely allowed to have a good few 1-1 series and a 0-2. Like, that's something that you can accept, and like you're still able to make it through, maybe middle of the pack here for the group. But if you fall another one where you're 0-2, then things get a little bit weird. Like you're kind of maybe even out of your own hands now. You have to wait for other people to maybe lose their games and hope that you're able to climb back up. Whereas on the other side for Avalus, like they came into this one 1-3. They 2-0 this one. They're back. I mean, they're essentially middle of the pack. Now it's up to their next series. They even just have to like maybe 1-1 the rest of the games. Like they feel very comfortable. So again, very important for this team. We could just see this, fate of these teams with this game.
Yeah, and for Avalus as well, like just making it into playoffs, getting a series of a top team or something like this would be a success for them, right? They're a brand new team. Obviously, they have known players, but they don't have the expectations of Nouns. And yeah. You gotta wonder how the emotions are like in the Nouns camp. They go for the Ember once again into the Earth Spirit, really valuing that matchup.
They really are, and the matchup looked really great. It's something that we still could have here. I don't know. It feels like Nyx Assassin as a pause 4 is usually the way you need to go. So Shadow Demon 5 looks still pretty valuable in this game.
Yeah, it looks really good to me.
It feels like Nyx Assassin has a lot of control, but also like spurts of damage, and Shadow Demon is also a lot of control. If you have this Earth Spirit already who also adds a lot of control, you're really able to just go full into damage on your offlaner and your carry. Specifically though your offlaner, because otherwise your moves in the mid game get a little bit weird if you don't have damage dealers to follow these guys around.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Avalus go for the SD once again, like you mentioned, and just go with the Alk. Like, you have a great stacker, one of the best carries in the game. I know there's a Doom and a Timber in the pool, but I feel like if you're Avalus right now, you need to pick your carry, kind of like this Nyx on the offlane. Even though you're playing into Enge, it's a very weak laner, Even if you yeah, go.
We're looking at this lineup that like has a Muerta, has an Enchantress. You want mixed damage, right? What's a good carry with mixed damage?
Gyrocopter or?
I think the Luna might be pretty good.
Oh, the Luna, of course. How could
And
we
it's
forget?
still in.
Yeah,
and I'm
it's still in.
scared. Oh, okay, they don't do it.
They go for the Dawnbreaker.
This is a crazy shift in the draft.
I kind of like it. It just they pile more into their blueprints that they have had so much success with. They make sure that they get a lot of team fights. Now you got a Stun Ray and a Dawnbreaker ulti to protect these melee heroes that are going to be going in for you first, the Earth Spirit and the Nyx. I like it. And also, like, when we're talking about it, there's Alchemist, there's Luna, there's Medusa, there's Gyro. Like, the carry pool is really, really big right now. So, yeah, so even if Nouns get the counter pick on the Dawnbreaker here for Yuma, it's not necessarily going to mean that he has the win condition in the game.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker is an interesting offlaner as well because it does have its own mobility. So sometimes even when you do play against an impressive, safe lane matchup, even just that dive away can be really nice. However, Nyx Assassin isn't crazy strong, and there it is. The Ursa for Yuma, another hero he plays exceptionally well. Definitely was kind of our shining star in the last game, had a lot of really good team fight, farmed incredibly well. I think the only mistake that he really made early on was self-stun on the Ancient Camp that inevitably led to his death. Otherwise, I'm very confident in his game once again on this Ursa. Do you think this is the Ursa game of dreams?
I mean, it's looking good. He's got a perfect partner as well in the Enchantress. Obviously, this lane will be fairly simple for them. It's also an egg killer, which they really needed. So looking good. I mean, we have seen what this hero can do, especially in the finals of Bet Boom Dacha, where Nightfall played it went 15-0 or something. But the downside is that it can fall off, and it showed in that game as well. So you got to be really careful when you're snowballing Ursa. Like, at one point you're feeling like you're the king of the hill, and then one or two things goes wrong, and then you're just getting kited by 4 staffs. You got slows and all of these things, right? So I think Aegis is a really big deal on a hero like this.
Definitely is. And I think something that's also kind of interesting here, can we see the statuses that's spelled on the Ursa for going to the BKB? Because it feels like this is one of those games where it could definitely be really nice. The only thing that's really keeping you from it is the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that's true.
10 seconds remaining. Nouns Esports.
Let's see. And the last pick coming up here, they're looking at what these Smiling Knight heroes could be. Luna getting taken out, Smiling Knight coming from SA. Gyrocopter is absolutely on the menu. It doesn't have the worst matchup into the Ursa, but most of the time we're thinking of, I need something that can deal damage to this Enchantress and this Muerta, as both of them need some magical damage to hit. So Gyro feels like the next best option. But Alchemist is so good right now.
Yeah, Alk is good. The only thing is the Ursa matchup. If you feel like you have enough tools to just deal with him, you don't necessarily feel like you have to draft a carry that is useful against him. You could go for the Alk. You could also go for the Dusa potentially. But I think a lot of it is going to come down to obviously what Nouns goes for here, because I think Gunner's pick is not that straightforward. If you look at the bans, there's so many bans on these offlaners.
I know. And Doom was probably the premier pick because so much of this is that we're missing some anti-heal on Nouns Esports, and they're playing against the Phoenix, and they're playing against the Dawnbreaker. So, like, there's so much, and you don't have anything to deal with it right now.
Yeah, I mean, you could go for, like, I don't know, an Underlord or something, but I'm not sure if it's enough. I think Mars is definitely not it. Okay, they go for Centaur.
Okay.
So this means that they are fairly low on the damage side for Nouns, I have to say.
Yeah.
Like, if this Earth Spirit is not popping off, they are going to have issues with damage. One thing that is really nice about the Centaur, though, is that it enables the Ursa to just run people down, especially during his BKB.
Decent poke on the Ember, and maybe even some on the Enchantress with her creep, and then the Muerta, but we're still looking pretty committal on the Ursa and the Centaur. And I do kind of like the Centaur getting them away from this egg area, away from wherever the Dawnbreaker ult is coming in, because otherwise they are pretty low CD, right? I mean, Ember doesn't really rely on his ulti as much. Same with the Ursa, that's really just his escape. So these guys are so important for this team. They need to have some minus, need to have some damage. But I think they can win this one out depending on what comes through for Avalos. And that it is the Alchemist. We knew that one was probably going to come through. Decent game form as well. The lane, Alchemist, and the Bird. Do we believe in that?
Yeah, I think it's really strong. Alchemist is a classic counter to the Centaur, seeing as he has 0 armor. Really tough to deal with that acid spray. And yeah, I mean, arguably Alk not the best matchup into Ursa, but when you have this much backup, I don't think you care. You got the Dawnbreaker to support you, you got the Phoenixes, and yeah, all the good stuff from Nyx and Earthspirit. I think their lineup looks really well-rounded once again on Avalos, and for Nouns, they're gonna have to play really, really fast to win this one, I want to say.
Yeah, it feels like every hero is kind of like answered in some way, except for maybe Copy. I think his game once again is looking pretty good. He's not going to be going in for his Flame Guard. It's going to be another physical damage build for his hero. And it almost looks a little bit better, right? Like last time we had the Beastmaster that was going to build these like physical auras, but Zibe doesn't really do that. And even if he did, you wouldn't feel the effect of those auras until he landed from his ult.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there is potential for Nouns. I just think they need to do an even better job at snowballing than they did last game. So this time they've got an Inch to support the Ember, which is a really strong combo, right? You just send creeps on people, slide them, you can get the tier 1 mid very early on, potentially, and then once you get some map control, you can get a Roche for Yuma very early on, and then snowball to another Roche, etc. You know, get the lead that way, because I think playing even fair and square game this time around, it's not gonna be easy for them. The team fight is just not there.
Well, as the draft went on as well, it feels like this Nyx assassin game got better and better. Like,
right.
He's gonna have a really nice time. Is this just a straight up like boot and Dakin 5? Is that how you know the Nyx assassin?
It could be. I could see the value of a Yules as well, potentially. Not sure. It's quite expensive. Exactly. Versus the Ursa, versus the Ember, you can set up your stun as well, and also there's a Stampede, of course. But probably more likely we see Soneko getting the Yule if they want it, and then, yeah, Eki just doing the Dagon 5.
Phoenix Yules is usually really good, but I think the only weird part about it is that you are playing into the Muerta, so you could drop the calling down on wherever that Yules is landing, and it could get a little bit weird for you, but otherwise it is a fantastic Yules game.
Yeah. The downside is, of course, you're not getting the Solar or the Vlads or other items.
Yeah. It's crazy because like you used to have that all the time. Like one of the best Phoenix items was always a Yules scepter because you'd be able to Yules and then just like instantly drop the egg whenever you land. But now because of so many other support items that we've gotten in this patch, even with Glimmer not being that good, there's so many other priorities now for the Phoenix.
Yeah. And we see a late smoke here for Avalis. They're going to try to go for the first blood on top, seems like.
Oh, I love the facet that the Ursa chose here. Making sure that you're doing more debuffs as time goes on. I think that one is so good, especially when you're looking at like this Phoenix and maybe even the Dawnbreaker that you're trying to like kind of bash down before they end up getting their spells off. So I really like it.
Yeah, makes sense.
And looks like, oh, they could get something early here. Fly does have a lot of heal. And chances even with level 1 in these sprites, you get a lot of your HP back and narrowly avoiding disaster, I feel. Because Zibe, this lane might not be the easiest. Nyx is not a strong laner. And Ursa and Enchantress may be some of the strongest laners in the game. So could be really hard for this lineup to get anything done.
Yeah, no, for sure. I wonder if they're going to consider wave pulling this lane or they're just going to play it out normally.
Wow. Oh, actually took a lot of damage there, Yuma. Good job from Eki. If that stun doesn't land, I think Yuma could try to turn around and get more damage done, but instead kind of shoving him under the tower again.
Eki trying for the Curry Sniper, unfortunately not going to reach, I think.
Oh, just barely missed it. It could be good. I feel like, as you said, maybe they need to creep drag. Maybe they need to kill some couriers. They need to do something because I think as this lane goes on, they're going to have a harder and harder time.
Yeah, no, for sure. I wonder if the plan is going to be, okay, so he goes for the drag, which definitely makes sense. Going to enable Sibba to get, you know, a lane or a full wave uncontested last hits. And then I wouldn't be surprised to see Eki focusing on the runes a bit more this time around, seeing as that top lane is so scary.
Now, Hanskin, let's say I'm just some 4K scrub and I have a cool safe lane and I'm ready to kill people, but then their damn pause 4 goes by and starts dragging the wave. What do I do? Because I still want to win this lane.
I mean, you don't have options, right? It has to be all chat.
All chat and ask them to stop. Well, on the other side here, they did get the first kill on Soneko, so it looks like Nouns having a strong start to the laning stage again. This time, though, not giving the first blood to their carry, but their offlaner.
Yeah, a bit of a, how do we call it, uncharacteristic mistake by Soneko. Just giving up the first blood like that, very simple. Not to say, you know, not the Nouns side of the lane is really strong. Oh, they go for Yuma here.
Crazy that they even have this much potential. I know that Dawnbreaker is kind of predicated on burst damage, and same with the Nyx Assassin. Maybe they can actually get a kill if they try to, catch Yuma off guard. But with heal, I feel like it should be impossible.
In theory, it's hard, but the Dawnbreaker does a surprising amount of bursts, actually. So, I feel like this is a bit of an underused hero right now. I saw Mar play it earlier. He went for the armless build, looks super strong. So, I think this hero can do a lot. I think he can scale, he can play auras, he can play the hard lanes. The only thing he doesn't really do is he doesn't flash farm well and he doesn't recover that well. So I think getting a decent enough start and getting used to ulti this game is going to be crucial for Stibbe.
No, definitely. I think if they're able to get that Dawn Gold, I think he's kind of locked into the auras, unless that's something that Taneko is going for. I think sometimes when you see the Dawnbreaker really start to thrive is whenever he can go, we talk about how many people don't build Deso. Dawnbreaker actually is a hero that doesn't mind building Deso.
Yeah, that is
so
true.
We'd like to see that, but your Pause 4 should be the one to take over the auras then.
Yeah, which is probably not going to be the case here, seeing as you have a Nyx, so this might be a game where they completely skip them. Like, I could see the merit of having an Axe on the Dawnbreaker as well, get that added evasion. Ursa, not a hero that necessarily wants to get an MKB, at least not early. So
no, not at all.
So you combo that with the Radiance evasion as well, and
Ursa's a hero that you can kind of count the slots on him, right? Like, okay, I need a Battle Fury, I need a Blink, I need a BKB, I need a Basher, and then you only have 2 slots left.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this game, what it's going to come down to is can you survive the Ursa jump? Can you carry this BKB? If that happens, this Earth Spirit is going to be way too annoying for Yuma to deal with, unless he's completely jacked.
Instantly using the 10 stick there on Yuma. It seems like he's been kind of 1v2ing the lane while Fly goes off and does, other things. And it seems like that other thing was stacking the small camp. Zibbe might love that, though, because he could probably clear that.
Taneko in trouble here, potentially. Copy coming over.
It looks like they didn't have the dead shot set up, but they might not need it here. Looks like they will get the kill. Copy even gets it with the chains damage. Once again, Copy, he has to be feeling this game. He must actually love this 202 sort of build, because it looks like this is where he's most comfortable with it.
Yeah, it looks strong right now, but the question is, how strong is it going to be later? I think that's always the question you're going to have with Ember right now. It was a similar story the game before, and I feel like this game he might have to do even more, potentially.
Let's see. So right now, laning stage a little bit even, and once again, it feels like the Alchemist lineup is the one that should be getting a lot more out of this. Oh my god, Zibbe, please WQ this. It looks so juicy. Oh, there it is. There's so much gold.
Feels good, man.
That's one of the best feelings. You don't often get that on a Dawnbreaker-esque hero. Usually that's the Underlord or something like that.
He's gonna drag the wave for himself up top, and that's gonna enable him to, when you drag the card like this, actually, you might be... Yeah, he's just getting the face boost, so it might chase him down, actually.
Yeah, but too much slow there. I don't know if the creeps are gonna follow or not, but yeah, Yuma's getting to the point where he's a little bit self-sufficient. As you said, you kind of wanted this Nyx assassin to kind of move around. He's not a strong laner. He's meant to be on the roam. And Taneko looks like he's setting something up here for Stormstormer. They have the magnetize, even a stun thrown all the way out, and Stormstormer will pick up the kill.
Nice rotation by Stormstormer, actually dodging the move by Ench, rotating over to the mid, but so they probably wouldn't be able to fight the rune anyway, so he just makes a TP down bottom, gets the kill onto Gunner, which was, Gunner was obviously trying to play aggressively and didn't work out this time. So yeah, getting use of that ulti pretty much as soon as you get it on the mid-earth spray, which is definitely what you want to see.
This is a hard kill to get. As you see there, 3 bracers there on the Centaur, plus the ROP, so he's got a lot of protection, but hey, you bring the heroes down, you can make anything happen.
Yeah, you can, and I do wonder if these 3 bracers are going to be worth it, considering the fact that you're not going to have the double bonus at minute 25.
Yeah, Centaur definitely is a little bit more slot efficient in that way, where again his next item is likely going to be Blink Dagger or a Blade Mail, and then he's going to go for maybe a BKB if that's what he feels is needed. So he'll keep those bracers for a while.
Yeah, he will for sure. And Centaur was already a hero that, in my opinion, is a little bit clunky. you can definitely do really well in the early game and in the lanes, and get item timings online early and nicely. But after that, it sort of feels like it's inevitable that you're gonna fall off. And with the bracer nerf as well, that just adds even more to that.
Oh yeah. Thankfully, it looks like the team largely is farming pretty well. Obviously, Ursa getting more in the levels probably than he is in the gold, but he'll make it up quite easily. He's
going for the gate play right now, actually.
Yeah. Interesting. And Centaur's gonna start up on this Alchemist here. Doesn't have an ult.
Oh, he just got his
yet.
6.
Yeah, oh, he just got it. And now this kill feels impossible. And with those fire spirits from the bird, weren't really able to get the attacks needed. So Avalis, really clean actually. Not even using as many heroes to go down to defend that had just exactly what they needed already.
That feels bad, man. And now CB is going to be able to get a 6 freely based on that. And then the next time you want to go for this Alchemist kill, you're going to have to deal with an Earth Spirit TP who now picks up a haste. Actually, he's going to use it to go and fly, looks like.
Oh, and then a nice kill there from Copy. So still got on his end, and yeah, Fly should go down here. The heal is a lot, but there's a lot of magic damage from Stormstormer, and he doesn't even need to go for this Vessel. He's feeling like his raw damage alone is more than enough to take down an Enchantress.
Yeah, and Stormstormer says, screw it. I'm just going to use my ulti, and I just like to see it a lot. You just press the stuff you have. No hesitation, no overthinking. Am I going to use this for an Ench or no? This is the early game. Just spam the tools you have. So
this has been an unfortunate few goes from Lelis here. You see the Muerta set up with the silence, and then there's nowhere to dead shot back.
Yeah. This Muerta hero, it has been looking good. People have been using it a lot, but it can definitely be weird sometimes in certain areas of the map.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Do you think they get this kill? I feel like Zibbe is... It's a good hero to go on, right? Like, you want to run after this Dawn, but he's already so close to a tower. It feels like his team could respond to that.
Yeah. And looking at the Ember, it's like... The poke is amazing, of course, but compare him to the Earth Spirit or a hero like Storm, like... If you find heroes like this, you can just commit all the time, right? Ember is not this hero. It just seems... You're getting this advantage, but then how do you transition it? You're just going to keep sliding people, and then you can't really manipulate the game how you want unless you're able to go for the towers, which obviously hasn't been the case in this one.
Oh, this time we're in a place where that dead shot, it actually can get used up, so Lelis will get the kill on the next assassin, something they do need. And he's going for this Mage Slayer again for the Ember Spirit, and in this one we're saying, like, we don't know how he transitions. Still a lot of magic damage out from Avalis, right? That's something, I think, to hold true.
Yeah, definitely useful against the Earth Spirit, of course, and the Radiance from Alk later on, so...
Yeah.
It's kind of just a feel-good item on Ember. You get the mana regen, you get some, the DOT, not terrible as well, so...
Do you want to go into the Maelstrom again after this one, or do we want to see something that maybe pops a little bit more damage or a little bit more control? Like, what should we be expecting after that?
Good question. I mean, it's between it has to be between the Maelstrom, the Shiva, and the BKB. And I feel if it doesn't get the BKB, he might be in trouble. Just getting randomly Carapace or silenced by the Earth Spirit, something like that. If one stun hits, that's probably him.
Oh, they know that Eki does not have his level 6, but he just got it. He really wants to get the kill. Instead, they dust him just in the nick of time, but he's out of here. He's got that advanced movement buff, and he's gone.
There's some deja vu there from the Alk hitting 6 earlier.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Cursed tower, man.
And now they haven't been able to pressure any towers yet. And actually, Avalis are the ones doing it right now, so...
Yeah. I feel like we're in another spot here where, like, Nouns are the ones that need to get off the ground early. And if it's instead Avalis that are getting these free early towers, we're going to be running out of time again for this Nouns lineup to really feel strong.
Stormstorm is going. Oh, he's got the Donald as well.
Yeah, and Gunnar, this is exactly how we want to see that ult used. Get everybody away from the area that the Dawn wants to play in here. And Stormstormer just poking himself now with the Magnetize, dropping rocks, not committing just yet, looking to see what comes through. And Eki maybe wants to get something started for the team as well. A lone hit, but does eventually get it here. Going to be the first casualty of this fight, and maybe the only one?
Yeah, I mean, they can't really deal with this Stormstormer Earth Spirit. Like, he just goes in and he has this Blade Mail. It's so hard to deal with. Yuma shows up, but Poppy's not there.
Almost had it.
Yeah. Oh, Eki in trouble, potentially.
Oh, no, not again.
think you found your wrong base, buddy.
He's even letting him hit because he knows, oh no, that is so toxic.
God damn, what an annoying.
He literally let himself get hit because he knew he would just escape. Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, considering all of this that has happened, all the failed kill attempts on bottom and then now the failed kill on Eki, and you know, it feels bad, but there's also an alchemist on the map you have to think about, and if you consider that,
Does it get in your head? Because this is another one that like they had the tools there, but just weren't able to connect. And another kill that they're missing. Are they feeling this unannounced? Is this like, oh my god, we can't kill anyone? Or are they still, you think they can still hold on knowing that their lineup is still strong right now?
I think they're definitely not feeling great right now. It's they know that the time is ticking, right? This alchemist is super free farming, and now we might see Gunnar being in trouble once more. Not sure if they have the damage.
Ooh, nice with the blade mail. Certainly has more than enough health. Even if the Eki did try for the kill, it would have been hurting on the other side. So something good there. But yeah, no, I agree. And what is Smiling Knight even up to right now? I feel like we should have a Radiance pretty soon.
Oh, nice silence.
Very good silence, but I don't know if they have the subsequent damage. Oh, copy! Copy!
Damn. It's the Blightstone once more. It's like Eki being so annoying to Gunnar.
Oh my goodness. He's just like scuttling the max move speed or some shit. Man, I'd be tilted. I feel tilted for them in this game.
Right, he's potentially going to go for the Wisdom and steal here as well.
No, that would actually just be the cherry on top. Does he wait for someone to show up and then kill them and then take the rune? Or does he just
They should know that he's there, though. That's a dire scan. They don't have detection, actually.
They don't have detection.
Oh,
there
have
it is.
Gunnar
There it is. Okay, they should get the kill then. Finally, Eki will die. I feel like that's got to be the best feeling kill they've gotten in this game.
Yeah, right. At the same time, though, does it feel amazing for the centaurs to TP over like that?
You got a TP2 heroes. Your centaur's got a dust to use.
Yeah, the Radiance is about to be delivered.
A little bit of a late Radiance, right, for the Alchemist. He also just has Phase and the Soul Ring. It's coming near to like a 15-minute Radiance that's actually getting to his courier, so just slightly late. And yeah, now Yuma has the Battle Fury available already. He's not going to be farming that much slower than the Alchemist.
Yeah, no, for sure. This is surprisingly slow, I want to say, for the Alch. You know, especially with not, you know, dying a single time and being contested. They lost their K1 so late.
No stat item as well.
Oh, Cop in trouble.
Oh, could be. They do get the jump away with the dead shot, but it's not enough to save. Copy goes down a 3 killing spree, and he's one of our heroes that we really need to get off the ground early in this game. And yeah, no, the Orchid coming through now for the Dawnbreaker. Another damage item. They don't even care about the auras.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, that's first of all, that's such a huge kill on the Ember. He did not expect that, and that's always the power of the Nyx against him. That's gonna mean the tier 1 mid goes down as well, so that's even more trouble for you if you're playing against this Nyx. So yeah, you see it here.
I love the philosophy from this team.
Yeah, just really decisive. They see the Ember, they just throw everything they have at him, and
yeah. You said it before, like they're willing to drop the ultis. Like they're not going to wait for like some perfect team fight. If they have an ult, that's an egg, and they're going to use it. Now this time they are forcing the ult away from the Centaur. And still, they could get a kill on Copy here. Gotta be careful. And oh no, the stuns. They instantly connect on this Ember. You can see they smell blood in the water. A nice stun from Gunnar. And now Yuma in. He's gonna get kicked away for a second. He really wants to get on top of this Earth Spirit, but can he do it? Looks like the Earth Spirit will get away. Now they're gonna lock in, and Earth Spirit once more. He's gonna keep up the magnetized stacks on him. Yuma should just barely get away, but I think Fly is also dead.
Oh, can they get him? They can't. I mean, it's so hard for Copy to play. Like, you got so much to worry about, right? And now Loyalty's in trouble as well, looks like.
It could be. Maybe it's a bait. It looks like it was a bait. Yuma getting the kill. Nice coordination from this team to get something out of that engagement.
Yeah, nice cleanup at the end there. Obviously abusing the vision that they have. But yeah, look at this. Copy, he feels comfortable seeing as the Orchid is on cooldown now, but he just gets whipped by one Nyx stun, and then one stun leads to the other, and that's it. And now, yeah, you see the Magnetize is going to come out, and Alchemist plus the Magnetize here, they're just gonna There's no way you're fighting that at this point in the game without the Ember.
I know exactly what happened during those comps. As soon as that Earth Spike hit from the Nyx, you could see like the sun ray, like everybody just like pointed towards Copy. It was like, kill him!
Right? It's one of those things where somebody just starts yelling, Ember, Ember, Ember. And
yeah, right. Oh, that's so good. Oh, we know what the comps are like then. And so far, again, this is going so well. I love that Atlas, they're noticing that there's a lot of like, not a whole lot of damage coming out from this Nouns lineup. Instead of forcing the auras, they're just going for what each hero wants. Like Dawn is going to keep building this control and this Orchid. Nyx Assassin probably going to do his own damage here soon, getting close to the Yules, and he'll end up going for his own, you know, Dagons or something. So I really like how they kind of suss out this Nouns lineup and plays still to the strength of their heroes.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. It makes a ton of sense. And
oh, Gunnar.
And interesting thing from Eki this game, he chooses to not go for the Dagon. He goes for the insta Yules like we discussed. It's definitely useful, but I feel like
a game ruiner for the Ursa.
Yeah, no, for sure, right? And also for the Ember, the Stampede, everything. It just makes so much sense. It's been a while since I've seen an Ember, a Nyx without a Dagon, to be honest.
Right. Looks like Dawnbreaker, a beautiful silence from Lelis. And the Calling gets another one of its friends, thanks to the facet that the Muerta choose. So.
Is this Roshan for them? Stibe has the buyback with his Dawn ulti ready, so they might try for this.
Wait, was that an Arcane Rune also on the Air Spirit? Oh my goodness. He's got the BKB as well. Dude, this is the timing for Stormer. They're into the Roshan pit. Ursa wants this badly, but Atlas, they don't have to give it away for free. Gonna suss it out here with the stone, and now Yuma can't even stay in this one. There's an egg to toss on this. This is not an easy fight for Nouns.
Yeah, no, there's no way they can do it, and they wisely decide to back off.
Is Ember not here? Oh, Ember cannot be here? Does he not have a TP?
No, he has
he
one,
does. Huh.
He feels like he needs a lot of farm though, right? Because he's going for the Maelstrom now. This means he's so far from having an item to save himself from this Orchid. He's gonna need to farm a BKB as well on top.
Good denial on the Aegis from Avalis, and I like how they're not trying to take it themselves. They're not a Roshan lineup, especially not having the Desto on the Dawnbreaker. It takes a while, but for the Ursa, it should be free. So, wait, they left it at half HP?
No, this Roche is going down for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't want to eat a full Roche, but I can handle half a Roche. That's fine for me.
And now we're gonna have Aegis on the Alk, I assume, and then double Yule for the supports. They're looking really strong. BKB on Stormer as well. I feel like it's go time right now if you're Avalos.
No, it is. I mean, you're giving up Roche versus as you're an Ursa lineup. That's hard. That's a really hard decision to make.
Yeah, Eki's looking for copy, but unable to find him, looks like.
Well, I mean, so far, it feels like, you and I said, it's going to have to be, you know, the Ursa and the Ember. These guys have to carry a lot of what's happening in this engagement.
They know he doesn't have ulti. He killed the Torm.
No. Yeah, no, they get the kill. 4 kills free. And as you said, super heads up. Ursa, the only way you can take that Tormentor is by using your Enrage. So once they saw it go down, they knew exactly what they needed to do.
Damn. Everything that can go wrong this game for Nouns has literally gone wrong. Like all the kill attempts, you know, as soon as you get something, then it backfires, right? You get the kill top on Dawnbreaker, you try to get the Roshan, but you can't. You give up Roshan for an team. Okay, go back, kill the Tormentor. I have to use my Enrage, I die for it, you know?
Ooh, the stun in from Gunnar. This could be something to start on, actually. They still have the silence on the Nyx Assassin. They at least got the Wisdom Rune, but the egg in a very nice spot here from Seneko. Keeping everybody at bay for now. Eki could go down early. He's already good and low, but the Mage Slayer, it just barely ticks him down. Now Gunnar coming in with the stun as well just before the toss came out on Smiling Knight, so they still have to evacuate. Got to be a bit careful.
Yeah,
There's no Stampede. Yo, Zibe, he's stepping up for a reason. Do you think they can get the kill on this one? Shard is good, but not enough to save, so that's going to be 2 gone. A really nice turnaround actually from Nouns.
Yeah, super nice. I mean, as we see here, they're unable to get the connections that they need to really make the kills happen. They use the egg, but they don't have anything to hold them down. And then, yeah, Earthspirit goes in, unable to catch anybody. And after this, just the Ursa is about to respawn. You don't have your spells anymore. And I think, yeah, you can't really fight it anymore if you're Avalos. So
Earthspirit had ult. He didn't get onto the high ground though with that first roll, right? He like just stopped short. I wonder if they were kind of expecting the Magnetize to hit exactly when he jumped in, but he just wasn't able to get there.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I was wondering where he went because I thought that like maybe the Centaur had like blocked the roll or something, but he was just still on low ground whenever I finally looked.
Maybe he forgot to place a rock or something, got silenced.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
Something like that, but still, hey, a decent map position for Avalos. Even though they just lost a few, it's the net worth that's coming back. Now, typically we see an Alchemist and we think he's going to fall off eventually. Ursa is the one true king of this game, right? Like, his game is still pretty baller, all things considered.
Yeah, no, for sure. He also has his BKB right now, so he's definitely looking to fight. They just still around for 2 minutes, but I don't think Nouns want to wait that much longer. Okay, Stormstormer gonna drop here.
Ooh, could be. Silence down and a lot of damage from Yuma. Press that overpower very early so he could just get the double for himself. Copy, finding Saneko as well. They're getting kills all over the map. The Yules is cool, but that just means that Yuma gets the kill, and he's the one who really wants this gold.
This is what you want to see from Nouns, right? Just the decisiveness. We got our BKBs, guys. It doesn't matter, Devon. Let's just go, you know? So, really like to see it.
Incredibly well played. Not playing with fear in their hearts, only playing murder.
Yuma wants to keep going. He wants to chain these kills together.
They do see everything that he's doing, though, on that ward for the outpost. They still haven't de-warded from that first Roshan excursion. But now Gunnar, I mean, Eki can't kill him right now. Certainly not with fuels.
No, you want the Ember, not the Centaur here.
Yeah, and this could definitely be the kill. Up on the high ground.
A bit of hesitation. It's so deep now. I'm not sure they can go for this.
Oh, they see him, and Copy did not take near enough damage on that initial go. Now Eki dies. He's gone from a menace to kind of a nuisance right now on this Nick Assassin. Now a double stun from Gunnar. This could be what they need to start out with, but the BKB instantly from Stormstormer, then the Magnetize. Gunnar is getting turned on here, trying to get the Stampede away. He has the pipe for a little bit of the damage, and then a nice dead shot. It's sent away, this Alchemist, and now Yuma stepping up front. He's got the BKB. He's got so much damage for Stormstormer, but now coming in with the Dawnbreaker. He does a lot of the damage. The heal was too much. Yuma wanted to get onto the low ground. He just barely gets out. Still has the BKB as well. He just wants to leave everybody here. He is not healthy enough to re-engage. And still Nouns pretty well taking that fight. They force out the Dawn ult. They don't lose anybody. Really well done.
Yeah, then that's a 5v4, mind you. Super nice Dawnbreaker ulti from Stibbe. You know, making sure Stormstormer gets alive. And unfortunately for them, there's no blink on the Alk, so they can't really chase Yuma down. But overall, that's just one Nyx going down, I think.
I suppose so, yeah, at the end of it all. A lot of ultis used, and I think that kind of benefits Nouns because, like, yeah, Magnetize and Dawn ult and Egg, whereas on the other side, it's like, you know, Stampede. You just have to get away, don't really care anywhere else. Difference loss. Oh, they lost gold on that Aegis? Ooh. Ooh. That's an awesome
We'll get the Tormentor or not.
Yeah, pretty easy Torm there. Smiling Knight picking it up. Who gets the shard? It's Saneko. A really good one. Really protects the egg as well.
That is an amazing shard.
I guess it also, I mean, so Yuma, if he presses the BKB, he won't care too much about it. And really, he's the only one that should be hitting Roche, or hitting the egg. So it's really more just for the damage factor, I suppose, than for the bird.
Mm-hmm. So now Smiling Knight has picked up a full AC. This means he does not have a BKB though, so if they're able to get the stuns on him, or Yuma can definitely take him down.
No BKB is definitely a decision, but it's more just, can you actually get the heal through with the Phoenix?
Mm-hmm.
Because we talked about how much, you know, there isn't really anti-heal in this lineup.
Yeah, but the problem for Nouns is that you don't really have any great tools to stop the stun rate coming through. That would have to be your Centaur, I guess, or your Muerta, but how realistic?
Are they going to make something happen here? They went on an illusion, showed everybody on Nouns. Now they're going to stampede away. This means that they're stampeding away without Dawn ult use, without Egg use. So the teamfight abilities from Avalos are really feeling strong right now.
Yeah, and here you can see the problem a little bit for Avulus. If you don't have the Phoenix or the Nyx presence, you don't really have any tools to stop this stampede from coming through. So you're gonna need these heroes to be close. I mean, ideally you start the fight with Eki instead, but that's easier said than done.
Definitely, especially now in the game. Teams are starting to play a lot more together. They're going to have sentries down as they play. And Zibe, that is an Aghanim scepter, I believe. They're on the Dawnbreaker. He lands, and he just dies. Nouns, they take him out. He was trying to save his friend, and I guess, you know, he did end up saving Stormstormer.
That he did, but at what cost?
Cost.
Fortunately for him, there's no Roshan just yet, so he will be able to respawn before that happens. So not the biggest deal in the world, but definitely still feels bad, man.
Oh, it definitely feels bad, because now this is feeling like last game where, yeah, the Alchemist does have a net worth lead, but these items for Nouns, they're starting to come together. Their team fight, it's not really there, but they have the one answer. I almost feel like Avalis, they need to start dealing with this Ursa, or else they'll just continue to kite away from the spells they want to use in these fights.
Here we go, Stormstorm in trouble once more.
Does get away. They weren't able to
he has a basher.
Roll out.
Oh, he got it.
Basher, he gets the first hit bash. How much did you pay for that one, Yuma? All right. What was his
teammates, you know?
Yes, true.
Nah,
that's the buff.
They're gonna get the wisdom now as well, and
but they're TPing back for their own. They don't want Smiling Knight to get this one for free. Gunner with the stun. They get 2 wisdoms, and he's out of there.
He's so scared. He expected
is there somebody dying on the other side?
Oh, they got Yuma.
I think there is somebody dying over there. Now, he does have the Enrage. Turn around the BKB. He doesn't know if he wants to go in or out. Let me answer it for you, Yuma. It is out. They'll take down Fly, and he's going to get out of there on the Ursa. So they get double Wizzy. They lose only the Fly hero, and they killed the Earth Spear. I'd say all in all, still pretty good for Nouns.
Yeah, really good stuff from Nouns, actually. Surprised Yuma was able to get out of there, but I guess when you don't have the Dawn ulti anymore, there's no way from stopping him just BKBing, running away, / TPing, so... Really good job, and now he's building towards that MKB. If he's able to get that before the Roche fight happens, that could be a massive deal here.
That's one of his other 2 flex items, right? It's going to be probably MKB, and then I imagine you want to have like a Satanic at some point, but he probably finishes the Abyssal Blade first.
Oh, copy.
Uh-oh. He's dead. He's dead.
Walk down the wrong staircase, my friend.
So you can't walk up the high ground with no vision, and you can't walk down the high ground with no vision. I mean, what can you do?
All right. I mean, they're gonna get another tier 2 here for Avalis, and of course controlling the outpost as well. But it's I can't stress this enough. It's so crucial for Yuma to get this MKB in time before the Roche fight happens, because you're dealing with an Aghanims on the Dawnbreaker, and of course the Radiance Evasion and the Mischance. If he has the MKB, they actually have potential to just burst down this Alchemist 100-0 in like 1 Centaur stun. It's so much damage.
All right, well, he's got about 3,500 more gold to go. He's got about 1,300 on him right now, so looking at about 4 minutes probably for him to get this next completion. I don't think he's gonna have it.
Yeah. That is the issue, and then what's the choice gonna be? Are you gonna give up the Roche, or are you gonna try anyway? So
they
definitely
saw everything. The Dawn passive.
Oh,
they actually know exactly where Nouns are.
Oh damn, that's actually such an underrated thing. Holy shit! you never think about that when you see a Dawnbreaker, right? Like,
no, that completely came out of nowhere. It came at the perfect time because Roche is about to spawn. They know where everybody on Nouns is, and they know the MKB is not here yet.
They're trying to use it to their advantage, though. They're going to use a smoke right away, so trying to maybe be a bit deceptive about it. Okay, nice angle. They're going to walk around.
Also on Avalis, they see the
They need a really good jump here for Nouns.
I mean, you could definitely blind jump on this high ground, but they just backed out on it.
Okay, scouting with the creep so that they know that they're not Roche.
They just traded spaces. This is arguably better for Nouns now, because now they're closer to Roche. They're protecting the glass. They're on it.
Very strange indeed. Now we're going the full circle.
Everybody smoke up and let's musical chairs again.
Okay, smoke.
But Gunner's showing this time. He's not the easiest one to go on here. They'll look at him first. A lot of damage already done here. Do they have any way to heal him? No, he's just dead. He does have buyback. He can TP into this one, but he'll be TPing up top maybe to get on in. He just had to get somewhere, I guess. Yuma now used up as well. He's still got the BKB. Needs to get out of this one first. Just uses the status resist now. Gonna be forced to pop the BKB very soon, I think. But you really need Gunnar for this fight.
Oh, Gunnar's back
again. Oh, please tell me he doesn't just die again. He's got the blade mail. Now he's using the Stampede to get away from this one, getting his team away from the Dawnbreaker ult. But now bashed up on the Ember, not really doing much damage at all. They're gonna have to try to collapse on these heroes. And Yuma, he could get on Smiling Knight. They need a little bit more damage. They'll get it. Now they take down Eki as well. The bird is already out, and Stormstormer just trying to TP away, but the bash, it's there! Yuma with another kill for this one. A mega kill streak for him so far, and the perfect buyback from Gunnar. I don't care that you died back, buddy. You saved your team this fight.
Yeah, actually game-winning dieback, if you will, on Gunnar. Like, he was like, he thanks everything, you know, letting Yuma copy do whatever they want to do, and then for Avulus, Soneko wasn't able to get the egg off, and then after that, it's just easy fights for Nans. Holy shit, what a fight.
Avulus did about 16,000 damage in that fight. I had to say, like, almost a third of it was on 2 lives of Gunnar.
Yeah. I mean, when they went for him, I was like, are you sure this is the right play? But they just killed him so fast with the AC on Alk and the stun ray and everything. It just died so fast.
Something I guess I didn't notice here. The bird didn't use the egg. Never a chance even on the Phoenix.
Yeah, unfortunately, he got silenced on from the calling of Murta mid-dive. And then I think Yuma clipped him at the end. He was very low to begin with. So that's definitely a big deal. You know, sometimes just getting the egg off is enough. Even if you die, that's just duration on enemy's BKBs, right? So.
Oh, yeah. And the Ursa, like, he is an egg killer, but that means you're using all your overpower stacks to kill the egg. Yeah, sure, like, using a 1W to kill a hero is good, but in this game, he has to focus other heroes right now. He's got to focus down the Alchemist. He's really got to focus down Stormstormer as well. He can't always afford those overpower stacks on an egg.
For sure. And another thing in that fight as well, I mean, Alchemist, you know, when the fight goes on for so long, he loses his ulti at some point. He's not nearly the same hero once it's down. So and that just benefits the Ursa and the Ember even more, because they can keep going. They can go back and forth the whole fight. So really well done by Nouns, I have to say.
Yeah, the committal.
Oh, he wants to go.
Lineup is definitely hurting them right now, because so much of what they do is like, we're fighting, we want to win now in these abilities. But for Nouns, Centaur ulti just like completely nullifies all of that. And honestly, Ember and Ursa, your big damage healers, are relatively low CD. You're looking at basically like the enrages and the BKB from the Ursa, and that's it.
And now I think Nouns is in the best spot they've been in this whole game. They got a gem on the Ember now, they got the Aegis, but that doesn't scare Avulus. They're looking to go regardless.
They are, and Yuma actually backpacked the Basher. Thinks that his phase boots are still very important, that move speed. Hey, you're playing against the Phoenix, I get it.
Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, are they gonna get Lily straight away?
Eki immediately going invis, trying to find somebody here. Spike Carapace already gone. The stun, it lands onto the Earth Spirit. He's trapped in the silence as well. He's able to get the BKB off, but Eki maybe not so lucky. The heal coming on in is right on top of Yuna, right on top of Gunnar. He's trying to get out of this one. Stampede just too late. Not able to get away, and now Yuma is so low. He's turning around, wants to get anything before his first life. Now it's taken. Who's around? Who can help him? Fly's trying to beat ass, but man, you need some help, because this Ursa could go down. The bear, it's shredded. They take down the Ursa. Zibe even able to get out just barely with his life. Fly going down as well. Avulus completely turned this fight around through the Aegis, and they net themselves a lead again.
Damn, I did not expect that fight to go so well for them, but you can just see the power of the Donald in this fight. Like they get the jump onto, we're gonna see it here. Yeah, so Nyx takes the hit, they get a jump on Stormstormer, but he has so much protection here. He's gonna get a... Even killing Eki takes out. Yeah, you know, fighting into that egg stun ray plus the Donalty, it's not really feasible. Like, this is one of those fights where it's kind of the opposite. Nouns is taking the fight straight into the cooldowns, and you see how powerful they are. The other fights that have been successful for them, it's all been about, we're kiting the egg, we're kiting the magnetize with our Stampede, and here you see it's just so much trouble for Yuma on the Ursa after his BKB's down, so.
It's all a bait, right? Like, they wanted the Earth Spirit. Any other time that we've seen these fights, Egg, Dawnbreaker ult, they're stampeding away. The only reason they're staying in is because they thought they could get the kill on the Earth Spirit and then get out. But I think they realized now that's not possible, all right? You see those two spells drop, you got to get yourself out of there.
Yeah, no, for sure. But that goes to the question, like, how is that gonna feel if you're the Ursa player when you can't really threaten people, like bursting them? That's such a key part of your strength as a hero, and Gotta feel
in my
rough,
mind, now is the time where you need to go for the Aghanim Scepter, and hopefully having enough time to like kind of extend your cooldowns. Right, with the Ags, your enraged cooldown goes pretty far down. It's only 18 seconds, so that really helps out.
Yeah.
Then you are allowed to kind of like go back and forth.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the silver lining for Nouns through all of that is that Copy didn't die and he had a gem, so they still have that, of course. If they were to lose that, it's just gonna be so hard to play the map against this Nyx.
Nyx kind of owning the board, right? Or sorry, was owning the board in the early game, but now it's been a little bit hard since it's late game. Teams are playing more together. They're dropping sentries down where they walk. So Eki having a hard time finding himself. What should the Nyx assassin do? How do you keep yourself useful in these late game engagements as a Nyx?
I mean, there are a few things you can do. You can get a blink. He already has the Yule and the Force Staff, so the Dagon Dream is pretty much over at this point, I want to say. So just keep adding utility. You can look at a Ghost Scepter, you can look at a Blink Tiger, just anything that makes you more annoying to deal with, harder to kill. That's going to be useful, so.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's surprising to me because I feel like there are heroes that you can kill in this game, like both Muerta and Eternatus feel like they're nukeable heroes as a Nyx assassin. But his late game, his build, Force Staff and Yules, is technically like the better one if you do want to try to scale later on. Items that are always
it's less damage oriented, but it's more like survive pokish.
Yeah.
Because they understand as well as us that if they're able to survive the Stampede and the Ursa BKB and stuff, there's not going to be much left for Nouns. So
does that maybe make it so that you just want to go in for like a Wind Waker?
Oh yeah, I could definitely see that. That would make a ton of sense actually.
Yeah, just then you're not only saving yourself with the Yules, but also like maybe somebody else is in danger.
Yeah, saving the Phoenix if he gets jumped, something like that. It's definitely expensive though, and if you don't have a blink, it's not the easiest thing to pull off in the middle of a fight.
But Yules is a relatively like cheapish item, but the upgrade to the Wind Waker is a lot. Yeah, the upgrade to the Wind Waker is like 4,000 more gold.
Yeah, exactly. You would probably be better off playing Blink and buyback, Maybe you get an Axe from Roche later, that could be a thing, or the Alchemist. Okay, Nouns are going.
Oh, this is a bit of a start here. Turn the Alchemist into stone, but he is just kind of sitting there. That's a bit of a weird fight. You still want to keep your Stampede for distance. Smiling Knight turning on to the Centaur, and then he gets Force Staffed in. There's no way you're getting out of that one. Gunner's just gone. You got to get out of there on Nouns. But Smiling Knight doesn't want to let anyone leave just yet.
Wants to go.
First in on the Alchemist. They didn't have the Dawnbreaker ulti just yet, so he's alive now, and the rest of the team might have to run away from Copy. They still have the egg to use. They're waiting for Yuma to get a little bit closer in, and now Seneko, he's so low. He wants to use it now. They got to get in. They got to protect the egg. The Magnetize is down, but they've already lost the Phoenix. Now Yuma with the extra enrages. He takes down Zibe as well. Yuma is the one carry in this fight because the Alchemist, he does not have buyback. He does have to be careful though. That blade mail, it hurts.
It does indeed. I mean, a bit of a miscalculation there from Smiling Knight walking up after, everything has been used, especially the Dawn ulti,
Ooh. Could they
get in trouble as well?
Not a whole lot of people to protect this one. Ursa under a tier 3. This might be a buyback, I feel. No, okay. They're just going to let him do it. Gets the kill. Yuma getting away with murder, I think, there.
Yeah, no, for sure. Really well done by Nouns, first of all. Baiting out the Centaur once more. This is definitely the more towards the fight we were talking about. They're really looking for. So, standing Gunner, make him tank the stuff, bait out the cooldowns. If you can do that, you're going to have options to burst down the Alchemist.
Once again playing the sacrificial enabler that Gunner has always played throughout his career. And this game, as you said, whenever he dies first, it almost feels beneficial for their team.
Yeah, no, for sure. Look at this. You lose the Centaur, but you trade so much. And now Smiling Knight goes in, and without the backup.
as well on Combi.
Yeah.
Oh.
And no, I mean, they try, but this egg is a bit, it's a bit overconfident, or like the dive in first, and then he just has to egg right there because he's so low, right? And then they don't have enough to protect him. So.
Yeah, it was a lot of damage, but I'm actually really surprised that even like the Muerta surviving there for so long.
Yeah, right. So I mean, Avalos, they're not weak. They just need to fight a little bit better, and Nouns just need to keep doing what they have been doing Send in Gunner, keep baiting those spells out. If they can do that, they're gonna be able to win these fights. But now there's a Roshan happening soon, and that's gonna mean everything in this one.
I thought the key to their success in these fights was making sure that they get out of the Dawn ult, but I guess all that matters is that the Ursa doesn't die into the Dawn ult. And Eki, I think they saw him for a second there, but he's out.
And Yuma actually has a buyback in this fight as well, which might prove to be useful here. Smiling Knight does currently not have it yet. He needs a bit more gold.
Yeah, no, only Dawn and Phoenix on Radiant, and then Ursa, Enchantress on the other side. I mean, not a whole lot of buybacks available for this one. And since it's happening bottom, another fight where Atlas kind of had the buyback advantage.
So Nouns is trying to bait fly here. He's actually just gonna go downward.
Is this even a bait anymore? He's just sitting here. And now Gunner goes up onto the high ground. Once again, use your spells on me. I dare ya. He gets on out with his ulti, but the Magnetize takes him down at the very last second. But this time, there was no Dawn ult. There was no egg. He sacrificed his life, and Nouns, they don't reap any benefits from it.
Yeah, and that's the gem as well for Nouns, so I'm not sure. Like, you definitely want to try to fight this if you're Nouns, but what's the angle? Oh, they're losing Rax top at the same time.
Oh, wait, is that their angle?
That's their end script, yeah.
And now Ursa in, finding this Dawnbreaker. It's as if he never had an ulti, but he has the buyback, going back in on the Air Spirit. But this time, Yuma actually got the kill. Now he's still fighting in the midst of the calling here from his Muerta, but he doesn't have enough to survive, I don't think. Gets off the Enrage, but there's too much damage from Smiling Knight. Copy, it's up to him and Fly, and maybe they actually have enough damage. He takes down the Alchemist here, turns himself into stone on the Earth Spirit. He's trying to get away from this one, but he only hits the roll onto this Muerta. They have buyback maybe on the Alch, but he really doesn't want to use this one. The Fear connects, but it was just too late, and I don't think they can get on top of the Stormstormer here. Oh, was that Havoc Hammer? And then the force away, they actually get the kill!
Oh, that's a dieback on Stormstormer as well. This is so huge. Yuma has to buy back, of course, but he's gonna get the Roche for it. And Copy almost, he's doing everything in this fight.
That is the sickest Havoc Hammer I've ever seen. Yuma stayed alive for a lot longer. Look, Fly is just beating ass.
Yeah, Fly is beating them up.
That's crazy. And this fight was, again, like a Centaur that wasn't here, but this time they remedied it by just killing the Dawnbreaker first. A huge jump in from Yuma to make that happen.
Yeah, for sure. And that's a dieback on Stormstormer and Sibe. And here we're going to see the Havoc Hammer.
Oh, it's so good. That is just... That's too good. That's a Dota player right there.
That's a Dota player.
And now, again, we have the Alchemist, or sorry, the Aegis here on Nouns. A huge snipe there from the Muerta. And while that's all happening, they're taking down another Rax here with the Roshan banner.
Yeah, and they know that there's no buyback on Stebe, there's no buyback on Stormstormer, so this is... They can't go for Megas because they're still a tier 2 mid, but are they gonna threaten the throne? I feel like they should.
They could for sure. I mean, as you said, dieback on the Earth Spirit here. He's a lot of their damage still. Alchemist feels strong on his own right, but it's so hard to take right now.
Yeah, Eki has no buyback as well, so he has to be careful.
Okay, that's a big BKB to force.
Alright, alright.
That's about as good as you can do on a Nyx Assassin right now. And now the jump in, Dawnbreaker healing up at the moment. Jump down very quickly, actually, on Zibe. Didn't want to heal for too long, and now the Alchemist in a bit of danger. They have the card even available from Gunner, but he's not using it just yet. They are going to get the kill on Alchemist, and he's going to be able to buy back in the midst of the base, but what do you do? You actually have the tools to kill anybody here. Compy pressing the BKB. He's just going to dive backwards. Another buyback from you guys? Sure. They're good to just tail out of here. And now they may regroup for another Rax.
Yeah, super good stuff from Nouns. They're forcing all of these buybacks and they don't even get punished for it. Sure, they lose Fly, he has to buy back, but whatever. It's not meaningful in the grand scheme of things. And now they're in full control of the map and they still have this Aegis.
Yeah, no, they are all in control of the map right now. A 9,000 difference from their Aegis so far in the power play. And with no buyback on anybody on Radiant, this is a very fragile fight to take.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to perform this fight way better than their last Roche fight. I think they have the tools to do it, but it's definitely not simple. Like, Yuma is at a point now where he's doing way too much damage, especially with that 25 talent, so...
Yes.
Also, the Swift Blink on top, Abyssal, he has everything he could ever ask for. So, you know, one Ursa jump at this point in the game means you're gonna have to use cooldowns to save each other. Like the down ulti has to be really quick.
Do they stone the Ursa and just send him back to the base? That's the only way. Just like really isolate him.
Yeah, that could be something, right? There is a stampede for the team to connect, but I feel like you have to get a bit quirky if you're Avalus.
Yeah. It's the same thing when you're on the high ground. Relocation spells, AoE damage. I have a little bit of relocation, but definitely not enough. And they want to play in an area. They don't want to take the fight too many different directions.
Yeah, no, they definitely want to fight in a ball.
Aegis is going to go down in about a minute and a half, but I think it should be enough for Nouns to take this last Rax. You think they're going to try to take Megas here?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to try to use his Aegis.
Already using the Enrage here. Cart available on Gunnar, even using himself up there. The Dawnbreaker ult, is it even enough to save the Alk? It feels like it's not. The Egg, trying to get everybody away from this one. Yuma will just stop into the Egg instead, but they do kill Eki only. The Egg does drop. Now a few heroes stunned to the backside, but Copy still alive, still well. Yuma is not though. Yuma could die here. Does he go down? The Enrage, the standards of this, is it enough to save him? No, he goes down. No buyback on the Ursa, but Zibe also falls with no buy.
Stormstormer has to heal. They can't really go for the chase on the Ember, but Gunnar might be in trouble here.
He could be.
Oh, Stealth Stun.
I've seen him die a few times, but yeah, the Stealth Stun hits, and then they just turn it right back around.
No.
The reverse Uno card coming right back towards Avalis, and Gunnar is just gonna run this Ember into their base. What the hell?
Holy shit.
Good job,
what a last fight. Yeah, super good job by them. I mean, they proved us wrong, right? With this Ursa and this Ember, they super popped up. Credit to both Copy and Yuma. They played so well this game.
Yeah, no, they did really well. And we said like so much of the game was literally the crux of these two heroes because they're the only damage really across this lineup. Thankfully, later on, Fly started scaling into the damage where he was just like hitting with the impetus shots. But and early on, there was a lot of holding on to do from this Nouns lineup, and they did it.
Yeah, they did it for sure. I mean, it looks really promising for Avalus for a long time there, but I think they just fell off too hard, right? The later you go into the game, the more the core matchups matter, and this time they have the Ursa into the, basically everyone on Radiant, and they weren't able to combine their spells in a good enough way and take over the map and truly abuse the Nyx. We saw Eki do a lot of cool stuff early on, but they were never able to put Nouns in a position where they really have to fear themselves, just be stuck in their base. Nothing close to that. So Nouns, they dragged the game out. They played well enough to get to the point they needed and smooth sailing from there. After the bottom Roche fight, it looks like they couldn't lose anymore, pretty much.
Huge scaling lineup, and I think that both times actually in this series, it felt like the team with the better late game lineup actually was the one to take it. Also, both games, I had somebody on this cast who told me that Alchemist might be the best carry right now, but he lost both of these games, so that hero is bad.
That is true. Big fat L for Alk.
Big fat L. Man, I can't get a win in this entire series. It looked like his early game lineup timing was good, and from this Avalus lineup, we see just like how easy it really is for them to make moves. Eki was actually styling on Nouns early on. They have team fight, like they have so much, but it feels like both of these games were really decided by BKB timings. And as the game went forward, Nouns just continued, like even though they only really had damage from Yuma and Copy, Avalus didn't really take advantage with that, like all the objectives they got, this early Aegis that they got to really like shove it into Nouns' base.
Yeah, no, I mean, here we're gonna have some highlights as well. Let's look at those.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think
this is the fights where Gunnar diebacked, right? Wasn't it?
It was the dieback of the century because somehow he's like just dead twice, but still his team is just like owning this fight.
Yeah, I'm tanking, you guys. You guys do what you have to after.
This peak performance from an offlaner just like dying twice. He doesn't even get like the benefit of all the kills. He's just like setting it up, and then like his team is getting all the golden XP.
Yeah.
That was a really nice fight from them all around from Nouns. I mean, they definitely fixed a lot as we got from game 1 to game 2, and I think they're walking away from this series feeling a little bit more comfortable than Avalus are.
Yeah, no, they should. I mean, this was not the most stress-free win at all, but a win is a win. That's what you need when you're in this tough of a spot. They've been losing a lot lately, so I think just any win you can at this point is great.
Right. Any way to get it, and it feels like they did figure some things out, and in their heads, I think that's going to be true. And I think, we're going to figure some things out as we get into our next series, guys. Huge win for Nouns. We're going to go to a break, and we'll see you guys on our next series.
We have it here, the golden ticket to the DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
everybody, and welcome back to Dream League Season 24. It's Hanskin and Math again, and we got an interview from you guys coming soon here with a special player from Nouns. Pretty big game for them, as I said, as we ended Hanskin. I think that they're going to feel a little bit confident going in from like a Series 1-1 victory. They get the last game, take it into their next match. You think that's true, or is a 1-1 just a 1-1? You know, you're still desiring a bit more.
I mean, if you're in the position of Nouns with, you know, not having the best results recently, it's got to feel good with a win, right? And especially in the kind of the way they did it, I feel like it was kind of stylish in a way. It has a lot of positives to it, and it shows what you can do, even in like these really close games. And yeah, I mean, it's got to feel good, I think.
Yeah, I mean, not only having the second game win, but also having it where it felt like you were dominant the whole time. You know, Gunner's just like throwing his body into these fights. And it looks like we do have the interview coming up here. Who's on the phone?
Hello.
Hello, Copy. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Yo, Copy, so glad that you're here to join us here. So 2 games in a row, you played the Ember Spirit, sometimes even earlier in the draft. And you did the physical damage build 2 times in a row, and you looked really comfortable on it. Is that your favorite build for Ember, or is that something you just had to do for these games?
I don't think it's the physical damage build, no. Mage Slayer, Monstrum, Shivas. It's like
yeah, but you went
stuff.
for like you went all for your slights and your chains first. You didn't really do anything with the Flame Guard.
Yeah, it's because I think the slide build is easier to pressure early game with on the hero. I think it's good if you have combos like with the Murta, it's easy for him to get close with me.
That makes
a lot of sense, yeah.
So I was looking at you guys' cameras in the middle of the draft, and somebody new was poking in behind you guys. Do you have a new coach on board for this tournament?
Yes, we have March. He's very good.
Very good, very good. So how do you think how long has he been with you guys? Is it just for this tournament, or have you guys done some work with him previous to this?
Nah, he like pulled up to the bootcamp I think 2 or 3 days ago, and we've just been trying to improve with him. I think he already brought in a lot of good ideas, and I hope he can do so in the future as well.
That's true. I mean, this game felt really dominant. Do you feel like you guys, you know, figured something out between game 1 and game 2, because they looked like completely different games from you guys?
No, I don't think we figured much out, to be honest. I think both teams could have won, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think it was just late game fight execution, what it came down to. So yeah, I don't think it was like great. We didn't really change anything big between the games, I think.
Right. So otherwise, I mean, you did have like again, like your game 2 late execution was really good. Is that more like communication with you guys? Is it more item builds, like, or were you just doing the same thing? You felt like your draft was a little bit stronger this time.
I mean, it's usually just the late game stuff. It kind of depends who has the better read, and oftentimes it's also the jump, who gets the better jump and stuff like that. It doesn't like, of course, items and everything can play a part in it, but it's mostly just a jump, and if you get to outplay the opponents.
Yeah, for example, in the bottom fight, like you had one of the fights where Gunnar tanked everything, and then he bought back and eventually died back, but he was the only guy tanking everything. Like, it seemed in the game from watching it from the outside that it was really important that you guys were able to get, you know, this Dawnbreaker ult out of the way, the egg mainly. How much of that was a team call, and how much of that is on the individual in these moments?
I mean, we definitely wanted to poke them. We realized that if once they committed their buttons, like the Phoenix Egg, Alchemist Ultimate, and as you said, Dawnbreaker Ultimate, and Magnetize, they kind of need to keep the fight going, right? So if we get to back off from them, and they can't chase into us, in 10 seconds we can like take a very favorable fight for us. So we usually just want to poke their buttons and try to get out afterwards.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. And for you as well, like this game, there was the Dawnbreaker Orchid very early on, also the Nyx, so it's not the easiest task for you as the Ember. Were you surprised by the Orchid pickup, and like how did that change your POV from like on the game?
I was a bit surprised because I thought they already had enough lockdown for me, considering they had a Nyx, and the Alchemist is usually also early Blink Daggers and stuff, right? He didn't go for it this game.
Yeah.
I think the Orchid was a bit overkill by him, to be honest.
All right.
I think different items might have had more impact.
Yeah. Would you like some auras or just more?
I can't tell that much. I'm not the best Dawnbreaker. I don't really know what he should have bought. I just thought the Orchid was a bit low impact.
Yeah. When we're speaking about Dawnbreaker as well, there was another thing we noticed when casting the game, that there was a bottom roche fight when you guys were sitting in your triangle, and then the Dawnbreaker passive, that shows them. Was that something like they saw you guys and then you immediately smoked right after, try to surprise them, or how did that go?
Nah, the thing with the Dawnbreaker passive is, unless you're like very aware of it, you kind of forget about it in the game, So you're kind of just like, let's smoke. See what's up.
I don't know if you guys are going to watch that back, but there were literally a ton of lines that drew right on top of you guys as soon as they saw everything, just like in your triangle, and you were heading right down to the Roche pit.
I see. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, it's hilarious. Dota changes always, so there's always new things to learn. That's what's great about this game, in my opinion.
It is.
Well, last question from me. I know that you guys were traveling with my friend Malibu for a little while for PGL, and I know you guys were also playing a lot of overthrow lobbies as you were going. How did the overthrow lobbies change as you go from region to region, since you guys have been all over as of late?
It's hard to tell because I usually just queue up overthrow, and I don't know how it works, but even when I'm in Europe, I sometimes get put into the USA lobbies, and when I'm in USA, I sometimes get put in the Europe lobbies. So I kind of play all of them, I guess. But I think the lobbies are usually kind of similar. Overthrow meta is just very different than normal Dota, right?
Have you noticed any broken overthrow strats?
I mean, Husker can be very good. I think Lone Druid can be very busted as well, because he can chain bash in the late game, Like
How is Huskar broken an overthrow? I feel like that guy would fall off.
He just has like 500 HP region.
I see, okay. So you just keep buffing the passive.
It always depends what mode you play as well in overthrow, right? Like I usually play the 1v1v1.
Oh, then Huskar is super broken. Like Huskar and Slark and stuff.
Yeah. I don't play the big ones as much.
I
see. Okay, well, hey, thank you so much for joining this copy. I hope you guys carry this momentum through for the rest of your group stage. Congratulations on your win, and good luck in the rest of your day.
Yeah, good luck, Copy.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Man. Oh, that's good. I guess that is kind of the arcade game thing. You just get sent all over the place. You don't really choose what your region is most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, Copy said it. I mean, he didn't really say it, but I'll interpret it. Overthrow underrated. It's not good for learning heroes, and I don't know. It's just a really good mode.
You cast a lot of spells on overthrow, and you learn a lot of different things. So, yeah, well, guys, that was it for us on the interview, but we've got another series coming up here very, very soon. We're going to be hitting you guys with Azure versus Waska up next. We're just going to go to a quick break so we can figure things out, and we'll be back with our last series of the day.
DHL Super Drop. I'm gonna get the box over here. Choose your own adventure, man. Are you ready? I'm shaking. Good. That's absolutely correct.
DreamLeague Season 24 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dream League Season 24. It's Math and Hanskin back at it for our last series of the day. It's going to be Waska versus Azure Ray. And the Waska team, special place in my heart since I got started doing a lot of casting in the SA Dota scene. And these guys have just proven just how good and how deep this team really can go, because we've seen Heroic do so much. They just won PGL Wallachia as well. And now Waska coming through the quals. They're actually getting into the top of their group right now. It feels like, you know, everybody compares themselves to the top teams and how they fare up against them, but Waska is becoming one of those teams now in these groups.
Yeah, definitely. And these guys are no strangers to the big scene. You know, you got Sacred, Dark Mago, Matthew, very known names in the SA scene, of course. Been to multiple really big online LAN tournaments. So excited what they can bring with this. Yeah, with these boys.
Oh yeah, and then on the other side, of course, Azure Ray, they've had a lot of hype, and especially when we got into like TI Seattle, had a pretty deep run, especially for how long the roster had been there, and now maybe tailing off a little bit here. Already 1-3 right now, a 1-1 to Heroic, which is nothing to, you know, sneer at, and then a 0-2 to Talon. Talon, which has been doing really well. We actually saw a pretty strong performance from them versus Palencia. And like that was almost 2 stomps in a row. I mean, they were looking really strong.
Yeah, for sure. And they're right now sitting at 4-0, which is there's only one other team doing that. But yeah,
that's true. And then the other one is Paravision, which is another one that maybe not everybody expected to be top of that 4-0 right now. But so far, I mean, things looking a little bit shaken up. Azure Ray, any advice for them on how to attack this Waska team? Because it feels like the same thing that we saw here from both Avalos and Nouns. You got to grab at least 1 win from this series to feel good about going into the rest of this group.
Yeah, no, you really do. You don't want to start off the groups going 1-5. So Azure Ray is going to have to bring it here. I think this matchup is interesting because, especially the regions, how they usually play. Like you got SA, they like to play chaotic, not as much theoretical Dota, if you will. And China is the opposite. They're kind of like a bulldozer. They're gonna move slowly. They're gonna do it nice and steady. They're gonna make it all the small things in a good, like in a proper way. But they're not gonna be as flashy necessarily, if you know what I mean. Yeah. They're more team based. It's really hard to find angles on them. So it's gonna be slow and steady versus tempo and chaos.
It really does feel like almost polar opposites. Where I think a lot of times, especially what we see in China Dota, is gonna be like lane combinations and then team fight, and if you can get both those things, it's going to be really nice. Whereas in the SA scene, it's going to be a lot of flex, a lot of stuns, and as you said, a lot of running it down. So yeah, it's kind of different clashes, I guess, coming up here. So far, Waska's clashes have gone very, very well. Again, as I said, you want to compare yourself to the top teams. They, of course, did take the 2-0 earlier. But then the 1-1 versus Team Spirit, that's one that, like, whenever you see that you're doing as well as Spirit, typically that means good things for you.
Yeah, right. Spirit is definitely, I mean, they have a new roster as well, but you can't understate the experience that they have. And
looking good. I'm excited to see. I think we have a draft coming up here soon, but like this Waska team, again, whenever you think about the heroes that are still pretty strong right now, Bristleback and the Batrider both have been like pretty strong. That kind of originated through from SA, especially in the Bristol and the carry role. Something that people have started to flex out. Just looks really strong. SA is another team almost akin to NA, where like the lanes do mean a good bit to you. But I think more so than NA, they're willing to sacrifice a little bit of laning prowess for something that's just good in the game.
Yeah, no, for sure. Speaking of heroes, I'm looking at it now, they've been a bit all over the place. I know that Pi plays a really good racer. Tusk is another classic SA, but that they probably want to get their hands on anytime they can get it. But yeah, Tusk, Gyro, everybody knows what SA is going to bring. It's going to be a lot of spells, a lot of fighting. So
yeah. I think the only thing hurting them a little bit right now is that Kunkka isn't really as much in meta, and Kunkka and SA is usually a pretty good like mid and offlane flex.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was picked a bit at TI, but for some reason it's fallen off a lot. So whether that's people figuring out, I can't really say.
I mean, maybe it could also be something to just like the other offlaners are better. Like maybe his kit hasn't changed very much, but when you look at like Kunkka doesn't really offer much damage. He's like almost entirely on control. He doesn't really love building auras. Like just feels like a slight step in the wrong direction. But I sometimes say the same thing about Dawnbreaker. So who knows? Maybe he's going to turn up soon.
Yeah, it could. I mean, one thing for Kunkka is that it's super hard to play it into the Tusks and the Clockworks and things like this.
Goodness.
Combine that with the range carry. Yeah. So Azure, they go with the Ench already, which is definitely, it's proven to be one of the best fives. If you don't want to go for the melees, then Ench is it.
Oh, there we go. Another mid to offlane flex, especially when we got, all the way back to the DPC. You had to like spin a wheel, and it was like playing Primal Beast, Tusk, or Tiny in the mid lane. And then of course, for all offlaners, they always wanted to play this Primal Beast. So a lot of flex here, especially in the SA round.
Yeah, no, really fun here to watch. You can do so many things. Very, very versatile. So
yes,
looking good. It's also an Ench killer to some extent. So definitely liking this response right now for Waska.
I love starting out with it too. I mean, Ench, sometimes people get too far into the draft. You've picked 3 heroes and it's like, oh, actually, we don't have magic damage. And that's kind of the one thing you need versus an Ench if you don't want to have to like shove a Silver Edge into your lineup. So really good for them to address that right here. He's got lockdown. He's got lane prowess. I don't think there's much that you're really missing from this pick, and it really opens up the rest of your draft.
Yeah, no, for sure. Just steady. Azure taking a lot of time with their ban here, so
I feel like I love the bans that I'm seeing if I'm Waska. I mean, Timber, another hero that you really don't want to play against if you're the Primal Beast, can really rip through you. And then on the other side, they're just able to ban out even more mid laners.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Dark Mago is a bit of a particular mid player. He doesn't have the same hero pool as every other mid. Like he's known for playing Mars all the time.
Yeah, he'll pull out the Mars, Kunkka, and Batrider, something that he does a lot, which could be flexed into the 4 role as well. So even more movement in the draft that we could see if they pick it up. And it's an edge killer.
That is true.
Feels a little bit out of meta in the mid lane, but we've definitely seen it like picked up sometimes.
Another edge killer that we saw him play earlier is actually Zeus.
Ooh, the Zeus!
He kind of went for a pseudo right-click build. He went for Phylactery, Orchid, Pike, and BKB.
What?
So that was really hype.
It feels like he kind of like started and was like, I want to do the magic build. I want to like, you know, cast my spells. And then he finishes the Phylactery. He's like, never mind. And just goes in for the rest of the right click. There it is.
They go for the Willow over the Bat. That is a bit surprising, actually. I would have liked to see the Bat versus the Ench especially. And
now, thankfully, this one still has a good amount of additional magic damage and some lockdown. It feels like this laning duo is pretty nice, but any dispels feels like it could kind of rip this lineup apart. If they didn't have the Enchanters, I'd almost want to see an Omni Knight, but I think that's probably why they felt comfortable picking the Willow now.
yeah, exactly. When you see the Ench, you suddenly remove a lot of the dispels that you were talking about. So
yeah.
Also, the Willow, it adds so much more team fight compared to the Bat, so I definitely see the merit of it.
Yeah. And then with the Alchemist straight up. Now, this one, we've seen it 2 times in the carrier role. It lost both games. We also saw it yesterday in the support role. Lost both games. Are we expecting this to still be a carry so early versus this, you know, Willow and Primal?
I mean, I feel like it has to be, right? I wouldn't say Azure is the type of team that would pull up with a support Alch. Like,
that's true.
If they had Q, you know, sure, but...
I like to see a little bit more standard, especially since you already see the lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, you see, there's nothing fancy coming out from Azure. It's really good, though. Don't get me wrong. Like, Ench Alch is one of the most potent safe lanes there is, I think.
Yeah.
And then you get the Lion as well. Everything, you're covering all the angles. You're just enabling your kits. They like to build strategies like this where it's not surprising for the enemy, but it's hard to beat.
I'm almost a little surprised. I usually want to see a stun in with the Alchemist, which is probably why this Primal Beast feels so good. He's going to have to be pretty careful with his concoctions, because if you get ran down by this Primal, by this Willow, if you don't have the concoction up, you could just die, since the line isn't going to be in your lane.
So this definitely makes a ton of sense now why they banned the Timbers are, right? And the Doom is gone as well, so not that much HP removal available in the pool.
Yep. And now they're going to hit him with the AA.
Oh.
I mean, Primal Beast already builds like the Shivas typically, so they have that amount. And here comes the Batrider, almost kind of showing that this is going to be a mid laner, but still some movement in this one. It could be DK mid, it could be Bat mid, it could be DK safe. It's going all over the place for this Waska lineup, and they're the ones with 24 pick.
Yeah, I mean, they're keeping everything open. They could even go for an offlaner technically, right? Putting the DK carry in the Primal mid.
True.
So,
yeah.
So they have all cards available.
So good for them. And with this Timber ban down, it feels like something that could have been pretty good for them. A lot of the heroes that would be good versus this Waska lineup are down, and this is a really hard pick for Azure right here.
Yeah, right? I feel like you're pretty well covered against the Puck and the Earth Spirit, Storm, all of these heroes that, you know, have been so successful in this patch or in this meta.
So let's go Occam's Razor. Let's say that you're Azure, you're trying to read this Waska lineup. What makes the most sense for these heroes to go for Waska if we're looking at their lineup?
Most sense for Waska, like
where do you think is the most likely place for these heroes to end up? Is it, you know, DK mid, Willow 5, Primal 3?
I mean, I think that I like the DK the most by far on the carry role right now. I think it's by far the best there. It's just very annoying hero to deal with. It's hard to push him out of the lane. He farms really fast. He builds good items. I think mid DK has not been looking as strong. People have been really conflicted about, do we go for the DOT or do we go for the splash? And then people just kind of decided we're not going to run the zero mid anymore. Even though there's an Ember right now, DK is technically a good matchup into that, but I'm not sure if that warrants just putting the DK mid. I think you would rather have something else like the Monkey, but Ashery, of course, they know that and they ban it out.
In my head now, knowing that it's an Ember Spirit in the mid lane, I feel like Dark Mago would actually like this Batrider to go into mid lane. It could be a very impressive lane for you still.
Yeah, potentially. I think Ember is one of those heroes that can do fine. I mean, Batrider is always tricky, right? It can do either you do fine or you just super feed, right? So, but you could do what Copy did in the last series. For those who were watching, like you go for the max chain, max light, no points in Flame Guard. And if you rush your boots and Magic Wand, you can do fine in that lane. And once you get to your level 7, then Batrider doesn't really do much to you anymore past that point. But it's just the part getting there. That's the tricky part.
Yeah. So then if he doesn't put the Batrider into the mid lane, it means it's likely going to be the pause 4. We thought that the Willow and the Primal was going to be a pretty good lane. Is Willow in the pause 5 role with a DK, is that still going to be as good?
Not so much. No, I'm not the biggest fan of Willow 5, if I'm going to be honest. I think it's more likely that they pick a new 5 and put the Bat mid, or they put the Bat 5. I think.
Oh, okay.
That would at least be the best option for me.
I could definitely see that. They have a lot of flexibility on this lineup as well with their supports. A huge hero pool. As you look at, of course, Matthew, who's been playing like all over, and then Udomi as well. So definitely some movement. It's so hard to read this lineup, but for Azure Ray, let's try to find out what they're missing then. We got some heal, we got some stuns, a little bit of damage. It feels like we need some beef and some damage out of this last pick, which to me screams a bit of an Underlord, but yeah, I don't know how good that is.
Yeah, I was gonna say, no, I think Underlord makes a ton of sense. It's great with Lion, you have so many routes to chain. Okay, that's another good hero. Definitely adds a lot of kill potential on this DK and everyone else, right? Yeah. Hard to deal with for the supports as well. You got the Boars against the Bats, which is always annoying, and
more Roshan. BKB piercing stuns in this game. Primal Roar, Pulverize, Lasso. I mean, BKB feels kind of rough this game already. But yeah, it's beef and it's damage. Do you want to see him maybe go for that, attack and lifesteal facet and then going for the Axe? Feels like it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, no, I think definitely the Axe this game. I don't want to see Dominator really. You already have an Henge, and if you get the Axe, you can just get a Roche so much faster. Get a Blink, you're gonna be so explosive, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. They have potential to be overwhelming here on Ashery. I really like the look of their lineup. It just looks good when you look at it, right?
It's true. It makes sense all over. So then if they're trying to run over, what can Waska do to maybe stop that one here? And it's going to be the Gyrocopter. So another, carry that's come a lot in SA. It's been very good at just like adapting to whatever lineup it sees. But in our last few games that we've watched, its Gyrocopter, it just hasn't gotten off the ground at the end.
Yeah, no, right? I mean, it is a really good counter against the Beast in the lane, especially there's a Lion as well. Not the best lane in this sense when you're countered. But this pushes the DK to mid, which is... That's a bit more like, how successful is that gonna be, right? Because back in the day, you could definitely bully Ember with this hero, but I'm not sure that's the case any longer. And then, what is the build as well on the DK? Right now, he has the Corrosive Dragon selected, so...
Oh,
this is something... Yeah, it's... And everyone has different takes on this hero right now, right? Some people go Mage Layer into the Blink, some people rush Blink into the Orchid maybe, some people still try to go for Armlet, BKB. It's a bit all over the place, so...
Man, when Enchantress and Beastmaster pull up with all their creeps on a tower, you're going to be missing that cleave. Okay, now he's going for the Frost Dragon, which makes a little bit more sense.
Frost,
not exactly what we would be expecting either. He's changing it. How dare you, Dark Mago? We're trying to have a draft here, and you're fooling us. I don't appreciate it.
I guess he's thinking about the healing reduction on Alk, maybe? And Beast?
Could be. I just think of the AoE is what's one of the more important parts, but I wonder for this Gyrocopter, we've seen a lot of people who have kind of gone like, 302 or 311, aiming in for this rocket barrage in the laning stage. Now that you're versus a prime or a Beastmaster, as you said, maybe you go like 113 now on the Gyrocopter. Go back to the old days where flat cannon was the only thing that mattered.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially. I do want to see them play very aggressive though in the top lane. Like you got a Batrider Beastmaster. Batrider Gyro into the Beast. I think one Flame Break and you're gonna be able to potentially run this Beast down.
So still go 311 or even 302. Probably the best pick.
Yeah, 302 makes a lot of sense. I mean, the homing missile, it's hard to say how good it is, right?
Yeah, I've seen some people pick up a value point in it. It almost reminds me of playing like the old Nagasiren carry games where like, sometimes you get a net if it like really helped you get the kills. I think homing missile is kind of in the same one. If you can afford to skip it, it definitely feels the best for the rest of your build.
Yeah, I agreed. I think the key for Waska here is that they need to choose. Are we going to try to shut down the Alk or the Beast? Because there's going to be a lot of stack farming in this game if you're Azure. And
That's true.
They definitely have tools to like clear the stacks themselves and potentially steal them away, but they're going to have to combine their heroes in a good way. So like they're not too scattered around the map, right? So either you go into the enemy triangle, do that, and let the Primal deal with Alk on its own. So I personally would want to see them play around the Gyro here this game, and not be too bothered about the Alk. He's gonna get his farm regardless. But if you slow down the Beast, you're also slowing down the tempo of Azure, and I think that's gonna be really important. Because
I mean, gotta stop that tempo. Enchantress and Beast Mounter will run your towers down.
No, for sure. And the Dire lineup, they scale really well. They have lots of team fights, they have lots of stuff, but they are not gonna get there in the same timing. Like they're not gonna just be able to go into Roche minutes 15 and then go get your tier 2s, right? It's gonna be more about they're gonna have to fight their way there. And I think they got what they need, but they have to also execute.
The battle begins.
Yeah. Execution always important. Pike. Oh, does he get the rune? No! That's
so
okay.
annoying.
Still means that Azure, they get 2 and then only 1 here picked up for Waska. So all in all, still a rune advantage, I suppose, for them.
Oh, and it is gonna be the Willow 5 actually.
Interesting. Okay.
Or
yeah,
is it?
I mean,
yeah, it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I agree with you where I feel the Willow definitely synergizes a bit better with the Primal Beast, but I suppose they're just going all in on this bot lane. Like, Batrider's impressive, and he'll kill the Enchantress, so if that's really what you need, just go all in on winning this bot lane and just allow the Gyro to, farm what he needs to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those cases, right, where the Batrider is better in both.
Yeah.
Both lanes, so you just kind of have
How
to
can I just get 2 Batriders in this game?
Oh, right. What the fuck mode?
Yeah, right? Dash WTF, dash WTF. I'll say though, Sacred, I feel like his laning stage should be pretty good as well. He's got a lot of right-click damage, something that Alchemist usually struggles with early on.
Yeah.
And we've had a lot of Alcs that have been skipping these stat items, so it should be even harder to CS.
Yeah, and for sure. And also, there's so much kill potential in this bottom lane right now. They can go for either of them. Like, once they have level 3 up, I'm not sure if the end shield's even going to be enough to sustain himself.
What an interesting take, actually. So this Alchemist went for the Belt of Strength first. We've seen some people with the seed money go for the Bracer. He's just going in for what goes into... Oh, what might go into a kill. Oh boy, would a Bracer save him here? A little bit more. The Belt of Strength, it's not enough. It's first blood from Matthew. He'll also die in return, but you'll take those any day of the week to get that first blood on the carry.
Super value. I mean, yeah, you mentioned the belt. Hard to say what it's for. I mean, he's going to the treads, but everyone else is going face boots actually right now.
Yeah.
But it's
so interesting.
Is that like so we said Alchemist has lost the last 2 games we watched, or the last 3 or 4 even.
Oh yeah, a lot.
So his treads, they're gonna be the difference maker,
I'm not sure. They get a kill topside. Yodomi and Gyrocopter still making this lane work, even though we didn't think it was the strongest combo. And it's actually 0-1-1, not going for a single point in his Rocket Barrage. And honestly, if you're starting this way, I doubt he's going the Sampler. I think he might just put more points into the Flat Cannon.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. It's a very interesting way to play Gyro. It's not every day you see it. So, I mean, this time it works out, but we're going to have to see how it works out later on. Because right now, the Beast, he's doing pretty well for himself.
Oh, very well. And it's another reason why I'm like, man, Treads? Phase Boost seems really good versus the Primal Beast. Also limiting some of the damage that you take to his trample. And not only getting yourself away, but going to be some, I guess, huge farming coming out from the Alchemist. It seems like that's what will benefit. Of course, a little bit better of a farming item on the Treads.
Yeah, one benefit, of course, is that you can tread swap to get your mana up, effectiveness up.
Oh, Mago. What a huge deny, actually. He's got 10 denies versus the Emperor. I mean, you did say we don't see much of the DK in the mid lane. It feels a little bit lackluster sometimes, but Mago's making it work right now.
He is, for sure. And this is what you want out of a DK mid. Like, you wanna get this advantage early on in the laning phase, and then you want to get that tower ASAP. Like, before supports on enemy side has their ultis. That's really what you want out of a DK. If you can do that, you can get an early blink and then snowball the game like that.
And he did end up landing on the Fire Dragon as well, so he's got even some farm potential if he wants. He was a cruel man who kept hovering the cool ones, but he ended up going for the normal Dragon facet.
I mean, it makes sense. I don't blame him, but it would be fun to see the Frost Dragon.
I know.
Corrosive.
I was kind of like flaming the corrosive, but then whenever he covered the frost, I was like, okay, I'd like to see it.
Yeah,
I want
right.
to see him try. Han.
He gets it. You gonna pay for it though? No chance.
No. He's kind of healthy right now. He's still got the dragon blood, of course.
Oh, he's sacrificing the creeps for the water rune. I kind of like it.
Wow. Yeah, just making sure that there's no more regen, forcing maybe even a TP in from a support to fill out the bottle of Han, because right now Mago holds all the cards. He's got the CS, he's got the denies, and he'll keep on bullying this Ember.
I mean, it's pretty brutal. 28-12 to 14-1.
It's a lot. He's really hurting right now. And on the other side, of course, Pyke really feeling it himself, just flat cannoning all of these creeps down, forced to go in for the Axis build from the Beastmaster, which we don't really love to see all the time. And then in the mid lane, they're fording the wave so that Mago can continue to run down this Ember Spirit. Wasker are just hitting on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good, and I can kind of see what they're trying to do in the top lane now. You know, since they decided to go for the Willow there, they are not going to try to play aggressive. So Pyke is like, you know what, screw it. I'm not even going to play with my Barrage. I'm just gonna spam them with rockets and flags and make sure that he cannot play his game. And then
oh man, he even won a second point in the rocket. Wow.
Yeah, this is. I mean, it's been so long since I've seen this, to be honest.
Right? Yeah. It used to be an 0-1, so sometimes you would do this, and then I think this was right before people would just start going like 0-1-3, and you would go stats. You know, like. He's taking a lot of damage. Definitely dies. Yeah, no, and Pyke is the one to pick it up as well. Then you get the funny, like, the rocket redirects to the next person, so Neo is just, like, taking these stray homing missiles anyways.
That's so annoying, actually. How are you going to sustain it? Because now it's got the Arcans. But that's not going to sustain you against this. You're gonna need... He's queuing after Helm now, but I'm still not sure if Helm is the item you want in this game.
Oh, and interesting. So he's going Helm, but he has Beast Mode. Usually we see the minions buff happen whenever you're going for this. Strange builds all around, honestly, from this Azure Ray lineup. At least on the other side, like the Alchemist is getting a lot of farm because he went for just this Belt of Strength first. His net worth is pretty efficient. I mean, this is just going to be the quickest Radiance in the Wild Wild West. Like, I mean, like really fast if he's trying to get it.
This is also a bit... This game is so random already compared to what we've seen. This stack... The position, like the camp that decides to stack, why this one and cleared at level 3? I don't know. It's a different meta right now.
This is very strange.
Waska is making the best of it. Like this Alk is level 4 and Sacred on a Primal is already level 6.
Oh, and Han forced into the jungle already. I mean, he's just trying to get back anything. Still not even really close to finishing the phase boots. Needs another, 2 or 3 waves. Looking a bit disastrous, honestly, for Azure Ray, and their lineup is one that I would say you kind of got to attack this Gyrocopter before he gets his items out, because if he does manage to get, like, even Satanic SNY, I think is kind of his build right now, so he survives the Roar. After that, world is his oyster. He can go damage, he can go a little bit more sustained if he wants. Like, he's just got to be there. So far, oh no. Ember does have level 6. Didn't have the safety remnant yet, but he's able to drop one now. And as I look, Pyke looks like he's actually going for the crit stick as well. This usually is like a little bit more to get involved as a Gyrocopter. Sometimes you'll go for just like Falcon Blade into Ags, and you're kind of just sitting on the sidelines. But with the crit stick, you're able to be involved in these fights a bit more with your team.
Yeah, for sure. He doesn't have the Barrage though, so I mean his contribution is gonna be mainly the cooldown. I guess the rocket, like, as we've seen, it's not so bad.
Yeah, right. Like for the team fight, I almost wish that the cooldown was more of them, but who knows? Maybe he's gonna show us just how good the homing missile is. It'll be interesting. So far, he is waiting bottom. He wants his team to like help out with the tower, but like his team is taking a fight in the triangle, maybe.
Yeah, he's expecting the Alk to show up here, and as we see right now, they're going on the Eng.
Yeah, and she's taking a lot of damage already. So much magic, and Dark Mago is actually the one to pick up the kill there. And they're going to continue to take their stacks that they've laid for themselves in this triangle. So just finding another bigger creep in the midst of their stacks.
Oh, this is a very early tier 1. 8 minutes 40 without any... I mean, I guess they have the Primal Beast innate, which is nice for taking towers, but Alchemist, he has a lot of gold, but he has no XP. He's 2 levels
Yeah.
behind Sacred currently. Minute 9.
Yeah, and honestly, like this Alchemist has a good amount of net worth. Like I think this is an acceptable amount of farm for him, but his lane didn't really go the way that he wanted. He's really trying to rush out this Radiance, and his team kind of suffering on the backside from this. Ember is really feeling the pain right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the base is still going for that Helm, so that means that it implies he wants the pressure, but if he doesn't have his Ember buddy to help him out, it's going to be hard. And you're playing into this Gyro as well, who's constantly going to be shoving out the wave. And I think it's going to be hard to be make this Helm of Dominator really useful.
Yeah, very hard. I mean, sometimes whenever I see the Helm Dom, it's not necessarily like a fight option. It's more like, how can I shove out lanes without even being their option? And that's probably something they need.
That makes sense, but then you have to question, you have the edge as well for that, right?
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I think there's a few questions. It's also, am I itemizing to split push lanes, or am I making it happen, you know? Like, if I went for the Aghanim Scepter build, did I actually have to push lanes, or could I actually fight into them?
Right. Now, Mago has his blink up already.
And it looks like they do just eliminate that Enchantress. It wasn't even close.
Yep.
And maybe another one here. Ember caught up in the roots and the fear. Do they have anything else to lock him in? I think he could just barely get away, but the damage, the tick damage, is it enough? No, he just barely gets out of here. Nice TP out. It was a lot committed, but litmus test, they take a fight. They're going after a tier 1 tower. This is healthy.
Yeah, and look at Asher Ray. They have no interest in helping them out or defending the tower. They're just they're already in dodge mode.
As they should be. And this Alchemist very close to the Radiance. Going to have about an 11 minute. And yeah, call down coming through here. Going to get hit twice by the call down on New, but with the Seeds of Serenity actually surviving for a little bit here. However, he did go into the demented hot tub. He will just die anyways. And now Waska, they are just running down this Enchantress. Pulverize as well. It's an easy double kill for them and their 3rd tower in rapid succession.
I mean, Waska is doing anything they want on this map. Look at how they're playing. They're just keeping and running everybody across the map top, and actually they have no interest in fighting this. So yeah, it's a bit odd, isn't it? No fighting chance, but I guess it just comes down to the fact that the Ember, he simply has no game. He's not ready to do anything, and he's playing against all these tanky heroes. His life is not that meaningful, right?
Yeah, no, it's really not. And he's missing so many items from this one. I mean, the Alchemist is farming. I think that part of your draft, which you picked first, is doing well. He's actually got a pretty fast one. He's going in for a Soul Ring next, but you like having the Radiance as early as you can. Not so bad. It's just the rest of the lineup, their other 4. I don't know how they play this game.
Yeah, exactly. You're supposed to create scenarios with around the Beast and the Ember for the Alks to connect and be able to, show up to a good fight and clean up. But this time around, he's gonna have to be the one being the initiator. And, that's not something he's gonna be ready to be for at least a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is there some sort of way where we just inject enough gold into this Alchemist where he's just unanswerable? I have to imagine you blink BKB. Is he actually a menace or not?
I mean, it's gonna be good, right? But the question is, he can't do it all on himself, right?
Yeah, no, it's not like an Ursa or something where he's just gonna be able to kill.
I mean, he can jump the Bat or the Willow potentially and kill them with a Slide plus Finger or something like this, but then what, You have all these tanky guys to deal with, and this is a 3k lead for Dire against an Alk.
Yep.
It's quite massive, actually.
And I guess, Pyke, I think a pretty good read on the game. He switched away from what he was doing with the crit stick, and he's just going right in for the Aghanim Scepter, which is only about 300 gold away from completion. He is very farmed, and he'll be able to turn that, I guess, into a crit if he wants. Maybe BKB, just doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely adds to his scaling way more. Just getting the farm speed and the stats. I like it a lot.
Yeah. I've seen some people go either if they go for the Falcon Blade, they'll either go for a quick Ags or they'll go crit BKB. And if you forego the Falcon Blade entirely, sometimes you will just go almost entirely crit into the Ags again. But this one, it's just the quickest way to get to your farm. And now that he's had so much space to do it, his team is still very successful. It feels so perfect right now.
Everything's looking great for him. See, this is what I like about Waska. They're using their smokes in the daytime once they have the blink. They're not waiting until the nighttime where everything gets so tricky. So, I mean, right now they haven't found anything. This is kind of a failed smoke, but this is definitely the right mindset. Because like in a minute from now, when it's nighttime, you're smoking with your DK blink, you're gonna need a ward, or when the smoke breaks, you don't see anything, right? So
yeah. I'm a little surprised that they did make the smoke, as you said, in the daytime so early. I wish they would have maybe gone over to the Wisdom Room, maybe.
Yeah.
And you know somebody would be there.
no, that would make a ton of sense. Just bring 4 heroes there, right? And take a fight to them. But
if you're gonna grab the beer, right? If it's only like a 2-person smoke, then I get it. You probably don't want to just like feed 2 heroes, but you're bringing 4, man. Your 4 is pretty strong right now. We're really waiting on a lot of items from Azure Ray. It's gonna be a bit.
Yeah, it's really strong. I mean, right now with the current pace of the game, this is heavily favoring Azure Ray. Like if they can get to the blink BKB on the Alk and then the Ags and the Beast, that's gonna change the status quo of the game entirely. This smoke is pretty interesting. So they're trying to go for the mid tower, but they don't have their Dami creeper, so this push is gonna be very slow.
It is, and I'm
seeing
the smoke. They had the blink. You said, like with the finger, they can definitely kill one. That's the best thing you can do. Even if you just pick off one hero and then run away for the Alchemist, that's kind of delaying how strong Waska are on the map right now.
Yeah, but they don't see anything though. Like Willow is playing right between them, and
yeah, and now here comes Mago.
Lou's gonna come in. He's gonna start to beat up on the Dragon Knight. They actually have the Roar as well. There's so much damage here. They'll get the kill. Now they turn over to Yodomi as well, but with the call down and getting him right in front of Pyke. Pyke just takes another kill for himself. Planet gonna get stunned up. Can't even get the air spike off in time. It looked kind of bad for Dark Mago, but you've just put it in so much more gold into your gyrocopter.
Yeah, no, Pyke is really loving right now. He's almost caught up to the Alchemist, and you know, yeah, it's bad for Mago, but it's great for Pyke.
And Pyke is, he's eating good. He wants all of this. He'll trade everybody on his team to get himself to the items he needs.
Yeah, and we didn't touch on it, but that's also the blink reveal on the Batrider, of course. So.
Oh, yeah. That's something like you don't always expect, but look at how farmed these dire supports are right now. Almost 4K net on the both of them. You know, 1K up on what we see on Azure Ray, and they're turning it into very like aggressive items.
Yeah, I mean it's just what happens when you do stacks and you take towers. Then your supports are gonna be rich, and that's exactly what they are. And Mago is going for the Skeeter build here on the DK. Blink into Orchid. I'm starting to like this build. I'm starting to like this build a lot. Like, it's not the armlet, it's not the same type of scaling, but
yeah,
it's a lot of kill threat, and it's not a bad farming item. Like you have like a fair amount of damage just based on your strength gain and stuff, and then adding attack speed and mana regen is always super nice for DK. So
it's exploitation, right? It's seeing that like there's no dispel here on the Ember. And even like this Enchantress Lion, they could die to it. It also feels like better scaling damage as you get the Bloodthorn as well. You will pop people if you Bloodthorn them and hit them with a few hits on your dragon.
No, for sure. I think in your 6-slot build there should almost always be a Bloodthorn.
Yes,
if
100%.
Yeah.
I've tried both builds, and I do understand what the merit is with the armlet. It feels like maybe if you're getting initiated on a little bit more, or you feel like you need to be the frontliner for your team, then you maybe need the armlet. But in this one, he has a Primal Beast that's always stepping forward, and a Batrider who's going to drag people towards him. So I think it's good of him to just kind of like avoid that right now.
Yeah, I think the armlet route is if you're trying to be the frontliner, Aegis type of guy, and the Orchid is you're going to try to play a bit more of a tiny role, if you will.
Man, Yodomi with the read of the Sentry there, just like knew that there was an Alchemist that stunned him. I think he pinged it, and then he just TP's out because there's nothing else he can do.
SA support's always so cheeky.
Not quite Eki like 20 minutes in for last game where he literally was like baiting people around with his ult, but definitely a little bit more do things supports, right? Not as much enablers, but I want to kill you. I'm going to take my hero, I'm going to farm up some gold, and I'm going to murder you too.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ember feels so bad. Like he's 6.8 net worth, and he's getting Mage Layer into BKB. Like it's gonna take him such a long time to really get to the feel good items, which is gonna be.
It is, and there goes, as we said, there is an Enchantress killer. So as some of the Enchantress games we've seen before, they haven't really had the damage to take her out, at least not easily through the heal. in this game, it's quite easy. I almost wager, even with the Orchid now and the DK, pretty much every hero here will kill an Enchantress on their own.
Yeah, no, for sure. If you're this Ember, you're going for the Mage Slayer and BKB, so you have basically no damage, right? You don't have a Shiva, you don't have a Gleipnir. And even if you get the BKB off, you might just die to a Pulverize, right? Or a Lasso, so...
Yeah, we literally just saw this last game where like it was the Ember +1 that was their damage dealers. And on Copy's side, Copy ended up doing the damage eventually. He had enough that he was able to pump in.
For sure.
Han doesn't have that. Your Alchemist doesn't feel like he has that right now. And the only saving grace, honestly, from last game was that Fly was pumping with the impetus shots on his Enchantress. So, like, now I don't really see that. You know, the Enchantress isn't going to have that sort of gold straight up. We're still waiting for a Solar Crest, nowhere near a Hurricane Pike. So, I think we're going to be missing a little bit to be desired here for the AR draft. But with Aegis, things get a little bit better.
Yeah, they got the B stacks. They did the right thing. They go for the Roche straight, not waiting until minute 20. So the Roche walks to bottom where they have no map control. So now they got an Aegis beast. This means he can actually go in and take a hit for them. You know, wasting spells on an Aegis. You know, the Orchid is nice and stuff, but this changes the game drastically, I want to say.
It does. No, it's really nice actually because he's, you know, a Primal Roar is pretty much the only thing that really matters for him to press. Otherwise, going on him with the drums takes a lot of time. Aegis goes down and you have to do it again. It's very hard to kill this guy now with the Aghanim Scepter. I'm so glad he didn't go for the Helm too.
Yeah. And you can see also that, you know, when there's no fighting happening, the resources, they shift into AR's favor once more, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, we've been harping on the Ember quite a bit, but if everyone gets to have their farm, like this beast gets to a BKB blink, then this whole game looks different suddenly, right?
No, for sure. And Shard going to the Alliance so the EMP is available. I think part of this is also stemming from the read on Waska is that we have the late game. We don't need to go force these fights. We've gotten a few. We've gotten ourselves in a good position. And we're fine now. I do think they're going to be in a little bit of trouble if they, you know, let this Alc get to the point where like he and the Ember are actually doing damage. But Pyke himself, you know, getting close to the BKB now. Data's going to be coming soon afterwards. Like his items, I think, still win this game.
Yeah, no, for sure. And he also, I mean, he has a Solar from the Willow as well. There is a Solar as well for the Eng, to be fair. But, you know, once he gets to the BKB Daedalus with a Solar and maybe a Satanic on top as well, he's going to be super scary. So...
It's going to be up to Azure to kind of answer that now. I think with this Aegis, they got to get at least one tower, especially you're looking at Ags on the Beastmaster. You have the Enchantress creeps coming as well. But can Waska take that fight, or do you think they really just want to wait for the BKB on Gyro?
Yeah, it looks like at this point they might just wait for the BKB Gyro and maybe even the BKB on the DK as well.
Okay, yeah, so it would be BKB DK that they wait for, but Dark Mago, as much as I think it might be the right thing to do to wait, that's not really in the Dark Mago vocabulary. He goes, and he goes hard.
Yeah. Isn't that what we love to see, though?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they haven't gotten to use the Sacred BKB so far either, and I feel like he picked it up almost 10 minutes ago. Like it's been a long time. He's got the Blink now as well, so Han is looking in trouble.
Matthew didn't get the link right away, and now they're
wants
kind of going on their own smoke. Yeah, stun misses, but here comes the Alchemist stun, connects onto two. There might not be a lasso in this one. Planet goes down, yes, but so does Matthew. Now the BKB from Pyke turning around, trying to take down this Beastmaster. He already used the Roar, but he has another life. That's going to be the first one. A long, painstaking journey to get the kill on him, and now... well, he's up again. I don't know if they have the damage for him this time, especially without a BKB on Pyke, but they're going to run after this Alchemist anyways here. Now with the lasso after the buyback from Matthew to get this kill on the Alchemist and giving it over, actually, to the buyback Matthew. So he'll love that for sure. Now they're trampling over this Enchantress. I don't think she's going to live through this one either. One fight here from Waska, trading the buyback of their Batrider for, you know, Aegis and even 2 kills on Azure.
Yeah, quite an important buyback there from Matthew, actually. He ends up dying, you know, after getting that failed jump on the Ember to begin with. He loses his life, but he buys back, and that's what seals it in. You're going to see it here. So they go in, Planet sacrifices himself immediately to finish this Batrider off, and then Pyke gets his BKB, kills the Beastmaster. you know, Dire are like, we have to back off. Alchemist goes for the self-stun, Matthew buys back, and eventually gets the lasso in the end.
Self-stun, very important part of that as well. The way that they disengaged on Waska, but not fully, right? They weren't trying to TP away. They were just backing enough that they could bait him in and set up for that Matthew buyback. Really good communication.
Yeah, super good. You can definitely see them being on the same page at all times.
Mm-hmm. And that was before a pretty notable power spike for Waska. Again, the gyrocopter getting close to that data list. He was on top of a BKB'd Alchemist and the Beastmaster, and he was kind of just all magic. Once this data is complete, his physical damage is going to be, you know, mostly complete. We're going to feel the power of that gyrocopter hitting. This might be the first gyro we actually see get off the ground and become the real carry in a game.
Yeah, right. A lot of the games we see that the gyro has a strong early game, but then one or two things goes wrong, enemy team picks up an Aegis, and then you don't feel like the big boss anymore.
I love his foresight in this one. I think sometimes you might be a little bit tricked into going for like an MKB now on the gyrocopter, so you can keep hitting through this evasion. But he knows, like, eventually they are gonna like start roaring me and me only. So gotta get the Satanic online. I still think SNY could be on the menu, but for now, I think Satanic is good enough.
Yeah, no, his build looks great. I think even considering Butterfly later could be an option.
Yeah, could be. And even a DD on Dark Mago here still has it for a little bit, so could take down another tower down, and this is without Aegis. It's going to spawn potentially in another 2.5 minutes. So the more objectives they can take free of the Aegis, it might set up for a high ground push later.
For sure. Daedalus coming out. Honest yet to finish his BKB, although he's very close now. That's definitely going to change a bit for him. So that means he can now safely commit on, you know, the Bad Reticule or the Willow.
Which is really important, and I think the BKB is, you know, going to be good, but this Maelstrom is going to be much more important. It feels like the damage is just barely missing from him right now.
Yeah, for sure. He's not the threat of an Ember that we saw copy in the last series.
Yeah. And we'll see here, because in 2 minutes the Aegis could respawn. It looks like that means the spawn is most likely still going to happen top, unless it's like almost max spawn. And Han, oh, he came all the way back, but it was into a pulverize.
God damn, that was quick.
That was really quick. Literally in the timing of a pulverize, which I think is only even, yeah, it's only a level 2 pulverize, but look at that damage. It was all that gyro. Daedalus complete, baby.
Oh, Planet in trouble. He doesn't have a blink to get out.
Oh, he's just dead. Just Sacred. Actually trampled him.
I mean, you see it, like, he gets the dodge on the Dragon Tail with the slide of an Ember, but he just gets caught in one stun and he's dead, basically.
I thought for sure he was going backwards, but he went like towards the haste rune.
Yeah. And I mean, this is going to be the reality for him for a long time, right? Like, if you go for the Shiva now, that's going to add to your survivability, but your farm speed is not going to get better then, and your threat of your hero is not going to be there, right? Like, he's going to start such a tough spot. The Batrider is almost overtaking him, you know?
I feel like you have to almost like not think about that engagement, because that was you remnanting into the entire enemy team. So you kind of have to itemize for what might happen in the next fight. So I don't know. I still think that the Maelstrom is good. I think Shiva's, as you said, could also be pretty good, at least to provide the vision for your team. But hopefully he doesn't go for anything like, you know, at Lincoln's or something like that and get spooked because of that fight.
Yeah. Now they're going to smoke up because, as you know, Roshan died in minute 19, so it could be up already. And, you know, giving away an Aegis to this gyrocopter at this point would be
disastrous.
Yeah.
And they are going to jump in immediately here. They get the stun on the line. He's just gone.
That's so fast.
There was BKB on Dark Mago, so maybe there's some room for a re-engagement, but yeah, Lou has to just back out. Doesn't want to use the BKB just yet. Poor Enchantress sitting in the front line, but they've got the damage. You're not quite as safe, but the roar on this gyrocopter, you got to save him somehow. Pulverized now. Pike, can he turn around on this one? Doesn't have a lot of lifesteal at all. He'll actually die thanks to the buyback of Planet. Now they're turning on to Mago. He's got no BKB. The Finger of Death takes him down. They take down 3 heroes, and Azure Ray completely turned this around for themselves.
You can tell how ready they were for the turnaround. You know, Planet communicating yes to buyback, and as soon as they step into the tier 2, they're just ready to turn it around. Yeah, here we see Planet dies right away, but they keep their cool. They do not pop their BKBs on the Alk and the Beast. You see here, still holding it.
Yeah.
And
without BKB on Mago, that is so scary to keep this fight going.
Yeah, and you see they go too far. Neo communicates, he has a blink. He's waiting for the He's waiting for Pyke on the gyro, and then as soon as they get the opportunity, they just buy back and pull everything. And yeah, super well done, you know.
Oh, I think his courier was coming with at least just a morbid mass there on the gyro. If that actually got to him, maybe the fight looks a little bit different, but just a little bit too early. Need that to sustain on the gyro still.
Yeah.
And now Yadomi gonna go down here. Another kill for Lou. He's getting the gold that he needs now, starting to pop up a good bit. Has the blink S and Y. AC gonna come out next. You'll be astonished at how much damage this guy's actually about to hit with this next fight.
Yeah, for sure. Really good signs of life for AR right now. I mean, they're basically back. It's just Ember is so like he's in struggle state still, but it might not even matter, to be honest. Like this Alk is so strong, the beast is really strong as well.
That's why I almost want him to start like turning in for this Shivas instead. Just because like you're not, no matter what item you build, you're probably not going to do the damage. So let's start, providing some anti-regen and maybe getting some vision for your team.
I could see it, yeah. More magic damage as well.
There it is.
For everybody. And they put the Aegis on Beast once more. And he's going for it. This is the build I want to see. When you go for the Axe on Beast, I think you should be like a killing machine. Like screw the Crimson, screw the Pipe, you know what I mean? Like go for the Blink BKB and then into the Fresher. Get a Hex if you need to, you know? Just be a super boss on the Beast. And this is what Neo is doing right now.
Kind of like the Mars style as well, where you get like, Blink, Refresher, Hex, and like that is your late game option.
Yeah, the difference is that you have an insane amount of damage. Like you can solo kill a lot of heroes.
And now, only a 1,000 net worth leads. Aegis power play. I'm going to be excited to see where this goes because there is some gold on the map. We got 2 tier 2 towers still available to take here for Azure. And all the while, they have an Alchemist farming. So even at this point, since the fights have been a little bit back and forth, if you take the time, take even just one tower and keep Alchemist going from camp to camp while it's happening, you'll net yourself a perfect net worth lead that you might just want to hold on to instead of trying to go high ground.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get the AC delivered now, so I think that probably means, tier 2 is about to happen for them, at least the bottom one. But we'll see. It's not like they're in a crazy rush or anything.
Are they? Because I don't know. Gyrocopter, and once he gets the Satanic, and then, maybe an MKB, maybe an SNY something, he's a bit more of an issue than he was during that tier 2 tower fight. So maybe you are in a little bit of a timer.
It's true, but at the same time, you're going to have double roar, which is...
Oh, that's fair. Which is much more important. And now, oh boy, Dark Mago. He's taking so much chain stun, not even a chance to press the BKB, and they just eliminate the DK. That is one thick boy you just tore through on Azure.
That is what you'd like to see. They just throw everything they have, and now they can keep cleaning up objectives. Get the enemy Tormentor, and then... Alright, Poppy Pause.
Tac pause. Looks like who is going to get this shard here? It looks like it could be the Enchantress. Not going to be the Lion. Yeah, I think it's actually. Oh no, it's not even. Ember already has this shard.
Wait,
so it could be Beast or the Enchantress.
Wait, did Ember get it from the previous Torm? No.
Surely he bought it from a Torm. I don't think his shard is that great.
Yeah. Okay, so it's Enshore the Beast then. Interesting.
When did he get this? No way he actually bought it, right?
Yeah. Let's just assume he got it from the Torm.
I'm gonna assume that. I feel like it's a bit weird, or it's the biggest brain player in the world where they know they're gonna get it, so he just buys, so it's potential that the Beastmaster will get it for him instead.
It's the next it's the Einstein tactic. You buy it so that your Beast gets it, so you can pool into your friends. It's like old school Dota where you could pool gold, right?
Exactly. So now... Alright, yeah, it did go to Neo here, so... It's like the Hawk root, right?
Yeah, I mean, it reduced cooldowns and summons additional Hawk, so... That's pretty strong. I mean, they die easily to flak and all this stuff, but...
Oh no, is that a pay-to-lose shard? This is going to be more gold for the Gyrocopter?
Nah, I mean, they don't give that much, do they? It's like 30 gold or something.
Hey, it's more than nothing.
Or is it even further? I can't... I'm not sure, actually. It's one of those things where you kill Hawks, you kill Illusions, you don't pay attention, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's just a little bit of freebie. while you're playing the game. You did say the refresher already here for the Beastmaster. He is a force to be reckoned with, and something that we're missing from this Waska draft through the whole thing is save. We don't really have a whole lot of it.
The thing is, he can control... This gyro has a 7-second BKB right now, and he can control him for 8 seconds by himself.
Yeah.
And there's really nothing Dire can do about it. I
feel like you have to have an SNY here soon, but he's going for the Scotty instead.
Like, if you don't do anything about this, he might just solo your gyro, legit. Like, not kill him solo, but he's gonna remove him from the fight. But then, then after his BKB, there's gonna be a Lion controlling you, Alchemist stuns, what have you.
Yeah, no, I mean, it could be just as good as getting him killed, because by the time that he's unroared, I mean, Primal Beast and DK, there are a lot of damage to shred through, but Alchemist could do it now.
And, you know, without the gyro hitting you, who is going to do it? I think Mago has a decent amount of damage, but it's not going to be enough to control everybody.
No Bloodthorn yet. I think that's kind of the timing, right?
Yeah.
So once he gets that, we'll believe in his damage. And the Primal is still, I think, largely control. Largely the enabling with the Shivas. He's going to go for the Aghanim Scepter next. Interesting.
Okay, so
interesting.
The break. Unsure what it's for exactly. I mean, the Enge is nice, but...
I feel like I'd rather see a Lotus Orb on him. I know that's not an item that we see a ton, but throwing a Lotus Orb on your Gyrocopter would be really valuable this game.
Yeah, it would, for sure. No, they definitely need a Lotus Orb.
It's kind of insane here, but the break, it feels like that's kind of targeting, I guess, the Beastmaster drums, like disabling them for a good while. I don't know if it's necessarily killing the Beastmaster that's the issue. It's surviving him.
Yeah. I mean, if they can get the right jumps, like, let's say they jump the Beast first with a Lasso or a Pulverize, then they definitely have tools to, you know, win the fight. But right now, the onus is on them to, like, get the proper jumps, not the way it was before.
That's what I mean. Like, whenever you're ahead by this much in the power play, about 5,000 net worth going the way of Azure Ray throughout the whole Aegis, like, they're the ones jumping on you now. You have to endure that timing, because I don't think that the jump is on your hands. But it could be if they get on top of this Ember Spirit. He's gone! And that's right after the Aegis is expired as well. So the rest of the team not really wanting to come over here and deal with that. They immediately grab back some of the net worth lead, and Waska, they still need to build these items to deal with the Beastmaster.
Oh, wait. We got Aghanims coming out for...
Oh!
Who's he going to give it to, though?
Interesting. I mean, I guess it would amp up what the Ember Spirit is doing if he had an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he could farm faster, kill waves, and I mean, obviously, that's going to help him kill the Willow and the Bat, but... I mean, it has to be him, right? No way...
Yeah, right?
And it could be Lion, but that feels...
I know, right? It's like 0 chance that it's Ench, and then like, man, Lion X would be funny. I don't know if that's game winning, but I would love to see it.
It would be funny.
Looks like, oh, if they're not careful here, yeah. I mean, they still want to make something happen now with the Ember about to be up. So Waska had a little bit of time on the map, but it's over now, and he's hanging around really close to this line. Oh, no.
He's about to give it.
Okay, and it is to the Ember. All right.
It's the Ember, okay.
So now this Ember became a hero again, and that's something they desperately needed. Speaking of a hero again, Matthew, he could become not a hero, but they did not grab him in time.
He's looking to go back in, maybe. All right, so now there's the Lotus Orb actually for the Radiant side instead on the Enge, which is super useful.
Yeah.
The Lasso and the Orchid and Beakistan and everything.
It's hard to overstate like how good that is in this game. When we talked about there's 3 different BKB piercing stuns, and Lotus Orb is like the king for that. Usually you don't see the Lotus because you're not thinking about those. You're thinking about these like ticky-tacky spells that are in the game where BKB is just fine enough.
The Roche is about to spawn in 50, is it? Oh, it's May respawn in 50, I see.
In May, yeah.
It's still a while to go, potentially.
Which still creates a lot of time for...
Oh, wait.
Oh. BKB
he's in a lot of trouble.
Very much so. And then the stun. No, it connected onto Matthew as well. The pulverize finally coming out, but he's already so low. Pyke has a lot on his shoulders to do in this fight, but they're just both stacking right on top of the gyrocopter. Turning around the BKB. Yes, the Titanic out as well. But where's the team? He's already lost 2. Han on top of him as well with the BKB gone. They will turn on the gyrocopter, and he's out of here. That's 3 gone. Azure Ray once again taking a good fight. And as we talk about unforced error, it felt like a really forced fight there from Waska.
Yeah, they just go for the gate. They see the Ennish and someone else, and they just decide to blink through and go straight into the lane. Like,
that was
Baker
wild.
is so far ahead of his team. Matthew kind of panics, tries to help him out, but he just ends up dying as a result. And then Pyke shows up, but he's completely alone, basically. Dark Mago and Yadomi, they're on the other side of the fight, and he can't do it all on himself.
No, I mean, he just got almost chain locked the whole way, I think, after the BKB ended. I think from him, honestly, after seeing that fight, I might be reacting. I'm like, do I need a refresher BKB just to survive in these fights?
Yeah. I mean, he might even have to buy back here, and that's not something you want to do in this position, seeing as you're already... You don't feel strong enough to fight them as it is.
No, you don't have the items now. Buyback is going to not change anything for you, I think. And, well, you might not have a choice. They're just running down these towers. This Alchemist hitting so hard, especially with the AC. It looks like they'll finally back now. Roshan, it will be up. Can Waska mount a fight?
I mean, they're going to have to try, right? They're going to have to smoke up, and they're going to try to get a nice TP in from Pyke. Okay, they're actually waiting for him. I don't see any smokes for them available, so...
Been a lot of fighting and smoking going on. I don't know. I feel like Pyke, I understand why he wants the Scotty. It could be pretty good. It's definitely a big power spike for them, but he's not going to have it by the time they get into this Roshan pit. And Ags Bristol, or Ags Beastmaster, he hits hard. He's going to take this very fast. It's going down. They're nowhere close. This is going to be another Aegis going the way of Azure Ray. And at this point, they can take this right up the high ground. Waska have to find an answer.
Oh, here we go. Lion Ags.
Okay, that's an answer.
But yeah, I mean, it's so hard for Waska now. Like, how are you gonna stop them, right? Got so much influx of gold. I feel like the game was just even just a minute or two ago. Now it's 16k, and it's not gonna get better from here.
It feels like the Alchemist effect, but in reality, I mean, this is just everybody. This is everybody just completely bullying the map. And Azure Ray, currently 1-3 in the groups. They know they need a win out of this one. They're giving it their all, and Waska, maybe a bit complacent with their 3-1 scoreline, is they're getting it taken to them right now.
For sure. And I mean, if they're gonna defend this, it's gonna have to come from a really good lasso, right? Like the thing you always talk about, the displacement.
Yeah, on the high ground, it's hard because you've already lost one set of racks here. The team is all going to be together. Maybe Azure Ray will be spooked somehow, but there it is. Because there's no tower down here, they could just smoke through this bot side of the map and find someone who shows on this wave as it gets pushed in. Oh, they want someone to show up here so badly.
There we go.
Scanning. They go in immediately. Lotus on New. It's very hard to go on him now with that up. You'd want to pulverize him, but it's not really that easy. Now he turns around with the BKB. Now can you stop this gyro from dying? No, he just goes. Pyke, he's down. He has a buyback. Maybe he needs to look, see if his team finds an opening, because this Primal Beast is currently going down, and I don't know if you can save him. Pyke now forced about the BKB on entry. And there's still, I don't know, you haven't done much at all to this Azure Ray lineup. They're able to just back out as much as they want, and you've lost so much more than they could ever lose.
Yeah, you can't even go for it. Like, Pyke has no BKB left, and I feel so bad. Like, the game state, now you're just gonna wait. If you're Azure Ray, you do it again in a minute or two once you have all the cooldowns ready. And I feel like it's so hard for Waska at this point.
This feels like the difference between one Lotus Orb. I feel like we focus way too much on how to kill this Beastmaster, not what happens if he roars you. Because now you don't have the option to kill him. And this Enchantress Lotus Orb is putting in so much work in these fights where you're not able to go on this Beast anymore.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he goes in, he plays it completely right. New. He has an Aeon Disc, he has a Refresher, Aegis, BKB, everything, Lotus Orb. He goes in, as soon as he gets the roar, everyone commits. They don't go before, you know? They have the game plan on lock.
Very easy to play, right? And New, because he's so unkillable right now, it's very easy to just let him jump in. There's not really any risk with it. This Alf, he is certainly dishing out the damage, man. Strength Blink, he's got the AC as well. I mean, he's a force to be reckoned with, and we're not even getting to him yet. He's still got to go through New somehow. Ah, now that's a build that I can get behind. SNY, I think, is very important in this one, and then the Daedalus, that is a cry for help, but there's no other way, really, that you yourself as a gyrocopter can make this game any different.
Yeah, you just have to find simple solutions, and you need them fast. So I think Sanj is the best thing you can get right now.
Yeah. So now on the other side, 30,000 net worth lead has been gathered by Azure. As you said, it's the bulldozer. They haven't been doing anything too crazy. They've just kind of been taking the map as a team, going the whole way. And every time Waska's tried to hit this wall, they've been bounced back. And now the bulldozer is running high ground, and it is very hard to stop.
The bulldozer is coming. He still have 30 seconds on the refresher, but Neo doesn't care. He wants to use his Aegis in the next minute.
Mm-hmm. Fortification used. Now they have the banner. But the creeps will get dealt with a little bit. They don't have to commit just yet. Who gets roared? That'll be what changes. Jump through. Oh, doesn't use the last one in time, but there's the roar and the huge finger of death onto 3 of them. Bike trying to turn around with the satanic now, but he's not doing any damage, and he's just gonna go down. I think under steer 4s. Hans trying to stick there with the damage as well, but the heal finally coming through. They may kill the alchemist. He goes down first. Now with the respawn, it's the refresh of New. He gets another roar, takes one down. No buyback on the gyrocopter. Then he goes after Sacred. He does have buy. He'll try to get back into this one, but Dark Mago, can he do the damage on his own? New very low here. A little bit more from Dark Mago. He barely gets the last hit. They may have defended this high ground here. Dark Mago, is he the answer for Waska? Trying to turn on this Ember now, but there's too much damage. The stun in from the Lion. And now there's only 2 left, and with the buyback of the Beastmaster, I don't think you have the damage anymore. Oh no, the Lotus even making sure that the pulverize doesn't work. Is that another roar? No. He is owning this game.
Holy shit, that looks so good for Waska for a second there, but it turns out they just don't have power enough. Like, this base is way too strong, and when they finally needed it, Ember shows up as well, and he cleans up.
Mm-hmm. No, they've just got 3 very strong cores, all kind of owning the game in their own way. And on the other side, it just feels like things were a bit disconnected, both in the team fights and in the itemization. And Azure Ray, they're slow and steady. It wins the race.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Neo going in once more. Gets the roar.
Is he alive? Oh, he is alive. Well, now he's dead. Dude, the Lion Axe, he's got 8 sacks. He's so strong. GG gets called. Game number 1 going to Azure Ray. It looked like it was favored for Waska. They did a lot of things right, but I genuinely believe the difference in this game came down to a Lotus Orb. There was one on Radiant, and there was not one on Dire and Azure Ray. You were no longer able to go on this Beastmaster.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, huge shout out to Neo. He played amazing. I mean, at one point in this game, it looked like they were kind of losing the grasp of it, and he just kept his cool. He did what's right. He was able to get them in a 19 Roshan, which was crucial for the pace of the game. And once that happened, everything slowed down. And we mentioned it multiple times in the game, but the slow-paced game is really what they were looking for here in this game. Once they got it, they were able to turn it around and just get a nice win.
Yeah, no, things were looking, pretty well again in that early game where it seemed like Waska just kind of had a chokehold on the map, but I don't know, Azure, they kind of just weathered the storm. Even though they had an Alchemist that was down there, Ember got kind of bullied as we started this game. Towards the end of it, just everything turning right up towards them. I don't know. It feels in this game, we talked about how like sometimes it was more of a lineup issue, more of a gameplay issue. This one, I like the lineup either side. I don't think this is something that really needs to change with the draft for either team.
No, I agree. I mean, the only thing is like that has to be mentioned for in terms of strategy. I think that Waska, they drafted themselves into a way where they had to play active, they had to take the lead, and I think giving up the Roche and then slowing down the game is like that's not what they wanted. They had to stay ahead. If they did that, they should be able to win this game, with a crazy fat gyro. But once they had to play back for Dota, it's especially when the pressure comes out from me, right? You see what happens to Pike. He simply can't play. He doesn't do enough anymore.
Yeah, I will say this fight might have been the one thing where it's like, maybe we don't do that next time. Running through the portal, guns a-blazing, jumping into the wave, your team's not really around, like, that's something you do when you're up by 20,000 net worth, not in the even game. So it was really hard for them. But guys, that was our game number 1. There's still another game on the way. Hopefully the next one goes the distance as well. We'll be back in a few minutes with our next and last game. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Dream League Season 24. I'm Math Magician, and that's Hanskin again here for our last game of the day. Hanson, we saw them. It was Waska. You said they looked explosive in their previous series, and this game we were missing a little bit of that explosion and just got ran over by Azure Ray. Do you think anything different happened in this series compared to their previous, or was it just really good play from Azure Ray?
I mean, I feel like just the understanding of the game state wasn't exactly where it had to be. I think they did so many good things early on in the game. You know, they had such a good start in the laning phase, but giving away the Roche and maybe not, you know, using their item timings properly enough is what cost them this game. Like, I think Primal picking up the BKB very early on and not getting to use it for like 10 minutes. I think it's almost minute 25. He still had a 9-second charge. That's not what you want to see. You wanna have this mindset of where as soon as you get stuff, you use it right away, right? Or at least within the next minute or so. And they kind of just lost their steam. They thought they were doing so good. I'm sure they were communicating our gyro is so fat. And
yeah, right.
Yeah, which is true. This Ember looked like he had no game for the entirety of it, right? But it turns out they didn't really need him. Like the Beast and the Alk was able to do most of it after the Aegis.
That's true. No, I definitely agree. Like the misread on the game, that feels like kind of the crux of what it came down to. They had a lot of misplaced faith maybe in their late game. They kind of just stopped making things happen, which is what made their lineup so good in the first place, is they continued to keep this Ember down, but Alchemist was able to farm up the whole way. They also kind of they itemized. The second thing that I think was maybe a misread on their game was that they wanted to say like, oh, if we just kill this Beastmaster, The game is so easy, which I guess is true, but like that wasn't an opportunity you had. You had to endure this Beastmaster, and then after that, maybe you could turn the fight around. So I think, 2 critical misreads on the game kind of cost them this one. The same thing as we said at the end of last game. I don't think this is a draft thing that they need to change. They could probably run this back. I liked the gyrocopter pick at the end. I could have also seen a Dragon Knight working in there and putting something else, but I don't think they really hindered themselves with this last pick.
No, I think it was fine as well. I just think they had to not let them. They had to not let Azure Ray play the slow and steady bulldozer game. Like get the stacks going. They must have farmed like 30, 40 stacks in that game, right?
Yeah,
and
that's true.
And this is what AR is comfortable at, and this is what Waska and SA is not known for in general. They want chaos. They don't want slow and steady.
Yeah, we talked last time, Paliancia, like you need to play your game and take it to these teams. You cannot like sit back and react to what the enemy team is doing. So hopefully we see this same thing from Waska. Don't sit back and play the bulldozer game. Play SA Dota. Run them down, all right? Force them into their base. Eventually make some like wild fight in their tier 3 and then tone it back a little and do it again. That's SA Dota. It's not playing perfect the whole time. It's stretching limits until they break and then trying it again.
Yeah, it's more of the like we're gonna outplay you guys as people, not play the Dota technicalities, what's best and what's worst. I think this is where they're really gonna shine, and I think they definitely have what it takes to bring it to AR, and I hope to see them. They don't have to change much, just a little bit, because they showed AR how it's done in the early game in the last one.
Well, we'll see if they're able to keep it going here. I'm sure that we'll have the draft statistics up here very soon for you guys, but remember last time it was a first pick Enchantress for Azure Ray that kind of got the snowball going for everything that Waska wanted to do for this draft, because every single hero dealt with that Enchantress.
Yeah, true. It didn't really feel like the Eng factor was such a big deal, at least not for the early game. Of course, they provided all the right items later on, and the scouting, of course, but it wasn't able to get any significant tier 1 towers. It wasn't able to secure the lane. At a great length, like this Alk, he did well in terms of net worth, but it was kind of just based on the fact that they abandoned this lane. Sacred was living life down there.
It was a really interesting build from the Alk too. I'd want to see that build happen again, maybe where the 4 other heroes on the team were actually able to like get something done, because going straight up for the belt of strength, then going in for like the treads, like honestly. Looks like a horrible game to go treads instead of the phase boots, but made it work. Got a really quick radiance. I kind of want to try that sometime in my games, actually.
Oh, I mean, it looks good. You always have mana issues, and the treads swapping makes sense, obviously. Just simply hitting the neutrals faster makes sense.
Right? Yeah. He literally walked in there with like treads and a stick and was like, "This is my jungle now. This is where I am."
No, he literally went to the medium camp close to the boundary at level 3 and just farmed it up.
Right? Yeah. So we'll see if they do that again. Azure Ray, I've seen this one before. I know on the previous draft, it was I believe, almost the same exact thing that we're running back here from both sides. I think the only thing that really changed here is that for Waska, they are on Radiance this time. That is literally the only thing that's changed.
So the question is then, are they going to go for the Primal again or not? I have no issues with it, so...
Kind of crazy. They're literally just running back the same draft. And we said there's no draft problem. What happens if they just run it back the whole way through? Are you okay with that? Especially as Waska, you just lost this last game.
I mean, if they run it back the whole way through, there's no way they're getting Gyro again. That's for sure.
That's true.
So they're gonna know.
I really owned up that lane.
The DK is gonna deal with the Ember mid, like it did in the last game, and so. But here with the Primal, I like that. A little bit worrying that they already spent about a minute after reserve time just to run it back. So
that's a fair point. I didn't even think about that one. Like,
maybe,
it shows how shaky they are and maybe running back the same draft.
Yeah, could be a bit of overthinking, or it could be preparing the second phase. You can never really know, but not the best.
Oh my goodness, how much of this is okay? So far, I think we have the identical draft.
Damn.
Oh, okay.
Gyro
ban. Gyro ban. So instead, the Muerta is left in the pool, and then on the other side, I believe this was a Clockwork ban. So we'll see if Waska they run that back, or if they want to pick up the Muerta for themselves.
Typically, Muerta is not the best hero into Eng in the laning phase.
Yeah.
It's always rough.
Even outside of the game, right? Because like a lot of Muertes damage actually is from her, right clicks. If you want to do that, you don't really contribute in killing the Enchantress.
Yeah. It's just so hard to play for. Like if you play this Lion or Muerta type of hero, you have to deal with his Eng. That means you can't stack it the way you want to. You can't lane well. You can't go to the runes. It's just always a headache. I mean, you can pull it off for sure, but it's not what you want to aim for if you get to choose.
Now, I was thinking ahead. I'm trying to think like what other hero, if you're not going to pick up the gyrocopter, what other hero could you pull instead?
Oh.
And like Luna was completely unpicked, unbanned in the last draft.
That's true, but they go for the Alk this time, which is pretty cool. It's
Very
very
picking that up first.
It's very like we're gonna show you what we got and try to beat us.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's pulling it up first. Now, there's no Shadow Demon in pull, which has been one of the issues we saw versus the Alchemist. Timber and Doom both taken out. It almost felt like Azure were setting themselves up for it. So Waska just took those bans. Was like, you know what? It is a pretty good out game.
Yeah, no, it makes a ton of sense with the Timber and Doom ban and also the Eng on the other side. So if Azure AR had a chance to go for it, they would have. So now they're gonna have to find a solution instead.
When it comes to melee punishers, typically you think of like the Sardar is another one that could do that, but I don't. It's kind of hard to pick that hero up very early.
Yeah, not sure about that hero in general right now. But they go for the Dawnbreaker.
Oh, do they have to pick Nyx right here on Azure?
Oh.
It's not just the Dawnbreaker, it's also the Enchantress.
Yeah.
Like, Nyx has a baller game right now. Really good game right now.
Well, they go for the Willow. Oh, you mean
Nyx is a...
You mean Nyx for what?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it's really good for Waska, and knowing that, I almost thought that Azure had to deny it, because now you can play Nyx into the Enchantress, instantly killing her creep, and also playing it versus the Dawnbreaker. You do not get your ult off. You're off there for a second, Carapace, and gone.
That is true. Yeah, it's really good. Nice call.
Way too good. I think the only thing is it's a do-nothing laner, but you're in with a Primal who does a lot of good stuff in the lane, paired up with a very, very strong support. Maybe even a damagey support, and I think this is a very good pick.
I agree. And what you can do always is to pull some waves if you have to. You just go secure the runes. And the Primal, he's one of those heroes that he will recover fine, All he needs is some boots, and he can run around, cut waves, or go to the jungle, farm stacks. It's one of those heroes. It's kind of like the Bristle in that way. You can just slide through.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say it's a pretty decent Skywrath Mage game. But I know better.
+5. I would probably run the Batrider again, but +5 this time. Or just also like a Phoenix. I'm not sure if they like that whole
I think
lot.
Batrider is probably the best one you could do, right? Since it flexes to mid, but never mind. They're going for a little bit of save maybe in their own heal.
Yeah, no, this is really cool. I think it's a really strong laner, the Pugna. You need a lane secure for the Alk, and it's gonna help you get to tier 1s, and that's always a huge bonus. If you have a Nyx on your team, getting those tier 1s opens up the map so much for him. He's able to move around, so it makes a ton of sense.
It's a tower killing duo there, right? The Primal Beast and the Pugna. Even Primal doing more damage to tower, but just being able to sit in front while the Pugna blasted away. I mean, this is a really nice 3-4-5 from all of them, but I think we do need just a little bit more hero damage as we get into this last pick there for Waska, which is perfectly fine to get from your mid.
Yeah, and I mean, it could also be an offlaner, right? With that,
true.
A lot of offlaners are banned, but they got the flicks.
Still flexible here on Waska. I think the only thing is we're just wondering where this Primal is going to go. We had, I think, actually 4 heroes. We didn't know where they were going to go for the last draft. So a little bit comfier. Maybe that's what they wanted. Don't flex so hard, get some good solid ideas out, and then just make sure you're covered as you get into this last pick. But for Azure, they've got to answer, I mean, probably right now, assuming that this is going to be a Primal Beast in the offlane.
Yeah, I wonder what the pick is, though. It's not that, like, you could just go for something simple, right? Like a Luna.
Mixed damage is really good into both the Alchemist and the Pugna, especially with a quick BKB.
Okay, they go for the DK. This makes sense. It's good synergy with the Willow. You also want somebody to go into so you can abuse the Dawn ulti to its full effect, right? Nyx punish.
A lot of heal.
The only concern is that it's pretty low damage, right? into the Alchem Primal, these beefy boys.
Is this something, so we don't see a lot of physical damage, it's mostly actually magical again from these guys. Is this another Blink and Orchid game? Or should, because you're the frontliner, we talked about like maybe that's your job, does he need to go the Orchid or the Armlet just to have his health up?
I would probably go for the Orchid route this game as well. Like, you just kill the Nyx, kill the Pugna. Do it that way, carry the other guys around.
Agreed. There's definitely an argument for both, but I think you're right on that one. Just like the raw initiation power.
Yeah, at least if it's gonna be the mid for sure, that build. If it's the carry, it's a bit more debatable, I guess. Depends what last pick they go for.
And for right now, I'd assume again this should be carry on the DK. I know that we said that it should be the last time for Waska as well, but they did lose with it, so that means we were right.
Pat on the back for us.
As they go through, abandoning out the
Alchemist turned it around as well, by the way. We were saying Alchemist
was
the game, but now...
True.
Go on up.
Now he's going to win every game in this series.
Matthew's talking a lot. Seems like he's cooking.
Drafty Apper. Drafty Apper. I think that I'm surprised that they banned out the Mars. Sometimes actually Dawnbreaker isn't so bad into the Mars here just because you can always just press your ulti in on the arena if forever gets caught. But there's a lot of burst damage.
It's not like they have these super squishy supports as well that they really have to protect. Or like be the worst against the Mars.
Yeah.
Willow is sure, but not the Inch.
I guess it's in the spirit of getting these like flex heroes out. In a perfect world, Kunkka would be the next one, but I don't think they're playing that hero so often, so could just go for something more standard and, you know, maybe a tiny. Or Batrider.
Waska is banning the mids right now, so they're expecting the DK to be carried for sure.
Oh goodness, that is 2 stolen picks, both the DK and the Willow. A lot of respect there, huh?
At the same time, Waska got the Alec this time, so...
True. And the Lina! Okay.
Wait, that's like Carolina then?
I would assume so, unless they're going magic damage versus the Pugna, which feels like he could die after pressing Laguna Blade once.
Yeah, this doesn't strike me as a great Lina team.
This does not spark joy.
No, like you're playing into Nyx, Pugna as well. Really annoying supports you're playing as a Blink Alchemist and a Primal as well, like...
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Dark Magus.
Let's go. The Dark Mago Zeus. I mean, they are all in on killing someone when they find them. Send that Nyx Assassin in. Just go in, get the Spike Carapace, get this, the Vendetta hit, and then Dark Mago hopefully going to pick up some good kills on his ult. I like the team fight, a lot of magic damage, and something they may force out of New here. You don't love going auras on Dawnbreaker. You're not going to get to press those auras until you actually land on the person you're healing. So maybe forcing out a bit of a weird playstyle from the Dawnbreaker here.
Yeah, for sure. And this is actually going to be the mid Lina, so Zeus is typically really good against Lina, I want to say. You know, one of the benefits
you
of
like
having a
one of the run heroes that outrange her.
Yeah, right. There's really no other hero that does that except for Zeus, I think. Maybe Sniper, but...
That's true. Very happy that we're not seeing the Sniper in this one. I've had my fill of the Sniper gameplay.
Yeah, he can go back into the closet for a year.
Well, I mean, so game 1, we kind of liked what was going forward in the draft from both sides. Didn't really have a huge advantage. In this one, my heart wants Waska to win. But my brain says that what Azure has is just standard. It feels normal. Not a whole lot of variance there. Not taking many risks.
No, I see what you're getting at. I think for Waska, this looks a bit more well-rounded, you know?
Oh, okay.
It's like they have so much damage, they have pick-off, they have a better carry, you know? Like, not saying that Gyro is bad, I just think the Alk is a bit more well-rounded. It's more like the Luna in that sense. So I kind of like what they got going on. The tier 1 pressure with the Pugna, Nyx, Zeus, so much global pressure, tons of initiate, and yeah, I think it looks solid for Waska, if I had to guess.
Yeah. All right, and we'll see if Waska are able to make this draft work. They desperately want to get a win, but for Azure, they're really fighting for this one. Started out 1-3 coming into the series, and 0-2 would have been disastrous for them. Now already battling back, and they could find themselves even with Waska if they get another win on this game.
Here we go. Level 1 smoke from both teams already.
Yeah, and I think the level 1 is pretty decent for Waska here.
Yeah,
but
it looks like they want to go for a
end.
kill. They're moving 4-man bottom right now. So there's definitely something going on. Oh, I see. They want to protect the alchemist camps. This is what it is.
Yeah, they could definitely find someone. If they have ended up scouting the Zurray a lot and noticed that somebody does mosey their way down here more often than not,
Planet is coming.
this could just be a huge find. And there it is. He breaks his own smoke on this one, knows that there's people around. So if your only goal really was to protect the camps and a kill would be the cherry on top, then you're still happy as Waska.
Yeah, for sure. Planet's got out a really nice ward though. Matthew is pinging it, so wondering if they're gonna gamble in the sentry on it. Yep.
Nice.
Oh, that's
no, that was an obs. Oh no.
Ah, damn.
It's a disaster. Azure, maybe getting away with a bit of murder there. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
Okay.
he's sentryed. Okay.
No murder. And then they just get rid of the ward. Yeah, probably the right move. So, mid lane matchup, we said you actually kind of outrange the Lina, but Lina's still an oppressive laner. I mean, a lot of right click damage. Very hard sometimes to step up to what she offers in the mid lane, but Zeus gonna be playing more for just like getting these bottle charges, getting the mana boots, and making sure that you have your level 6 ready for maybe a fight on the side lane.
Yeah, for sure. And also just the sheer spam you get out on the Lina, it's gonna be super annoying for him to deal with. It's a fairly squishy hero that doesn't have innate sustain. So
bold ward to set honestly here from Han, but banking that it's gonna be like a 302 build from Dark Mago.
yeah, he's expecting the no lightning bolt.
Yeah. I'm always like, I don't know, kind of fearful whenever I play against the Zeus. I put my word like all the way to the left or all the way to the right. I had never put it anywhere close to the mid lane.
Oh, not for sure. He's probably gonna lose that one eventually.
See, definitely should be like 201. So maybe he just won't have lightning bolt by the time the word expires. And Matthew just blocking the camp here. Once again, a lane that should be favored here for the safe lane side, but Sacred, maybe there's going to be some like wave cutting shenanigans.
Matthew going for the wave pull. Nothing too surprising there. This is not really a lane they can contest, like you said, so just gotta find what you can.
Yeah, dragging the wave over here though. On the Enchantress, and there's still a hard camp available as well, so no, there's no ward there. Spotted blocking.
Actually, I didn't find the center there.
I think he just placed it. He placed it after the original sentry was placed.
Yeah, and it's just behind the tree, so you can't find it.
Mago, yeah, 302. He's leveling up pretty well, so I think he is going to get the point of the lightning bolt here eventually. And he is taking it really to that Lina.
Damn, it would have been so nice if Matthew got that water rune. Imagine what happens if Lina doesn't get that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Might actually have to run back to base or force a TP out from this court. Oh, interesting. So having the ability that persists even through the creep's death, interesting way maybe to deal with that Nyx assassin.
Yeah, very fortunate spawn from Emily's cast here. Alright. Maybe some action bottom. Nope.
So far, pretty decent CSing here from Azure. Even the Dawnbreaker having a pretty decent time versus Alk, who I don't think he went for the Belt of Strength build this time. Yeah, he went double Bracer. He's got a phase boot set coming. Like, kind of impressive that the Dawnbreaker is able to out CS in that margin.
Yeah, even if, especially if you consider the fact that the Subpugna in this lane is a really strong support, so.
Well, I'm sure that this is going to be eventually an aggressive lane, and maybe it's even going to start now. Let's say you have a stun, you have
out as well.
the Nether Blast. I think the only thing that you're missing here is that you'd like to really make these moves happen when the Zeus has ult, so you can get some freebies. He's way away from that one. Does have the lightning bolt, but no mana for it right now.
Really gonna need this water rune.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, just barely out in time. Does TP the whole way back to base, which means they could contest water runes here. Dark Mago. Oh, he wanted to go top, but there's already enchantress here. Now Han will go bottom.
But Mago is not gonna get it though.
No. Oh wait, is Udomi? I mean, Udomi's holding, but I don't think he's allowed to. Yeah. So now no bottle for Zeus. Sometimes this is just, you know, the way that you counter him. Make sure that he's not able to get that mana regen because he is using that entirely to CS versus this Lina.
Yeah, he's gonna have to walk to base though after this wave, pretty much.
I think so, yeah. Oh, he might get sent back to lane if he's not careful.
Range creep. I can't.
And Han kind of pump faking which creep he's going after, and then he gets the deny. Oh,
you can tell this guy's a Lina player. All the small.
Really well done here. And with that, I mean, it kind of sets up a potential 3-lane victory. I think the only thing that you're holding like a little bit coping is that this Nyx Assassin has a lot of CS just from killing all these creeps from the Enchantress.
Look at that 10 different planets. No, he doesn't know.
Oh!
Now he knows, surely.
He has an idea, yeah. And he's getting ran down. Got to be a bit careful here.
Matthew's here as well. So kind of a trial lane on trial lane. This is not exactly what you want if you're the alchemist.
No, I mean, your levels are still really important to farm. Sometimes when it's a hero that just needs the gold, you don't mind so much because you just want the CS, right? And if your trialing gives you that, then you don't mind, but I don't think he's really getting that. Now Sacred. He's getting a lot of creeps. There is a fortification available. I wonder if they pull it here.
That would be actually pretty value for it there if they did.
Yeah, I guess not.
Because if
No,
they
it's
do,
available
and
on
then-
the Zeus. Ooh.
Yeah. Rune fighting coming. He does have a mango as well, so he has extra spells to pump it. Oh.
Ooh, that is close. You want this smoke? He does. They get the kill here. Matthew picks up the shield rune. Didn't want Planted to pick it up instead. He still has the Shadow Realm, but there's a lot of AoE damage. Oh, that's true, yeah. Just trying to get whatever he can.
Yep.
Nice, Mago picking up the kill as well. But now Pyke getting ran at here. Doesn't have a whole lot to work. A nice stun. Can he juke through the trees? Trying to salve up, and he'll be out of here in time.
Yeah, really well nice event for Waska here.
Yeah, I mean, first blood, then
First
getting the
blood.
kill there, and now
Look at-
living on Pyke. That's so huge.
Yeah, that's huge. Can't even get a spell off. The Nether Ward just too strong for him, and obviously does lose damage as well.
Yeah, if he pressed the Laguna with the Netherward down, he would have just died. That's why it's so weird sometimes whenever you, like, this Pugna is so good into physical damage. So then you pick up a hero that does spells, but like, Netherward also got buffed. It's really hard to play into Pugna right now. Oh, Blue.
And Pugna also has this new talent, right? Or facet, sorry, where it gives you damage to HP. So whenever somebody spends a lot of mana, you get healed as the Pugna, which is obviously gonna be great against Laguna later on.
Oh yeah. No, it's gonna keep you alive a lot. The rest of the team might still hurt, but at that point as a laner, you're like going in to trade your life, and that's not really, especially what a mid laner wants to do. Mid laner just wants to eliminate a hero from the map and like be alive to do it again. That was a lot of damage actually. Sacred trying to get out of this one. The onslaught, it's not gonna get him out of here. That's 4 heroes coming down to kill this guy. Space created?
Yeah, they spent a lot dealing with him, and meanwhile, Mago is just farming up a stack, potentially getting the rune as well. So, I mean, at some point you have to kick him out, right? I get it. Just it's very costly this time.
Man, not very easy at all. And We are getting closer to having the Zeus ulti up again. Looks like it's up now, just needs the mana for it. So we'll see if somebody's able to make something happen on a side lane. We're still missing Vendetta on the Nyx Assassin. That really makes it easy, but he hasn't gotten a chance to get much more gold or XP. It's only been 3 kills in the game so far.
Yeah, and obviously he had to leave his lane early to, you know, provide that solo XP for Sacred, so I think he's gonna have to get it based on the fact, like, he might stack for Sacred or Mago, and he can also, you know, obviously walk around and kill the big creeps, as he has done just on his big camp right here.
Yeah, not the worst thing to do in the world, but still really hard for him to get these early moves going. That's usually why we talk about like how good Nyx Assassin is on 4 versus 5, because typically he's getting that extra XP. Now we just haven't felt that. And, okay, Sacred will take this all day though. If he's just making the Dragon Knight like walk around to try to find him instead of hitting creeps, like that's inevitably gold for your team.
Yeah, for sure. He's buying so much time for this lane as well, where he could spend it farming instead. So.
Yeah. Really well done. On the other side, Pyke is just living his life. He's got acid spray on a hard camp stack. He's got all the creeps down here from the wave as well. The more you can get actual lane creeps from the Alchemist, the better off you are.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I think where this lineup is maybe going to shine even more is eventually once we have this 6 on the Nyx Assassin versus a Dawnbreaker lineup, you want to find her. Nyx Assassin can do that, especially with the Zeus ult. They're TPing him in as well. This could be the fight that they need here. Right now, the Enchantress trying to keep the DK healthy, but Liu, oh, so much magic damage. And now with the Decrep, there's so much damage around. They instantly kill off this DK, have a lot of heroes up here, and well, Pugna, oh, actually running back towards the mid lane. I thought they'd want to take up top.
Yeah, I thought so too. I guess they're going for the rune, but this time it's going to spawn bottom, so, but he's still moving. I thought for sure they would attack the top tower now with the Pugna Blast.
Yeah. I don't love that.
Yeah, same.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I feel like now it's going to be a little bit harder. The DK's allowed to come back up. Yeah, maybe a bit of a misplay here from Waska.
He's running all the way back to bottom.
Wow. That is a trek. I guess they're trying to protect the Alchemist here, which definitely does need to happen, but I think one of the better ways you can protect him is by bringing him with you. Bring him up, take that top tower, and let him farm up there instead.
I agree with you. I think pressuring at this time of the game is always easier than later as the Pugna.
Oh, yeah. So. Especially because there's no Blink Daggers up. Once there's Blink Daggers around, things get so much more difficult.
So Han is queuing up to travel, so he really wants to play this slowly now.
I mean, he hasn't really been pressured at all to like stop this from happening. Outside of him looking for the primal, nothing has really changed about his game. A lot of heal here from the Enchantress, but still, Sacred picking up the kill. And this is the Nyx Assassin build we want to see. It's taking time.
I mean, he might be able to solo kill this the Lina with a there's a backup of Zeus.
Yeah. No, I was thinking that like his game should probably be to try to find the Dawnbreaker, but yeah, Lina absolutely, especially going for the bot. Not a whole lot of stats. I mean, you're getting the most amount of health from like a wand on Lina. It's not that much.
Yeah, exactly. And his next item is most likely not going to be that. Okay, he's going for the Ag straight. Okay, so it's going to be like the Spellcaster Lina. More so than like the Gleipnir route or whatever.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, just going back into the mid lane here. Maybe wants to get something going. Ah, it's the haste rune.
Still zero tower pressure coming out from Radiant with the Pugna.
I know, it's so weird because like we have this Alk farming, but like Pugna wants his stuff too.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Is it worth it? Is it really worth it to just like wait on everything as long as your Alk is hitting creeps?
I don't think so. It's better if you're pushing towers while Alk is hitting creeps.
Ooh, this is a move I can get behind. This is the right thing to do. Do they have the damage from the Zeus? No, it's not. They needed to do this a lot faster, and instead she's going to get away. Now Dawnbreaker ult still available. They may not be able to get even kill on the Enchantress, and it looks like they won't. Now trying to heal up from Yudomi. Kind of a failed move from Waska here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, why not go blast the towers instead? Make something happen this way.
Yeah, I agree.
We're gonna sound like a broken record after this, but I feel like it's a bit of wasted potential.
No way you have a Primal Beast and a Pugna and you have not taken a single tower yet. I mean, I think that just speaks for itself.
Even attempted it, right? See, now Dire gets to make the move. They already have the blink on the DK. That's actually interesting. He went for the Oblivion Staff straight into the blink instead of layer.
Huh. Just like the raw stats is what he really wants.
Yeah. So now they get to do the first move, but they have this AFK build on the Lina with the bot instead of Radiant being the team making the move while they have a Zeus. So.
Oh, Pyke, this is an interesting TP to make. I'm worried for him. I feel like he could die here, absolutely.
Yeah, if he's not careful. But DK has actually decided
okay, they left.
He's done with this.
Yeah.
Matthew going for Wisdom Rune Steal?
Could be. So he's got plenty of time to make it as well. Nobody's really around. He's got that free pathing, so he's zooming.
He is.
Now, if that was Eki would have stood on top of the rune, waited for somebody to hit him, and then ran away.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now he's got the pipe. A really early one for Neo. And honestly, I don't think this pipe is really for his team. I think that pipe is actually just for him, so he can get gone on by this Nyx and this Zeus, and he still feels fine. I could have seen that being an Eternal Shroud for him, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to help so much against the Zeus and the Alec. It's mainly magic damage.
Yeah.
For now, at least. So, yeah.
Early on, that's just like the life of the Alchemist. So much of your damage is with your, acid spray stun and your radiance that your right clicks don't really matter until you have some subsequent items. Now it's going to be up to the next tier to maybe make something happen. It's going to be solo kills around the map. Maybe it's canceling the ulti from the Dawnbreaker, but something needs to change with the way that Wasker are taking this game, because even with the farming Alk, Lina DK can definitely outscale you.
Yeah, for sure. And if the game state keeps going, like we talked about it in the pre-game, in the game one as well, it's like slow and steady is not what you want if you're Wasker. I feel like.
This is very slow for Waska. I know they're leading the kill score, but like this is not what they want.
It's like they're putting so much pressure on Pyke to do everything when they're playing like this, I feel like. Because now he got his blink, it's minute 15, but it's nighttime. It's so hard to make it work.
Yep.
You see, like he doesn't even see the Lina. Now he sees him, but
now the stun on him. Matthew coming over. Need to get the kill here soon, and they will do it. Yodomi dies on the other side because Lou and New, they're both on top of this Primal. And now Pyke, I don't think he can do this all on his own. Zeus is going to end up getting a kill first. This could be the turnaround that they need. Need to toss out that stun first and reevaluate. Can we actually take this fight? Lina's gone, but that DK is still kind of hefty.
yeah, overall not the worst. I mean, it's pretty good trade, to be honest. They get a Lina for the Primal. Mainly if you compare the course, which is nice, but it's so random, it's just they just find the Lina randomly by walking into each other with the Alk. Now they're gonna go for the DK, but it's no way they're gonna get him.
That was for the deny.
Oh yeah.
the creep deny is what they really wanted.
Mental damage.
I mean, so far that's the only damage they've really been able to do afterwards. Yeah, Zeus. We talked about this amalgamation of a build here from Mago. So the Phylactery is started up so we can do some extra damage in fights, but he's turning up into the right click again.
Yes, indeed. And I wonder if that's going to be the right choice, because right clicking, like man fighting a Lina and a DK if you're still not sure.
Feels like the reason that you picked this Zeus was because you're not far away from the Lina. You better be stacking Dragon Lances or something if you really want to get outrange the Lina with a right click.
You gotta get that ballista, I guess.
All right, just let me wait for 60 minutes and hopefully a patch, and then we can take him, guys. Now it's going to be even harder for this Nyx Assassin to make moves because Dawnbreaker is only going to be farming around wards. You can see they literally sandwich her with wards right now to make sure that this Nyx Assassin can't enter.
And it's not like these heroes are going to get, less tanky.
Yeah.
I mean, not even
continue to pop.
Not even getting the tier 1 feels almost criminal to me. Like, not even
It really does. I mean, they finally gotten the top tier 1, sure, but like that's any lineup is gonna get that, off lane tier 1. what we really wanted to see was the mid pressure. And while I am seeing mid pressure, it's not from the Pugna team.
Yeah, look how confident they are now with the pipe. They're so ready. They got the Blink TK covered, they got the Dawnbreaker ulti in the pipe, so...
It's a DD on Lina. You kill her first, or you don't try this at all. They're going in. They do have the trample. The damage is there, and Dawn is not able to stop this. Nyx Assassin even stunning her on the way down. Didn't even want to cancel. Bring her on over. I'll take a Dawnbreaker, too. Trying to get a next stun on the Enchantress. She's out of here, but still a very successful fight from Waska. What can they do with it?
They just burst the Lina so easily, and then, yeah, easy fights from there. See, that wasn't so hard, right, guys? We got a BKB on the Primal.
I feel like at this point, the way that fight went, we might want to see an early Blink Dagger from Matthew so we can reliably cancel the ulti.
Guys, you have to get the tower. Like, they're chasing this instead of getting the mid tower.
Oh, no. I'm sad, Hanskin. I'm sad.
Yeah, me too. Oh, they got these cats.
I don't even care, though. I mean, this tower is actually going to get defended by Dawnbreaker. Oh.
It means so much for the Nyx to get these towers, right? That's gold for his Dagon. That's more map to move around. That's more pickup potential, but...
The more map is huge, too. Like, there's essentially, like, these nodes on the map that he cannot pass through. The only place that he can even try to go into is the Dire Jungle, and they have it double warded. Azure know this, too.
Yeah. I mean, they have the gold lead right now on Waska, but imagine what the game would look like if they got these towers. I mean...
Yeah, the Alk has a gold lead, but, you know, 3K at 20 minutes, that's even in an Alchemist book.
Okay, he's got a BKB now on Pike, so I take it that means they're going to smoke up, and yeah, here we go. They're going to make another move, potentially fight for this rune, get the Lina kill again if they can, but... It's so hard to make the right smoke now when the tier 1 is up, because like you go left, you know, top jungle, you don't find anybody, you can't circle back into the triangle afterwards, right? You have to choose one and it has to hit.
And even if you don't, I mean, even if you do find someone here, there's towers literally all around you that you can TP into to make something happen. They're gonna try to split the difference here, but Planet, it's not the fight that you want, but it'll be an acceptable one, I suppose. Oh, but maybe they can turn on the Han? Yeah.
Got him. Or maybe.
There it is, and they canceled the ulti. That's exactly what you need. Matthew right on point. And now Leo has to back away. They'll cancel the TP on everybody else. A beautiful job to use the scouting Zeus ulti and find the target you need.
Nice, super good move by Waska. Exactly what they had to do, and obviously we're gonna see it here once more. When they go on the Lina, the Carapace against the Dawnbreaker ulti.
Right?
It's such a... yeah.
Impossible.
It feels bad. It feels so bad if you're the Dawnbreaker.
You know the best part about that move?
Yeah, what is it?
They took mid tower.
They took the mid tower. Now we're game.
that is so good.
Now we have Dagon Nyx, and this Lina, like, if he has to always be protected, or he will simply just die. Like,
yeah. And who's he saving this rune for? So not Yadami. Who's picking it up here?
It's a Pike.
Okay. So pretty good for them here, even getting themselves a Tormentor. If the Shard goes to the Nyx Assassin, I feel like that might be best case scenario.
Okay, they get it on the Pugna.
Not the worst in the world, because, you know, being able to use that on the Nether Ward, pretty nice. Cast range even on Nether Ward is pretty good, but
yep.
You know, break on Nyx, pretty valuable this game, especially versus the DK.
Yeah, for sure.
So how are the BKBs going to come up in this game? Because I feel like whenever I play against the Pugna, BKB isn't the only thing that I need. You need both the BKB and an Nullifier or a Revenant Spruce if your hero can afford it. So BKBs for Azure Ray are good, especially playing versus like a Zeus and a Primal Beast. But like it feels like the BKB timing isn't everything for Azure Ray, whereas Waska like feels like all they need.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, right now they got it. They got the BKB blink on Alk, and they're gonna go again. He's also going for the Orchid build on Alk, by the way, but we'll talk about.
Ooh. I do like it. I feel the killable again, like on the support's really nice, and the late BKB still don't have one on Han. I mean, silenced up. What does this Lina do?
Oh, they can't.
They saw him just at the very last second, but they really want this Dawnbreaker, I feel. And said, oh, DK with just barely getting the blink away. They might be able to turn this fight. They're TPing in. Lena's gone. Almost had it there, but I wonder if Waska, they continue to force it. And Azure could turn a really nice fight if they do.
Pretty fortunate there to get out on everybody for AR. Not gonna lie.
Really good blink from DK. This
Yeah, it was
insane.
really good. He had the BKB after, but if they got the first down, that means your second and third is gonna hit and pulverize as well. And now AR is looking to make the move potentially.
Right? He was looking. I almost wanted to jump in on that stun. This is about the time last game as well where things started to turn around a little bit towards Azure. They like these item timings late. They know what their timing that they want to hit is, and this could be it.
They're definitely looking for it. I think this
Roshan's
Roshan
up.
it's not that straightforward though. Like it's not like either team has a super good Roshan killing, ability or hero.
No, especially we're missing a few stacks on Lena. It's magic damage Lena, so she doesn't really take Roche. A little bit that we're missing here. Yodomi stepping really far forward, but both heroes just like kind of jump on the back line. One gets the kill and one doesn't. So now Pike in a bit of danger, having to pop the BKB, sitting on top of these Azure heroes, and now even coming in on Sacred, already in the sky on the Dawnbreakers. You can't even cancel the ulti with Nyx Assassin anymore. They wanted to get the kill on the Lena. Maybe they found her. Pike is on top. They could get the kill. They will. They trade away for Yodomi. That's a very worthwhile trade for Waska. But that was the buyback of the Pugna.
They want to get to DK though.
They do, but the DK, he's turning around as if he got Matthew. I don't think that was actually the case.
Oh, the break as well.
Oh my goodness, where did that come from? How farmed is Sacred?
Yeah, right?
That wasn't even on my radar at all. It certainly wasn't on Azure's radar. They damn near got team wiped. Sitting in front of the Roshan pit. Matthew, please. Matthew.
Oh, no.
Okay.
The question is, are they going to go for the Roche themselves? Is it going to be enough time?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good point. I mean, they could just go up top.
No, I don't think they're
Even the replay is stunned. It cannot believe that they were able to turn that fight around, because it seemed like it started really well for Azure.
Yeah, no, it did. I mean, getting the Pugna for free is definitely huge. He didn't get the Netherward out, but fortunately for Waska, he had a buyback, so he was able to come back in. He was a dieback, but the main thing is he got the Netherward out from after the buyback, so after that, I mean, they can just get to Lena easily. As long as you get any hero on top of him, he's basically gonna die. You have so much burst. And after the BKBs run out, it's not... You can't do much if you die, I think.
So clearly the Nether Ward is a really important thing to fight around. Almost ruins the Azure game. So why don't you just go refresher there on the Pugna then? And just have two of them.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, he found the Willow. Matthew's rolling up on the backside. He doesn't want anyone else but the Lena, but he missed the stun on her. She might actually be able to get away now with only the Spike Carapace. I don't think it's protected as he seems. Dawnbreaker still able to get the ulti off as well. This could turn around again for Azure. Alchemist getting gone on here. Does the Yodomi have the save? Pike trying to run away, but the anti-heal from the Spirit Vessel is keeping him at bay. Now he's able to toss in one more stun. Sacred with the break. It's on three. He's just trampling everybody. Gives Spike the opportunity to get back in. Trying to find Lou here, but the stun from the Dark Willow, it could be enough. He gets away, but Sacred does not want to pull the trigger the whole way down, especially since he went down on the back line with Dark Mago. 3 heroes at very low HP here, and Pike wants to finish somebody off, but he can't. Pristine efficiency from Azure to use every bit of their HP pulls as much as they need.
Holy shit, what is this fight? It's so close. Look at this DK barely surviving here. They missed the stun on Lena, and then the comeback or the turnaround with the Dawnbreaker ulti comes in.
Man,
Pike doesn't go down. Everyone making spells left and right.
Literally just dodging, sidestepping all over. And this is where I thought it could turn around, but there just wasn't anywhere else to go.
It's so close. If just 1 or 2 spells hit one way or the other, the fight is it's just gonna decide right or get decided right there.
I think just a Dispel, just another Dispel on Pike could have been the difference here.
Yep.
Again, I say that, in a lineup like this, you might want a Manta, but we haven't really seen that much on Alchemist. I don't know what other Dispel you want unless, he's going to go for a Disperser or something.
Oh, here we go. They're going to enter the gate. Oh, they're going for it anyway.
Okay, yeah, they're certainly going. They find the Dawnbreaker, a really good target first. The hammer, it's out there. She can't go to it, and Sacred will get the kill on you.
All right, nice PKB.
Mm-hmm.
So they put the Aegis on the DK over the Lina, even though this DK has like a full utility build pretty much. He's got a BKB for staff, so it's not really the typical carry DK that we see.
Yeah.
Sorry, I would have liked that one.
I don't know, I'm a little surprised because it feels like the Dragon Knights have been mostly damaged, but I guess they really are just, I don't know, just putting all eggs into the Lina damage basket and just enabling her to do it.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
So anyway, they get to tier 2, which is obviously nice. Now they're able to flip the map over whenever they feel strong, and if I'm them, I want to keep going, regardless if the DK has a Aegis or not. I want to go before the Lina has the BKB.
The Lina BKB changes everything. I mean, the Nyx Assassin is trying to get on top of her every single fight.
Yeah, the Zeus as well, like the Nether Ward, everything is going to change for the Lina, like you said. And it's not like this Aegis DK is so threatening, right? So you can just ignore him at this point. He's going for like the full utility, so...
Hard game right now. Hard game indeed for Waska. Even though they have the net worth lead, it feels like these fights have just gone like a fraction differently than what they want. Now, is it because the Zeus right-click build hasn't come online yet?
I mean, part of it, yes, and part of it just the fight hasn't gone their way. I feel like they're actually quite strong, especially once the Alk picks up his AC here.
I wish I almost had an Ags on Zeus to help lock down this Lina even further whenever the Nyx Assassin finds her.
Right? I feel like Mago is pretty set on this right-click Zeus build.
Yeah.
We've been questioning it a bit this game. But, you know, he might prove us wrong.
So far, I mean, game is definitely a little bit even. Dawnbreaker once again sees the entire map and knows everywhere where Waska is hiding. Also knows that there's not really anybody around.
High ground about to be posed here. Yaromi has to be careful. He's currently sitting alone.
And they're trying to get a fight going around this Nether Ward, but Lou able to just like slow siege these towers. As you said, he's got a Hurricane Pike, the Blink, the Mage Slayer. Like, he's not your traditional, you know, weak carry hitting towers. He's kind of thick and he's got a lot of mobility on him. It's going to be hard to lock him up.
So you got your AC now for Pike. I wonder, are they really going to wait to solo this out? You might as well at this point, right? Lina just finishes BKB, also has a haste, so... If there was a time to strike, it would have been sooner, right? Before the BKB.
Oh, yeah.
Might as well. Now you might as well wait.
I don't know if the Lina's gonna wait up though. I feel like most of the Lina timing, you just want to like nuke someone down every chance that your abilities are up. And yeah, has the Ags up. I think as far as New goes, his game might be a lot easier now. As soon as you get into the air as a Dawnbreaker, doesn't matter if the Carapace comes out or not. You can't stop the ulti anymore. You have to be there like in the fraction of a second, which is why I thought the Blink might come out for the next assassin, but it's much too late for that now. Udomi? Interesting move.
Okay. Interesting smoke. They're gonna circle back. I guess they didn't see the Tormentor taking damage?
Guess not. But does mean the Tormentor is going to go to Sacred, so he's got rocks and he's got the break. He's like very farmed out of nowhere too. Like whenever he came in with the first break, I was like, I didn't even know that was alive. And he's just constantly getting more and more items that really help out his game. Next up for him is going to be the SNY. He just wants to be strong.
Interesting. Taking some inspiration from Amor, I guess. It's not an item you see on Primal every day. But
no.
Sacred Primal is legit, so I'll trust that the SNY.
It's true.
Good.
That is true. I feel like it's such a good Shiva's game. I kind of assumed that was going to be like why they still were comfortable with this lineup. and having him in, because how much heal is coming around here. Enchantress, Dawnbreaker, the passive of the DK.
Right.
It seems like there's so much you need to overcome here.
No, I definitely feel like shooting. Okay, here we go. We see they're gonna decide to poke it up once more. Oh,
Pulverize
for him.
No BKB popped. He's actually just fine for now. They're really trying to just take him out, and they just kill him. They killed him in front of his team, and they watched.
They get Niu as well. I did not expect that. Not gonna lie, the break.
I don't think anybody did.
So useful.
Dude,
What the
DK
hell?
really just ran up to that tower. Was like, what are they gonna do? Kill me? And then they indeed just killed him.
All right, and now we have a Bloodthorn coming out from Pyke as well. That's gonna mean the next time they do that, it's gonna be twice as easy, pretty much.
Oh, Matthew was just right there. He's sitting right on top of the DK the whole time, just begging somebody to press an ulti in on him. He did die at the end, but he did his job. Really well done there from Matthew. Raw positioning, it literally got them that kill on the DK. So now, I mean, they've gotten so much gold on themselves. Yeah, they have the Bloodthorn up too. The fights only continue to get better, and I feel like Dark Mago is going to age like some sort of wine where items can only be good for this. I don't think he hits a necessary power spike until he's 8 slotted.
Yeah, I feel like there's gonna be some super science tools coming out later on, you know. The Parast might get that added minus.
Yeah.
Spell lamp.
Surely Parasma Conda are like the next two. At this point, you have to be kind of happy. I've seen some people go for like a Moon Shard. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Moonshard. I mean, that used to be the build, right, when it came along.
Yeah.
It's actually very tanky for this sort of build.
Mm-hmm. And it does mean that he does not care at all about what his ulti does for like damage. It's only for vision. So.
They see the DK again.
Yeah.
Whoa! Oh, this.
Whoa! Pyke is all the way in. You gotta help him out. I think the Pulverize coming through with the Bloodthorn. He's gone, dude. They had so much damage to this Dawnbreaker. Now they've got eyes on the Enchantress here. She's gonna get taken out. A double stun on DK and the Ench, but they don't necessarily have the follow-up. And honestly, why beg for more? You've already got the Dawn kill.
Yeah, behind the tier 2 as well.
Yeah.
Holy shit! They just went for it and they killed Niu. I mean, he doesn't have anything to protect himself, right? He went for the Aghanim Pipe Nullifier build, which is designed to protect everyone else, and then, you know, get the decrypt out of the equation. But yeah, once they find him, he can't do anything. There's no save apart from him on the lineup. So
Pyke terrifies me. Whenever he blinks like that into the midst of 4 heroes, it's just like a jump scare. Happy Halloween, guys.
Yeah, right. It's like this man has no fear, really.
Now with the 9,000 net worth lead, I mean, they're just going to be able to hold the map like this. Roshan will be up in a minute and a half, so not the quickest spawn, but dead even. Han is going to look for an assassination. He's got the Silver Edge specifically for this reason. It's kind of hard to do that in a team fight, but if he can find something out on the map, it's really good for his team to delay at least this timing of Waska. Oh, and actually isn't even going for the Blink Dagger anymore on Matthew. I guess noticing that the Axe is complete on the Dawnbreaker just wants to live.
Yeah, I mean, his spells are so useful, right? The more stuns, the more mana burns he gets out in a fight, the better. So he gets to stay on this, stays alive. Like, after BKB on the Lina, it's so terrifying, you know, dealing with another ward and then maybe 3 or 4 mana burns from the Nyx. It's a lot.
And indeed it is. Now they're just sitting up here waiting for the Roche to spawn. No matter what, it is going to spawn up here. Matthew just barely getting away in time, and I think he is going to kill that creep. So honestly, a few timings used there from Matthew, because I think he had to break his invis for it.
Yeah, he did. But the cooldown is really short.
Oh, yeah. We'll have that up soon. Still, though, I feel this is definitely on Azure to try to get in here and take a good fight. Spot out the Nyx Assassin. Get an initiation with the DK. And here it is. The ulti can absolutely just be used for vision. They see that somebody is down at their triangle. Might try to go down and get something done, or just keep holding Roche.
The thing is for AR is they have to get in there and find a way to scout it out. And when they can't use the Ench creep for it, sooner or later, they're gonna have to send heroes.
Right now, they're just all in the Roshan pit. 4 heroes locked up here. Really only one scouting out, and it's gonna be the Nyx Assassin to hopefully break some of these smokes. Bloodthorn does too much damage. Azure Ray, are they gonna actually come in here to try to stop this? Aegis gets taken. They're giving it over to Dark Mago. They haven't started anything just yet. Now the Dark Willow getting caught out. They do get the stun. It was the LSA and then the self-stun on the Alchemist. He's not able to step forward just yet, but they don't really need to. They just kill the Dark Willow as well. They can slowly encroach the map, almost like Azure Ray does.
Yeah, really well done by Waska. Also not deciding to overchase here, walking into enemy vision. Really wise move. So just get what you got. You get the Aegis, get the Willow kill, and reset. Wait to your BKBs, and then you go again. Well, it's not.
BKB is very important.
Yeah, and now we're gonna get the Shiva as well on top. It's completely the right call. I think very nice choice.
Oh yeah, I mean the this really completes I think the build that we need from the Primal Beast. I love that he did this instead of going for the SNY. I feel like now we're on track, and this high ground is very doable from Waska.
Yeah, it is. And this Aegis is super terrifying, not gonna lie. Look at him, he's super jacked.
Yeah, 3k HP. He doesn't even have, like, sometimes you see treads with this build, but because he started off with the Spellcaster, all of his attack speed is coming in from these right-click items instead.
The only problem I see for them is, like, he's not... Oh, here we go. They found Jado maybe once more.
Well, they did. I don't know what they're doing with it, though, because out there, even if they do kill him, it's spooky. Should go down here, I think. Oh, maybe creating some space here. Sacred gonna get stunned up. He does have BKB in 3 seconds, but the nuke damage might be too much. Han able to take him down with the Laguna Blade, and this just severely delayed the Waska power play.
It did, and here's a stealth stun. They might go for more.
Oh,
they don't see him though.
Oh, is he trying to give the Ags to someone? I imagine the Ags isn't bad for the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, he gave it to the Nyx. That's gonna help them siege later on, and also obviously defending their tier 3 here.
Unless he dies, because this is Han coming in, just eliminating another hero. There was no Nether Ward on the ground in time, I don't think, so he was just able to take it and run away.
Yeah, he was trying to line up the burrow, but just a bit too late. I feel like he can't really die, especially if he gets decrypt and life drained.
Yeah. Dark Mago, you are a brave boy, stepping up there. And Pike, speaking of brave, he's got BKB, but what if he gets stunned up, chain locked? Looks like they do get the blink backwards. Now it's your time. There's no Dawnbreaker. Dark Mago goes in forward with the BKB. This is the power of the right-click build. He's no fragile Zeus. He can step up with the rest of the team. They cancel the TP on the DK. He's gone as well. It's just a buyback on Matthew. Waska, they turn this one around and maybe even take their talents to the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Yeah. This should be go time for... They still have the Aegis for... How long is it? Okay, we're gonna see the fight again. So Pike actually does a nice bait here. Stalling them up, and then Mago is like, I'm going in. They use their stuns, and Neo, once again, you see he can't really do anything in terms of fighting. He doesn't have a BKB or anything. And obviously it's super nice stun on the tail end there. It's a play from Matthew.
Really well done, and now just another tower to take. Yadomi feeling his power, and Zeus, I mean, now that this Parasma is finished, okay, he's going for the Swift Blink next. I didn't know if he would go for the Conda if the crit was that important, you know, for the right-click portion of it, but it looks like he's just happy continuing to do this outstretched damage.
Yeah, he'll get it eventually, I'm sure. It's just a matter of...
Whoa!
Han in trouble.
There she is! They were looking for the Lena, and it turned out she was right on top of Matthew. Matthew with an instant kill there, and they could just run this right up the high ground.
Yeah, for sure. Look at how much damage Matthew does on his own. By the way, it's like half his HP right there.
God.
Alright. There's also no buyback for Han coming out, so... Of course, Waska doesn't know this. They have to assume that he does.
Matthew did 1,600 damage
by
himself. Holy moly. Yeah, he's definitely pumping, and now it's a high ground defense here for Azure Ray without the Lena, which is a lot of the real defense coming out here. They are shoving Dark Mago out here to hit the tower. He's got about 20 seconds left on the Aegis. It's a bit spooky for him, but maybe if they keep him locked down here, they're trying. They don't want to kill him, saving him a little bit. Even with the Dawnbreaker, he's only got 10 seconds left. Here comes the Dawn ult. It won't get canceled out at all. Pyke is up on the high ground with nobody really around him to help. They're going to kill out the next assassin. Now with the Aegis, it's going to get reclaimed. This is now a good fight for Azure, but they're still missing their Lina. New precarious position, already used his ulti here. Pyke jumped in really far forward. The Force Staff will get him a little bit forward out, but the Spirit Vessel is really hindering his ulti. Dark Mago wants to step forward, but man, you're still a Zeus.
Yeah, Han is respawning as well now. I think our AR still wants to keep going. Pyke's gonna stun. Oh, just wisely decides to back off. A lot of things happened there. Matthew actually dies back, but it shouldn't matter, seeing as they balanced the odds with getting the planet kill. That should be all, but they didn't really get
anything on the high ground.
Yeah, did Zeus just get an axe pulled by Pyke? He did.
Ah, he did. I know for sure he did not buy that on his own fruition.
Yeah, so then even more bursts coming out.
It's just so nice for finding the Lina. We saw even in the last one, just his ulti was enough. It's very unfortunate for the Lina that she was right next to a Nyx assassin when the ult came out, but even now, when they find her, they can force an early pop of the BKB as soon as that Nimbus hits.
And yeah, this Lina game, it's not going to get easier. That is for sure. Playing against all these bursts from the Zeus, the Nyx, and the Pugna. And on top of that, you have 2 Blink Jumpers. It's not a Lina dream.
No. Lina is, I don't know. I think the Pugna is somewhat ruining a lot of what she wants to do because she generally just wants to like find people and nuke them all the way down. But with the Nether Ward, it's very hard for you to do that for free.
Yeah, for sure. I see Enge going for an MKB of his own.
Wow.
Realizes that the Lina is probably not going to be like, if they get a jump, sure, he can go in and pop somebody with his BKB, but if it's not that straightforward, they're going to need more power.
More power indeed, and something that'll give it both teams more power here. It's going to be Roshan that could respawn in about 1 minute. So we'll see who has the control of it. Right now, there's only, a few buybacks here on Waska. They're missing a lot of gold. They also don't even have one on the Nyx assassin available. Yeah. So Azure could actually find themselves in a favorable fight if they use the buybacks correctly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this Alk is pretty far from having a buyback still. He's been pulling so many axes, so he's not going to have one. I think Mago just bought something, did he? Okay, he's getting a Lincoln's.
I see.
So he sold the phylactery, actually. I mean, it makes sense. This means he can't get caught by the DK anymore. So aside from DK, there's not really a whole lot that can actually get on top of him.
Yeah, I support buying out when it's something like that defensive, where it could just extend your life and make it so the buyback didn't need to happen in the first place.
But yeah, not many buybacks. It's only the Pugna for Radiant, and for the Dire, it's Willow and Lina.
Yeah, not a lot at all. They're not even like sitting around Roshan. They're just continuing to move as a team, pushing this wave. But Azure, they could find somebody picked out here from Waska.
Yeah, they're gonna have to place a ward soon on Radiant to play around it, but they haven't decided to yet. There we go. The spot has been chosen.
They're all gonna set up camp here.
Oh, they have another one up here. Okay.
Ward on the backside, yeah, but on the high ground, Sacred, that is a big boy. Why? Chargers, why? He was going just all in. The team wasn't really behind. Now this Dragon Knight in so much danger here. Dark Mago is actually beating right into the DK. The Al could fall. Nuked down by Han. But now it's up to Dark Mago to do all the damage. And I think he's got it in the pack. He could get another Thunderbolt maybe on Lina. No, she's able to escape down to the high ground. But they still already lost 3 heroes. Make it 4 right after this Dark Willow falls. An interesting trade here for the Alchemist, but it's still one fight from Waska.
Yeah, Mago is just, he's way too strong, man. Like, they need to find a way to get on him, or if they don't, he's just gonna kill everybody, I feel like.
Oh. Alchemist passed the torch off to Dark Mago. He will now be the sacrifice, just so the Dark Mago can continue to do damage in these fights.
Yeah, and you saw the DK in that fight. Like, he got the BKB off so late, he was almost dead by the point. It's not that I blame him. They just have so much damage in their lineup. It's unreal.
And it's something that, like, the Dawnbreaker doesn't do all that well sometimes, is with the heal, with the auras. You can either provide the auras at the start of the fight, or you can provide the heal. You can't provide both unless you're literally, like, ulting on top of yourself, which is very dangerous sometimes.
Yeah. And that's another Axe from the Roshan. Which is going to
get sold so that the Alchemist can buy it for me instead.
Right. What happened to the Axe? I don't... Oh, Nyx is holding it. I see.
Give it to the Enchantress so that she's worth more whenever she dies.
That'll be the next level of mine. BM.
He's just able to, like, click it on other heroes and just throw into the jungle. Maybe that's just the ultimate BM.
Yeah.
You hear the... you got yourself an Aghanim Scepter and then a Vendetta Nyx is on top of you.
You know, there used to be a thing in Dota where you could drop your BKB, and if the enemies destroyed it, you bought a new one, you got a 9-second BKB back.
Oh, whoa!
But that is long gone, unfortunately.
No. It looks like they gave it over to the Primal Beast, so he sold his Axe and then picked up the one from Roshan. So I believe the one from Roshan also gives the stats with it whenever you, like, eat it up, rather than the one that you can, like, ingest from shop. Yep. And also it means that he's getting closer and closer to this Hex.
Also having that SNY, of course. So that means probably no refresher slot on this Primal, which...
Yeah, probably not, unless he switches out the phase boots, which is a bit weird sometimes on Primal.
Yeah, on Primal, you don't really want to get rid of the boots, so...
No.
Yeah, I feel like the refresher should be more valuable than the SNY, but it's not like the SNY is terrible. E-Blade coming out for Han now on the Lina.
Ooh. It's like they are just going to set up here. Again, need to go high ground, need to get some damage. For a team that has a Pugna, their high ground still feels a little bit mysterious. How do we go up there without losing all our heroes? Versus a Lina that could nuke us down to death. And DK that's pretty strong, very hard to blink initiate on.
Yeah, for sure. But knowing Wascat, at some point they decide it's enough, and they're just gonna go in.
They will not know if they can kill, but Pike will blink into all four of them and find out.
Yeah, how can he know if he didn't try?
Limit testing. He's getting ready for it again. I mean, he's sitting back here letting Matthew scout up, and once Matthew finds something, it'll be an Alchemist blinking on top of them for sure.
Here we go. AR taking the initiative with a smoke, but they seem pretty unsure of where to go next.
I mean, they desperately want to go up high ground. They have the banner as well. They just don't feel like they can do it while there's still heroes alive from Azure Ray, but it's not like Azure Ray are going to hand that over either. They're very careful with their split pushing. They're not really showing heroes actually on the wave, just using spells to push. So far, they're really, like, exacerbating this timing on the Aegis, but at some point, doesn't Waska just have to shove up there anyways? Okay, or do that.
Yeah, you can do that. You just spam the Pugna. But now it's daytime, it's not so easy. He doesn't really have, like, the best survival kit on the Pugna. Like, if he gets caught by one stun, that's probably the end of him, so...
It's true. Unfortunately, at this point of the game, it might also be the end of the person who blinked on him. But
that is true.
Still waiting on some 25s. Oh, that is an early banner. That just died.
Goodbye, banner.
Yeah, bye-bye. And now, I mean, this is back to mysterious high ground. Banner's supposed to make it easy, and instead, now, I think you're back into a confusing high ground push. There's not an easy way to go up here.
Yeah, for sure not. I mean, this Pike on the Alki, if he goes in, it's not a guarantee he's getting out at all. And
no, it's
Mago is strong, but he needs backups to do this, so... Yeah. Okay, here we go.
There it comes, getting the pulverize onto the DK. Heal coming out. Is it enough? He's turning around, actually. He's willing to fight this one. Lina with the nuke damage with their Aghanim Scepter. They'll take down Sacred. Dark Mago trying to turn around with the hits. He's only got 30 seconds left on his Aghanim Scepter. With the Nimbus, he's actually going to get the kill on the DK. But now, can he turn for more? Dawnbreaker in trouble. You're in their base. He's got a little bit more damage. Maybe they want to keep him alive. It's only 20 more seconds, but no, they'll take his first life. Now Lina getting closer and closer to the Nether Ward. It's a bit scary if you start to cast
Sacred
spells
is
over
back.
there. But with the buyback, oh, Han trying to get away, but the Pulverize gets him through the BKB. He's dead for 100, and he's got to buy back in to help his team. Azure Ray could fall here if they don't defend this rack.
Oh, nice.
The Laguna, oh, it was saved by the Ether, or the Eon Disc. He's actually alive for now. Han with no BKB. Got to be a little careful here, but Matthew, he's just going to dig himself into the ground. Do they have vision of him? They do. They need some damage, but Sacred is going to take this opportunity to get even closer to the fountain, but they can't get the kill. They'll just take away the Rex. That was 3 buybacks on Dire and a buyback on Sacred.
Yeah, but Waska is not done here. They're going to keep going. I don't think AR has enough to stop them right now.
Dawnbreaker needs buyback, but she's 1,300 gold short.
This burrow
now Enchantress could go down here. Trying to save with the E-Blade. Lena almost had it in time, but there was too much damage. They do have the buyback from her. Only one more rack separates Waska from Megas. 20 seconds on the Dawnbreaker. No fortification available. They might get Megas before Dawn sees the light of day.
How do you stop this if you're AR? You have to go for the jump soon, because these racks are dying fast.
You do. Somebody's going to jump. It might not be Waska, though.
All right, Megas it is. Or maybe.
Megas it is. Oh!
Oh,
Margo, he's walking forward for it. He's forward.
Oh, what?
The BKB.
He got the blink out?
This could be an opening, and yeah, he somehow got a blink away. I don't know how that happened, but instead, they should get a kill here on the Nyx Assassin. Matthew, that'll be the last that he shows, but he's got buyback. He's fine for this right now. They still got Megas, and Waska, they're in a good foothold now for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how good, like, as good as it gets for Waska. They just blink in, slams everything, and they get all these buybacks out, and it works.
They're playing it like a piano, man. QWE, QWE, QWE.
It's at the end of the piano set where the pianist goes wild and just slams every button.
Yeah, just like go all over, like hitting them with the Bugs Bunny piano.
All right. So AR, they're feeling a bit desperate here. Looks like they really want to get this buyback out of Matthew, but it's such a tough call to make. Do you go for it or do you not?
I mean,
if this fails, that's the game over for you.
The tower is actually at 30 HP, and they still do not feel like they can go up and hit it. So
yeah, and the Dragon Form is out now, like Pablo is showing us. So this is not.
Oh, and a little bit of danger here, getting out just in time, but that does mean the Pulverize is on New. He's got to send himself away with the hammer. Does have the ulti to heal himself, but Pyke is continuing to encroach and push the issue. Now stunned up on New. He might have to press it soon. Oh, I'm so scared for them. A nice double stun. Now going in on the Dawnbreaker, but he fell too soon. Maybe they have the stun on the Zeus. They have it. A kill finally on Dark Mago, but he's got the buyback. Now DK, BKB already popped, trying to get himself away from this one. He doesn't have buyback, and he's gone for 2 minutes. GG, game number 2. They finally call it. They think without those 2, it is done. And Waska, they get the victory for game 2, split the series versus Azure Ray, and continue to have a winning record in this group stage 1.
Yeah, nice job by Waska. They changed their strategy, they execute, and they do what's needed to win the game. This was another pretty slow one, but in this time around, they decided to change their strategy a bit into something more that can scale better, and we just saw the power that they have in the late game, right? There's Zeus, the Pagna, the Nyx, everyone, they do so much, so yeah, well done by Waska.
They took a lineup that I think on paper might have some scaling issues, especially versus Alina and Dragon Knight. I would think that there's like the pinnacle of damage when it comes to heroes right now. And they still made it look like they were the late game team. The way that they played these fights, the way that Pyke would just slam in, just like, you gotta kill me. You ain't getting through Zeus unless you get through me. So a really interesting way to play these fights. It really worked out for them.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see out of Waska, like the no fair gaming, and it's just beautiful. It's so entertaining as well.
It is really entertaining to watch. Just him go in like guns a-blazing. Definitely really cool to see like an alchemist do that. Because usually that's what Sacred is supposed to do, right? But sometimes he was even like counter-initiating on top of the Alk. But yeah, no, it was a very, very good game from Waska to kind of bring this back. And Azure Ray, they were sitting at 1 and 3. They wanted to get the 2-0 to bring themselves back to even. They still get 1 win, so not feeling too bad about that one. But for Waska, push themselves up to 4 wins and really get a nice hold on this Group B, still putting themselves at the top 4 right now.
Yeah, super nice. 4-1, huh? 4 and 2.
4-2. So it's definitely not like clutching, but I will say for a team with Waska's, what expected results throughout the rest of this group, I don't see them going 0 and out. So in theory,
for sure. Considering the fact that there's 3 teams currently sitting with 3 or more losses, with Heroic and Palinista sitting with 5 and 6 respectively. Yeah, looking good. It should be looking good for playoffs for them.
Yeah, no, definitely getting to the point where basically you're looking at the bottom teams and like, can I lose more than those games, yes or no? And that's how safe you are. So, guys, we're going to go to a quick break here, and then we'll have an interview for you guys. Let us know what you want us to ask these guys for Waska as we'll go to a break, and we'll see you with the interview. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Got an interview coming your way here very soon. We're going to have Pike joining us here from Team Waska. Hanskin, what are we going to ask him? What do we want to know?
Good question. I mean, I want to hear his thought about the gyro game. Like, what we're going through their mind. Like, how strong did he think he was going to be? Because at one point, he was super owning, and also the build in that game was really interesting. Like, not something you see every day. 0-4-4 gyro, right?
Yeah. No, that was you don't often see the skip there, and it's usually it felt like his entire game was like, I'm going to farm,
Yeah.
We don't want to go the crit stick because I'm not going to join the team. We are not going to get Q points because I'm not going to join the team. It was all just a hit. Felt that way. Definitely a staunch difference between game 1 and game 2, and it feels like honestly in some ways they still could have won game 1, and then they could have lost. Like they were on both teetering ends of it where like it was up to them to either like come back and win the game, and now it's up to them to lose the game. And like, both ends, it could have been a 2-0 for either team.
Yeah, no, definitely. This was a really close series, and I think going 1-1 is definitely deserved,
That's true. The entire series could have gone either way, and it did.
Yeah, exactly.
Now they have a few still strong matchups ahead of them here. Still has to do the mirror matchup in SA with Heroic, still Falcons, still Tundra, so still like pretty heavy teams. I wonder who they are focusing most on as they get into the rest of their days.
Yeah, I mean, there has to be some pride going into a matchup against Heroic, right?
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, you see them a lot during the qualifiers as well, so like you get a lot of phase time with them.
With that said, Heroic, they won the PGL Wallachia tournament, and now they're sitting at 1-5 in DreamLeague. So
I know, yeah, crazy difference. And I think we got someone on the phone. Who is that calling us today?
Hello, DPMS here, coach for Waskas.
Hey man,
hello,
how you doing? Congratulations on the 1-1. You're exiting the series. You're the coach, right? You got to figure this team out, get you guys in the next series. What are your thoughts coming out of this in a game that could have gone either way 2 times in a row?
I mean, it was a really enjoyable game to watch, I'd say. We had some really interesting ideas while drafting. So we stole the alchemies, and we had our plan on how we want to approach the game against Azure. I feel like we could have won the first game. We had some few mistakes that cost so much for us. But yeah, second game was not as clean as could be, but it was a good game. I feel I enjoyed so much watching.
That's a really good part. As a coach, do you get that all the time? You're just like really happy watching these guys, or does it also turn the other way where like you're so frustrated sometimes?
Nah, I mean, I feel like I feel anxious watching the games because you feel like you are part of it, but you are just watching it, and so yeah. So I feel most anxious than excited.
is it because you feel like you have no power in the game?
No, I feel like we talk how we're gonna do the things, how we approach the game, what we wanna do in the map, how we're gonna play it. Then we combine that with the draft, right? So I had some idea of how things are going, but Dota is Dota. It's always when team fights, when the players start talking and the team fight develops. It is. I mean, I feel the excitement of them playing, and makes me wanna be there as well, right?
Yeah, I can definitely feel you. I wanted to ask
be there as well. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. I wanted to ask you about the games more specifically. So game 1, me and Math, we felt like you guys had it under control for a while. You super stomped this Ember in the early game, and you had some nice moves. But at some point, it just stopped. Was it because of the Aegis pickup, or was there something else? Because I felt like you guys had to keep the pressure up and the pace to win that game, because the Alk and the Beast they just become so strong, especially once he gets the refresher on Beast. It's so hard for Pike to do much on the gyro. What's your take on that game? How you lost the grasp?
I feel like we overextend some few fights. I can remember now the tier 2 fight top that we dived the Enchantress, Lion buyback, they roared gyro. They fortify as well. We were diving so deep.
Right.
I feel like we had some. We were stomping lanes. Then we feel like we are really strong and we want to do things, but sometimes we just need some how do I say that? We need some discipline. Yeah. We need discipline to like. Okay, we are strong. We just take to one tower. Let's go Roche. Let's play it safe. That's something that we're actually working. So yeah, I feel like our lack of discipline cost us a lot in the game one. But I feel happy that we trust what we wanted from this series. That was primal beast, and we adapt from whatever we needed. So yeah, I feel confident about the series.
Yeah, you should be. I think one thing that is really inspirational and like how you put it as well, it's like it's always easier to learn from something that you did than rather you didn't do it, like you didn't commit to something. And that I feel that with Waska and your team, it's like you always go in. Even in game 2 you see it, like Pyke is going crazy, Mago, you're diving their fountain even, you know, when you feel strong. And I think that's how you learn, especially. I wanted to ask about the change between game 1 and 2, because for us it was pretty apparent that you guys chose a different style. How much of this is like we wanted to play different against AR, or is it just kind of like how the draft happens once you go for the ALK? Or how do you see that difference in playstyle?
I mean, the openings were pretty much the same. We had the same bans from us and from Azure, and they set up for the ALK. So there were no Doom, no Chamber Saw. We were talking and discussing, okay, we're gonna try the same thing. Like they're gonna pick out what we're gonna do. So I remember that Pyke said, okay, everyone just came to a conclusion that we could steal out and flex it. So yeah, so our idea for okay, they are setting up, so we're gonna use their bans to protect ourselves, and feels like a clean game for an Alchemist carry.
Yeah, for sure, definitely worked out. I mean, you get the ALK and Primal, it looks a bit unconventional, but that's Dota, and drafting, especially, you always have to adapt, right? And then, obviously, when you draft it like this, you got a really nice last pick for Mago as well, which is one of the only players making that hero look good right now.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, man. I could talk to you all day. I hope we get the chance to talk to you later on as well. Thank you so much for joining us, and good luck in the rest of your matchups. Hope you guys do well.
Yeah, good luck, man. Nice to watch you today.
Thank you.
Yeah, that I really could. We could sit here for another half hour and I would continue to ask him questions. I actually would love to talk to him so much, but
such a charismatic guy.
I know, right? He's doing a good job. He's not getting anything away. He's not like, oh yeah, we always want to play Alchemist. Anytime he's in the pool, like that's our hero. You know, he's still concise about it, letting us know what he thought. I hope that we can talk to that guy again.
Yeah, same here.
Well, guys, that is going to be it for this stream. Thank you so much for watching. It was 2 games, and I think they are celebrating on their mics in the background.
That's definitely
They're going off on it. That's pretty good. Oh, really? His birthday?
No, it's not.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, this is the group stage that we're sitting here with at the end here of day number 2. You see Waska up there 4-2, starting to create some separation in this group B. Only 1 loss back from the top, so a lot of potential here for these guys potentially sticking in this top 4.
Yeah, no, for sure. They're showing a lot of promise, and I think also, something we didn't bring up at all, basically, in the series is Matthew. He came back from a trip to Europe playing with Nigma, right? And I feel like he must have taken some knowledge, and it shows in Waska. I think they look promising, and right now, looking at Heroic, they are the most promising team from SA in this tournament, and would love to see them go to playoffs and make a splash there.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm hoping that they do, especially because it feels like, you see how much camaraderie they have in the back. They're all messing with their coach. They're all like freaking out whenever the game's done. They're all happy with each other. Definitely has a good, team coordination, team synergy there. And yeah, tomorrow here, see a lot of hype matchups. We have the SA Mirror matchup tomorrow as well. Then they have to play Tundra, a deciding set of games here for these guys. First off, who's best in SA for this tournament? And also, do they stay in the top 4?
Yeah, that's going to be a treat to watch. Definitely gonna get some popcorn for that one, because that's gonna be hype as well.
Dude, super fun matchups there, and yeah, we'll see if they're able to stick it up here. And for everybody else, again, thank you so much for watching us today. It's been beautiful watching these games with you guys. I always love watching some SA Dota. And Hanskin, anything you want to say before we dip out today?
I'll just thank you guys for watching, and hope you enjoyed some great games. There's going to be more coming up tomorrow.
Absolutely, guys. Tomorrow, same time, gotta figure out who is going to make it to group stage 2, who's getting knocked out. Half the group is getting eliminated just in a few days, so you don't want to miss a single thing. Hope to see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day.